Because right now I'm busy downloading some music videos. Play some season 2. Background. After I start downloading this one, I'm going to go downstairs briefly. I'm going to take some things down there. Okay, I think the next one is supposed to be. No, 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 gosh. Sometimes, if there's any water at all on your hand and you're using the trackpad, it doesn't register correctly at all. Have you ever noticed that? I mean, not like having your hand saturated with water, but I mean, like, if there's any water at all, or if your hand is just like even still like a little cool, and you use the trackpad doesn't want to work. Because I don't use a mouse. I'm used to using a trackpad. Oy. No, 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 no. I hope I didn't. Okay, I didn't. I was like, wait, I didn't download the same video twice, did I? Okay, let me add another video. Alright, so just one video left to download, and that's it. And then I can start reading. Sometimes in. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is open up this. And share. And then I can open up Clipchamp. And I can start I'm wait, what? No, no, no. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Bear with me. Won't be long now. Okay. Here we go. I really need to read this. I just I'll have to look more closely at that. Hmm, who might this be? I'm sorry. Hmm, I'm looking through some things a little bit. I'm not sure who that is. Okay, I don't know who that is. Hmm. Okay, let me exit out of that. Hello. How are you, Kara? I will be right back. Let me tilt this forward. So I'm going to be right back, and I will probably be reading Unfolding. I'll return. So I heated some some water with a little bit of lime juice in it. I don't want to pour it out. It's not very deep in the cup. Actually, that's the opposite of what I meant. Anyway. It would spill out if I... Okay. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Unfolding Chapter 1. I read unfinished during the last few hours of the last live stream, but it was a 16-hour stream. So it didn't save me reading unfinished, but that's alright. So this is the third book. Chapter 1. Little Drake sat up from his bed. "Mama," he called right as Mag was about to flick off the light switch. She turned, beaming. By the way, there are some parts to this that I will not be actually reading aloud. I will be skipping. Specifically, Violet's story. I will not be reading Violet's story because it is something I don't know how the algorithm would feel about me reading that. So I don't think I can read Violet's story aloud. Okay. And I just repeated myself a million times. Let me go ahead and set up the first one that leads to there are 13 videos here that will be so this could take a little while. But that's okay. He called right as Mag was about to flick off the light switch. She turned, beaming. "You want another story?" Drake nodded in his tiny head. So fervently his panther-black hair swished forward, but not long enough to cover his green eyes, which brought to Mag's mind the images of young leaves or baby peas. She giggled and bent down to his bookshelf and was already holding a book of fairy tales when she heard him ask, "Is my daddy dead?" And the book fell from her hand. She swallowed. "What?" She swallowed again harder. "What did Rudy say to you?" Mag thought back to 5 years before, to the night Rudy growled out with more contempt in his voice than she'd ever heard that he'd never let Landon touch a fear on his sister ever again, never minding the fact that Rudy was 3 grades and 5 years younger than his older sister's ex-boyfriend. Preventing Rudy from going after Landon would save Mag from humiliation. And Rudy had been right. Landon would have been there for her then, if he'd ever been serious about her, but Landon had moved on months before without a second glance behind, as her best friend Violet had attempted to warn. To even mention Drake's father after half a decade, did Rudy know something she didn't? Was Landon back in town? And did he contact Rudy asking for his older sister? Drake, shaking his head no, with his hair swishing for further emphasis, shook those questions out of Mag's mind along with their uncertainties as he said, "Rudy told me he'd buy another cream soda if I didn't ask him that question again." "Of course, Rudy and his cream soda," Mag laughed, and ruffled Drake's hair. "Is that why you're so happy tonight?" "He got me a whole bag of gummies, too." Mag laughed harder until her eyes were wet with tears. "What did Rudy give you for lunch?" "We had PB&J sandwiches." Mag wiped her eyes, still laughing, but thinking, that's a month's worth of sugar in one day. She picked up the book that had fallen moments ago, flipping to the table of contents. "Which story do you want me to read to you?" Or should I surprise you? No, Drake said with a smile. No, so you don't want to hear another story tonight? Yes, I want to hear about my daddy. If he's not dead, is he a really cool spy? Is he here but invisible? Is he a monster? Is he a... Whoa, whoa, hold on. Ag took a breath. Yes, he is monstrous, but he had a way of cloaking his motives. But he is not here. We are safe from him, thanks to my brother, your uncle, Rudy. He seemed very cool when I met him, and he didn't have to spy on girls. He had a way of hypnotizing women with his words. He accepted women and raised them so high with compliments it was easy to fall prey to him, when his strength came from giving women a false sense of security. My best friend Violet had narrowly escaped him, but I kept my feelings for him hidden until it was too late for her to change my mind. He was already winning my heart, and it wasn't long before he was aware of his power over me. I shut my friend's words out, and pursued your father, who in turn pursued me. So Violet needed someone on her side who could help me see the truth. She turned to Rudy. Your father had already left me by the time Rudy had found out what was going on, but he succeeded in convincing me not to find your father and show him my undying gratitude for the best gift he ever left me. She paused, watching Drake's eyes widen. What was the gift? He asked, as she had expected him to. Mag ruffled his hair. You. Drake smiled, and then his smile faded and his eyebrows nodded. You didn't tell him thank you? Mag shook her head. I had to protect your heart from being broken by him the same as mine was. Drake was frowning and asked, Your heart isn't broken, is it? Mag laughed and stroked his face. No, my heart isn't broken, because my heart healed back up as soon as I saw you. Drake laughed happily, and Mag hugged him. Mama? Drake asked. Yes, my baby, Mag asked, still holding him. Do you think I'll ever be as cool as Uncle Rudy? Mag laughed, thinking of her brother who just turned 18 but still acted like a teenager. You're every bit as cool as Rudy. But I want to be just like Rudy. 12 years later. On a cold Wednesday evening, Mag heard a peculiar clicking sound in her house. She almost disregarded it before she heard it again, and it took a moment before she associated it with the sound of someone trying the front door to her house. Surely her sweet Drake, now 17 but still her baby, wasn't expecting any sketchy friends. Creeping toward the front door, she almost jumped out of her skin when she caught sight of what looked like a glowing two-headed creature in the middle of the living room from her peripheral vision. One small delicate laugh and toss of popcorn reminded her it was only Drake and his girlfriend Lucille watching something together. Mag smiled, amused that they were so absorbed in being together watching the film, likely another black and white movie Lucille brought over. They hadn't even noticed someone was trying to get into the house. The ring of the doorbell broke the spell, and they looked up, bewildered, but didn't budge from the couch. Instead, they glanced quizzically at Mag at the same instant. Mag looked out of the peephole to see a pair of honeydew eyes rolling, one hand holding an envelope. The other hand slid through shaggy layers of hair the color of a vanilla root beer float, cream foam blonde down to the tips of his ears, in contrast with cola-browned ends. Instead of covering his yawn, Mag rolled her eyes and laughed, unlocking and opening the door before her brother Rudy could ring the doorbell again. You scared me to death. Rudy shrugged and walked in, ignoring as Mag went on. Why didn't you call first? And why'd you try the door? Tell me you don't still leave your door unlocked. Only at this did Rudy turn away from his task of writing something down on her calendar to say, Not recently. He smiled amusedly and added, I meant to call, but it slipped my mind. Lucille turned to Rudy and called from the couch, How is Jeanette, by the way? Rudy closed his eyes and sighed with a dreamy smile, as if recalling a delectable food item. Exquisite. Drake gave a little shudder and mumbled TMI, which was when Mag's attention was drawn away from questioning who Jeanette was and how Drake and his girlfriend knew her, to the fact Drake's attention was still fixed to the screen as if Rudy hadn't shown up at all. Drake, aren't you going to say hi to Rudy? After a moment of hesitation and without turning around, Drake uttered a small, Hey. Mag turned to Rudy and apologized. Rudy waved it away as he took a sip from a mug of coffee he'd helped himself to and said, He just needs a little more time to accept I'm with Jeanette. Drake had just taken a sip of cola and started choking on it at the mention of Rudy with Jeanette. Rudy rolled his eyes and added, Okay, that was an understatement. At this, finally, Drake turned around and said, How about you stole your best friend's girlfriend as well as my girlfriend's best friend? She came to me of her own will, a few months after Dane left her. He practically gave her to me. That's not what Dane told me. When he had her, he neglected her. He's just a sore loser, and his pride was hurt when she chose me in the end. After taking a long swallow of the rest of his coffee, Rudy asked, As for stealing Jeanette from her best friend, don't tell me you're jealous of me, Lucille. Lucille quickly made some wild gestures with her hands as she said, Not at all. It's just, I've not seen her since we were let out for Easter vacation. Mag shot Rudy a look and said, "Now I see why Drake is upset with you. She's in high school?" Rudy, calmly but slightly amused, said, "She's of age." "We're both seniors, but she's almost 19, Lucille called out from the couch. "Are you defending him now?" Drake asked in a mumble, as if he wasn't really surprised, but still annoyed anyway. Lucille smiled quizzically and said, "I'm defending Jeanette." For a few minutes, everything was quiet except for the TV, since no one knew what to say anymore. Rudy wasn't bothered at all by the silence and poured himself another mug of coffee. The glow of happiness he'd had since he had arrived hadn't diminished, and he wouldn't let disapproval from anyone steal it. Maybe no one else in the room but him saw it his way, but it didn't matter what they thought. Jeanette was his now. Dane could never give her all the love she deserved. As he finished his coffee, he realized he'd already been gone too long and Jeanette might be waiting to come over. Rudy cleaned out the mug he'd used and said, "Just wanted you to know I added the date for my birthday on your calendar." "As if I'd forget you're turning 30. What kind of sister do you think I am?" Rudy smiled and hugged her. Drake called out, "Does Jeanette know how old you're turning?" Ignoring Drake's sarcasm, Rudy replied, "Not yet, but I have my doubts I would change your feelings for me." Whether or not this was meant to be a reassuring statement, it only left Mag feeling more uneasy. But when Rudy left in a rush, speaking of whom, I can't keep her waiting, the most intense feeling she was left with was curiosity. After excusing herself as if her son or Lucille would mind, she researched Jeanette on all social networking sites she could think of until she was too disturbed to sleep. Jeanette barely looked 16, let alone 18, yet Mag knew Lucille hadn't lied about her friend. Even Jeanette's most extensive online profile said so. Still, in all her pictures, there was something so sweet about Jeanette's appearance and posture in her pictures. It seemed she was the opposite of Rudy, but for Rudy to be attracted to her could either be a sign of Rudy wanting to be a good guy or a warning sign. Then Mag did the best thing she could think of. If anyone could help her puzzle out Rudy's plans and emotions behind things, it would be Violet. She dialed Violet's number and she answered right away. "Hi, it's me." "Hey, Mag. Did you call about Rudy's 30th birthday?" "He told me about his party a few weeks ago." "No, but why does it not surprise me he went to you first? Sometimes I think you're more of an older sister to him than I am." "You sure you don't mean twin?" Mag laughed. "Exactly, but even that's not why I called you. It's close to what I wanted to talk to you about. His girlfriend." "You already knew?" "Do you want my help in getting caught up in things happening in Rudy's world?" Mag laughed, even though she was slightly offended. "I can get caught up on things going on in my brother's world on my own. Anyway, that's not why I understand perfectly. You think he'll corrupt the poor thing. If anything, you need to check out the family portion of her profile." Once again, Violet found something important that Mag hadn't thought to look up at all. "Once again, yeah, I should have thought to do that. Give me a minute." It took a few seconds of staring at the screen, wondering what Violet could have been getting at, and suddenly, Dane's her cousin? Exactly. Seems crazy, but is it really crazy? So then Rudy is good because he took her out of an incestuous situation. Wait, what do you mean? But is it really crazy? For the first time since Violet had picked up the phone, there was a pause before she slowly asked, "What do you mean by Rudy is good?" "How do you know that makes him good? Also, incestuous? For once I can say that's news to me." Rudy came over tonight and Drake was irritated with him. Drake seemed to be on Dane's side about who Jeanette should be with, and thinks Rudy stole her from Dane. Rudy's argument implied Dane dumped her, and she turned to Rudy. Well, it sounds to me like if Drake, who typically worships the ground Rudy walks on, is upset with Rudy, that doesn't sound like he's being the good guy, especially if Drake thinks even being in an incestuous relationship would be better for Jeanette than being with Rudy. And here I was thinking it just seemed bad in general that Rudy would be with someone with any association to Dane. Huh? Violet waited a minute for Mag to make the inevitable connection. "Oh, you mean because of his old feelings for him?" "That's old, though. Jeanette's new, and he wants her now. I could see that by his behavior tonight when he was thinking of her. His smile seemed genuine. He does appear truly happy, but you want me to find out in my own way." "Could you, please?" "Yes, of course. Remember, this is just as interesting to me as it is to you. He's still the little brother I never had. That reminds you, can you promise me one thing? Is this about not hurting him again? You know I didn't plan on that in the first place, Maggie. Don't change your tone like that." "Why, hun? You know I'm not angry. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Please, you're distracting me." "I have to admit that only adds to my reasons I don't regret choosing—" "Violet," Mag whimpered, "that was so long ago." "I know. It's been too long since I spent time with my Maggie. Please, make me a promise." "I promise I won't intentionally hurt Rudy." I'm curious to hear from him how serious he is about Jeanette, that's all. If it takes charming to get the truth out of him, I will. However, even if I tease him, that's as far as I'm willing to go. If he doesn't back, we don't have to worry about him or this young girl, Jeanette. Even if Rudy used to have feelings for me, you know very well he did. And if those feelings come to the surface when he sees me again, I can pretty much promise you nothing's going to happen between us ever. We all know who I'm holding out for. After a moment, Mag cleared her throat and said softly, I wish I could give you an answer sometimes, but I still don't know. You're still worried about Drake. I get it. But the truth was, Violet didn't get it. For minutes afterward, Mag recalled the details of a chilly winter morning over 17 years before when Violet's hug and words of encouragement. You're better without him. We'd all do better without him. Without guys like him. Changed to, we need each other. I need you, Maggie. I could be there for you. Just tell me and I can fix it. I'll make it all better for you. And Maggie. Violet's steady hands went from patting her on the back to squeezing her even tighter. Maggie felt comforted by it, not dirty at all, but even as she cried over Violet's shoulder, she knew there was a feeling more intimate than her first time with Landon. At least, it was an intimate enough hug that when she opened her eyes and saw Rudy wipe his eyes and run past her doorway, the moment broke. Ashamed, she broke into a run after him, feeling like she needed to explain. But what was there to tell? The first words out of her mouth explained that she was going to have Landon's child. There was something different about the way Violet looked at her from then on. What made her confession a true love confession wasn't her words, Mag realized. It was in the fact that turning away from something that would have normally not been such a big deal could be a decision strong enough to alter the friendship they had. Things were never the same between Violet and Mag since Mag had run out of her room to console her little brother, who was in love with Violet. It was something Mag tried to forget about, but which Violet wouldn't let go of for several years. Through her hints and sometimes blatant statements, Mag knew she couldn't ever be what Violet was asking her to become, but at the same time she didn't want her crush Violet. So it wasn't that Mag didn't know what she felt, but she was certain she didn't know how to respond. Chapter 2. When Rudy arrived home, he had to work at not laughing openingly when he saw Jeanette had been waiting for him after all. Even though his amusement was more from pure delight than actual laughing at her, Jeanette wouldn't have been too pleased with him. Her usually straight hair was damp and wavy, and her clothes clung a bit tighter around her frame than was in her usual comfort zone. Rudy was already imagining the way Jeanette would lean into his hands as his fingers would slide through her tangles. He knew she'd close her eyes at the sensation of his warm touch on her hair, and he pictured every hair on her body standing on end, waiting for his hands to smooth over every pore. Of all the things that made it feel like the front door couldn't yield to his key soon enough, the sheerness of Jeanette's drenched clothes made it almost difficult to resist fumbling past her second skin and peeling it. Jeanette, I don't think I've ever seen you get this wet for me. He winked as he let her in. Jeanette's face heated almost instantly, flushing with color. The rain was worse than it is now, an hour ago. I waited outside your door because the rain was too heavy to see you from my windshield. Rudy kicked the door closed and took Jeanette's hands. He pulled her toward him and kissed her still damp forehead as he said, I would apologize for missing the opportunity to see you when you were warm and dry. You're so sexy just like this. Jeanette buried her face against Rudy's chest, and Rudy said, I'm so hot for you. He trailed off as he began to unbutton his shirt. Jeanette's breath caught in her throat as she watched Rudy take off his shirt. He stepped closer to her as if about to hug her, but he swung his shirt around her waist and pulled her against him. Jeanette blinked rapidly as her heart raced, and Rudy stroked her face as he said, I want to feel you steam from my touch. Jeanette closed her eyes with the intensity of the quiver that shook her whole frame as she knew with a nod would be pointless. Rudy didn't need, and wasn't asking for her permission. Jeanette had given him permission weeks ago after waking up from a series of dreams about him to discover that the one where she'd sent him the text, I need you, wasn't a dream. The truth she'd been trying to hide for months was then irrevocable, and her need for him intensified every day. Rudy pulled Jeanette deeper into his arms, and the urge to tear Jeanette's clothes off was so great, his hands shook, fighting against his will to patiently ease them off her frame. As soon as her wringing wet clothes fell heavily to the floor, Jeanette clung to Rudy as if he'd rescued her from them. They were so tightly pressed against each other that when Jeanette shivered violently against him, she could feel Rudy's heart transform him into a human furnace. Their lips merged and melted as Rudy led Jeanette backwards with his eyes closed, until he found his back against a wall. Jeanette smiled quizzically when Rudy slid down it, answering her gaze. Anywhere is fine, Jeanette laughed, rolling her eyes as she finished one of his favorite phrases from As Long as It's Now. Rudy stretched legs out and pulled Jeanette into his lap, where he proceeded to caress her face with his lips. Jeanette's natural response of leaning into his kisses was increased to the point Rudy was about to ask if she was awake, The breath that whisper alone required was enough to render it useless when Jeanette's eyes opened in that instant. She appeared half asleep, but the rate of warm breath on his face revealed it was the opposite. Rudy paused for a moment, letting the heat swelter between them. Soon the stillness became almost intolerable, and in the growing need for motion, Rudy twitched and gasped, "You refresh me." His voice pleading and his lips were parted, parched for her reviving mouth, because Rudy needed her to know how strongly he meant it. Jeanette nodded. "So do you," she smiled, her eyes moist to the edge of overflowing her lashes. Rudy reached to wipe what he thought were tears away, but her smile brightened even more as she shook her head. "I'm not crying. This is steam from—" She laughed nervously and self-consciously moved her hair back and continued, "From all the touching and kissing, just like you said you wanted." "Yes, but I wanted you to steam." Rudy's hands traveled down Jeanette's body, speaking for him. Jeanette nodded and said, "I want us to touch," with a look that said more than her lips. Rudy lifted her slightly up and off his lap to unzip his jeans and brought her down as he removed them. The one layer left of clothing, Rudy's underwear, wasn't enough to hold back the damp or the heat. Rudy began to pant already with Jeanette's slight pressure as she shifted backwards, removing it. She cast it aside without shifting her focus from her goal, which Rudy brought her to seconds later after his hands grabbed her waist. His neck met hers. For a moment they could barely move, both intoxicated by the throb of vein against vein, blood swimming hard enough inside they could feel their bodies matched every pulse. So attuned to each other, so precisely aligned, no amount of movement could break the connection. Their bodies glided and they swayed, legs wrapped around legs, hip to hip, hands flying all over each other, so freely as if their bodies were acting without command. The pleasure so strong it was though no effort was required. The sensations flooded so deep until Rudy swooned forward, overcome. Jeanette clung her arms around him so he wouldn't hit the floor and laughed, kissing him wherever her lips found skin inside and between raspy kisses. "You're so unbelievable." Rudy squeezed her shoulders and leaned back to look at her eyes. "Yes, we are," Rudy said, as he closed them to kiss Jeanette's slightly salty, warm forehead. When he opened his eyes, Jeanette smiled up at him and they said, "I love you," at the same time. Rudy yawned. "Do you want to go to bed, or do you think we have time for a movie?" Jeanette did three things that were unusual for her. First, she checked her phone. She usually forgot her phone at home, and said it was really late. She usually stayed up no matter the circumstances and grabbed her teeth as if determined to go, even though she wasn't even dressed yet. She usually hesitated when she had to leave his house. Rudy scoffed, confused, and at the same time thinking she might have been kidding. He grabbed her arm gently and said, "You're not really going now, are you? You don't have school tomorrow, and we both know you don't stick to a curfew." Jeanette was already clasping her bra when he'd said this, and was beginning to put her shirt back on when Rudy kissed her still exposed shoulder before she could cover it. The sensation stopped her for a moment, and Rudy kissed her shoulder again, whispering, "You're old enough now, you don't even need a curfew." Jeanette sighed, but went back to getting dressed, and it was only when Rudy said, "Is this my punishment for having made you wait so long this evening?" that Jeanette stopped reaching for her purse. Rudy went on, "You didn't even call me today." Jeanette turned around with a look that contradicted her every unusual action within the past few minutes. When she said, "I'm sorry, I don't know why," Rudy already saw on her face she didn't want to leave. Jeanette walked up to Rudy, and he took her hands in his, saying, "Times like this remind me." He trailed off to kiss her playfully on the face, and his smile curled as he continued, "Just how attractive I am to you. You're still too intimidated to sleep next to me, huh?" Jeanette rolled her eyes. "Rudy," Jeanette said, the way she always had when he was right but embarrassing her. "It's just school starts back for me soon, and I have to find a job as well as study, and I'm afraid it won't leave me with enough time for us." "Jeanette, pretend you're wearing my favorite cranberry hat for me." "Huh? Rudy, how is that supposed to help?" "Look up. The hat would be falling in your face right now if you were wearing it. I'm asking you to look up." Jeanette blushed, not even realizing until he mentioned it that she'd been looking at her feet. Rudy was smiling when she looked at him. "Why are you so happy?" Jeanette asked, more confused than ever. "Because you're looking right at the answer to your problems. I tutor Drake every week. I can tutor you too any time. I can get you a job that pays all right, and you'll see me when you're having the busiest day at work. I'll be there." Jeanette blinked before she guessed. "DizzGo's." "Rudy, are you just looking for another excuse to go there all the time?" Jeanette laughed, but added, "You really might go broke with all the times you go to DizzGo's." Rudy shook his head with a smile. "Besides, they're probably not even hiring." Rudy rolled his eyes and said, "Jeanette, we're always hiring." "We're? We're? Rudy, you can't possibly work there." Rudy laughed. "I can't. I would think that as well as I'd skate, I'd certainly qualify to teach others how. You've never been there in a uniform, not as far as you've seen. Nobody's that in love with their job." Rudy laughed harder. I've even told you so many times DizzGo's is my second home. I can show you my uniform if you don't believe me. Jeanette smiled, knowing that Rudy would show her anyway, even if she said she believed him. She followed him to his room and sat down on his bed while he opened his closet, and there it was, looking almost like everything else in his closet by first glance. It was a turquoise satin dress shirt with a large silver DizzGo's logo on the back. I have other work shirts, too, in different colors. He was already pulling out a silvery name badge for all his shirts that said Rudy on it, telling Jeanette how it didn't ruin the shirt because of magnet on the other side of the shirt. When Jeanette said, That's amazing. All of this is, but how do you know they'd even hire me? Rudy blinked at her. I'd hire you. Jeanette laughed. Yes, but I mean I would hire you. You would be working for me. Are you sure that would be a good idea? I mean, aren't there rules against Rudy put his finger on Jeanette's lips. At DizzGo's, it looks even better when there's a couple working together. They even make special matching outfit uniforms for that. Jeanette laughed. You're not just saying that to persuade me? This time Rudy laughed. Persuade you? Honey, I'm trying to help you. Don't pretend you wouldn't love coming to DizzGo's with me more often. It's just my grandma hasn't met you yet, and I know she'd be more than happy to see me at work. I want her to approve of you, and I'm afraid she'd be suspicious if she thought we met at work. Approval is so overrated. Rudy waited just a beat long enough for Jeanette's panic to surface on her face to laugh. Jeanette, you should know by now when I'm just playing with you. How would she react to hearing how we really met? It can't be avoided. Darling, one look at me, she'd know we didn't meet in the classroom. That is, unless I could pass for one of your teachers. Jeanette rolled her eyes. Of course not. They're all 30-year-olds. Besides, she trailed off when Rudy started laughing so hard his face turned red. No. But that would mean... Actually, I remember. You said you were the youngest in class. Rudy, still laughing and wiping tears from his eyes, said, Uh-huh. Then Dane came along. But Dane just turned 26. And I'm just about 4 years older. Jeanette's heart beat wildly, and she had to sit down on Rudy's bed in an attempt to calm it. Rudy squatted in front of her and brushed the hair from her face. I wouldn't have guessed you were turning 30, Jeanette said softly. Does learning my real age frighten you? Rudy asked just as softly. It doesn't frighten me. She stopped to swallow hard and took a breath as if to brace herself before continuing. It makes you even more attractive to me. Rudy laughed and sat beside her. Does this mean I have no potential rivals to worry about when you go back to school? Of course not. I'll never find another you. But if I ever had to look, school is the last place I'd go. Rudy gave her a confused expression as he took his clothes off to crawl into bed. I wouldn't want to date anyone I knew from school. Any boy who isn't mature enough to think about being with me for life doesn't seem worth the time. Jeanette thought it sounded reasonable in her head, but when she said it, it suddenly worried her how Rudy might take it. I mean, no pressure or anything. I meant because relationships formed in high school don't usually last. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to panic, darling. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I have no intentions to leave your side. As Rudy turned the lights off and Jeanette went to brush her teeth in his bathroom, she wanted to turn around and admit he was right earlier when he mentioned her intimidation about sleeping in bed next to him, because she knew it would be so much more difficult to sleep alone when school started. She was so obsessed with him before they began dating that she'd had dreams of him every night. Now her addiction to him was growing, and she feared the inevitable withdrawals she'd face at school and at night in her bed. She hadn't felt this way with Dane, who broke up with her using an excuse that seemed ridiculous at the time, that he didn't want to interfere with her ability to study. At the time, she thought what she felt for Dane was the most love she could ever feel for someone, but the intense emotions Rudy surfaced in her were strong enough to drown out the love she'd felt for Dane until it was lifeless by comparison. Jeanette wanted to tell Rudy all of this, but when she got in bed, she heard the rate of his breathing, and when her eyes adjusted, she saw he was asleep. Jeanette turned over, fighting the urge to stay awake and watch Rudy sleeping, but at the very moment she was about to fall asleep, his breath fell onto her neck. Just the feeling of him so near to her was so exciting she didn't want to sleep anymore. As much as she desired him, she couldn't wake him and tell him. She cautiously did the only thing she could think of to solve it, but then she lost control and muttered his name. She froze when she heard Rudy stir, and forgot to breathe when she heard him whisper, "What is it?" "I love you. You can go back to sleep," she whispered back. She awoke in the morning to the smell of Rudy's hair dangling over her. Just as she expected from that, Rudy was leaning over her, grinning. "Dreamed about me again? Are there any tips I should learn from Dream Rudy?" Jeanette covered her face so he wouldn't see her blush from the sound of his laugh, but she knew it was too late. "I'm just guessing." Jeanette peeked out from her hands. "You look very pleased." Rudy's grin grew wider as he tapped her nose with his finger. "I am Jeanette. You said my name last night." The way Jeanette blushed and looked away nervously was so funny that Rudy brought it up again while Jeanette was helping herself to a carton of juice from his fridge. "What happened in the dream?" he asked in a playful tone. Jeanette nervously poured the juice into a glass, not looking at him, but she still missed the glass and looked frantically around for something to wipe it up with. Rudy ran out of the kitchen and came back with a small cloth to wipe it up. Jeanette was still very nervous and offered to clean it herself, but Rudy just smiled and continued. Jeanette tried again. This time she was more successful, and she took a long sip before answering the question Rudy had already stopped expecting to get an answer to. It wasn't a dream. Rudy looked up, worried. Was it a nightmare? Did I hurt you? He was relieved to see Jeanette shake her head no firmly, but became worried again when she said, Actually, I didn't sleep very much at all last night. Were you calling out to me then? I would have helped with anything to help you rest a little better. Jeanette blushed again as she said, Well, I was comfortable, and being next to you in bed was so thrilling and exciting, and She swallowed when she saw Rudy's expression change, as if he had already guessed what Jeanette's next words would be. I said your name because I got excited. Rudy was sipping from a steaming mug, which obliterated Jeanette's view of his mouth, but it wasn't enough to disguise the glint in his eyes. He set it down as if he'd lost interest in it after just a sip. With ease, he went from being right beside her to poised and ready to pounce. Jeanette's breath became so sharp and ragged from the overwhelming heat of his proximity that when he spoke of the words, And what are you feeling now? Jeanette squeaked out the first thing on her mind without thinking, Do you slip aphrodisiacs in your coffee or something? He laughed hard enough, his breath still hot enough from it to steam Jeanette's face an Easter candy pink. He winked at her. Maybe for you. I make it black and sweeten it with semi-sweet chocolate chips. The image of Rudy wearing nothing but semi-sweet chocolate chips and drops of coffee running down his skin, melting them, flashed Jeanette's mind so quickly that she had to bite her lip and look away to hold in a mix of thrill and shrill laughter. She took a breath, and she could taste his breath. It's rude to breathe in someone's face, she mumbled, her face turning from strawberries and cream to ripe strawberry. Unless that someone is enjoying it. Just tell me, how are you feeling right now? Like... Rudy arched his brows slowly, an almost effortless move Jeanette was always unable to resist being held captive by. Like? He asked, the question harmless, but the feeling there was no escape from answering overtook Jeanette. She blurted, Like a kid who just returned home on Halloween night. Rudy began to kiss Jeanette's neck and face, and Jeanette hyperventilated as though getting sugar high off the taste of his breath. He pressed her tight against his body, and with his face against her cheek, whispered, Well then, maybe it's time we shed our costumes and share some sweets. Jeanette's fingers fumbled to get to the skin under his clothes, ready to cast his clothes aside like candy wrappers. The feeling of her mouth already watering throughout her body, Jeanette nodded and pleaded like a sugar addict. Yes. Jeanette's fingers shook as they fumbled nervously with Rudy's clothes. Rudy caught her hands and smiled, lifting them to kiss them before removing his clothes himself, and he said, You always have a difficult time acknowledging your hunger, so for me and yourself I want to hear you say what you most desire. Jeanette pointed, feeling nervous, and Rudy stared and smiled, stripping right there before her. Jeanette took a breath and said, Rudy. Rudy. She smiled at how it felt to say his name. Calling for him in a rush filled her like the taste of candy as she continued to say his name more energetically. Rudy, Rudy, Rudy. I want you, Rudy. I want... Rudy pushed his hair back with his hands and dropped the rest of his clothes. He smiled and took off in the direction of his room, calling out, Indulge in me. I'm a never-ending supply. Jeanette ran on after him as fast as she could, and Rudy sat on the bed, holding her shoulders gently as she stood panting in front of him. She smiled at the feeling and breathed, Rudy. With his eyes locked on her, he lay back slowly and said, Let me satisfy your needs. Her need overwhelmed her so much she skipped the step of removing her own clothes and toppled onto the bed, running her fingers all over his face and down along his chest, and chanting, Rudy, Rudy. In between kisses, she stopped for a moment to catch her breath, and when building pressure was enough to leave her dizzy with anticipation, Rudy bit his lip and playfully tucked his fingertips into the waistband of her underwear, tugged and let go so it snapped lightly back into place. And if suddenly remembering she hadn't taken them off, she hurried out of her clothes. You're right, Rudy, I starve for you. Already moaning as though painfully hungry, she poised herself above him, then lowered cautiously so as not to burn herself on freshly hardened candy. As their skin met, the first sigh sounded like and the more her body tasted of his, the more intense it was, until his liquid center gushed forth, warm like melted candy. With laughter, she fell carefully onto him, satisfied and giddy. She kissed his face ecstatically, and until calm like a sugar crash, she fell asleep there. Chapter 3. When Jeanette awoke from the nap, Rudy was combing his fingers through her hair. She laughed. That kind of tickles. Rudy smiled and said, But not enough for you to stop me. Jeanette laughed and rolled her eyes and admitted, Well, it is nice. I only said it kind of tickles. After about a minute of gazing at Rudy as she continued stroking his hair, Jeanette yawned and asked, How long have I been asleep? Not long, Rudy answered, as he let go of a strand of her hair he'd been holding up in the light. You slept for about 25 to 30 minutes. Jeanette yawned again and sat up. Starting to putting She started putting her clothes on, and it was as she was putting her arms through the sleeves of her shirt that she remembered out loud, "I forgot to eat." Rudy stood up and said, "What would you like?" "I don't really know." They walked into the kitchen, and Rudy was opening his cabinets, telling her she could have anything she wanted, or that they could go to the grocery store to get it, and didn't realize Jeanette was going through her purse and looking down at her phone. "I'm sorry, what were you saying?" "You could eat anything here, or we can go get something you'd enjoy." "Actually, Rudy, I forgot that today Lucille wanted to hang out, and school starts back in a few days. I'll just have to eat something really quick. I wish I'd remembered." "I understand. You've spent most of your break with me. Would you like some cinnamon toast before you go?" "Okay," Jeanette said, smiling sadly. As he made it, Rudy added, "It pairs well with cream soda if you'd like some." Jeanette laughed and shrugged. "All right." As she poured it for her, Jeanette asked, "Do you drink cream soda with everything?" "Not always, but I do at work." He smiled. "About DizzGo's. How does tomorrow sound for your first day?" Jeanette took his face and kissed him. "I can't wait. How soon should I show up?" "As early as you wish to see me. I'll be there all day long. I'll even have a uniform ready for you." "I can't wait to see you in yours," Jeanette said, sliding her hands down his chest. "If you come early enough, I'll let you pick which one I'll change into. I'm always the first in." Rudy kissed her throat as Jeanette asked, "What time?" so her question came out in a hushed sigh. 6:30, he whispered, with the blood racing in her ears. Jeanette could hardly tell what he'd said, and asked, "Could you write it for me?" Rudy nodded and kissed her, holding on to the kiss until Jeanette jumped at the sound of the toast popping out of the toaster. Rudy pulled out his notepad, wrote on it, and then slipped the note into her jeans pocket while she was eating. As Jeanette got her shoes on and kissed Rudy goodbye, the excitement of knowing the next day she'd be working with Rudy all day at the coolest place in town threatened to cause her to burst into fits of joy. She was so happy she showed Lucille the note right away, so thrilled she could hardly explain that 6:30 tomorrow at DizzGo's. "See you, hon," meant she was starting work there the following day. When Lucille, laughing confusedly, finally got Jeanette to take a breath and start over, she cheered and hugged Jeanette, saying she couldn't wait to go see her friend at work. But Jeanette pleaded, "Not yet. I don't know if I'll even be good enough to keep the job." The excitement itself reminded her of the time which seemed like so many years ago already, when Rudy had first offered to take her on a date, which was intended to be pretend at first, but turned into much more over time. And just like that night, it took her hours of tossing and turning before she could fall asleep. When Jeanette awoke and thought she had seen that the time was 5:10, which was almost too early, but she was so revved up by the fact that she needed to make a good impression on not only Rudy as her boss, but on all the others she'd introduced her to. He never mentioned coworkers or friends, but of course they'd have to exist. She made use of the time to make herself up even more than usual. They got looks whenever they went to DizzGo's, and she'd always tried to downplay the intensity of it, but now that she knew he'd worked there, the suspicion she'd witnessed began to make sense. However, she reminded herself, he also mentioned being close to 30, so that could be it too. She hadn't realized what a rush she'd been in until she arrived at DizzGo's empty parking lot. She sent Rudy the text message, "Hi, I'm here at DizzGo's." After about 2 minutes, she got a message back from him. "Couldn't wait." Wink face. "Come over, we have a couple of hours." She thought he was the one mistaken about the time, but then she saw the time he sent the message, 3:52 a.m., and laughed and sent back, "On my way." Rudy's door was unlocked when she tried to open it, and she was already calling out into the dimly lit house her eyes weren't adjusted to yet. "You left your door unlocked." When a sudden motion interrupted the word "unlocked," Jeanette felt a shiver at the feeling of his hands on her waist, moving her forward as the door shut behind her. She almost screamed, but she heard him say, "I left it that way for you." Rudy pressed forward, kissing her, and she closed her still not yet adjusted eyes to the heat. "Crazy girl, I can't believe you're here so early. You're so gorgeous. Did you get any sleep at all?" "Maybe. I don't remember." He hugged her tightly, but the amount of laxity to Jeanette's muscles as she tried to hug him back made him pull back to look at her face to see if she'd fall asleep in his arms. "I admire all your effort, but it's too early. Come to bed." Jeanette didn't protest, only smiled up gratefully as Rudy led her to his bed. It was only as Rudy pulled the blanket up over them and kissed Jeanette's forehead that Jeanette asked, "But what if I don't awake in time?" "I'm lenient. That time is optional. I did say you could come in as early as you wanted." Jeanette awoke with a note beside her that said, "Good morning, cutie. I bought some muffins for you downstairs. See you at DizzGo's when you're ready." When Jeanette checked in the mirror, her makeup looked pretty much the same, but her hair wasn't as neat as it had been. Having no heat tools with her, she parted her wavy hair neatly on one side with the brush in her purse, and her clothes had some wrinkles they hadn't had. But she didn't know what to do about that at Rudy's house, and Rudy had told her she'd get a uniform there. Anyway, she grabbed a muffin and raced out the door. Jeanette could see from the amount of cars that were already in the parking lot it'd be harder to find Rudy. When she walked through the doors, the first person she spotted with a DizzGo's name tag was some guy named Scott, and she could already picture what would come of a guy helping her find Rudy. With how crazy with envy he got when she was interested in Dane, she didn't want to risk finding out how envious he'd be over a total stranger. So when Jeanette walked up to a girl who was spraying a window, she had no problem asking, "Excuse me, have you seen Rudy?" She repeated herself after the girl, now wiping the window, continued to ignore her. Jeanette was already walking away to find another person to talk to when she heard the girl say, "Try the refreshments counter." Jeanette turned around and said, "Thank you," but the girl didn't bother to look at her once or say, "You're welcome," so Jeanette just went on her way to the refreshment counter. Two people were at the counter, a guy and a girl. The guy raised his brows and nudged her when he saw Jeanette approach, and when the girl turned her gaze at Jeanette, she hid a laugh behind her hand and quickly looked away. Jeanette didn't think anything of it as she stood at the counter, asked if they'd seen Rudy, and if they had, "Do you know where I might find him?" The guy who nudged the girl said, "Sure thing, I'd check for him at the alley, Cherry Dumpling." He had a big smile at the word dumpling, and the girl behind the counter turned around in a failed attempt at hiding the laughter that came up again and began coughing as though she'd inhaled the inside joke. Again, Jeanette didn't pay much attention to it as she went from the alley to the disco to the roller disco to the refreshment counter. The girl was crying with laughter she was now in pain from trying to contain, back to the front until Rudy found her. She looked so worried as she opened her mouth to explain that no one seemed to have seen him at all. And Rudy said, "Jeanette, it's all right. Stay right here, all right?" "Okay," Jeanette said as she watched him, hands on hips, go over to the dessert counter. From where she stood, she couldn't hear the conversation, but Rudy's hand motions told her he was frustrated with them. He then marched over to the sections until she distinctly heard him say, "Why can't you all make her welcome here? I told you she'd be coming, and I clearly recall telling you to tell her where to find me. I even had you, each one of you, say it back to me. This isn't funny." When I found her, she was shaking. "Hey, I'm all right," Jeanette called weakly. She thought they hadn't heard her, but they glanced back at her briefly, and Rudy turned his head. "Not again. I won't tolerate any more of your pranks. Got it?" They all kind of mumbled, "Yeah," and then he joined her and said, "Don't worry about them. They'll warm up to you in no time." Jeanette blushed and said, "But I'm all right. I really am." Rudy put his arm around her and rubbed her back, though, thinking she was just embarrassed to admit they'd hurt her feelings. "Let me show you your uniform." In the back room, he presented her with a ruffled satin jumpsuit in turquoise, the same color as Rudy's uniform shirt. It even had a matching belt. Jeanette stared in amazement at it for several seconds before squealing with joy and saying, "Thank you." Rudy smiled and said, "I thought you'd like it." "Rudy, I love it." Just then an older female coworker walked into the back room, pretended not to see them, and she looked around for something. Jeanette was certain as the woman left the room she'd heard the woman mumble, "Rotten cherry." She was certain because when she looked back at Rudy, he was visibly upset by the phrase. When he looked back at Jeanette, the look was replaced with a smile. He then showed her the employee bathroom where she could change. Rudy took her all around, pointing out where everything useful for Jeanette to know was, and explaining many things to her. He didn't have her doing the cashier work right away, or even helping others learn how to skate, not yet. He let her mop for a few hours while he helped beginner skaters. She watched on, mesmerized, and at times seething jealousy fought its way through into what she was doing, and she had to tell herself that the young women who needed his help really weren't bumping into him on purpose, or that when they grabbed his shoulder or arm for support, they really needed it. Still, every time she saw it, she would mop, dust, or wipe counters furiously. Added to that, she overheard phrases like cherry sugar, cherry bonbon, cherry whipped cream, to know it was directed at her. The main issue with the insult being that the meaning wasn't totally clear to her. If they meant it that way, she'd be flattered, actually, even though it wasn't true about her. To be perceived as a good girl, though, is never a bad thing. To say it with disgust implied something else, and it was that which confused her. The confusion annoyed her, even though she knew it wouldn't matter if it were like that at school. She'd been called things before in school and paid no mind to it. No one was there whose opinion really cared about her anyway. Lucille would always stand up for her, so how was this any different when she knew Rudy would stand up for her? A thought came to her from back when she was with Dane, and he told her it didn't matter to him what others thought of their relationship because the only one whose opinion mattered to him was her. She began to smile when she heard 80 more of those phrases thrown at her, because she decided that whatever they meant by it, she wouldn't let it mean anything. After all, those things wouldn't matter to Rudy, would they? Eventually, the amount of beginner skaters in the rink began to dwindle down to about 8. Rudy then walked up and apologized to Jeanette, explaining that that was the busiest part of the day, and he didn't want to put Jeanette into that rush until she was comfortable with teaching beginner skaters. The task of helping one beginner skater at a time was one he felt Jeanette was ready to take on, provided with his guidance in the beginning. After she'd helped 5 skaters with his assistance, Rudy left her to help others on her own. For a few hours, everything was going smoothly, and Jeanette was able to focus her energy on those she was helping, which left no room to think about the things her coworkers had been saying earlier on, or jealous thoughts. When she Then she was trying to help a man who was constantly about to fall. Okay. I'm going to put a bookmark in the book. Well, I didn't get to eat rice. I wanted to eat rice before it cools off completely. It's just plain rice. Long grain rice. But it's best when it's at least still warm. Oops. This will be video project 4. Here we go. Oh, okay. It's just this part. This part, yeah. I would have to like really not take breaks reading this part. So anyway, then she was trying to help a man who was constantly about to fall. Every time she thought she had helped him to get better, she would look, and he was struggling again. She had already decided she'd focus her attention on helping him for as long as he was skating, but while they were on a carpeted area for practice, things seemed to be going much better. Just when she thought he was finally better enough to skate on his own, he swerved on the carpet and fell against her, but his hands were pressed on her chest, and she felt invaded, like he had pushed her. He was saying, "I'm so sorry. I was swerving to avoid a nacho I saw on the carpet over there," but there was no nacho. Suddenly, Rudy rolled up and pulled him away from Jeanette. She stood there in shock and humiliation, assuming Rudy was showing his envy, when he said, "Charlie, this is your last strike and you know it." He held out his hand and demanded, "Your season pass, now." Charlie rolled his eyes and tossed his card onto the floor. He started untying his skates, while Rudy snatched the card up and said, "From this moment on, you're not permitted in here for any reason." He ripped up the ticket and tossed the pieces in the trash. "You knew it'd come to this." The guy Charlie just picked up his skates and said, "Whatever, this place means nothing to me now anyway." As Charlie went to turn his skates in, Rudy turned to Jeanette, who was speechless, and said, "There's something I need to show you." I thought it could wait, but now I think it's time I explain everything to you. Jeanette wanted to say she didn't understand what had happened, but she wasn't sure she'd have to. As Rudy took her hand gently, she felt like he wasn't going to chastise her. She wasn't in trouble for anything, even though she saw the smug, judging looks from the other people as he led her through to the back room. Then through there into the storage room. The storage room? She thought. Rudy didn't show me this earlier. When they got to the storage room, Rudy closed the door and stood for a moment looking embarrassed before he spoke up. "The man out there who skated with you once worked here, back when I began here. I was your age at the time. My older sister's best friend got me the job. The summer was free but offered boredom for me. Dane had already moved away, and Tessa was spending most of her time in cosmetology school and all her free time with the friends she'd met there. Violet was back in town after her college graduation, but that's my sister Mag's best friend. By unusual circumstances, we had become friends 5 years earlier when I was about 13. Rudy paused there, considering how to continue. Still, by then I was 18, and Violet's father was the owner and manager of DizzGo's. She had introduced me and my sister to DizzGo's when we were younger teens, and it became my favorite place in the world. I needed a job and thought it would be the coolest job ever. The guys I met at work wanted to know right away what my relationship with the manager's daughter was. When I told them we were friends, and that was all there would ever be to the relationship, they all called me a cherry and dared me to get with her, regardless of her feelings. She was interested in someone else, and I was content with respecting her choice. I could tell right away they wouldn't have. In fact, by saving the explanation, I felt like I was saving Violet from being called worse things than I was being called. "Why?" Jeanette asked. "Because Violet was in love with my sister." "Is that what you meant by unusual circumstances earlier?" Rudy shook his head. "There was much more to it than that, but I can tell you about that another time." "Okay, but you didn't let them call you those things, did you?" Here Rudy laughed. "Actually, when I told Violet about it, telling her I hated all those jerks and wanted to quit, she told me to turn it around. If they called me Cherry, I could make being Cherry into something better and cool, and really anything I wanted it to be, so I did." Here Rudy dusted off an old small TV and VCR. He checked that it had the correct tape in it and pressed rewind. As the tape was rewinding, he went on, "I made shirts with phrases like, 'I'm cherry fresh,' 'cherries are sweeter,' 'never been picked,' 'proud to be a cherry,' 'real cherry,' 'a kiss is nice,' 'cherry kiss is a grand prize,' and 'cherry pure.' At first, I would wear the shirts around them and around others, and I'd get ridiculed. It was worse than before, and the insults came from both sides. Guys thought it was lame to be a virgin, or lame to claim you're proud to be one, while girls found it suspicious, especially the ones who had gone through the sort of thing my sister had in high school." "What did she go through?" "She had Drake when she was still in high school. Drake's father was able to convince girls he was a good guy, just so they'd let their guard down with him. Then he'd seduce them. That was part of the unusual circumstances which led to me being friends with Violet, but I can tell you more about that later." The VCR stopped rewinding the tape and Rudy hit play. The scene opened, fixed on DizzGo's rink, looking almost identical to the way it looked just 7 minutes ago. The camera jumped to different parts of the floor as if searching for someone specific in the crowd, while a voice narrated, "Local team draws in the biggest crowd DizzGo's skating rink has ever seen in decades," with suggestive t-shirt designs. Rudy turned to Jeanette and said, "This was after months of being ridiculed for it." "Wow," Jeanette breathed, both amazed at what she'd just heard, and at the figure the camera zoomed in on. She'd been expecting something like maybe shirts with fabric marker on them or leather patches. The shirt was white with contrasting black and red, sorry, with contrasting black with red cherries material cut into the letter shapes arranged on his shirt to spell "cherries are sweeter." Rudy skated masterfully, confidently on camera without seeing the camera. Even on film, to watch him take a moment to sweep his slightly lighter brown waves of hair over to see better, and the smile forming on his face made Jeanette forget to breathe. Rudy noticed and almost laughed, but didn't want to break the trance Jeanette was in, finding enjoyment in watching Jeanette's reaction. Then it cut the interview portion. "Your shirts have seemed to really drum up a crowd here tonight. In just 1 hour, I've seen many various reactions just to the sight of you. Is there a specific reaction you hope to achieve through the messages in your designs?" "It started as being a message for some jerks who were trying to insult me with the term cherry, trying to insinuate something was wrong with me being a virgin. That mindset bothers me. I'm only 18. I've had a few potential girlfriends, but until I'm certain I found the love of my life, I'm not going to waste the experience. I see virginity as being a high selling point for any girl who might be one, so why can't the same be said for me? So I put my argument on shirts. I'm happy that so many people come up to me requesting shirts. It only proves the point I've been trying to make with the shirts. The only sort of reaction I take offense to is where people get it all wrong, like I'm talking about taking pleasure in corrupting girls. That's not it at all. I'm saying that I'm proud to be one, and if they like my shirts enough to want some of their own, I want them to wear it and be reminded they can be proud of the choice they've made to wait. There the tape ended, and Rudy said, "It started innocently, but there were enough women who took my status as an invitation. They thought it meant anyone could have a chance of being the one. Women fell on me, bumped against me, some even deliberately asking me to take them home. I told all of them they could flirt all they wanted with me, but I wouldn't leave with them or anyone. My shirts were selling well, but I became something of a mascot for DizzGo's, and one Sunday a month, they DJ songs that had the words cherry or sweet in them, or even songs with candy or other desserts being mentioned in them. Girls approached me constantly asking me to skate or dance with them. Those who showed up wearing a shirt I'd made got a discount that night only. One girl showed up with a shirt she'd made herself, and I had to always beg them to count it and let her get the discount because I was flattered and thought maybe she couldn't afford one of my shirts. Hers read, "Fan of Disco's Cherry." I would talk to her and she seemed nice. I would ask her every time which of my designs she liked the most because I would make her one for free. When she refused, I thought she was just embarrassed or being humble. She acted different from a lot of the other girls, and even though I had told everyone I wouldn't see them outside of the establishment under any circumstances, when she called Disco's to speak to me and properly asked me to have lunch with her, I agreed to go. We went to a cafe and it was pleasant at first, but then I blacked out and woke up in her bed. My belt was undone, but all my other clothes were still on. Still, I was disoriented, and when she walked into the room, also clothed, I was going to ask her the obvious question. Her answer was no. She said nothing had really happened, and that she tried to stimulate me, but I was still drunk. I left right away, but felt unclean. I guess the coffee I had been drinking had alcohol in it, but I realized there was a danger in the attention, and I didn't want it. I had made my point already, but people were even starting to show up. The shirts said "spoiled rotten cherry." I didn't want to quit Disco's altogether, but I quit wearing the shirts. The ridicule I received for switching to normal shirts was worse than what I had faced in the beginning for being a virgin. I had made Disco's popular and got promoted to a management position. I started designing uniforms for Disco's, which would put focus back into the establishment being retro. I also continued to make cherry shirt designs for people, but cherry nights were taken off the schedule. And if anyone asked, I'd tell them I hadn't changed. I just didn't want that amount of attention anymore. The guy who was being inappropriate with you was one of the jerks I mentioned earlier, who I fired for sexual harassment. I also started a system where customers can be banned from discos for certain behaviors. Charlie's behavior is the reason I tore up his season pass and told him he's not to come to discos anymore. And I should have told you about all the other stuff before you came here today, but I was afraid it would make you think less of me. I had to tell you because I heard people say things around you. They're jealous of you. Rudy smiled sadly at her. I know that. They wish they were with you. I feel honored to be yours, but I don't think less of you. It makes me feel uncomfortable to hear about girls trying to cop a feel, but more than awkward to hear about a girl getting you drunk and taking you home with her. It's frightening. I think she spiked your coffee. Rudy shrugged and said, At least you know you never need to do that with me. Rudy walked up to Jeanette and continued, All you have to do is ask and you've got me. Or give me the look you've got on your face right now. Rudy handed her something small and metal. Jeanette was about to look down at it when Rudy told her, A key for my house. I got it for you yesterday when I thought about the night before when you waited in the rain for me. If that happens again, now you can let yourself in any time. Wow, Jeanette said, hugging him tight. She then withdrew and asked, Is it okay for me to hug you, being that I work for you now? Rudy laughed. Of course. By the way, you did a great job today. I can go ahead and clock you out, but I still have to close up. Unless you have other plans, you can meet me at my house. No, I don't have any other plans. I'll see you there then. But wait, what about the uniform? Should I change back into my own clothes and keep them here somewhere, or you can take it with you? I made it for you. Jeanette laughed embarrassedly. Oh, that's right. I love it. Rudy smiled. I know. I love it on you. Rudy put his hands on her hips and brought her forward, adding, You won't be made to wait tonight. Jeanette was afraid she couldn't fight temptation, and her goodbye kiss was on the mouth. But when she moved forward to kiss his cheek, she changed her mind and kissed his lips. She appeared almost dizzy to Rudy when he opened his eyes. And she said, I can't. She swallowed hard, looking at his lips. Wait to see you there. She then took a deep breath and smiled, waving, then running off to get to his house. When Rudy opened the door, Jeanette was lying down on his couch, still in her uniform, and she almost appeared asleep, except for the way her hands moved over her body. When she opened her eyes and saw Rudy there, she stopped and quickly sat up, embarrassed. Jeanette, you don't have to stop what you're doing when you see me. He sat on the couch, turning to face her. I can pick up where you left off. Jeanette began breathing hard before Rudy even touched her thigh, and Rudy saw the way she tensed when he did. So he deliberately slowed the movement of his palm and fingers, and they worked their way up her leg. Despite the goosebumps on her skin, her legs were warmer toward the top, and he was so busy looking at the way her short leg part of her jumpsuit folded up by her hip bones because of the way she leaned back, and he was visualizing what he'd find underneath, so busy looking there, he hadn't even seen what his fingers felt by instinct. He looked down, pressing deeper with his fingers as if to make sure the darker spot, for when there wasn't a shadow. Rudy, it turned me on earlier to be alone with you and hear about your past. Rudy smiled and nodded as he got his hand in her shorts from the bottoms of them. I could see how much you wanted me just from your expression when you watched that old tape with me. Rudy felt around for the edge of her underwear and carefully slipped his hand in, the elastic rub panties pressing his fingers tightly against the damp warmth, as he could feel every throb. You're just as hot now, Jeanette said. Rudy took a deep breath and pushed his hair back off his forehead before saying, Were you just as ready then as you are now? Because you feel completely prepared for me. He took his hand out of her underwear, then out of her shorts, trying to remember where he'd put the zipper, back or side, as Jeanette nodded. Even more now, I've been thinking about the things I overheard people calling me. Cherry sugar, cherries bonbon, cherries whipped cream. And now that I understand what it means, I like the way it sounds. Rudy, who had been searching for the zipper, found it in that moment and laughed. I can make shirts for you, then, if you'd like. Jeanette laughed with an incredulous look on her face. I like your designs, Rudy, but the point is they see that we're together. I don't need to wear a shirt to prove I'm yours. Sliding the jumpsuit off her, Rudy said, You're all mine. I'll clean your uniform, but it can't just go on the floor, so let me hang it in my closet for now, and then we can get right back to this. He was taking off his shirt and hanging it next to Jeanette's uniform when he heard something on the floor behind him. Rudy turned but found her at his feet, untying his shoelaces. Step back, Rudy said when she'd finished untying both. Jeanette looked up at him questioningly and hesitated before stepping aside and sitting down on Rudy's bed. Rudy rolled his eyes and pulled his shoes off. I didn't want to accidentally kick you. I wasn't trying to take charge of you. Rudy stepped up to the bed, unbuckling as Jeanette watched him. She took a raspy breath as he dropped what remained of his clothes. When Rudy pounced, Jeanette backed up, even though she was smiling, and because he'd seized hold of her underwear before she backed away, she'd only helped Rudy rip it off the rest of the way. She closed her eyes at the heat of his skin when he pushed her down and pressed forward, hooking his thumbs onto her bra straps. Her heart beat wildly as she felt him struggle with the bra clasp. Her eyes opened and his pleading look only slightly washed the nervousness away. She sat up and reached behind to undo the clasp. After tossing the bra, Jeanette wrapped her arms and legs around Rudy, and with one thrust of his hips she lost her balance, falling back as he entered. Jeanette clung tight, whispering his name and giving him rapid kisses as he moved up and down his neck and shoulders. Rudy paused for breath and looked into her eyes, smiling to see there was no fear to be found in her expression. He kissed her lips and then said, Ever since you came over this morning, I've been looking for a way to get you here. Just like this. Jeanette laughed and caressed his face. I felt it too, except I was too tired to follow through. You looked so good. It was all for you. Rudy winked and said, You are all for me. His movements started back up rapidly until Jeanette took over, pouncing him with all their weight until, flutter of the passion heat, they fell, holding onto each other, their bodies shivering. Their voices were hoarse and eyelashes dewed with tears and sweat, softening instead of fogging their vision of each other until their eyelids grew too heavy and they slept there until early morning. Chapter 4. Rudy walked from the mirror in his bathroom to the door, then turned back in the direction of his reflection. He took a long look at his toxic green eyes and the slight pink hollows of his face and swept his hair back off his face with one hand, examining so hard he barely breathed. He let go of the hair, relieved when the look of almost 30 wasn't to be found. Not yet. He found himself smiling and scoffing. What's 30 supposed to even look like? If this is it, I'm not complaining. Although it wasn't like his age would appear magically before him 17 days from then. 17, Rudy thought, about to walk back out of the room. That's the age Jeanette was when we met. She hadn't minded when he told her how old he'd be turning, and the memory of her response brought a smile to his face, but soon turned to a frown when he remembered the looks he'd received the day before, having brought her there, and the remarks he heard. Rotten Cherry was given to a meeting with Jeanette there. Not only was he perceived as spoiled with attention, but now he was seen as filthy rotten for being with a girl much younger. Rudy stopped and turned back to the mirror. This time he straightened to look skeptically at his reflection. He was lucky to have maintained youthful skin, but then what gave away how much older he was? He blinked and finally saw it. He'd been looking for something that looked old on him, but completely missed the thing that looked too young on him: his hair color. It wasn't the shaggy layers, but the blonde and dark blonde bits contrasted sharply with the darker brown dyed portions of his hair. Dark brown was good on him, but if black would be too strong against his complexion, and the blonde too light, anything in between could be just right. Rudy was already driving in the direction of Tessa's salon when he remembered the last time he'd seen his friend/ex-girlfriend. She had been loudly vocalizing her disapproval of the relationship he'd just begun with Jeanette in front of Jeanette. In fact, she was trying to warn Jeanette about Rudy. He drove past her salon and went to the first drugstore he found. Perusing the hair color aisle, he saw the shade of hair he used to have all over was on sale, but he walked past it. After a while, he chose an auburn shade that had more subtle hints of red, but wasn't as dark as the brown he'd had before. When he got home and started applying the dye to his hair, he was tempted to pause and send a picture to Jeanette, but he didn't want to ruin the surprise. While Rudy was in the shower rinsing his hair, he heard laughter. He pulled the shower curtain back to see Jeanette holding the empty box of hair dye came in. Jeanette picked up the box and pointed at it, saying, "You chose fantastic color." Rudy rolled his eyes. That color would have been more expensive in the men's box. "Would you hand me the conditioner tube it came with?" She handed him the tube. As Rudy applied it, he said, "I forgot you had a thing for sneaking into bathrooms to watch guys bathe and take showers." Jeanette laughed harder at that than she did about Rudy's fantastic hair dye kit and said, "Rudy, I didn't sneak in here. I even texted you to let you know I was coming over. Then I went looking for you, heard the water running, and saw your kit. I waited here curious to see how it looks." Rudy rinsed the conditioner out before responding, "I've never tried this color, but I've tried the brand before. It's usually about a shade darker than it is on the front of the box." When he stepped out of the shower, he smiled and said, "You're laughing now, but you'll love it." Jeanette laughed a little softly. "Probably, but I love you no matter what you do with your hair." "So do I." Rudy said and kissed her hair. "How was your day with Lucille? Were you good?" Jeanette rolled her eyes, but managed to laugh as she said, "Rudy, of course I was." Rudy laughed and said, "I trust you. I just love your reactions." When Jeanette didn't say anything, Rudy raised his eyebrows, asking without asking, "So, about your day?" Jeanette didn't need to be reminded. She couldn't have forgotten what her day was like. "Today was," she started, her voice optimistic, but her eyes wandering the room. "It was," she looked down and off to the side, perplexed. Rudy laughed. "Not so good?" "I missed you too." He kissed her head. "Really, though," Rudy began, "you're not usually like this. Did something happen?" Jeanette lowered her head and Rudy lifted her chin. "Your face tells me a lot right now. Did something come up about me?" Jeanette looked into his eyes and saw he was serious. "It felt like I was set up. Drake told Lucille what happened that night 8 months ago when you came over, and—" Jeanette paused, not wanting to say, "attempted to violate me." She continued, "And I had to kick you out." She swallowed before continuing, "I thought I was going to her house, and then later I would leave so she could go out with Drake, and I come here. Instead, they were both there, and asked when they started in, and when they started in with questions like, 'How do you feel about your life and your relationship with Rudy since it started? What did you miss about him? And have you read about Stockholm Syndrome?' I thought we had been through all of that a couple of months ago talking to Drake. When we reunited, I could have just left, but I had to defend you and set the record straight." Rudy held up a hand, and Jeanette reluctantly quieted when she saw the look of concern on his face. "Speaking in defense of me is something I will never require of you, especially when it has to do with what happened the night I tried to have my way with you. However, I am interested in hearing what you told them." Somehow, even though he was serious when he said it, Jeanette felt abashed and said, "Well, I recounted for them the entire story from the moment we were introduced in the supermarket." Rudy smiled, amused, eyes glowing. "I'm listening." "Well, the night we met, I wasn't certain of my feelings for Dane, as I'd never been in love before and certainly hadn't ever seen a naked body before the night I met him." "Could you skip the details about Dane's body, please?" Rudy asked, cringing. "Of course. I was busy questioning if what I felt for Dane was a healthy bond that families typically feel, and I was just unused to it. when you walked up, and it was like the sight of you froze my thoughts. For the first time that day since putting my clothes on, I had to stop and check how they looked on me. I almost couldn't speak when you asked my name, and you seemed aware of it. In fact, you smile the way you are smiling now. I was definitely aware of it. Jeanette laughed, blushing. I even introduced myself to you as Dane's cousin before I knew the truth that he isn't. And when you shook hands with me, I savored the feeling so long I brushed my teeth with the opposite hand that night to ensure I wouldn't wash it by accident. I felt ridiculous. I didn't know I'd see you again, but I hoped I would. And yet, when I saw you again, I dreaded you seeing me. I thought I'd certainly do something foolish, and sure enough, you caught me staring at you and Dane as you talked outside. What helped me talk to you the first time we had a conversation was the way you treated me like you knew me already. In turn, it made me feel as though I already knew you, even though I didn't, and like I was afraid that you might say something in front of Dane that was an inside joke between us, and not the other way around. I wasn't certain I could trust you, but then I didn't know whether I was overreacting about Dane being in my house, and it was too overwhelming to talk to Lucille about. Then, when you asked me to meet you, there was no way I could argue with you about feelings I was insecure about. I almost wondered if you knew better than me, and trusting you blindly was a requirement I rebelled against. The unknown made it dangerous, and every week I was left with more questions about you, even though we were getting close. When you dared me, I did begin to let go of my inhibitions, and then the rate at which I came to understand you further and respect you, I hadn't adjusted to it, and then trust I had in you became frightening, and all the more dangerous because I was introduced to feelings I hadn't known existed in me, and you tapped into them almost effortlessly. It upset me that you found a way to do that. You triggered something I couldn't put back to sleep. To Jeanette's relief, Rudy didn't laugh at her for having said that, and she paused to gather her thoughts. Rudy smiled and grabbed her hand. I felt the same way about you. I hadn't been so smitten in a long time. I found myself revising the plans by inserting fantasies about you, and then I'd have to start all over again and find my place, but I couldn't rid myself of the feelings they induced, and I kept the notes. Jeanette blushed, remembering how very soon after they'd finally become a couple, his ex-girlfriend Tessa had been mentioned in such a way as to imply that while he was with her, he wished he had been with Jeanette. Jeanette had left his house in tears, fearing that Rudy was using her as a rebound relationship, and that he'd leave her for Tessa. When she thought of how Rudy had said it was Tessa who ended the relationship over the Rudy's feelings for Jeanette, she decided she needed to hear the story from Tessa's side. Then soon after arriving at Tessa's house, Tessa gave her an agenda she'd stolen from Rudy long ago, which had been the truest giveaway that he was in love with Jeanette. She hadn't realized she'd said, "You wrote fantasies about us in your agenda?" Until Rudy's face flushed slightly, something that rarely happened with him. Yet he smiled and nodded. I've I've never read them. Don't worry. I feel like it would be wrong to. There's something I've wondered about a long time, but I never asked. How did you know there would be a next time? Rudy laughed. I didn't know you'd come back to me. That was a surprise twist I didn't even want to question. I just know I couldn't be more lucky that you reconsidered me. I marvel that every day. Jeanette smiled. No, I meant when we first went on our pretend date, you wrote me a note about when I would like to be kissed goodnight. You asked if you'd rather it be right then, when you would drop me off, if I would like to save a kiss for later, when then you gave two options for later. Next time, or when Dane was around to witness it. So how did you know I would go out with you again? From the way you opened up with me. At first you were self-conscious and super quiet, but as the hours passed, your hand pressed mine more confidently as we walked from store to store, and you began vividly telling me little random personal stories as though I was already an old friend. At the end, when I dropped you off, it was like only then did I remember you go inside, to him. And I was confused that I already felt conflicting emotions about losing you to him. Also, I should have told you this a long time ago, when you weren't ready to be kissed, and I kissed your hand instead, I wasn't prepared to kiss you either. My self-control began to slip from that first date, and when you looked up at me with a bewildering excitement and shame to admit it was there, I think I actually corrected myself wrong. I said that I had meant that I wanted to know that you could get into your house alone, but it was like you felt my attraction in that moment. Well, I remembered that you had originally told them to say that I was going over to an unnamed friend's house for a sleepover. Originally, I had considered it. to letting you sleep over. I thought I'd be able to handle it. After all, we didn't know each other very well when I'd suggested it, but I took you to that ice cream parlor instead because by then I already knew you enough to find myself considering the temptation too great to even show you my house yet. It took me a while before I invited you over, and even then, I'd had to make it the day I introduced you to Tessa so you wouldn't be alone with me. Anyway, that first night we went out, when I got back home, I regretted so much that I hadn't kissed you and wished I'd been able to, but I couldn't sleep. When I woke up the next day and saw that you hadn't slept either, and sent me a text at 2 in the morning, I called you back before I'd even started eating breakfast. Then you told me Dane had almost kissed you, and he'd confided in you, and I wished it all the more that I had kissed you. Rudy paused and then looked away, considering whether or not to say more about that day. There's something else. A detail I never told you. Dane called me after I'd talked to you. He wanted you that night. He was afraid of how he felt and asked if he could live with me to avoid doing something with you and regretting it. I didn't tell you all this time because I wasn't sure you'd believe me, and I thought maybe you'd take it as me setting a double standard. No, I don't see it that way. I believe you. You're right to think I might not have believed you back then, but I do now. There's something I never told you about either. Dane came to my house the night after you had to carry me in because I fell asleep, but then you had to spend the night because you'd driven me home in my car. Someone, either my grandma or his mom, had told him I washed the sheets in the guest room and assumed that would mean I missed him. He had come over and waited for me to return home. I came home late that night, and he gave me back his house key. He told me he'd felt guilty for his desire for me when we were together, and that in order for me to be in love with you, I must love everything about you. Well, I do. In a way, it was like he gave me permission to be with you, even though I already knew I didn't need his permission. The only reason I didn't tell you is that I was afraid you would get jealous even though nothing happened. He said a few things, handed me the key, and left. Rudy smiled. Jeanette, darling, I trust you. You're no longer his. I have no reason to feel threatened by him in the slightest. Anyway, you were telling me our story from your perspective. That isn't the end of it, is it? No. Then you introduced me to Tessa, who gave me a makeover. You didn't really need the makeover. You were already sexy. I just wanted you to recognize it when you looked in the mirror. I wanted you to have the confidence you needed. Jeanette blushed. Thank you. Thank you for what you did for me, and thank you for what you just now said. By the way, when you encouraged me over the phone toward Tessa, you talked about how if neither one of us took lead and had the courage to begin a relationship with each other, we might always regret it, and that it could eventually tear the friendship apart because we'd both be waiting for the other one to acknowledge that there's something more there. Even though you were talking to me about Tessa, I was in love with you, and I was motivated by what you said to pursue you. I didn't know if it was because I hadn't been sleeping or because of the stress, but it got out of hand, and I've forgiven you so many times for that night. I've let it go. I knew then, just as I know now, you weren't behaving the way you had the night you came over to our house. The night I come over to your house, and when we started kissing on your couch. I know you love me, and I trust you, and that you won't hurt me. I am happy with you. My life has been wonderful ever since we started our relationship, and I missed all the good things about you. And for the last time, I do not have Stockholm Syndrome. I can guess who Drake has been talking to. He probably has been talking to Tessa. That reminds me, though. The first time I heard about Stockholm Syndrome was through the note Tessa left us. I had read about it afterwards, didn't really relate to it, but you explained it to me knowing what it was, and it seems like it's not common knowledge, so I was wondering, how did you already know what it was? A girl I know had Stockholm Syndrome. She was my sister's best friend. Violet. Rudy hesitated before nodding. You mentioned her a lot in the past few days. Rudy shrugged and said, You've asked about my past within the past few days, and she's part of it. I've been waiting to hear more of that story, actually. You said there was more that you would tell me later, and you hadn't. Will you tell me now? I'll tell you, but it's not a happy story. That's okay. I've got you. If I start to cry, you'll hold me, won't you? Rudy smiled and nodded. Okay. I'm not reading this part. I'm not reading this part. I'm not reading this part. Chapter 6. Wait, I think I went too far. I went too far. I've told you her story in one night, but Violet told me her story slowly over months. I found myself falling in love with Violet and sympathizing for her, crying away no book or movie had ever made me cry. Every now and then she'd tell me I could be a model someday and that I had the face so similar to my sister's. When she'd say it, she'd look at me as though daydreaming. My anger was fueled toward the guy Mag was into, the one she wanted to go out with, but Violet's stories about Pat were distracting and fired up my anger toward Pat. She never hung out with me when Mag came home, and she told me I was the only one she'd ever spoken to about Pat. When I told her she should tell Mag, Violet would blush and she'd say, "You don't understand. I can't ever do that." I really didn't understand, though. I thought if she could tell me, she could definitely tell Mag. Then one day I walked by Mag's room while Violet was over, and Violet was holding her and stroking her back in a way that was more than friendly, and I suddenly understood. She couldn't tell Mag because she loved her. She could tell me I looked like a model because she didn't love me that way. Mag didn't even Mag didn't ever show if she felt the same way for Violet, but she was the one who came running out when she saw me standing there and told me she was going to have a baby, the baby of the guy Violet and I were too late to keep her from. I found him at school. I was years ahead of my age group in school, remember? So I went to the same high school as Violet and my sister before they graduated, and I told him off. He didn't know who I was and didn't seem to care. Mag was humiliated, though. I was immature as an uncle, and when Drake was born, I was still upset that Mag had gotten pregnant by such a jerk. As he got older, I started taking him with me to DizzGo's, and he was fun, like a little brother. He used to idolize me, and now it seems he hates me. Jeanette was pulling another tissue from a box and blowing her nose. She'd had to blow her nose several times throughout the story about Violet. "Rudy, Drake doesn't hate you. He just doesn't understand us yet. Well, he thinks we're like that story. We're nothing like that. You're positive toward me and never put me down." "That was so tragic, though. Is she all right now?" Rudy smiled. "Yes, thank goodness. She's fine now. But she's never dated anyone since I met her. I think she's still in love with Meg." "Oh, well, they would have been in a relationship by now if they both felt the same, right?" Rudy nodded. "You know, you'll get to meet them at my 30th birthday party. I'm having it here, 17 days from now, on a Tuesday." "What would you like for your birthday?" Jeanette asked. "More than anything, I value your presence." "I won't miss it, but I have to get you something." Rudy interrupted her with a kiss. "You beside me is the best present I've had all year." "I'll be more than happy if you'll be here with me." "I'm a little worried about meeting Mag and Violet, though, especially now that you've told me so much about Violet." Rudy laughed incredulously. "Why? I've told them about you, but they are both interested in meeting you. But, I mean, is it even okay that you've told me so much about them? So many personal things?" "They not only tell their stories to people, they granted me permission to tell others. They feel like if it could help someone, they share their stories with them. The only person Violet hasn't told her story to, at least I don't think, is Mag. Months ago, I even encouraged her to, but she ignored me. Actually, that was the night I met you, and she ignored me a lot. That's all right, though." Rudy smiled. Soon after that, Jeanette and Rudy watched a movie, and Jeanette went back to Lucille's house for a sleepover. But the whole time, something bothered her about Rudy's last mention of Violet. Why was it okay that Violet ignored Rudy a lot on that evening? And that didn't sound normal from how he described her. After all Rudy had told Jeanette about Violet, it felt like she already knew her, and her other thought was that Rudy must have been saying something particularly obnoxious for her to have purposefully ignored him. But she couldn't ask more about it. Wasn't it possible if he kept himself single for reasons other than Tessa? And couldn't Violet have been a potential reason? Jeanette told herself that it didn't matter because Rudy wanted her, no one else. But she had an insatiable curiosity about him. Everything that mattered to him mattered to her, and she was convinced that it was important to know about his past love interests. Jeanette thought there might be some clue as to what he liked about them, which might help her enhance herself to fit all his desires. She couldn't just ask, though, or it would be obvious, and he'd tell her she was crazy. Before I read next chapter, I am going to not render, I did not mean render, I'm going to, what do you call it? Okay. Chapter 6. When Jeanette went to spend the night with Lucille, she was given profuse apologies for Drake's insistence on talking about Rudy. She told Lucille that she didn't have to apologize for anything and that she had no problem having conversations about Rudy. She asked that Lucille would tell Drake that if it really bothered her, she wouldn't have stayed to set the record straight about Rudy. Lucille explained that she didn't feel the same way Drake did about the relationship Jeanette has with Rudy, and that what Jeanette had said helped her see that Rudy was much better for Jeanette than Dane. She told Jeanette that she felt like Drake's mind changed about it one day when Dane visited them. What? Jeanette hadn't meant to ask so loud, but it felt like she'd been slapped. She had been splitting her thoughts down the middle, and half of her mind was focused on the conversation she was having with Lucille, but the other half was on Rudy. Now, however, Lucille really had her attention. I didn't mean to say that so loud, Jeanette began. It was my idea. Well, I wasn't serious, but Lucille laughed, confused. How could it have been your idea for Dane to visit Drake? The night after our relationship began, that is, the relationship I'm in with Rudy, Dane came over to give me back his house key. I don't know why he waited so long to do that, but anyway, he asked me basically, why would I ever choose Rudy, and said that I must be unique to find him lovable. But then Dane said weird things, like that he broke up with me out of wanting me too much and needing to push me away, and that he'd always push me away. He just sounded sleep deprived, and I was still just so happy about being in a relationship with Rudy that I didn't let any of what he was saying matter to me. Earlier that day, Drake had come over to Rudy's house and figured out we were in a relationship. He was upset by it then, and asked a lot of questions that were so similar to what Dane was saying at the time that I told him they should talk to each other about it. I didn't think he really would go talk to Drake about it. He did, and I don't know what they said, but after that, Drake started saying negative things about Rudy, and I know how stubborn you can be, Jeanette, but I really think it's a bad idea to question whatever Drake's going through right now. It's not personal against you, Jeanette. It's a family issue with his uncle. Jeanette laughed. I was just thinking of some way to find out what they talked about. I'll leave it alone, but it does feel personal to me because it involves my past relationship with Dane and my current relationship with Rudy. You won't visit Dane? Of course not. Why would I? Jeanette said, but then it got her thinking. Rudy could visit Dane, right? The problem was that Tuesday when she mentioned to Rudy the conversation she had with Lucille, how Dane had been talking to Drake and might have turned Drake against Rudy. Rudy didn't seem to care. He said, It's a phase he's going through, Jeanette. Drake looks up to me. He always has. Then he changed the subject. How has school been since you started back? Jeanette didn't want to say, I keep almost calling your name out when I'm called upon to answer, or I keep picturing a classroom full of you. And then she didn't answer. Rudy asked, Would you like my help? And she ended up saying, Then I really couldn't focus. She covered her mouth after having said it and looked up at him apologetically, but he put his hand on her shoulder and said, It's all right. That's actually flattering to me that I could be that distracting. Jeanette nodded but blushed. You are, but I don't mean that in any negative way exactly. But would it be okay if Rudy said anything before knowing what Jeanette would say? And although it didn't surprise him, as she finished her sentence with, if we don't make love for a little while, just until my grades improve, it left him with a sinking fear. What if this was the beginning process of Jeanette turning away from him forever? He nodded and Jeanette hugged him, but by that Friday, when Jeanette came to work at DizzGo's, he was losing focus on the DizzGo's crowd, and people began to ask if he was okay. Co-workers who hadn't cared before acted suddenly super nice to him, and he felt it was insincere, until the next Friday a guy outright said he was sorry she left him, and he stopped. She didn't leave me. We're still together. And when the guy looked at him like, then what's the matter with you? He realized he had been seeing it the wrong way. Jeanette might have begun withholding because she was trying to keep their relationship strong, and not the other way around. But then why did she look so sorrowful when she caught him staring at her? Did she regret making that request? Ever since she had, he realized she'd stopped even spending the night with him. She left before 8, every night. They still hugged and kissed, but there was a guardedness which kept her from doing any more than that, and it kept him from trying. That Sunday when Jeanette came over, she opened the door to see him sitting at his table with a tall cream soda float, wearing an unzipped, gold-colored zip hoodie with nothing underneath. His spoon was poised above a cherry in a jar, which he lifted and tilted as Jeanette shut the door wordlessly. As he met her eyes, he deliberately tipped the jar too far towards himself, splashing his naked chest with the syrup. He smiled amusedly as he heard Jeanette's breath escape raggedly, as he'd expected it to. Oops, he said, in a tone that didn't mask that it wasn't an oops at all. Jeanette ran to one of his drawers, found a napkin. She was already kneeling by him, forcing herself to look only at the splash, dripping syrup on his chest, as she waited for her breath to return to normal. You could always just lick it, he said, watching Jeanette's face match the color of the syrup. She shook her head, saying, I could end up devouring you. She didn't resist his hand lifting her face, as he said, You could. I'm your boyfriend. The moment Jeanette looked up, her eyes stuck on him and couldn't be removed. You should remove your jacket, then, she said, in almost a whisper. It could get sticky. He motioned for her to crawl onto his lap and lick off the red goo, but she obeyed immediately. But every time she cleaned off his chest, he spilled more, until his hands were covered in the syrup completely, and as their hands touched, their fingers stuck together. Jeanette removed her shirt, watching Rudy's eyes wandering over it, and she laughed, saying, I might have been mad if you ruined my shirt. But he held her tight, and she gasped at the sensation of their stomachs glued tight together. And then Rudy bent to kiss her lips, but she moved back, the residue peeling away slowly as she said, But our lips would stick. I have syrup on mine now. I want to feel your sticky red kisses all over me. Jeanette laughed, but when they kissed, Rudy could feel how cautious and careful Jeanette was being, and when he told her, I didn't say we couldn't make love, so whenever you feel ready again, you can tell me. As if he'd shocked her, Jeanette's eyes flew open and she said, I said it, as a rule for myself. She awkwardly backed off his lap. As she put her shirt back on, she said, I will let you know when I'm ready again, in a way that sounded robotic, and she quickly left without saying much more than that. Rudy instantly felt ashamed for having tempted her when he realized it wasn't that she lost interest. It was just that she didn't feel ready. Tempting her and being impatient wasn't fair of him. He texted her telling her he was sorry, but she didn't get the message until later because as soon as she got home, Jeanette went to bed and dreamed that Rudy had followed her home and they made love after all. Not getting a reply, Rudy looked over at his cream soda float, which was melted, but still cool to the touch, and drank it as it was anyway. Okay, I was looking at it backwards. Let me look at it again. So it's this one that I have to. And this would be video project 6. Chapter 7. Monday night, Jeanette came over, and neither of them brought up what had happened or hadn't happened the night before. Right before she left, she asked Rudy what time to come to his house for the party the next day. He wrote it down and handed her the notepad paper he'd written it on, but right after she opened the door to leave, she turned back and saw the longing look in her eyes. He smiled and walked up to her, on the verge of happy tears, questioning why he'd ever doubted she wanted him. I love you, Rudy, she said, beaming at him. He touched her face, and they kissed goodnight. The day of Rudy's party, Jeanette went over to Rudy's house straight after school and hoped they could have some time all alone together, but Violet was there already, not that Jeanette knew it was Violet at first. She assumed it was Rudy's sister until Violet walked up to her and smiled so wide, saying, I'm Violet, you must be Jeanette. And she shook Jeanette's hand with surprising strength. Jeanette had just said, nice to meet you, and Violet said, I just got here. I want to hear all about the way you met Rudy. Jeanette's eyes darted over to Rudy nervously. Would it even be a good idea to tell Violet about it, considering Violet's past? But Rudy smiled at her, oblivious as to why Jeanette was worried about telling Violet, someone who had Stockholm Syndrome, the story which had convinced Jeanette's closest friends that she had Stockholm Syndrome. Violet was already sitting down in Rudy's living room when Jeanette reluctantly sat down beside her, beginning, About 10 months ago, I met Rudy while grocery shopping with my cousin Dane. Violet laughed openly, and Jeanette was about to ask her why that was funny when Violet said, The last time I saw Rudy was 10 months ago, and he went grocery shopping right after. Rudy stepped into the living room and handed them both cream soda floats. As he did so, he said, That's not a coincidence. It was the same night we met. Violet smiled and said, Ah, but she didn't look surprised as she took a sip from the straw in her float. Dane wasn't really her cousin, and I tried to help set the two of them up together, but he was never around, and the more time I spent with her, the more I wanted her to myself. In a moment of jealousy, I lost control. I wanted to demonstrate how much I'd come to love her and need her, but I went too far and she rejected me, as she should have because I wasn't in the right frame of mind. She ended up with Dane, and he dumped her, just as I ended up with Tessa, but she dumped me. She hadn't gotten over me and then pursued me, and I was slightly reluctant at first because people were saying I might be bad for her. Jeanette blushed, looking at him, and said, But they couldn't have been more wrong. Rudy kissed her head and said, We've been together for almost 2 months now. Jeanette caressed his hand and said, still looking up at him, It feels like it's been much longer. She had almost entirely forgotten Violet was there, and when Violet spoke up, it startled Jeanette. I've never seen Rudy so happy, she said, and when Jeanette looked over at her, she was smiling wildly, and then said so softly they almost didn't hear at first, I found someone too. Well, not found, but... Wow, Rudy said. Why didn't you mention it before? Violet looked up. I tried to last time we met. Violet laughed. Who'd you meet? Pete. Rudy had been taking a sip from his soda and choked. He looked over at Jeanette and whispered, I'm fine. He laughed so hard his face turned red. Pete Pierce? Jeanette herself fought to keep her expression neutral, as though she hadn't heard the name mentioned before. How long have I told you he sounded like he liked you? Violet laughed and shrugged, her face reddening. He told me I was a good girl and he was proud of me and said thank you and kissed him. Violet sipped more from her float. I instantly was shocked and told him I didn't know what possessed me. when he said it was all right, and then he asked me if I loved him. He looked at me seriously, so I knew he wasn't making fun of me for having kissed him. I told him I hadn't kissed anyone in over a decade, and he nodded, knowing it was true. And I told him I hadn't dated or trusted anyone enough to date them since I'd been in high school. And he nodded again, saying he knew. He didn't ask it again, he just waited for me to admit it was true. I told him I love him because he's been there for me through the roughest moments, and I used to think of him as a fatherly role in my life. But as I grew older, it wasn't only that he would be there for me to talk to, but I would be there for him to talk to. And I knew if he told me he loved me, or if he told me I was beautiful, it was from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't say it to gain anything from me. It wasn't until I said it aloud that he told me and kissed me. Just then the doorbell rang, and Jeanette went to answer it as Rudy said, "Well, I'm happy for you." The first thing Mag said was, "Jeanette, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Rudy's sister, Mag." Jeanette smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you," thinking to herself Mag really did look identical almost to Rudy, except she was female. Drake and Lucille came after her, having been driven there in Mag's car. After they found a place to set down Rudy's gifts, Violet went over to Mag and they hugged and started talking to each other like they hadn't seen each other in years. Rudy was making cream soda floats, and he set out plates for the guests with a store-bought arrangement of fancy-looking cupcakes in the center. When a hand touched her shoulder, Jeanette jumped, and was shocked to see it was Dane. She was speechless, even as he handed her 2 bags and said something she didn't hear. "What?" Jeanette asked. "One of these bags is from Tessa, and the other one is from me, but he'll know which one is from her, because she attached a letter to the first one. The second one is for you as much as it is for Rudy." Jeanette walked over to the corner, surprised that no one seemed to notice or care that Dane was in the room, although there was a difference about him, and was part of what shocked Jeanette when she first looked up to see him. But what was it? He walked up to her again. "Your hair, it's..." Jeanette laughed with realization. "Like his. I thought you might like it." "Did it work?" Jeanette covered her face, trying to stop laughing. "I don't know what I think of it. I don't know what to say. I haven't adjusted to it yet." Jeanette tried talking me out of it, but in a way it was Drake's idea. Jeanette looked at him incredulously, but still unable to keep from laughing. "I almost didn't come tonight, but it was also sort of Drake's idea that I should. And I'm glad I did. You look well." His eyes took on a serious look of concern, not unlike a relative would look at another relative they feared might be in danger. Jeanette was a little offended by the implication of the look and said, "He treats me very well, and I wouldn't accept being treated otherwise." Dane smiled. "Good." Jeanette looked away, still feeling strange that she was even talking to Dane, and he said, "Look, I want to forget everything, and I don't know if I ever will, but would you even consider being friends?" "I don't know if that's such a good idea." Dane looked disappointed, and she added, "I think that's the only way I can answer right now." Dane shrugged, and she asked, "Did Drake put you up to asking me that? If you don't mind, I have a few questions of my own for you." "He didn't. What would you like to know?" "Lucille told me you visited Drake. Was it because of what I said to you?" "In a way, yes. I had nightmares. I still do sometimes about you with Rudy, and to hear that his own nephew didn't approve of his uncle's choice to be with you frightened me. I wanted to hear his opinion and whether it was as strong as mine that you could be in danger by being with Rudy. He was disgusted by me too, but he said it was worse with his uncle because it feels to him like his father is going out with his friend. He's not had a father growing up, but he's always had Rudy. Rudy was young enough when Drake was born to see him as a much younger brother, but Drake always wanted to be like Rudy. He still thought Rudy was the coolest guy and respected him, even for the fact that Rudy didn't date often until you. He told me about the night he came over to Rudy's house for studying and met you. I was slightly relieved to hear that the car I remember having seen you driven home in that night didn't recognize was Drake's car, but not very much. He said you both appeared guilty. We didn't have a relationship other than friendship, or maybe courting, before you broke up with me." Dane sighed. "It's not mine to know about. Anyway, he got upset with me for letting you be with Rudy, for not being there for you when I should have been. He was right that I should have been there, but now there's nothing I can do about that. He didn't advise me happily either, that I should do something to make myself look better. He said I looked bad, like I was letting everything get to me, and that if I want to be anything to you in the future, I should try a little harder to show I can handle the knowledge of who you've chosen. Again, he was right. So it might be pathetic I chose the style he had when you met him, but can you blame me? For what it's worth, you're missed, and I'm sorry. I've come to accept you deserve better than me, and I hope that you're better off. He paused, opened his mouth to say something more, bit his tongue, and said decidedly, You look well. Thank you. I mean, for being honest with me. You hurt me with your absence, but I'm happy again, ever since I chose him. I think what you and I had might have been a mistake, and I don't want you to have hope that isn't there. I don't want to make that mistake with you again. Dane looked like he'd just been punched, but then he looked up and said, I understand that. You may be right. He walked off, and Jeanette was surprised with the realization that the conversation that had just had was the first mature conversation they'd had since she'd been with Rudy. It was hard to fathom at first, but then she thought about it and understood. The strong reactions that had come up in arguments had to do with the strong reactions and emotions they'd had for each other. Now that they were past it, they were past it. Dane didn't even look remotely attractive to Jeanette. She wondered how she could have ever been attracted to him. Then Rudy walked up to her, still oblivious that Dane was at his party, and handed her another cream soda float, and just being next to him made her heat up and her heart beat so hard she thought it might be visible. She squeezed his hand and he bent forward for her to whisper, since he couldn't hear her over the music she'd forgotten was even playing. When the guests leave, I have a surprise for you. When Rudy pulled back to look at her, he smiled and sucked his lips slowly, and Jeanette feared that if he looked at her one moment more, she'd crumple to the floor, shivering with her desire for him. He kissed her neck, surprising her. She closed her eyes at the sensation, almost certain she'd pass out. All she could do was murmur Rudy, and then Mag walked up, grabbing her brother's arm and saying, Isn't it about time you opened your presents? Mag's gift to Rudy was a jar filled with gummy bears, with a card reminding him he was never too old for candy. Mag let the gift be from Drake and Lucille as well. They'd both signed the card. Violet's gift was a picture in a frame. They really didn't hold up and show anyone at first. Why? He asked her, and Jeanette craned her neck to see it was a sad-looking picture of him. She explained, I took the picture as you left for the grocery store 10 months ago. I wanted to show you how sad you looked. Later on, when I was sure you'd be happy, to show you things got better. I was right that night, wasn't I? Violet smiled, and Rudy nodded, looking over at Jeanette. Yes, you were right. And then he smiled more and said, Thank you. He handed it to Jeanette, and she saw it was definitely the same night they'd met. It didn't feel like the right time to ask more about the picture, and he'd already picked up the bag that was from Tessa, so Jeanette decided she'd have to ask about it later. In Tessa's letter, she'd said happy birthday, and that she was sorry she couldn't make it. She also hoped he'd have fun experimenting with his hair. In the bag, she'd included different salon-quality styling products for his hair and a brush, a comb. When he looked around and saw Dane, at first he looked surprised, then laughed. Dane, you came after all. Dane didn't say much, but he pointed out the bag that was from him, and in it, he'd put different gift cards to different restaurants, and when Rudy looked through them, Dane said, I bought a variety because I wasn't sure which ones you liked going to together. Rudy smiled in a way that sounded strange. He said, That's very generous from you. He waited before adding, Of you, I meant. As Dane looked off at something else, Jeanette almost thought she heard, Don't mention it, said softer, but in the same strange tone. There was an awkward pause, and then, Help yourself to the cupcakes, Rudy said, getting up. He walked out of the room toward the kitchen, and then went back for the gummy bears. About half an hour later, after talking to Lucille for a little while about working on a project together for school, Jeanette was passing by Rudy's bedroom when hands grabbed her and pulled her into the room. She was on the verge of screaming from the shock of it, and then she saw it was Rudy, and when he closed the door, all the heat and attraction she'd felt before he'd opened his presence came back with such force. She moaned against his chest. Guests are still here, she said, as he guided her swiftly backwards towards the bed. Rudy said in a voice that seemed to throb, or maybe it was the blood in Jeanette's ears, I can't walk out like this anyway. He started kissing her throat rapidly, hotly, and when her eyes fluttered from the sensation, she could see he was right. The attraction was far too obvious. I thought of you and the surprise you're going to give me, and I can't stop. She began to slide her hands over his body and whispered, I can't either. She was sliding her skirt off, and while he lifted the shirt, and saw a flash of cranberry red, she let her clothes fly off, kneeling before him in a cranberry lingerie set. He sat, blinking and hyperventilated. He wiped his forehead of sweat that was already making his hair stick against his forehead. His eyes wandered over her slowly twice before he dared crawl closer to her, ripping off his shirt. Surprised? Jeanette asked daringly. He nodded as he leant above her, then kissed her so deeply, slowly pressing himself down against her skin, breaking away only when she moaned into his mouth, and squirmed towards him, her body needing more of his. He kissed her so rapidly he had to sit back to catch his breath. I want you so badly, he panted, that I don't even know where to begin. It's your birthday. Do anything you want. I'm all yours. His eyes widened as he arched his eyebrows, so for the moment he looked almost deranged. Then his eyes returned to normal size, with his eyebrows still raised, and he smiled mischievously. Anything I want? Jeanette laughed, blushing. Happy birthday. Dane heard, Not what I meant. Please, don't. And he barged into the room, adrenaline going from having had nightmares. It began with those words exactly, the very same voice. Whoa! Jeanette clutched to the blanket to hide herself. It's not what you think, Jeanette was saying, but Dane didn't even hear her over his rage at Rudy. And, misunderstanding the situation, he charged at Rudy. This is the true nature of your relationship? Why are you like this? Were you trying to humiliate her in front of everyone? Why did she put up with you? Dane had grabbed him and somehow managed to pull him out of the room as he was saying things to Rudy, but everyone there had heard Jeanette and heard what Dane was saying even before a half-naked Rudy and Dane emerged from the room struggling, with Dane still saying things. Jeanette came out a few seconds later, her clothes on, barely able to be heard above what Dane was saying, throwing insults at Rudy. At first, Drake stood in shock like the others, but then he cried out, He's right. I'm sick of Rudy's behavior. Why is it okay for him to do that with Jeanette in the middle of his birthday party? Who cares that it's his birthday? Wait, everyone, wait! Lucille screamed. She nervously shuffled her feet, looking down, as she said, I think I know what happened. It's the bears. They waited for her to continue. I bought gummy bears for Drake, but they must have been put into the jar by accident. They said they were love potion bears. I bought them from some kids at school. I was going to throw them away when I got home and researched them, finding out that they might be vodka-soaked gummy bears, but I forgot to take them out of my backpack, and I went over to Drake's house, and then they must have been mixed in by accident. I'm so sorry. Drake slowly said, Maybe so, but does that make it okay? Just let me explain, please, Jeanette said, her voice growing hoarse from trying to be heard over Dane minutes before. Dane misunderstood what he saw. I forgot you were all here, and Rudy was tickling me. I told him to stop tickling me, and that's what Dane heard. He saw we were barely clothed, and well, Jeanette turned crimson. I don't even know what to think anymore. Maybe I shouldn't have come here, Dane said and left. Drake was telling Lucille, Don't buy candy at school or anywhere it doesn't come in a normal package. Lucille was looking down and said, I should have known. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It could have been a lot worse. It might be okay now, but you see how harmful it could have been? Lucille nodded. We're going home as soon as Meg and Violet come back from their walk. They wanted to talk about something. Oh, Jeanette said. To Rudy, she asked, Are you all right? Rudy's face was so flushed, she was afraid Dane may have slapped him, and he was crying. I didn't mean to. My nephew hates me. Dane hates me. You have every reason not to trust me anymore. I've lost control and tried to make love to you even though they were here. But Rudy, you weren't in your right mind. You had spiked gummy bears, and you might still be drunk or high from them. She looked up at Lucille. I'll give you back the gummy bears, and you should report the person or people who bought them from. I will, don't worry. Jeanette gave Rudy tons of coffee, and Drake and Lucille left with the bears, promising they would report the bears. Whether or not Lucille could point out who it was at school she bought the bears from. When Rudy was mostly sober, he looked up and said, Even the worst, most obnoxious of guys want their own happy ending. even if it's hard for us to admit we don't want to spend the rest of our lives miserable and alone. The questions I see in their eyes asking why you love me or ever gave me a second chance, it's not because you look past who I've been before. When I look in your eyes, I see who I am, framed inside the truth and love you believe I'm capable of. Rudy, you're not bad to me. I don't expect from you to be my savior, but don't question how I could love you, or what the expressions on other people's faces mean when they see you or us together. You've earned my love, Rudy. My love is all yours. It's the best thing I could think of to give you. Rudy smiled. It's the best gift I've ever received. You are. I'm sorry we didn't get to make love tonight. Rudy laughed. It's all right. I can tell by the look on your face and just by knowing you can't resist. You'll come back for more when you're ready. Jeanette laughed. I should have told you the other night. I really wanted to make love with you, but I was afraid I couldn't focus. I think of you all day, and I just needed to prove to myself for a while I could handle spending time with you without thinking about my desire for you. It felt like I was losing my mind. I guess that might seem silly, though. Rudy didn't laugh, but he kissed her face. It's not silly at all. I'm glad you explained it to me. I think it actually made our relationship stronger. I think so, too. Maybe even tonight as well. Although I wish things had gone differently, or that we waited until they were gone. Thank you for always being there for me. You're the best girlfriend ever. I'll always be here for you, Rudy. They got in bed next to each other, but after a few minutes with the lights off, Jeanette turned to him. Rudy, are you still awake? She heard his laughter as her eyes focused on his head turning to hers in the dark. I'm still wide awake from all the coffee. Could you tell me about the picture? Rudy sat up. What picture? Jeanette went out of the room and could see lights coming on a few seconds later, and they turned off again and came back. Is it all right if I... She stopped by the switch on the wall. Go ahead. Rudy blinked, his eyes adjusting to the sudden light. Jeanette laughed. I warned you. I know. Then she crawled in with the picture in her hand that Violet had given Rudy for his birthday. Oh, that. I'll tell you. He smiled and stroked Jeanette's face. On the night I met you, she called, told me she was coming over, and I hadn't seen her in months. She'd missed my birthday entirely last year, and because it was so rare to see her during that time, I dressed up, ready to go anywhere with her, having just arrived home from work myself. I just gotten myself dressed when she was already in my house. She took one glance at me, unfazed, and went back to the sandwich she'd helped herself to. I told her she really does act like my sister. She shrugged and ruffled my hair. She said, So, Cherry, have you seen Stacy? I asked her, who, before realizing she was talking about another girl she tried to set me up with. I told her, not interested, and Violet scoffed at me. She criticized me because all the blind dates she'd arranged for me with her friends came to her angry, saying I wasted their time. I would go on the dates, but every single time I felt like they weren't what I was looking for, and at the end, when they expected me to kiss them, or say I had a great time, or even that I'd like to see them again, I'd tell them the truth. I don't see this going further. I'm not interested. When Violet waited for my explanation, I told her, well, I don't see those dates turning into second dates. It wasn't like I even kissed them. I took nothing but the time it takes to eat a meal and drop someone off. She argued that I wasn't counting the anticipation that comes before then, all the hours of figuring out what to put on to impress the guy, or rehearsing things you might ask, or answers you might give to questions. I was wasting their time. So I told her she was wasting their time because she was setting girls up with me and I didn't want them. She asked me what I did want, that maybe she'd find it for me. I said, for the first and last time that night, we could have become something when we were younger. She didn't agree. She just finished eating her sandwich. As if I hadn't said anything, she looked up at me and asked how Tessa was. I said she was out with some guy whose name starts with the letter C, but that's all I could remember. I think she actually did say she found someone when I asked her, what about you? I asked if she wanted to go anywhere, and she told me, no. I told her I'd made myself look good for her, so to go nowhere would be a waste. She said, then don't waste it. You made yourself look good? Then look good for someone. Let me see you leave your driveway and go somewhere in that outfit. She walked up and corrected my hair after she'd ruffled it minutes before and then smiled. You'll find someone. Maybe even tonight you'll find her. Who knows, maybe your snazzy outfit will catch her eye and she'll want to see you again. That's always possible, isn't it? I'm not setting you up with any of my friends anymore. I'm leaving it up to you now. I know things will turn around. They have for me. I can imagine her sitting in her car waiting for hours just for me to get into the car and drive off to begin trying to find someone. She'd even required that I text her when I got there with a picture of the place I'd gone to. She gave me the agenda as a present that very night, and I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't want to meet a girl at a nightclub. I didn't want to meet a girl at a coffee shop either. I didn't really know where to go, but I decided I could use the agenda for grocery shopping, and I needed to pick up some things anyway. When I sent her the picture of the grocery store, she said, "Unusual, but it's a start. I hope you'll meet someone there." I had no idea I would end up meeting you, but she was right. Things were going to turn around, because the moment I met you, my whole life was turned around. You can see from the picture just how unhappy I looked. I would have been upset had I known at the time she'd taken my picture, but what's special about it isn't what it shows. The important message is in what it isn't. It's not the present tense with you or the future. It's only the past. I know I've been talking about my past a lot lately, but you are my future. Jeanette kissed him. So are you, Rudy. Rudy was about to turn out the light when Jeanette asked one more thing. You say she called you Cherry. Does that mean... Do you remember the night on my couch when we first kissed? Do you remember when we were about to make love and I had even asked if you were ready to, and that I was about to say something before the doorbell interrupted me, and it was Drake? Yes. I was still a virgin, and I was going to tell you that I had never felt the way I'd felt with you. No one had ever made me feel that way before, and people at DizzGo's had taken my innocence, and the one experience that made me stop using the name Cherry at DizzGo's had made me feel impure. But physically, I was pure even when I met you. I had already found myself falling in love with you. And there were times when I teased you and told you I was kidding so you wouldn't get mad at me, but I could sense you felt the same way about me, and I wanted to test how deep the attraction went. Your reactions were amusing to me, so of course I loved teasing you, but it was more than that. Even in the dark, he could tell from Jeanette's mannerisms that she was trying to hide her blush. I wish Dane hadn't been my first. He kissed her forehead. I wish Tessa hadn't been my first, but I'm happy you got to be my second. I am too. I mean, I hope you'll be my last. I don't mean that in a morbid way, though. Jeanette, Rudy said, in the way she would say Rudy sometimes when she was a little annoyed by him teasing her. She laughed as Rudy said, I know exactly what you mean, and I want that too. I want our stories to always be unfolding. I love you, Jeanette. I love you, Rudy. Thank you to listening to the third book in the DizzGo's series, Unfolding. And before we go to the next book, I'm going to go ahead and play I'll interrupt the... We were actually in the middle of watching series, but I'll now play the Juice Jar um, unfolding list. I think I might skip the songs. Okay, never mind. Alright, so I don't really think it's a good idea to play the violent stuff. So I'll just... Here we go. Juice Jar unfolding. Try. I'll be back. Okay, we could watch this. This was the time that let me skip forward. Where did I? There we go. So this was when I was having a party, a streaming party, and Jeanette visited during the party. She visited the stream and then she started singing. Let me skip forward. Just go past. I don't want like copyright claims. Shit, doesn't make sense. Okay. Anyway. me go back. I don't know how loud this is, so I'm not going down. But I shouldn't get in trouble for this. But these are these are covers of songs that I anyway, I these are all songs that I was inspired by when I was writing this story of Underlying. And then some of them are songs that I imagined being in a playlist for songs that Rudy would skate to. So there's a candy themed playlist, which ties in more with the book I just read. But these aren't. Anyway, I should just know. I should just like, because I don't know if I'm going to get like a copyright problem, because sometimes they will be that way. Like, there's a weird issue about like if they recognize the melody sometimes. So just know that it's there. Like, I'm not sure if I'll get into trouble over that or not. Okay, well, thank you for being around. Let's have some silence. And I'll just like leave the screen up, I guess. It's already morning, which is kind of limiting. So, I guess we'll have to move on to another playlist. Just in the middle of season 2. Okay, that's not too good. It advertises it without being too loud. I feel like there's something bothering my eyes today. And it's kind of frustrating. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm dealing with allergies. My eyes kind of sting. So I feel like I have to rest my voice. So after this, I will um, I'll bring up the animated series. I'll wait until it says something like 3:40 before I pick up the next book. I mean, until it says something like 3 hours and 40. Just because I don't want to overdo it. Usually covers are okay, but I just want to be sure because I don't know. Like, I didn't know. I don't know if the current stream would pick up oh, on the audio being used in the background of the video. Where I was singing along with some songs. So there's that. Also some of the covers. Like, I don't know if the algorithm will see that and then go, that's not. Like, you can't share. Share. You can't. You can't have this stream be monetized because it has the melody recognized, like in like from doing covers. Like, would it do that? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Because sometimes it will, like, things will seemingly, like, be okay within YouTube's standards. And then it's like they'll update some sort of rule. And then suddenly it's not okay with their guidelines. You know what I mean? Like, they'll adjust things. What it's playing right now is it's a video where I'm showing. It's a time lapse of coloring stuff for the animated series. Okay, so I only have 20 minutes left before I start eating the next one. And that's alright. I keep feeling like yawning. I do not know why. I can open Corel Paint. Not Paint, sorry. Corel Video. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Okay, let me put that in there. I forgot to add. Okay, so I'm going to put videos on my computer because I forgot to do that. Hmm. Say it yet? No. This time around, um, there's more editing than there is just uploading because a lot of these I did download the videos. Mm. Oh, my hair. Okay. So now I can select them and start. It should say 17 when I've selected them all. What on earth? I'm sorry, that was so loud. Oh my gosh. That was so loud. It scared me. I was like, what is that? It really scared me. That's weird. There should be 17 here, but there aren't. Did I count incorrectly? Let me look at that. I might have. Okay. Hmm. Well, it confuses me. There should be. I believe there should be 17. Well, I'll just have to check them as I go. and I will import them now. Oh my goodness, my ear itches so much. I have no idea why. So that's 3:36. In just a few minutes, I will start reading the next book. But my ear currently feels so sore. And I'm not even sure why. Okay. Uh, okay, 3 have already been uploaded. Not uploaded, but 3 have already been put onto my computer now. I don't know if I should have some tea. I might have tea. tea in here. As you know, let's see. I hope that by now it finished. Um, Transferring videos over. Yeah, it did. Mm. Uneasy. Chapter 1, June 23rd. Rudy said with a careful tone of voice, with no one around to hear him. And as if to double check he wouldn't get an answer, he screamed louder, June the 23rd, and broke into laughter as he collapsed backwards on the bed. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror he had propped up in his room. It was typically in his living room, and it was too little to afford him the full scope of his body at once. But it was good enough for his current purpose, to figure out a good enough angle for the picture he'd send Jeanette. His mint gelato eyes met his own from the bed, and his mirror image laughed incredulously along with him at the thought of her. Tonight, as our 3-month mark, he noticed he was a little too far off the bed, and his auburn hair was making a small, smooth yet spiky waterfall off the edge. He'd added a shine spray to his hair with a little bit of flexible styling cream on the ends, a gift from Tessa on his birthday. He'd have to find some way to send her a thank you for. He couldn't see her in person. They weren't even friends after she hadn't approved of Jeanette going out with him. It would be too awkward anyway, and she must have shared that notion, having not even gone to his birthday party and handing her gift to Dane to give to him on her behalf. Still, it was nice of her to even give him a gift after all. The black dress shirt he'd chosen was unbuttoned, and he took 2 pictures. The first one was from past the edge of the bed, with his head upside down, but it looked more silly than he'd intended. He chose a second one, where he sat up to take it. He added a caption to it on his computer and sent it in an email to Jeanette. Jeanette's jaw could have dropped, but the jaw-dropping thing to her was in the fact it didn't. She'd been about to leave the house and was only turning back to look at her phone and her purse when we realized it was the only thing she left behind. And the moment she turned around, she saw the last person she'd expected to see sitting at the table in the kitchen as though he belonged there. Before she asked, and while Jeanette swallowed to keep her tightening dry throat from closing, Dane cleared his own throat and said, Your grandma needs me here, and whether you like it or not, you need me too. Why? I don't need you. His face was grim, and she was afraid to question it, so when Dane motioned for her to sit beside him, she did so silently. Your grandma went to an appointment today. She didn't even feel like she was hearing what he said next. It muffled inside her head, but it meant, She's sick, Jeanette said without a hint of questioning. Dane nodded. I made her a promise I'd stay with you while she's in the hospital. Jeanette scoffed in the middle of a flood of tears. She slowly shook her head, feeling a flush in her body of anger, fear, sadness, embarrassment, and crying. You can't be serious. I'm 18. Dane put his hands on both of her arms. Look at me, Dane said this calmly before Jeanette struggled, continuing, I don't need you or anyone to look after me. I can manage. He unexpectedly brought her against his chest in a firm hug. I should have been there. I should have never left you. Well, it's too late for that. I don't need you. Jeanette sobbed hard against his chest, but he held her despite her efforts to pull back from him. She felt cold drops on her head like rain, and the sound of a sniffle confirmed he was crying too. Jeanette thought, how dare he? You have some nerve. Shh, Dane said. I owe you. I should have made it a promise long ago to be here. You can't sleep here. Dane laughed dryly. Maybe not wise to, anyway, but you can't shut me out. I'm going to check on you. Regardless of what we were, it's time for me to treat you as family. I should have all along. I can manage on my own. You shouldn't have to. But I shouldn't have to be alone with you. That hurts, especially when I see you're dressed up to go be alone with him again. Jeanette laughed as dryly as Dane had minutes before. Dane, I'm his girlfriend now, and it's our 3-month anniversary dinner tonight. I'm not asking for your permission, but would you let me go? Jeanette gave a pointed look at his arms, still wrapped tightly around her, though his tears were still falling on her. When she leaned back to look at him, they were falling into her face. He pried his fingers off her shoulders as though they'd been glued there. He looked devastated and sighed deeply before closing his mouth and opening it to say, I wish you'd reconsider that. I know I don't deserve it. Would you let me stay? Jeanette stood and sniffled. If you want to stay the night in an empty house, okay, that's up to you. You know the way to the guest room. I'm not coming home tonight. Dane's eyes, already bloodshot from crying, widened, but he clamped his lips tightly and he nodded. He felt voiceless and didn't see the use in reminding her that tomorrow was a school day for her. On the way to the bathroom, Jeanette didn't look back at Dane once. Once there, she texted Rudy to tell him she'd be a little late. Then she thought of Dane having said and even repeated that she needed him. Who did he think he was? Not Rudy. She sent Rudy a text less than a minute later that read, I need you. Then she noticed he'd sent her an email, and when she saw the image of Rudy with the caption, 3 months ago, you picked me, her heart felt warm, and it put a smile on her face. It felt so good. It was as though his email had confirmed that she needed him. When she put her phone back in her purse, she looked up at her reflection in the mirror and she laughed. Rudy had managed to make her forget she'd even cried. Jeanette touched up her makeup, but it was the last restaurant at 11 minutes later. Rudy was so excited about seeing Jeanette, the fact that it was their 3-month anniversary. When he saw that Jeanette sent the message, I need you, it made him anticipate seeing her all the more, and he couldn't stop bouncing his knees like a boy. It reminded him of when she texted him the very same message the day before they started going out officially, and he thought that was her intention. When he saw her approach him, he was smiling so much he almost broke into laughter, but he hid it and almost swallowed it when he saw the way she trembled. After their first few bites, Rudy said, This is actually the first restaurant we went to together, do you remember? Jeanette had been very quiet most of the time, but she suddenly smiled and began giggling. You are being so obnoxious. Oh, really? Rudy dropped his utensils, and when he stirred it with his fingertip, Jeanette was going to laugh and ask what he was doing when she understood what he was suggesting, and the association almost made her drool. And he lifted it to his mouth and licked slowly off it, with other fingers getting messy on his plate of food, and Jeanette found herself muttering as she tried to say, Rudy, they might see you do that. Rudy's eyes rolled back, and he breathed out slowly. It's so good. In an almost sigh. You're playing with your food, Jeanette said, forgetting her own food as she watched him wipe his hands on the napkin. He reached for her hand, and as he pressed into it, she sighed. He sucked his lip. I want to save you tonight. In Jeanette's head, his words echoed throughout the rest of the meal, and the chills themselves the words evoked echoed in endless waves within until he'd closed his car door and waited patiently for the headlights to cut off in his driveway. Jeanette felt so close to him, it was as though they were already inside there. She was envisioning the kisses he'd give her, all the way to the door before even stepping out of the car. When she did, Rudy surprised her by beginning to take her shirt off before they'd even left his driveway. Rudy took both her hands in his and walked her backwards in the direction of his front door, replacing the images of them kissing by the reality of him taking his time at stripping on the way back to his house. Jeanette felt feverish anticipation for when he would kiss her. Within the first minutes as the door was closed, they had wrapped themselves around each other, their bodies almost entirely exposed now, but not in the excitement. Every kiss led to another direction in the house, and whether it was out of being blind to all but each other, they kept up their indecisive dance until Rudy stopped in place, and eyes open tugged off what remained of Jeanette's clothing. Tossing his, he panted, I want you right here. Despite the buzzing excitement that bounced the words any minute now around in her mind, Jeanette couldn't help but giggle. In the middle of your floor? He took her arm and kissed all the way to her hand as he sunk beneath her eye level. He kissed her hips and whispered, "Anywhere is fine as long as it's now." The phrase never failed to charm Jeanette, but the way he leaned back, still holding her hand, and the look in his eyes pleading with her to follow him, not just be pulled down upon him, she felt as though she were about to faint, so ready to fall. When their bodies met, they glided with fervor, and the fervor only grew, with the need for their bodies to click in place with perfect connection. The intensity of it was so strong they had to wait for their breathing to return to a normal, amazed how far they could come, and exhilarated by all that was to come. And they embraced each other, they embraced the moment, intensifying the heat so strong it threatened to be too much, while every touch soothed and eased the peace that followed was so great, it rocked them both to sleep right there in the middle of Rudy's floor. When Jeanette stirred, Rudy was caressing Jeanette's face with her hair. "Did we fall asleep here?" Rudy laughed, nodding. Jeanette yawned through her smile, which made Rudy laugh, and she said, "You always make me feel so much better, no matter what's going on. It goes away when I'm with you again. Like earlier this evening, you helped me forget." Jeanette had been smiling, and then it slowly disappeared. What happened before leaving the house? When she didn't elaborate, Rudy repeated her last sentence as a question. What happened before leaving the house? Jeanette didn't know where to begin at first, but as soon as she started talking about it, she couldn't stop talking, and she was shaking until she realized she wasn't talking in circles. Rudy had his hand on her shoulder and said, "I'm so sorry. Maybe she'll get better." She shook her head. No, from the way Dan was talking, she might not be coming home. Rudy held her and tried to comfort her, but just when she seemed to be relaxing, she tensed. "Oh no, what? My backpack, it's at home. I was just so overwhelmed and frightened I didn't even think about it. What am I going to do?" "Well, then you'll have to go home. Maybe he's left already." Jeanette's voice whispered, "He'll be there. I don't want it to go home with him there." "I know, but he's always hands-off, avoidant. I trust he wouldn't do anything, and I trust you." "But he said he wished he'd never left me, and that he wants to make it up to me somehow that he wasn't there for me." Rudy tried to reassure her, saying, "He's all talk. He knows you belong to me." But it wasn't until Jeanette actually left that Rudy saw he was trying to reassure himself, and it wasn't working. He used the key Jeanette gave him for the first time, and though he expected she'd be asleep, he tried to be quiet as he shut the door behind him. Almost as soon as he took a step forward, he heard, "I was expecting this very thing," and the suddenness of it made him jump. "You're straight out of a Gothic novel. How can she stand you? You almost gave me a heart attack." Dane laughed in his typical corner as if in agreement and asked, "How can she stand you? What are you doing here anyway? How are you supposed to lend Jeanette support or be of any use at night in your own observation post?" "Well, I'm guessing you already know why I'm here then, or you wouldn't have come, right?" "Well, I can't just leave her alone with you." "Funny, I was never supposed to leave her home alone with you." "Rudy, we're family, and I miss being needed." "She needs me." "I need you both to be quiet." Jeanette's voice suddenly emerged, startled them both. "I have school tomorrow. I need rest. If you're both determined to stay here, at least be considerate. And Rudy, I thought you said before you left you trust me. I do. It's just Jane's being a little too weird for me to trust him with you. Dane can sleep in the guest room. Rudy can sleep with me. Just tell me you'll quit arguing like little boys." Despite what she just said, Rudy still smiled back at Dane smugly, who rolled his eyes, but they both did as they'd been told. Jeanette felt thrilled to be sharing her bed with Rudy, as she'd only ever slept alone in that bed, and being so close beside him all night was a dream come true. Both Rudy and Dane went to bed wondering whether or not they should have stayed over. Chapter 2. When Jeanette woke up the next morning, seeing Rudy still in bed beside her, she wished school were already out, and that she could stay there with him. Rudy was awake when she came out of the bathroom ready for school. "I'm sorry I have to leave." "Wow," Rudy breathed. "I'm in your bed and you're in your school clothes. I think I need to meet you here again when you come home." Picking her backpack off the floor and laughing, Jeanette said, "I'm not going to see you. Going over to see you then?" "No way, I'm going to stay right here. Shouldn't I anyway? Dane's here." "You just reminded me." Jeanette sighed, deflated. "See you soon. Wait, would you kiss me first?" Jeanette laughed. "I hope you'd ask me that." She leaned forward to kiss him, but fell forward, and Rudy caught her shoulders. The kiss was so warm, so sweet, that when she was on her way out of the door, she was startled when Dane called out to her, "Jeanette, wait." She turned to look at him, puzzled. "Let me drive you to school today. We'll be going to visit your grandma in the hospital after school, and it would be more convenient, so you don't have to drive to school to get your car." "Well, if it's more convenient," she said, but she got into his car feeling like there wasn't another option. She texted Rudy while sitting next to Dane to let him know Dane was driving her. She didn't know how soon she'd be back home, because they would be visiting a grandma in the hospital. "I know I'll be taking you away from him for a little while, and I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I wish I could take you from him. I think about that all we never got to be, and I had the chance." "You missed your chance, Dane." I don't know if I trust yet that you really mean what you say, but I don't feel loss anymore or even a regret. You haven't stopped meaning something to me, but if I told you now I love you, that meaning wouldn't be what it once was. The idea of being a family is starting to grow on me, but I can't tell you how close we might come, and I don't see us becoming romantically involved in the future. Dane sighed. I guess I'll have to accept that. You chose Rudy. Jeanette nodded, not knowing what more to say. She stepped out of the car at school. She waved, but she didn't see if Dane waved back. She averted her eyes. At lunch, Jeanette told Lucille about everything that had happened since the evening before when Dane appeared at her house. Lucille waited until Jeanette was finished before saying, "Look at it this way. He's trying to help, and if the feelings are genuine, you're hurting him." Jeanette stared at her, unblinking, and then furrowed her brows. "You're siding with Dane?" "No, but there are more sensitive ways you could handle it. The real issue is that you're still angry with him, not that you don't feel the same way." "Well, I don't anymore." "I believe you. But you obviously care, or it wouldn't upset you so much." "It upsets me because he thinks it's just fine to hang around and act like he's oblivious that he devastated me." "You're much happier now." "But Dane didn't see the damage he caused." "Maybe he doesn't realize it." Jeanette thought about it, and when she got in the car with Dane to go home, the first thing she said was, "I'm sorry," but he said it almost at the same time. Jeanette said, but when she saw that Dane wanted to go first, she waited. "I was being inappropriate earlier, and I feel like it's good and bad to be around you." "Good, because I miss you, and being around you at all brings back so many powerful emotions. I feel warmth just from your eyes and your smile. I become cold without you. Your smile isn't for me anymore. The bad thing is I crave it secondhand. When I saw you walk through the whole door last night, I know from your unkempt appearance and the way you beamed, I knew just what it meant. Like a high just from seeing you like that. Maybe I'm too sensitive to it, because I've not felt pleasure like that in such a long time. I'll need to drop you off at home because I don't think I can help myself if Rudy really stays overnight with you." Jeanette was so shocked the only thing she could say was, "Okay." She wished she'd somehow known in advance what he was going to apologize for. She would have covered her ears. She didn't want to know what he meant, that he was afraid he couldn't help himself from doing, but nothing she could guess did she like the sound of. She didn't know whether to laugh awkwardly or jump out of his car, so she stayed there, hand poised on the car door, not daring to explain she was sorry for hurting his feelings, and that she was actually very heartbroken when he left her, because what if he'd take it as some sort of invitation? At the hospital, her grandma was asleep, and she didn't wake up while they were there, but the doctor talked to them, and though Jeanette felt like she only understood half of what was said, it sounded like her grandma was only getting more sick. She wrote down the room number so she could come back to see her grandma without Dane there. The only things the only few things she said on the ride back home were that she didn't need him to take her to school tomorrow, and that she'd visit her grandma on her own. Dan apologized for being inappropriate again earlier, and Jeanette told him that if he said anything like what he'd said after picking her up from school again, she'd get the locks changed. She sat silently in his car until they got to her house, and he dropped her off like he said he would. When she first stepped through the door, she heard music coming from her room. As soon as she recognized the tune and the lyrics, "Your arm is empty, I can change that for you, I'm wishing on stars and things I don't believe in," she guessed that when she'd open her door, Rudy would ridicule her taste in music. She was ready to defend it by saying Juke Juice had been her mother's favorite band, but when she opened the door, Rudy was mouthing along with it, sitting on her bed and flipping through a photo album. She was glad for a moment that he hadn't left out of boredom or impatience as she watched him. Then she realized what photo album he was looking through and quickly rushed over. Rudy, wait, I can explain." He looked up at her and laughed. "Explain, darling, I'm honored." Jeanette sat beside him on the bed and looked down at the photos taken from her window of Rudy approaching the door and of him getting back into his car, taken back when they were only pretending to date each other. "Even though we hadn't established it as a relationship at that point, I counted you as my first boyfriend. I got butterflies when you dropped me off, wondered if you'd really try to kiss me. I loved the way you looked, too, and I guess it was my way of being able to prove to myself that you were really coming to see me," Jeanette said. "I considered kissing you every time for weeks. Had I known you wanted me to, I would have sooner. My first kiss was with you." Rudy closed his eyes, nodding. "That was some moment. You know what's missing from this album?" He waited for Jeanette to shake her head before saying, "You have all these pictures of me. Where are you? I would have liked to see photographic evidence of you going out with me. If only I'd had a camera with me. I wish I'd known to have mine with me the day that you took the trash from my hands and you come back just to talk to me. To begin what I don't think either of us knew would so quickly change our lives. Right now I wish I had 2 or maybe 3 pictures of us on that day. How about on our first pretend date right after I gave you the cranberry hat?" Rudy laughed. "Yes, and especially 8 of those dates later, when I finally felt courageous enough to let you kiss me and kiss you back." Rudy's breath became labored as he nodded. "Yes, I want a million pictures of that moment, exactly, but even more than that." He took Jeanette's legs, which yielded as he pulled them around his waist. Jeanette understood and wrapped her arms around his neck, staring into his crisp green eyes as Rudy continued. I want a repeat of that moment. Jeanette nodded, asking him in the way she remembered him asking, "Are you ready?" Rudy smiled as though about to break into laughter, but keeping it in so as not to break the spell, he nodded. "Jeanette, I've been ready all day from the moment I woke up and saw you." Jeanette's eyes widened, and she reached down toward Rudy's lap, and she burrowed her hands underneath his shirt from the bottom edge, and closed her eyes to the feeling of his diaphragm muscles beating hard. "Tell me," Rudy began, sliding his hand down her back, "is taking me into your bedroom this way something you fantasize about as much as I have about taking you in your bedroom?" The half-fright of his words and affection in his tone was a confusion of Jeanette's senses. She tensed and clutched her arms around Rudy as if daring herself. Rudy's fingers looped into her belt loops in the back as he leaned further towards her ear. "Think back to the first time you were tempted by me enough to picture us going all the way. How did I touch you? I want to get it right." "You never get it wrong," Jeanette said, kissing his neck. "Honey, I'm asking for details," Rudy said as he squeezed her behind through their jeans. Jeanette whimpered, registering his sentence as a command. "My first time fantasizing about you, you weren't wearing a shirt and I was backwards, and I felt you press your abdomen against my back and you put your chin on my shoulder, and it was a sort of scratchy and slid your hands down to my knees because the fantasy started with us already down to underwear." Rudy smiled, taking off his shirt as he said, "Yes, that's very doable." And he was spinning her around. Jeanette cried, "One more thing." "Mm-hmm," Rudy said as he began to lift Jeanette's shirt. In the intensity, Jeanette almost forgot what she was going to ask. "Could you hold on to my arms if you need to?" "Is that part of your fantasy?" "No, but I don't want you to quit if I squirm." "Too late, Rudy. Stop already in motion. Squirm all you need to." He lifted her off his lap with one hand while he undid his pants with the other. The feeling of his skin against his back and the feeling of his breath all on her neck was much better than it had been in her fantasies, and it wasn't long after she stood to face him and removed her underwear and Rudy pulled her into a kiss onto the bed and his own underwear off. As he hovered above her, Jeanette writhed beneath in anticipation. "I want you, Rudy," she said louder than she meant to, as he had entered her suddenly. He kissed her face, her lips, whispering, "I want you, Jeanette." With every push, Rudy was deeper in, but Jeanette didn't make a sound, her head rolling back and forth with her eyes shut tight, close to thrashing, and her hips tilted up to meet his eagerly. "What's on your mind? Clue me in, honey?" Rudy asked, slowing down as he wasn't certain if he was torturing her with his touch or tantalizing her. "If our first time hadn't been that night, we would have been in here. I would have gone wild with you. He closed his eyes, itching to quicken the pace. "Is that why you wanted me to hold your arms? You know if you ran, I'd only catch you and take you in my arms, whenever you led me." Jeanette's eyes opened slightly, and she wiped her forehead with one hand, pleading, "Just tell me you won't let out. With every touch, I need more." She let out an almost scream, and he lunged forward to kiss her rapidly and randomly, as he lost control. He hadn't meant to close his eyes, but when he saw and felt Jeanette's languishing ease, that was the moment he released. Rudy fell back on the bed beside Jeanette. She kissed his face all over. Rudy grabbed her hand and asked, "So did you manage to get rid of Dane?" Jeanette's eyes widened. "He said something disturbing, and I told him I'd change the locks if he ever said anything like that again." Rudy sat up. "How disturbing?" "Something like, 'It's good to be around me, but it's bad because he craves me second-hand and needed to drop me off because he couldn't help himself if you stay overnight.'" Rudy laughed so hard and so suddenly that Jeanette was startled, which made him laugh even harder. "He's lost it. Too many months too late. I remember when you wanted him to talk like that. I lost my control too early, but everything relied on our chemistry from the beginning. Who knew it'd take this much to break him?" "You don't seem jealous at all." Rudy smiled and seemed about to laugh again as he said, "He's not anything to you anymore, so there's nothing to be jealous about. I think it's far better for maybe it took so long to lose his mind to you, because if he had, then, well, I don't think there could have handled both of us being this way with you." Jeanette laughed, but not very happily. "I guess I'll have to see how I can handle it. I don't think I have a choice." Raising an eyebrow mischievously, Rudy said, "But you have two choices." Rudy tried to chase away the thought of what Rudy wasn't saying, responding, "You're the only option I want." Rudy kissed her lips slowly before caressing her face and saying, Darling, I know he's no threat, especially while I'm here." "Are you going to stay here the whole time?" "Absolutely, while he's here. I'm confident in your feelings for me, but for him to say things like that to you, it'd be too haphazard for me to trust him with you. Can you imagine what I'd do if it were the other way around, and I were him?" "You couldn't wait till Rudy left." Rudy nodded. "Exactly." As if on cue, the sound of the front door shutting reached them. Rudy laughed a little, wrapping his arms around Jeanette and pulling her in. "No, I'm not going anywhere tonight." Chapter 3. The next morning, before Dane could wake up to ask Jeanette to let him drive her to school, Jeanette left the house early and ate breakfast at a fast food place near school. She had sent a message to Rudy from his phone, telling him where she was and apologizing for leaving so early, even explaining that she was just trying to avoid Dane. Rudy hadn't read it when he awoke, and he walked into the kitchen looking for Jeanette. As soon as he saw Dane was already sitting down and eating in the kitchen, Rudy considered turning back to the room, but Dane saw him. He went to the refrigerator and, after opening it, made a mental note to bring Jeanette some cream soda. He chose root beer and milk instead. I heard last night, Dane said, and then a beat later, you hired Jeanette at DizzGo's. Rudy laughed as he turned and set the root beer on the table with a grin, saying, Nice, I forgot how good you are with subject changes. So, you heard last night? He was still laughing as he got a bowl and cereal. What, did you go to your window outside and see as well? Was that supposed to be a sort of threat? He was going to pick up the milk to pour it into the cereal, but set it back down because he was laughing so hard. And that expression you're wearing just really nails it. You know, I should compile a book of your one-liner openings and entitle it Greetings from that creep who hides in his cousin's house to watch her go on dates. He had just started pouring the milk into the bowl when Dane said, They'd think you were the creep. He laughed so hard the milk spilled out of the bowl. He grabbed a towel and said, No, Dane, don't worry. I'll make sure you get all the credit for your originality. It'd be a bestseller. Dane quickly got up from the table, saying, I don't know what I'm doing here. Still laughing a little, Rudy added, That makes two of us, then. I don't know what you're doing here, either. Dane quickly rinsed his dishes off and left without washing them. After Rudy ate and washed all the dishes himself, he got his agenda and checked everything in the cabinets for anything that might be missing Jeanette would need or might as well purchase while he'd be staying here. He didn't have much of his own house, but he could bring that too, along with some of his clothes, just in case that creep plans to stick around forever, Rudy thought to himself. He'd been surprised at himself that he could laugh about what Dane said, when what he'd felt like doing was battling it out right there, with only kitchen appliances and utensils to aid him. Then he was reminded of what he'd been saying to Jeanette the night before. I've lost it too, but I'll never lose to him again. Never in a million years. Minutes later, Dane was at Tessa's salon telling her about it. I can't win with him. Whatever there was of our friendship before, he's lost it now. Dane, listen to yourself, and while you're at it, hold still. I don't want to cut it unevenly, all because you're trying to make your point. I can see you just fine in the mirror. Good boy. I just don't understand him. Don't lie to yourself, Dane. You'd be upset with him, too, if he was trying to sneak in time with Jeanette while she should be with you. Don't compare me to him. You're the one using his kind of tactics to win Jeanette. She only needs one Rudy in her life. You're more argumentative today than ever, because I don't agree with what you're trying to do. I'm all for you being there for her as a family member should be, but you're not acting like family. He tried again, I just look at her and I try, but I don't know how. I see what we were. I see places my hands touched where my lips once kissed her. Well, I would advise you to keep your distance, but it looks like I can't convince you. I'm not trying to save your heartache. My heart already aches. Tessa didn't know what to say to him anymore and was quiet with him until he left the salon. It wasn't until she made it home, brewed coffee, that she felt herself crying into it and muttered, Oh no. When Jeanette came back home, she noticed several bags were sitting on the table. Dane was taking his groceries out of them and putting them away, but getting irritable about it. Rudy, he called out, and Rudy came into view, took one look at the bags sitting on the table, and started laughing hysterically. What, did you stop me in the grocery store and pick up the same items to see which ones she's going to eat? You know, the two, she tells me mine tastes much sweeter. Jeanette's mouth dropped open. They're going to rip each other apart until nothing is left, Jeanette thought, not being able to help but envision a massacre of groceries. She had to do something before it was too late. Guys, hello? They both blinked at her for a minute before Dane stood up from where he'd been crouched in front of the refrigerator and closed the door. Jeanette, you're so breathtaking. You know that? He stole my words, Rudy said. What happened here? Or what's going on? I don't know, Rudy said. Someone stole my idea of surprising you with groceries and just happened, he rolled his eyes, to get the same exact things. Jeanette sunk her face in her hands. Thank you both. It's not a contest. But as if they hadn't heard her second sentence, Dane started in with, So is it true? You think he's sweeter? And Rudy followed it up by, You said once, a long time ago, our kisses are different. I've always wondered, what do you like more? What feels better? Who's got the better technique? Dane, very unlike himself, didn't even wait until Rudy was finished talking to walk up to Jeanette, who backed up and stiffened as his face got close, and then turned to Rudy. Only one way to know, he said, very unlike himself. Rudy smiled mischievously and nodded, while Jeanette wondered if this was a nightmare or a test. Dane, I didn't say it was okay. What do you think of my haircut? I thought it might be nice to go back to my old look. It looks all right, Dane. I don't want a kid. But it was too late, and there was nothing. Well, there was the feeling of his lips mashing into her unprepared lips, but no sparks, no butterflies. And why is he kissing me? Why is Rudy letting him kiss me? I feel nothing, Jeanette thought. When he pulled away, she blinked at him, and he looked at her expectantly. She didn't even realize he was holding her hands until he lifted them, and her hands kind of dropped right out. Rudy approached, saying, "No, it's not fair for you to ask her, Dad. My turn." "Rudy, why are there turns? These are my lips." But she didn't get to finish her sentence as Rudy's lips merged with hers, and she felt everything, then something weird, little pecks annoying as little bird on her arms, as she twisted and said, "What are you two doing?" "I wanted you to judge which of us kisses better, but he misunderstood, and—" Rudy started, glaring at Dane. "You're still acting like kids, Dane. As though summoned, he looked like he was about to kiss her again, but Rudy stuck out his arm. "You were saying?" Rudy asked Jeanette, while glaring at Dane. "Dane, I know now what I used to think was always true. We really were meant to be." She paused before continuing. Dane's jaw dropped. "So I could know that we weren't supposed to be together in that way, and that I got it confused, since I should have been with Rudy." Dane's eyes began to pour, and he rushed so fast past Jeanette that he bumped his head before he could successfully get out of the house into his car. "Jeanette?" Rudy breathed. "That wasn't necessary, was it?" His expression was as though she had just slapped him instead of showing that she chose Rudy. He grabbed her shoulders. "Listen, I'm sorry I pushed you to that point just now, or that we both did, but I think you just pronounced a death sentence. You never say that, ever. Not to anyone. As much as I thought he was my rival, I don't think I'd ever recover if you said that to me." He turned to Jeanette around, who was so shocked by what had happened, the words she'd said, and what she was hearing, that she just let him turn her to the door. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you are still family with him. Go after him. Tell him you didn't mean it. You don't have to lie and pretend you have feelings you don't have for him, but if he gets home before you get there, there's a chance you might never see him another day. I trust you. I know you love me. Please understand me." Jeanette was shaking when Rudy let go of her shoulders. I'm sorry." "Go tell him then." Jeanette ran to her car, but Dane's car was visible, turning a corner, and would soon be out of her vision. It wasn't until she got in behind him at an intersection she realized she hadn't ever gone where he lived. He didn't live with his parents, he lived on his own somewhere. Before she even pulled up to his house, she saw Dane run up to the door. As she walked up to his front door, she considered he might not answer. When he answered right away, she wasn't prepared. "I'm sorry." Sniffling, Dane stepped aside. As he closed the door, his voice was almost as low as a whisper as he said, "Tell me you only said it for his benefit." He hugged her tight. "After all, you came here." "I was worried about you, and I shouldn't have said what I did." The hug was starting to last too long as he pet her head, saying, "Why don't you stay here for a few hours? You never see my house, and I don't think Rudy will hand you over so easily. We can give them a night to comprehend it, and in the morning Are you. Jeanette felt anger at the insinuation, and then a thought came to her. Why did Rudy urge me to come here? "Are you suggesting we as in—" "No. Dane, let me go." Dane immediately let go, but didn't step back. "Did you feel nothing of that, and me putting my arms around you like it used to be?" Jeanette buried her face in her hands. "I don't want to hurt you, but though I don't deny you have feelings for me, that was nothing more than a hug for me." Dane put his hands on her shoulders. "Then we can work on that. I'm sure your body will remember what it was like to love me." Jeanette pushed off his hands. "Dane, no. You don't need someone who can remember physically what it was like to be with you, because the feelings aren't coming back to me. You need to let me go." "What if he wasn't in the picture?" "I don't like the sound of that at all. I mean, can you tell me that you still would say no right now to all we could be if Rudy hadn't ever entered the picture at all?" Jeanette laughed. "Dane, that's easy. You left me and broke my heart. Rudy wasn't in the picture then. Now he's the center of it. I'm sorry I don't share your vision, but you need someone to share it with. Let me go." Dane wordlessly nodded. "Good night. I'll come back to take you to visit Grandma at 5 tomorrow." Jeanette smiled for the first time since she'd been there. "Thank you. Good night," she said and left. When she got home, Rudy smiled, looking up and down her completely configured. "I win." "Rudy, it's not a game." "Why did you let him kiss me?" "That was so weird," Rudy laughed. "Exactly. I was counting on it being weird to you when he kissed you, because I knew you've only got eyes for me. I thought, why not let Dane perceive for himself that there's nothing between you? I thought it would help him move on. It was a bad idea, though. I never knew you could tell someone you hate them in so many words. Going over tonight could have been dangerous for me." "No, he's got a heart of mush for you. He'd never lay a finger." "Rudy, he practically asked me to sleep with him." "Ouch, he probably got punched for that one." "No, actually, I kept my cool, but I think he understood this time when I told him I don't have feelings for him anymore, that I want him to find someone else." Rudy smiled. "That's my girl." Rudy grabbed her elbows and pulled her into a backwards hug. "May I stick around a little longer?" "I want to be here with you." Jeanette squeezed his hands. If you want to stay here with me, you can. However, Jeanette ducked out of his arms so she could turn to face him. I may not be very good company tonight. I can't wait to fall asleep. Rudy kissed her forehead. Of course you are. I can't wait to fall asleep next to you. Right before falling asleep, Rudy tapped Jeanette on the shoulder. I'm still dying to know about technique. What's the difference between him and Holtz? There's so much more with you, so much life. He has a timid kiss, but you never hold back. Rudy laughed a little. He didn't look timid tonight, but there's nervousness in his kiss, and I don't share that feeling. You don't love him. Sorry, you don't love him. It could have passed as a question, but Jeanette heard it as a sentence and didn't feel like her comment was needed. She felt like she said all she needed to and demonstrated it enough for Rudy to be certain it was true. Wordlessly, though felt like cheering with joy, he took her hand in the dark and kissed it. He couldn't even tell if Jeanette was awake, but he wouldn't mind if Dream Rudy kissed her hand. We're not quite halfway through it. Chapter 4. Wednesday was very peaceful and Rudy didn't run into Dane at all. Jeanette laughed every time she opened the refrigerator and saw the duplicate staring back at her as if competing for attention. The real competition between Rudy and Dane seemed to be over, to Jeanette's relief. Thursday, while she was at school, Dane was back and just waiting for Jeanette to come home so he could take her to visit her grandma. Not that he said so or anything at first. He looked everywhere but Rudy. You know, I'm glad to see you going with something a little more your style. It flattered me to see you trying out my old cut and color, but there's only one me. However, I can see that was done very meticulously. Looks like Tessa's work. Dane nodded without looking up. Rudy continued, she pays extra attention to those she really likes. You don't believe me, do you? I've seen it so many times. She crushes on men in subtle ways. Dane still didn't say anything. After about a minute, or of no one saying anything, Rudy asked, Is it all right for Jeanette to stay somewhere else this weekend? Dane shrugged and said, Well, that's her choice. My dad called yesterday, and I haven't visited him in a while, and he invited me, but I know he would love to meet Jeanette. At this, Dane's expression changed. He made eye contact for the first time since that night and laughed, nodding, Wow, that is, you are serious about her. If I had a father like yours, you're much braver than me. Rudy laughed at Dane's reaction and nodded. Yeah, he's just like me. It does worry me a little, but yes, I am serious about her. Smiling with his mouth more than with his eyes, Dane said, She needs someone who is serious about her. That night when Jeanette came back home, Rudy couldn't wait to tell her. She was so thrilled she flung her arms around him, and then worry set in. What should I wear? I can help you with what if you want. He'll be quite taken with you. There were more questions than there seemed to be time for, so they spilled over into the next day at work when Jeanette asked her coworkers, Do you know anything about Rudy's dad? He could be the DizzGo's mascot without even trying. You're lucky to get to spend the weekend hanging out with him. We all get a little starstruck whenever he walks in. He's famous? Not technically, but around here he is. In the morning, when Jeanette woke up, Rudy was already packing Jeanette's bag. She walked over and hugged him. Then she peered into the bag so far and saw her two best dresses in it. Rudy, I know you want me to impress it, but dresses every day? Isn't that a little too much? No, I wanted to see how hot you are. Jeanette laughed. Are you sure about that? Rudy scoffed teasingly. Have you taken a trip to the mirror lately? It would do wonders for your self-esteem. He kissed her and added, And don't second guess me about what I packed for you. That's what he'll want to see because he's my dad. Okay. On the ride to his father's house, there are some things you need to know about him before you meet him. He does certain things when he really likes someone. He'll find excuses to look at you like, I'm not checking you out, darling. I'm questioning if I should replace the frame of that picture on the wall. However, he looks stunning. But there's another thing. He'll use terms of endearment really early or find ways to mention your name in a sentence. Then he'll also touch you a lot. Not only do I think he'll like you, he'll love you. So don't worry. Jeanette laughed. Rudy, you just described yourself. Rudy nodded, laughing. When Rudy knocked and the door opened, Jeanette had to check that Rudy was still standing beside her before looking a second time at the man in front of her, who made her boyfriend look teenaged by comparison. What had Rudy said his name was again? This older but quite svelte version of Rudy had something more authentic to his old-fashioned clothes, with his shaggy cut hair styled as though he'd never set foot in a salon since the year Rudy had been born. The slight wrinkles around his eyes only managed to intensify the untamed fire she'd seen so much in Rudy's own green eyes. Here almost yellow-green. The touch of sun on his skin was the only giveaway that he did go out into the world and wasn't just a perfectly preserved example of his time. When he raised his brow slowly, the look was so familiar Jeanette would have laughed, had it not been accompanied by the slightest melancholy in his eyes. Any trace of sadness was wiped clean by a flash of teeth. Name's Husky. His hand grabbed her motionless one with a squeeze. Nice to meet you, even as Husky laughed. How did Rudy find such a doll? Before Jeanette realized he hadn't let go of her hand yet, she was being twirled. She didn't see Husky mouth the question, What's her name? To Rudy, but she saw Rudy counting 3 on his fingers with an amused expression as he answered, Jeanette. Jeanette didn't know what he was counting until Husky put his arms on her shoulders and said, Well, Jeanette, it's such a pleasure for me to act as host for such a doll. That was when she saw Rudy stifle a laugh as he counted a 4th figure, and Jeanette remembered what he'd said on the way there. Terms of endearment, doll, as well as making a point to say her name, excuses to touch her, turning a handshake into twirling her and touching her shoulders, and she remembered one of them was an excuse to look at her, so her face was red when he suddenly spun her back around. Son, You should have brought the sweet dolls. He touched her face as he continued to face around her sooner. When he let go, Jeanette fought the urge to look for the exit. Instead, she asked where the bathroom was, and once inside allowed her laughter to escape, as she wondered how she could handle being around two Rudys for a day. Then she panicked when she remembered it would be for the entire weekend. When she came out, she found Rudy in a room alone, unpacking. When he glanced at her, he smiled. He digs you, his own words, and you're freaked out by him. Not freaked out, just when is the missus expected to come home? Rudy shook his head. There is no Mrs. O'Darren. O'Darren. But that word makes his initials HOD? Almost hot? Rudy laughed and called out, She said you're almost hot, Dad, and if you were 20 years younger, love? Jeanette blushed. Then I couldn't tell you apart. Husky seemed to materialize at the door with his decidedly more husky voice. Uh-huh, if you say it right, we could have been the hard rod duo. Ice-breaking adventurers on a search for stylish cuties who'd be so daring. But it never turned out like I'd imagined. I can hardly believe my eyes looking at you, Jeanette. You are the proof you never needed my help, and I must say... Husky made a point of walking in a slow circle around her. For such a babe, you got one old-school vocab. Rudy's teaching you well, He laughed when he saw her look down and say, since she didn't know whether he just complimented her or insulted her. No reason to be quiet. It makes me feel at home. Such a shame there is no missus around for most of Rudy's youth, though Maggie remembers her. See, the wild little thing woke up at some point beside me and decided family life was too adult and embarked on her own adventures of needing to prove she still was a sexy young thing, leaving this antiquated man with kids for a boy who appeared to have just left his own childhood. And I guess I did something similar when she stopped coming back around. I missed being told I was hit. But times had changed since I was the age of such language, and it put me on a market I was not expecting. But none of those girlies wanted to be a missus. They savored the taste of my age wine, which made me feel younger, but afforded them the chance to try feeling a little older, until I was run dry emotionally, and I stopped appearing to be the fun old ticket for a safe ride back home to a time before theirs. I was revved and dangerous. Rudy has some of my spirit in his veins naturally, but it was for him and his sister I left it behind, seeing my daughter get pregnant nearly as young as our own mother. And Rudy so ashamed of me. He was too scared to even flirt with his crushes, lest his inherited impulse to leave girls crying kick in. It took wincing for that for me to want to take the steps to change myself. It's not easy, once an addict. Rudy saw the panic attack Jeanette was beginning to have again, and quickly said, You can make her run crying right now, Dad. Careful. Then to Jeanette he said, He's a much tamer person now. Some even excuse him for a gentleman at times. Husky's sudden laugh at that statement made Jeanette jump. He was actually pretty cool with me since he hit adulthood, but he worried me for a little while. Would you believe you're the first girl he's brought to meet me without the quickest disclaimer? They're strictly friends? I'm so relieved my boy's a man. Rudy shot Husky a glance he ignored. So, Jeanette, how... His voice and tone innocent. Jeanette was ready to answer, but when he finished with, Now tell me, how'd you turn him, sweetheart? And the butterflies in her stomach forgot how to fly, falling an inaudible yet faint scream of fear leave her lips so miniaturized it turned into a, Ah! Her eyes darted to Rudy for security. This time Rudy laughed and said, Actually, he's just asking how we met. All details, however, are welcome, even those. Rudy rolled his eyes. We know. Husky closed his eyes. Any time, my ears are hungry and waiting. Dane was thought to be my cousin, and Rudy began to laugh right away, wiping his eyes. Dane. I should have known. That's an area I forgot I was concerned about regarding my son. He was brought to my attention not by Rudy, but by his sister and her darling friend Jeanette. Sorry, Violet. Although Rudy would never admit he was smitten with her as well, and I tried breaking the news gently to him, I knew her kind of mile away. It's for maturity in a mate, but he always got infuriated and thought I was accusing me of being creepy with her. But that's beside the point. Dad, Rudy laughed. I was just scared to tell you it was the other way around. She was creepy around you. You were her type. But I don't feel like I could have trusted you with that information. You reminded her of someone she's finally dating. Husky threw his hands up in defense. I knew by her behavior. She never stirred me. Happy to hear she moved on. She scared me. But that was not the issue in question. Tell me, how does Dane fit in? Jeanette had been almost feeling like laughing, yet uncomfortable watching them talk like she was watching from far away. The mention of Dane put her back in the room. Oh, well, I thought he was my cousin. I met Rudy in a grocery store while Dan was living with me and my grandma. Rudy came over to see him very soon after that and met me while I was throwing out trash. Husky laughed. Rudy, son, tell me you didn't ask her out standing next to a trash can. That is not the way to set a mood. Tad? I didn't, well, I. Jeanette then laughed. Actually, sorta, but not really. He turned puppy when he met you, I see. Rudy shot him a look. Dad, I didn't ask her out that soon. It wasn't like that. Rudy rolled his eyes. Sorry, Husky rolled his eyes. Tell me you didn't strictly friend her. Well, no, but it was sort of divided between going out and friendship. Husky sat forward. Jeanette, oh please tell me my son isn't half your boyfriend. There's no such thing. Tell me it's not so. Husky said this let his eyes wander when he thought Rudy couldn't see. She is mine. Husky sat back as though he was afraid Rudy would lunge at him and laughed. Down, boy. I just wanted to be sure you were treating her like the queen she is. He does. Sweetheart, I need to hear more. Continue, please. Rudy was there to tell me he wanted me to go out with Dane because he doubted Dane was my cousin. He talked to me into being his pretend boyfriend to make Dane jealous. Husky buried his face in his hands. For a moment, they couldn't tell if he was laughing or sobbing. Rudy. Rudy. I know she's adorable. You lost her head. You see a cute girl and get a chance to say, I want to go where you're going. Take me along. Let's walk. But instead, you got to make it complicated and in the end try to push her toward another guy. Did that really work? Rudy shook his head. No. She found out they were not cousins, and he didn't stay with her. She missed me. What did she miss? Because I'm sure I'm missing something crucial. If you didn't make a move, how did she find you? A lady as beautiful as her didn't go back to you for fake dating. I wanted her, and she agreed to be with me so often that she got close to me, and it wasn't wrong to make a move because she wasn't with Dane yet. She'd come over, and I would get her to stay later and later, so one night, Husky's jaw dropped, nodding. We were on the couch, and we started kissing, but Drake came over, and we were interrupted. Husky slapped back. Oh, I wouldn't have let that minute was over. I wouldn't just let Dane have her. That's disappointing. Rudy looked away and said, No. You would have come back to her house when she stopped really talking to you and stopped making plans with you. You would have not cared that her friend was over. You'd stay after her friend left. You'd reveal your emotions. You'd lose control and she'd fight her feelings because she thinks it's wrong to choose the pretend boyfriend. She'd reject you and kick you out. You'd leave crying, confused about what you just did. And it's not like you. Dane would come home and already be ready to tell me he was into me and found out just tonight that we're not cousins. It doesn't matter that he's not been around because he couldn't tell you liked him. It doesn't matter that you've fallen in love with the pretend boyfriend. Dane will say you matter and then leave you. While you never worked out what your feelings were toward Rudy and why you can't help the way you feel when you're with him. Jeanette finished. Husky sat there with his mouth open, a glazed look on his eyes. You went full dog. If you had handled the I want to be with you, let's have a relationship without including the possibility for you to be with anyone else, you would have been able to be together in a natural way, which wouldn't have made you feel the need to push her away, but because she knew deep down who you were, she knew you were in love with her. So you're lucky she wants you. And I'm so glad to know you've got that passion in you, Rudy. She had set me up with Tessa, but Tessa knew I was in love with Jeanette, so she broke up with me. Jane broke up with Jeanette, but when we finally got together, they tried to say Jeanette was dealing with Stockholm Syndrome for me, and it would be healthier for her not to be with me after all. And you didn't listen. Husky suddenly began to laugh. It's just a huge deal to me. You brought her here. I'm really honored, Jeanette, that he's given me the privilege of meeting you. I almost thought this day would never come. Even though Husky was a scary person to her, Jeanette looked over at Rudy with a smile, and she knew that no matter how uncomfortable she felt around Husky, for Rudy to want to take her to meet him showed how much she meant to him. After a while, Husky went into the kitchen to start cooking something, and Jeanette went around the house, being told by Husky to explore to her heart's content. Rudy stayed with Husky in the kitchen talking, but Jeanette didn't hear their conversation, but was so interested in seeing pictures of Rudy as a child and as a teenager, she didn't even think about it. She was leaning over one in particular, which at first glance appeared to be Rudy holding a baby. Although she knew Rudy was probably the baby in the picture, the thought came to her that this is what he would look like, holding his own child. The feelings she suddenly felt were confusing to her. Why did she feel love and fear at the same time? She felt suddenly with the quiet, like there was only her, and the picture she couldn't look away from. Rudy and Husky had been talking about the next day, but Husky had suddenly gone silent. You might need to check on Jeanette. She's spacing out. Looks like she's about to fall headfirst into that shelf, Husky said, soft enough for only Rudy to hear. When Rudy walked up, Jeanette didn't look up. Oh, do you want to look at that one closer? You can pick it up if you want. Jeanette lifted it from the shelf carefully. When she looked up at him and asked, "Would that be you?" Misunderstanding the question, Rudy answered, "It is me. It is me." Pointing at the baby Husky was holding in the picture, she smiled, but she didn't want to rephrase the question to be what she had originally meant, so she put the picture back in place on the shelf. And then the smell of something burnt entered the room, and Rudy turned to look at his father, who was too late to rescue their supper. "Well, anyone down for some pizza?" Jeanette laughed, nodding, thinking exactly alike. Jeanette likes cheese. I usually get mushrooms. Husky laughed and added, "I already knew. So that's one cheese, one mushroom, a sausage." "Rudy, you knew where the living room is. You can show Jeanette there and entertain yourselves while I fix up the kitchen and phone in our orders." Rudy laughed. "You're treating us like children, Dad. You think we'll get in the way?" Husky rolled his eyes. "No, Rudy. I'm fairly sure you'd both rather be watching something else altogether than be scrubbing the charred remains of the meal you almost had off 17-year-old pans." Rudy laughed, sitting next to Jeanette on Husky's couch. "They're your age when we met." "Is he mad?" Jeanette breathed. Rudy smiled and shook his head, embarrassed. Rudy went to Husky's entertainment center and opened the drawers for Jeanette to look at Husky's VHS collection and DVD collection. As he looked for the remote, he opened one drawer full of miscellaneous items, and then he tried the next one down. "Dad, why is this drawer locked?" Husky walked in, arching his brow. He whispered something to Rudy, and Rudy's eyes opened wide. He laughed and said out loud, "No need for that. I was just looking for the remote control." "Positive?" Husky asked with a wink. Rudy gave him a look, and Husky put his hands up in defense. "Well, the key is under that coaster set. Change your mind." He walked back into the kitchen. "Not suitable for now, though I guess I appreciate your intentions." Jeanette's expression didn't show any comprehension of what Husky hid in the drawer, and as she absorbed in reading the back of the tapes. "Do you want to watch that one?" Rudy asked her. Jeanette smiled, nodding. "I've not seen Funny Face in years. It was my mother's favorite movie." "Okay." While the tape was rewinding, the doorbell rang. They watched Husky's reflection behind them in the television as he dashed too quickly to the door and tripped. He regained composure so swiftly that the pizza delivery person was none the wiser. He made his way back to the kitchen with the boxes steadily. Then Jeanette met Rudy's eyes in the reflection, and they laughed, realizing they'd been doing the same thing. He puts on a show even when he doesn't know he's being watched. Then again, maybe it's that he never puts on a show with people. He's always Husky. He said this just loud enough for Jeanette to hear, though it wouldn't have offended his father. The movie began, and as soon as the song Think Pink came on, Rudy asked, "Is this the correct film?" Jeanette nodded fervently, lip-syncing every line. From the kitchen, Husky's muffled-sounding voice, probably speaking through a mouthful of sausage and cheese, said, "Rudy's favorite song," and Jeanette started laughing so hard she couldn't attempt to lip-sync the rest. "I've never seen it, really," Rudy said, smiling. Soon after the pizza was gone, Rudy's dad got up and left, saying there were some things I forgot that could be useful for tomorrow. Jeanette was in the middle of asking what Rudy thought of the movie so far when she turned and saw he was watching her instead. "That's good. How about a break?" Rudy inched closer to her. Jeanette handed him the remote, saying, "Okay, I don't know how to with all the buttons." After pausing it without looking at the screen and turning the TV off, while also not looking at the screen, Rudy said, "Husky isn't just going to the store." He bent down, kissing her neck, her collarbone. "How do you know?" Jeanette asked, trying to keep from laughing. A Husky has a way of speaking in common language, loaded with allusions and euphemisms. That was his way of saying he's spending the evening out, maybe the whole night. "What if you're wrong?" Rudy shook his head without lifting it from her neck. "I speak Husky fluently." He breathed into her ear. Jeanette's voice came out more whispery than she meant for it to, as she asked, "Do I speak Rudy?" Rudy hovered, looking down into her eyes. "You know me so well. You speak my language with your entire brain." Jeanette laughed, feeling her face redden. "What is my body saying to you right now?" Rudy smiled. "Your body is begging me to remove your dress." They both heard a creaking sound, and Rudy craned his neck backward. "Nice one, son. I'm sorry my step is not as soft and light as it once was." Husky trailed off, catching a look from Rudy, which he responded to with his own look. I was going to head back out, Rudy. I only came back for my wallet. Even after hearing Husky close the door again, Jeanette and Rudy sat still, almost not daring to glance at each other. Do you want to go to bed? For sleep, I mean? Rudy asked. Jeanette smiled bashfully and nodded. They held each other as they fell asleep. Chapter 5. There was a note beside Jeanette when she awoke from Rudy. It read, My dad asked me to do something today for him for family. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Of the two dress choices, Jeanette chose the most modest, hoping Rudy's note didn't mean she'd spend a very long time alone with Husky. Jeanette almost jumped when she made her way to the kitchen and heard a voice behind her. Good afternoon, beauty. Upon realizing he'd startled Jeanette, he placed his hand on her shoulder, not realizing she'd be tense then, too, and said, Rudy left me a list before he left this morning of things you like to eat. Let me show you. Jeanette smiled and watched Husky open his fridge. I got you some strawberries. I got you. I got you some gosh, I'm sorry. Strawberry yogurt. Is this kind okay? Jeanette smiled. Thank you. She was going to ask where the spoons were for Husky when I had handed her a yogurt and a spoon. Then punched in numbers on his microwave. That's your oatmeal. I left it in there for you, not knowing when you. Sorry. Any minute now, I'll go back to it. Oh my gosh. That's your oatmeal. I left it in there for you, not knowing when you'd be ready for it. Husky was already turning to walk out of the room when he turned back and said, One more thing. Anytime you want it, I also got you a strawberry cake from a bakery down the road. Also, you can come watch TV with me if you want. After sitting in almost silence except for the television for about 45 minutes, Jeanette opened her mouth to ask where Rudy was. Husky noticed as soon as she opened her mouth and said, I'm sorry, you want the cake now? I'm already being a lousy host. He got up before Jeanette could tell him that wasn't what she was about to ask. Sorry. What she was about to ask about. Alright. I'll stop laughing soon, I promise. Sorry. I'll stop laughing soon. came back with a square slice of cake that looked like it could be 2 meals worth by itself. He was always already sitting down, and Jeanette was about to ask again when he stood back up again and said, I didn't get you anything to drink. I'll do that right now. When he returned with 2 glasses, he said, It's been a long time since I last had the privilege of entertaining a lady. Something about the pale pink juice he'd given her tasted bitter, but the cake helped to rid her of the aftertaste of the liquid. Rudy arrived at his sister's house earlier than he expected to. Mag was happily surprised that her son wanted to spend time with his Uncle Rudy, but mildly suspicious at the same time. Just about a week before, Drake mentioned he would be hanging out with Rudy for the first time in months. He had been openly disapproving of his uncle's choice to date Jeanette up until Rudy's 30th birthday celebration. She and her old friend Violet had gone on a walk toward the end of the party, and when they came back, her son was quiet and stopped saying negative things about Rudy from that night forward. She couldn't tell if that meant he now accepted his uncle or if it meant it stopped mattering to him. Either way, she thought it could only be positive for him to decide to hang out with Rudy for a day. At least she hoped it would be a positive thing. Drake looked content as he came downstairs and he hugged his mom. Rudy told her they would be back by 6:30 and they left. After about 5 minutes in the car without having said anything, So how are things between you and... They both said at the same time. Drake closed his mouth quickly, and Rudy laughed. Things between me and Jeanette have been going smoothly. Although earlier this week I wouldn't have been so sure. Drake gave him the first suspicious glance since he'd seen him. Why would that be? Rudy sighed, rolling his eyes. Dane's return. With that, he had Drake's full attention. With his eyes bulging, Drake said, Tell me you're joking. Rudy looked at him briefly without turning his head and looked back at the road. There wasn't a hint of amusement on his face. That sick creep. Why? Well, he's not technically sick for wanting to be there with her while their grandma is in the hospital fighting a serious respiratory infection. Drake stared unblinking. And you believe that? Rudy, Yes, he's sick by your definition because you keep thinking they are blood relatives. They aren't. Remember? Rudy said it more angrily than he meant to. So what if it's not by blood? They're still family, and it should bother you that he obviously has intentions to get Jeanette. Yes, I know. Of course it bothers me, at least a little. Rudy took a breath before adding slowly, Not as much as it bothered me at first. It got a little bit out of hand, but now I'm certain he knows he can't get her back. She loves me. How much out of hand? Rudy laughed humorlessly. It was enough out of hand that we fought over her like children. When the stress of our immaturity was too much for her, she said something awful to Dane. I came to my senses too late. Being in a relationship with a girl doesn't necessitate vilifying her ex-boyfriend. It may not be healthy in some cases for her to be friends with them, but in this case, that's her family, so what does that make me to stand by and watch her sever her ties with Dane, even though they are involved earlier? Drake was silently processing what Rudy said a few minutes after Rudy went quiet. What did you do then? He finally asked. I encouraged her to apologize to him, and I stayed there while she went to apologize in person because I knew that I can trust her, and I know that Dane wouldn't do anything. Rudy, that is ridiculously haphazard. Trusting is one thing, but in your words, they were involved at one point. Would I have let Lucille talk to you alone if you had been in a relationship before ours started? Absolutely not. Rudy laughed with a quizzical expression on his face. That sounded very much like you can easily picture that. Is that why you've been upset with me so long? Drake shut his lips tightly. Rudy laughed, but Drake didn't look amused. Listen, Drake. I guess you've not had the courage to ask Lucille yourself, but even she would tell you we didn't meet long before you met at Jeanette's party at DizzGo's. I saw you approach her at the table that night. You slipped some sort of note after talking hush-hush for like 10 minutes. And the way she looked at you that night. Rudy laughed until he was clutching his stomach. Drake, please. I don't see what's so funny about this. What's so funny is whatever you think you saw, or thought it meant, couldn't be further from what it was. With a hint of malice in his tone, Drake asked, Then what was it? We were just exchanging numbers. Rudy covered his mouth when he couldn't help but laugh through them at Drake's face. It's not what it sounds like. Drake was scowling as he said, Let me tell you what it sounds like. All my life you have been my biggest role model. Throughout the years I've been told how you stood up to the sleazy, rotten ex-boyfriend of my mom and warned him that he better not harm her ever again. You had prompting by Violet, but still you were my hero, and then you would explain to me how you planned to be Violet's hero. You were waiting for her. She didn't feel that way. And then your cherry shirts campaign taught me something, and it was something I aspired to be also. You told me how you didn't want to be like Husky, and then the time Tessa kissed you and you told me about how strange it was. You warned me not to kiss someone you don't love because it feels scary being kissed by someone who isn't sure how they feel about you. Years later, Violet set you up with women whom you never kiss and never take home with you. You tell me this proudly because you strongly believe it's so wrong to lead someone on. Probably because you felt like Tessa did. All of these things taught me important lessons, and I respected you for them. Then one night I went to your house, and you have a girl with you who is my age, and you have obviously been doing something with her. Then you claim that you're not even in a relationship, and I don't know, I start to think, he's almost 30. He spent his high school years without a girlfriend. Maybe he's making up for it, or maybe he's been into younger girls for many years, and broadcasting to be a cherry makes him more attractive to teenagers. After all, it is highly suspicious for someone you've known all your life to suddenly break all their own rules, and you remained secretive about her. Then her party rolls around, and some best friend of hers is there, same age as her, and you're exchanging looks, and she keeps looking at you. Then eventually I saw you approach her when I went to get us something for the snack bar, and I know you met through Jeanette. I know that she tried to use love potion gummy bears that were soaked in alcohol, saying it was because I keep judging Rudy for losing control, like she wanted me to lose control to see what it's like for you to feel that way. But it sounded to me like she was wanting me to be like you with her. That's all I know. Where should I start? Those are a lot of valid points. I was saving myself for the one. I thought it was Violet, but no. She has been waiting for Pete. Pierce. Oh my gosh. That guy whose wife abused her? Him too, most likely? You think that's positive? Rudy smiled. He's much older than her, but it was only a matter of time. Anyway, yes, when I met Jeanette, I broke all my rules. I wanted her so badly, I cornered her into pushing me away, basically. It was frightening to see that I'd been missing her in my life for years. And then to think I'd be losing her forever to someone who had been my best friend. Maybe Lucille didn't want to make you feel weird about it, but when you met that night, I knew I needed to set you up together. I had met her only one other time before that night. The day I met Lucille, she was over at Jeanette's house, and I wanted Lucille to go home so I could be alone with Jeanette. Drake's eyes widened. She met you the same night, same day you attempted to... Yes, so I was not on my best behavior when I met her. I was a little frustrated that Jeanette had been ignoring me, and I was desperate for it. When I met Lucille, I tried to make Jeanette feel jealous by flirting mildly with her friend. Again, it just goes I was still upset and jealous of Dane, and I flirted with Lucille to make Jeanette jealous, but I was miserable. So when I went over to her table and exchanged phone numbers, it was so that I could dictate my apology letters to her over the phone for Dane and Jeanette. There was even one for Tessa. I didn't say anything remotely scandalous to her over the phone or meet her in private or do anything with her. However, I did set you up together because I saw you took an interest in her, and you do kind of look related to me, you know? I am your uncle, after all. Lucille does not love me. She loves you, Drake. I'm aware she had a slight crush on me, but I didn't encourage it. Flirting is encouraging it. Well, I set her up with you, didn't I? Drake was quiet for a few minutes, but he was at least a little relieved that Rudy hadn't done anything secret with Lucille. But he didn't like that Rudy had flirted with her. Yes, you did set me up with her. Rudy smiled. See? Do you feel better now? Drake shrugged. So how are things with you and Lucille? You didn't answer earlier. Drake looked away without responding. Oh? What was that? Drake? Rudy laughed nervously. She's going to a party tonight. I told her I didn't feel like it was a safe place to go. There's this guy who's going to be there who gives me the creeps. He stayed behind a few grades, and he's always seemed to be watching Lucille. I thought she didn't even notice, but we had a fight recently, and I think it might be over. She told me she's made up her mind about going without me. Case invited her. Rudy scoffed in disbelief. Case? That name is familiar somehow. Well, I can call Mag and tell her we'll be running a little late. It's important we get to her house before Case picks her up. Or we can go there, if you've got the address. Drake shrugged. The fight couldn't have really been that bad, could it? Rudy was met with a discomforting silence. What was it about? I'm not sure I should tell you. Drake's face went red. Why not? We resolved now the thing that you were angry with me for, right? You can tell me. See, it kind of involves you. How so? Drake cringed as he said, we'd been having the same sort of argument again and again. She wants to get intimate soon, and I want to wait and marry first before then. But instead of understanding that I'm actually respecting her by wanting to wait, she gets offended by it, and I've told her my father never married my mother, and she got pregnant with me while she was in high school. And not to say that I'm a mistake, but I'm gonna do that to her. It's just too soon for me. But she mentioned the party to me like, let's go together. And I was like, no, that's a bad idea. I was thinking of the drinking and the drugs that could be at a setting like that. I've always avoided that. As she has said before, she's never been. But now that we're serious, she's saying things like, what if she regrets never having been to one? I was upset and worried, and I said, you want to go so you can get me drunk, so you can seduce me like you tried to at Rudy's party? Then I asked, did you get seduced by him before we met? Is that why you want to so badly? She started crying and said, of course not. I'm a virgin. I've told you I'm a virgin. You don't believe me. Before I could console her, she left. On her way out, she said, Case invited me today in between classes. I guess I'll just go with him then. So I messed up. I lost her. Hey, Drake. You remember you said I was your hero and that I was your role model? Drake nodded, then started laughing a little when he realized what Rudy was about to say. So you want me to confront him like you did for my mom? Rudy nodded. My thoughts almost precisely, Drake. That's good. You know me well. However, you have an advantage. I didn't. Drake crossed his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes. And what would that be? Without any humor in his voice, Rudy slowly stated, I was too late. Then he smiled. Even if it embarrasses her for you to swoop in and save her from that guy, or other activities she'd regret later, it would make you her hero. You don't have to be like me, Drake. In 10 years, no matter what happens in the future, you'd still be able to look back and know you did something to rescue Lucille on this night from a dangerous party with Case. Oh. Drake looked up at Rudy suspiciously. Why did your tone suddenly change? I know where I've heard that name now. I've likely just found a big solution to your problem, Drake. Rudy handed Drake his cell phone. Could you call Violet for me and put it on speakerphone? As Drake took the phone, he slowly asked, Why Violet? What does she have to do with this? She's always used the last name Pierce as a fake name to protect them, but she doesn't change their own names. The 2-year-old she babysat, his name is Case. You were born within the year he was 2, and you said he was held back a few grades, didn't you? Drake's mouth dropped open as the sound of Violet answering on the speakerphone managed to bring him out of shock. Hi, it's Drake. And Rudy. Motion for Drake to hold the phone a little closer to his face. That's great. Rudy, how's the visitation going? Rudy laughed nervously and said, Not there yet, but I have a favor to ask of you. It's kind of off topic. Sure, Rudy laughed. Well, you don't even know what I'm about to ask. Yeah, but I'm sure it's not too difficult. Violet, how old is Case now? 21. Why? And is he in college? No, he had to repeat a few grades. Why? Drake has a potential rival for Lucille in the moment, matching the age criteria with the same name exactly. And what are the odds? Violet audibly swallowed. None. That's what I thought. Good thing. Sounding very serious, Violet asked, Why would that be a good thing? The audible gulp was back. Then, he's been going through a rough phase. He's aware of the relationship that's developed between his father and I. He disappears for whole weeks sometimes, so his father isn't worried because his son always returns looking healthy, fit. He's just been at this or that friend's house. Oh. Rudy glanced over at Drake, whose head was buried in his hands. Do you happen to know which friend's house he's going to tonight exactly? This or that? Jamie Gaffer's. The kid's not just playing games in your head, is he? No, I looked it up. I was suspicious of it being a fake name, too. I can text you the address and number. Okay. Violet hung up, and they got a text from her containing the address and number for the Gaffer's home less than 3 minutes later. When Drake called, the phone was picked up immediately. They heard a current radio song being blasted through the phone before a stuffy-nosed voice answered, Hello, Jamie Gaffer's calling about the party tonight? Yeah, Drake started. My girlfriend invited me, and I got confused about the details and will need them, so I know when to pick her up. They'll prob 8:15 tonight, but earlier is fine too. Would you need the address? I have that information here. I just need to know the time. They heard the teen laugh like that was hilarious. No problem either. It's about 1 o'clock now. The time of the party, I meant. 8:15. 8:15. It's going to be 8:15. Is that all? Yes, thank you. No problem. See you there. Drake looked frightened as he handed the phone back to Rudy. I can't believe this is really happening, he said. By the way, you told me over the phone this was going to be my graduation gift, but it's a few months from graduation for me. I can tell you that it's something you always said you wanted. I'm not really sure what that is. We'll get there soon. I didn't even pack for a day at the beach, so that's not something to surprise me with. Rudy laughed. I know you love the beach, Drake. That's not where we're going. Why would I suggest a beach trip without our girlfriends anyway? Drake laughed with him. Of course not, but where's Jeanette today? Don't you typically spend time with her on the weekend? She's spending. she's she's spending some quality time with your grandpa Husky. No. Oh, gross, Rudy. Why'd you leave her with him, sir, pervy? He's come a long way, Drake. Therapy sessions, appointments have been really paying off. I would never let Lucille meet that dirty old. Yes. Yes, someday you will want to introduce the love of your life to family, even if you don't know how to expect it will go. You'll have to push your pride aside long enough to say, I want to let you into my world completely and forever, and the areas occupied by regret, shame, or loss. Maybe you're not there yet, but I hope one day you will be. No, I'm not there yet at all. The first second he says anything, even remotely flirtatious or inappropriate, I would say, remember those earplugs I told you about earlier? Here they are. Rudy laughed, nodding. I would have totally said the same thing too not long ago, but then my mind changed. I decided he's ready for her to know everything. Sorry. And I decided I'm ready for her to know everything. And I think with how long I've waited to find her, it's about time. Rudy, will you take a moment to remember something? Do you remember the last time he went to DizzGo's? Let me rephrase. Every time he goes there. Technically, Drake, he never is rude to any of the customers, is he? No. And has he ever left with one? I don't know. My dad has greatly improved. Just because women flock to him helplessly doesn't change the fact that he knows how to treat them now. Uh, I hate to say this. That's the problem. He uses charm and he knows how to make them love him. And he certainly knows how to treat a woman well. I've watched him with all my mom's friends meet him, and it's like they're mesmerized. I mean, have you seen Violet around him? Rudy laughed. Violet's a unique woman. The things she experienced made him just her type. He didn't encourage that. I'm almost positive he's seen at least a quarter of my mom's friends at some point in secret. It's how they act. Husky seems to be most women's type. Rudy laughed. Not Jeanette's type. She thinks he's scary. Rudy, all the more reason, if she's scared, that you shouldn't leave her alone with him. I'll, I'll go ahead and put the bookmark in it briefly so I can put the next video in the thing.
I get a call and my mom says, "Don't panic, but the house is on fire." I got in my first accident. I had this pipe burst. But Moses was amazing as usual. I felt really comfortable in that moment. Christine was there for me. I'm a very good dance mostly. Globally supporting farmers as they transition to regenerative agriculture practices. Purina cares here. To regenerative agriculture practices. Purina cares here.
I think it's about here. Let me mute. describe the video. Chapter 6. Rudy laughed, but minutes later, while he was filling his car with gas, he realized Drake had a point. He looked at his contacts list and messaged the person he knew would take it most seriously. I have a problem. I had to leave Jeanette with my dad, and something important came up, so I can't be back with her as soon as I planned to be. Please, can you check on her? Can you tell her I'm alright? I'm sure you'll remember the way to his house, but here's his address, just in case. And then he sent the address in a second text. Nearly seconds later, Dave responded, I'll be right there. When he got back in the car, he said, We're less than 5 minutes now from your gift. Are you excited? I have no idea. Knowing you, it could be almost anything. They arrived at a mall, and Rudy said, Could you wait here just a minute? Drake couldn't hear Rudy say, My dad told me you wanted my permission to re-enter Mag's life. To someone who was stepping out of his vehicle. Nor did he hear Rudy say, But there's someone else you deserve to meet first. Before Rudy could turn back to the car to tell Drake he could get out of the car, Drake was already outside of it, because Drake could see from the man's black hair, his eyes, and even the hair, that there was only one person in the world this could be. The man's eyes connected with the eyes of his son Drake, and he said, Yes, my son, I've seen you before, months ago in a parking lot, walking, while I was about to get in my car. He wasn't talking to Rudy. He spoke as if Rudy wasn't even there, and just stared at Drake. I thought I'd imagined it, but it couldn't really be her. I thought it was impossible for it to be that she had my child, but there was a feeling I had that confirmed it, as I saw things in your mannerisms, while the two of you walked into a store that were mirror images of my own. Hello, my name is Landon, Drake said, nodding. I've heard of you. Landon started to cry, even though he was smiling. I wish I'd heard of you. Seeing you made me realize how much I missed my life. Almost 2 decades of ignorance and regret. I'm so sorry, and I want to know you. What's your name, son? The added son felt like a warning sign to Drake, even though it was the truth. It felt like a joke. Because so many people had used son as a common phrase until it no longer implied any ownership or responsibility. This was when he felt himself begin to snarl. He tried to swallow the feeling behind such an expression. Drake. The man smiled as though it were the most beautiful name he'd ever heard. Landon suggested a place nearby for them to eat. While there, Drake ate silently, but occasionally would turn to Rudy to talk to, like when ordering. I'm sorry this is so difficult for you. I can't imagine how you're feeling right now. But I can tell you how I feel. I'm so stunned to be here right now. You are a miracle, Drake. I had remembered your mom's father's name, even though I had never met him. So I looked him up, found his number, and called him. I told him who I was, and he remembered right away, so I was frightened at first that it was a mistake to contact him. He didn't give me any way to contact you or your mom, but he suggested it would be the best to meet Rudy first, and I was scared. Every threat he made to me one day in school came back to me and gave me nightmares, but I feel like I would do anything for just the opportunity of being in your life. I'm not here to demand a place in your life because I know I don't deserve it. Even if you reject me as your father right now, forever, I can go home tonight knowing that I have a son, and he seems well adjusted and he's been brought up well. He's safe and sound. I have a son named Drake, whom I'm proud to have. It makes me joyful. I want you to have my information, to have a way to reach me anytime, because even if you leave today with anger toward me or have nothing to do with me, I want to do what I can do now to be the father you didn't get to have. And I'm leaving it up to you today. If you decide it's not a good idea for Mag to know me, you don't even have to tell her. I would love to be invested in your lives again, though. How you feel about it is most important. For the first time since they'd been at the restaurant, Drake spoke directly to him. Rudy was my hero growing up, so I didn't go without a father role in my life, but I've always wanted to meet you and talk to you. Now that I have, it's so surreal that I don't even know what to say. I feel like it's not my place to tamper with my mom's future by saying yes or no for you about reaching out to her. This is overwhelming for me, but it means a lot to me. I would like to let you be a part of my life, but I don't know how much I'm comfortable with yet. I think a vacation to the beach would be too soon for now, but maybe in the future. Chapter 7. After they exchanged contact information and said goodbye, Drake didn't shake hands with his father, but waved instead. Drake was silent for almost an hour. Rudy wasn't able to tell if Drake had been happy to meet his father or not. Thank you, Drake finally said. It's kind of weird though. It feels like exactly like I thought it would be to hear him talking and to be around him. I'm so happy to see you're smiling. I wasn't sure how you felt about it. I feel a variety of emotions. I feel mostly positive about it. Rudy smiled. It was a good gift for you then? Drake nodded. After a few minutes of silence, Drake's smile had gone. He said, I think we should go to Lucille's house first, if that would be okay. There's always the chance she changed her mind. Can you give me your address? When Rudy looked at the address Drake handed him, he said, Let's hope she hasn't already left then, because her house is further away from where we are than the party, which started 17 minutes ago. And when we get to her house, it will have been going on for 40 minutes. He looked over at Drake and added, Of course, it would be worse to go to the party and she not be there than go to her house while she's leaving for the party. Drake tried to send Lucille messages while they were driving there, but she wasn't responding. When they got to her house, her mom said she drove somewhere an hour ago. At least Case didn't pick her up then, Rudy said, trying to reassure Drake. When they got there, they could hear the music before even stepping out of the car. They were already stepping over trash on the way to the front door when a car sped past them from the back of the house to the front lawn. The passenger side door was open and Drake turned back to try and walk in to find Lucille when he heard her calling for him. Drake, help! Her voice coming from the direction of the car, which was now shooting across the lawn into a neighboring yard. That was when he saw one shoe dangling out of the open door. As Drake ran over to the car, which was still driving around crazily, Rudy called, Drake, stop! You might get hit! But Drake didn't listen, and before Rudy could catch up with him, Drake was already at the side of the car, reaching for Lucille's hands. At least 3 times the tires came close to his feet, but he finally managed to catch Lucille as she jumped out of the car. They landed on grass, but the impact of the ground was still hard enough to give them a few minor bruises. They had to quickly get up and run to Rudy's car in case the car swerved back around. Once she was in the car, she hugged Drake. It was a huge mistake for me to come here. Tonight was just one stupid disaster after another. The whole time I missed you, and I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to you, but so much was going on. Drake didn't know what to say as he looked at her. He had so many questions to ask her, and he turned to Rudy. Rudy, is there any way you could give us privacy? Rudy smiled, gave him a thumbs up, saying, I can take the time to check up on Jeanette. He got out of the car and closed the door. On his phone was a text from Dane he hadn't seen, which he saw had been sent 3 hours before then. It read, Please help. I had to bring Jeanette back to her house. He called right away instead of texting back, but no one answered. He called Jeanette, and no one answered. He called his dad, who answered right away. Hi, Dad. Could you tell me why Dane left a text saying he took Jeanette back to her house? There was a pause. Please forgive me, son. I thought she was old enough to drink. Rudy ended the call. The thought of Husky giving Jeanette alcohol was too much, and even worse was the thought that it was his own fault for not thinking to mention her age to his dad. He would need Jeanette to tell him what happened from her perspective. He quickly texted his father saying, I'm sorry I hung up. I'm not angry, just bewildered, and I think I'd rather get her side of the story first. I feel I'm to blame for not telling you not to give her alcohol. Inside Rudy's car, Drake told Lucille, I wanted to tell you I'm sorry about that fight we had earlier. I just didn't feel comfortable bringing it up in front of Rudy. Lucille looked up at him. You are the purest girl, and I know you would never hide any secrets from me. But all this time I've been letting it get to me that I saw something in the way you looked at him the night I met you. And I've been thinking, how do I compare to him if you thought he was attractive? It doesn't really matter, though, because you chose me. I won't lose you and what we have to insecurities of mine or parties that you want to go to or Case. Lucille smiled. You haven't lost me, Drake. It did hurt to be accused of having been with Rudy before meeting you because I have told you all about my life and I would never keep any secrets from you, but it hurts for other reasons as well. To me, Rudy is almost an acquaintance. When I was told the true nature of Jeanette's friendship with Rudy, I started to see him as right for her the whole time. So if we had, it wouldn't have been something that would have significance compared to the life he would go on to have, being with Jeanette. And why would I be in a relationship with someone who doesn't see our relationship as significant? I wouldn't. So having thought he was cute didn't mean anything, Drake. You're the one I am in a relationship with, not him or anyone else. Drake smiled. So tell me about what happened today, and I can tell you how mine has been. On the way to the party, my car ran out of gas. I had to ask someone if they could give me a ride, and I did really want to ask a guy, but then I realized the only person I knew who was going is Case. I didn't really know him though, and now I don't think I will. While seeing stupid things happening around me at the party, I was trying to use my phone to communicate with you, but Case kept laughing and saying I was missing the party. After I said I would like to go home, I got into the car, and then he started racing around everywhere. I hadn't even closed the door, and that's how you found me. I don't know what I thought I was missing out on parties, but all I could do was think of how much I wished I were with you instead. She held his hand. How was your day? Rudy told me in advance he was giving me a graduation present that was something I have always wanted. He wouldn't say what it was, but it was a long drive to get there, and we spent most of it talking. I'm glad. Drake decided against telling her he had been upset earlier with Rudy, as he had been for a while. That didn't matter, now that Rudy had his respect once more. Instead, he told her about what it felt like to finally meet his father. It was like Drake saw Lucille's enthusiasm about it that he realized Rudy had been right. One day he would be ready to want Lucille to meet his father, but he would need to know more about him first. Drake rolled his window down while Rudy was looking at his phone. Rudy, Lucille's car ran out of gas. Could you drop us off at the car? As Rudy got into the car, he said, It's already pretty late, so I think it would be dangerous to leave you waiting at the car while I buy gas and bring it back to you. I think it would be better if you both stay here, and Lucille can point out where it is, at least with the hope it hasn't been towed. It looked purposeful. Well, that might not be the word I meant to use, but it was somehow able to make it to a parking lot, even though it was basically on empty. While they were on the way to her car, Drake asked, How's Jeanette? I got a text I didn't understand telling me she was brought back to her house and that I couldn't reach her. I called Husky. He apologized, saying he didn't know she wasn't old enough to drink. Well, knowing Husky, I'd be suspicious if he told me that. Husky and alcohol are not a good mix. Do you think he was sorry for giving her alcohol, or... Rudy suddenly pulled off the road and dialed Husky's number. Dad, you didn't sleep with Jeanette, did you? Then there was a pause and he said, Okay, and hung up. He pulled back onto the road but couldn't help but feel Drake staring at him. He said no. I don't like the way in which he said it. Do you think he's lying? Technically he's not, but that doesn't reassure me. The rest of the time spent getting Lucille the gas and filling her car with it, Rudy could only stress over thoughts he didn't want to be thinking. Drake got him out of his trance by saying, Lucille's going to drive me back home and then she'll go home. I'll explain it to my mom when we get there. That way you can go get to Jeanette quicker. Rudy laughed almost humorlessly. That is the least predictable thing I've ever heard you say. But it's good to know your respect in me has been restored. Drake smiled. Well, today has been one unpredictable moment after another for me. The hero I've always seen in you came through for me today. Well, look at you. You pulled your girlfriend out of a speeding vehicle. You're a hero. And mine, because I don't know how much longer I can take not knowing. When Rudy struggled to find a suitable ending to that sentence, beneath all the fear and mixed emotions, Drake nodded. He stepped back from Rudy's car, waiting. Thank you, Rudy. Rudy smiled and waved in return while he began his own return to Jeanette. Chapter 8. When Rudy got to Jeanette's house, he saw 3 cars parked there. One was Jeanette's car, which he had been parked there already, Dane's car, and the other one briefly brought to mind the text Dane sent earlier, because I wasn't there, and he needed help. He opened the door using the key Jeanette gave him, and rushed past Dane sitting where he typically sat and burst into Jeanette's room. Tessa, please allow us privacy. But he did not hear Dane run up the stairs after him, so he jumped when Dane laid his hand on Rudy's shoulder. She's still asleep. May I talk to you? Rudy hesitantly turned around. Before you tell me anything, what I need to know right now is she hurt? Dane shook his head. She's not in any permanent pain, but she has a headache. I should be out there with her. Rudy, please. I told you she needs sleep right now. She's not up to telling you what happened, but I can tell you what I saw. Yes, but I'd rather hear her side of it first. Rudy, I'm trying to do you a favor. I would have wanted to know sooner than suddenly when I couldn't do anything about it that she was spending all her time with you back then. My own father's the last person I'd consider a threat. Your dad has issues. Did you forget that? No, I didn't forget that. She was drunk. Rudy nodded, looking at Dane. I know. I called him, and he apologized to me, saying he didn't know she was old enough to drink. Will you listen, just for 10 minutes, at the most? Rudy sat down and then reluctantly nodded. Dane began. When I got to your dad's house, either you or him left the door unlocked. I went in, after knocking, of course. When I found them, they were both standing, but Husky was holding Jeanette's dress in his hands and his shirt, while she was standing there, sort of slumped against a wall, wearing one of his shirts. He wasn't wearing any shirt. When he noticed me, he looked guilty and quickly said he had to wash her dress and his shirt. He ran off to his washing machine before I could see what was wrong with her dress and his shirt. He said she was drunk. I told him she's 2 years and 4 months shy of being 21. What's creepy is that you know that. Why do you know that? Dane blinked at him without answering while Rudy laughed. He said it wasn't what it looked like, and he wouldn't have given her alcohol had he known while I got her suitcase and put it in the car. He told me you'd be coming back soon, but I said I didn't think you'd be too trusting if you had seen what it did look like. I asked him to tell you I took her back to her house if you came back before I could tell you. He agreed, and then I saw a problem. I couldn't change her into pajamas, seeing that she was too drunk to do that herself. I called Tessa. Tessa understood. We've been giving Jeanette coffee and food. Thank you. Rudy sat quietly for a few seconds before saying, I think you jumped to the wrong conclusion. At least I hope. But I don't think it would have been wise to keep her there with them while she was drunk. Dane bit his lip and then said, There's one more thing that bothered me. He mentioned you were busy doing something he asked if you could do for family. During your visit with him, this of course means leaving Jeanette alone with Husky. He then proceeded to serve her wine? Just knowing his past, too, it doesn't sound innocent to me at all. Well, this is my own father we're talking about. Yes, I know, more than anyone, about his problem. I've seen his progress, and I want to believe in his innocence. He's my dad, after all. Softly he added, I want to believe in Jeanette's innocence, but if something has happened, she's not to blame. I would be, for leaving her alone with my recovering sex addict father. I know you had good intentions wanting her to meet him, and I know it shows that you honored your father to trust him, but I don't think he'll feel dishonored by not having your blind faith in him when it comes to your girlfriend. It's possible he'd feel respected just by the insinuation of the opposite, for me to feel threatened by him. You know, despite everything, all the hatred and rivalry, you called me for help. In fact, you trusted me enough to ask that I check on Jeanette. Well, though I'm sorry the other night even happened, us trying to outdo each other. No, it's okay. You don't have to remind me. It took that for me to understand something important. We're not being fair to her when we behave that way. It's not up to us who she decided she loves. That choice is hers to make. Our competitiveness doesn't impress her. It pressures her into proving her loyalty. She deserves the love of her life, who will be mature enough to not constantly try to prove to her he's better than her ex. I want to be the man she deserves. Let's stop fighting. All right? There's something you didn't take into consideration earlier, Dane. He washed her dress, and we have my dad's shirt. Are you suggesting we hold his shirt hostage for him to tell you what happened? Rudy laughed so hard he was doubled over. No, I'd almost forgotten you were like that. Think back, though. Do you remember it working when you stole Janet's hat and my clothes? Tessa and I were trying to get your attention, so yes, it worked. Rudy laughed, long enough for us to then ignore you, because we wanted you to see we didn't care whether or not you approved of us. It has been really hard for me to approve. Tessa does approve, wholeheartedly. By the way, thank you for seeking her assistance. If you had tried anything with Jeanette the moment I found out, would be my instant death, I know. On the other hand, your dad may have actually done something. I think you were greatly mistaken, but it reminds me I do need to call him. Dane nodded and then left the room. He waved goodbye as Rudy dialed his dad's number. When Husky picked up, Rudy began to hear footsteps approaching, thinking it was Tessa about to leave. Son, will you just hear me out now, please? Yes, I wasn't able to talk to you then. Jeanette woke up kind of late. I served her breakfast, and then she watched TV with me. After a little while, I gave her strawberry cake and a glass of wine to go with it. We went back to watching TV, and I saw she was through with her glass before she was even halfway through the slice of cake. Maybe I should have asked her first, but I went to refill it in the kitchen, and after a while she started eating the cake more quickly. I thought maybe she's just nervous. I wasn't trying to make her drunk, but when she became giggly, started confusing me for you, I stopped giving her wine. What do you mean, started confusing me for you? She wanted to talk about that picture of me holding you when you were a baby. She asked me if I would be that happy to have a baby. I didn't understand. My answer, I was happy in that picture, just confused her. Then I realized she wanted your answer, but I can't answer for you, so I had to say, I don't know instead. It seemed like my answer only stressed out. She had more cake. I didn't want her to cry, so I went up to her. She seemed momentarily to realize who I was, and I said, if Rudy becomes like you at your age, I know I won't have to fear anything when I get older. I asked her why, and she said, because you respect me. I don't know what she meant by that. Many people fear getting older. I don't feel old. Anyway, I was standing there with my hand on her shoulder because I was trying to console her, and her face went flushed and she seemed to be sweating slightly. Jeanette's eyes widened and she moved forward. I thought she was about to fall. I caught her, and she threw up. Then she was embarrassed, but she needed to change out of her dress, which had also been soiled. So while I can understand you being mad at me for this, understand that there was nothing sexual about it at all. I had to support her while helping her out of the dress. Also, I gave her one of my shirts to wear, not because I was being weird. It's just that I thought if she gets ill again, I'd rather she not ruin another one of her dresses. I tried to explain it today when he came in, but as soon as he heard me say she was drunk, he turned me out and whisked her away, finding out she wasn't even old enough to drink yet. Made me feel even worse about it, and I didn't know how to argue against the thought she might do better to be in the comfort of her own home for the time being with her Sado cousin. Being that you said she was confusing you for me, I think it is better that Dane brought her home for now. No offense, Dad. I think that if I were you, by your logic, if she were to try and kiss me, to refuse the kiss would be like having my son reject his girlfriend. Rudy, Dad, earlier, when I asked if you'd slept with Jeanette, your no sounded guilty. Even now, your defensive tone about getting her changed into something clean, it's suspicious sounding to me. Okay, you think I'm hiding something, Rudy? I thought I could handle it. I thought everything was under control, but she kept saying things, wild things, thinking she was talking to you. She said things I never would have thought your girlfriend was capable of even thinking. I didn't want to upset you by saying this. I didn't want to generalize girls. It's an old habit, and difficult for me to break, but sometimes it's the quiet ones who say the most insane things when they're drunk. The only way I could think of to quiet her was to sort of go along with it, verbally only, and tell her Husky might be home any moment, and the last thing I want is for that pervert to catch us. She also indirectly flirted with me once by saying that she hopes you will be as attracted to her as she will be to you by the time you're as old as your dad, because she's certain you'll be just as sexy. But, Rudy, before you hang up again, it was words, only words. Dad, it was thought and words. If you told me there was no risk of you considering doing something with her while she said those things to you, even though she thought you were me, what you just told me would make me think you would be lying. So even though I felt like I was supposed to be there for Drake today, I feel like I shouldn't have ever left Jeanette alone with you. No offense, Dad. None taken. I understand that. We can visit you together, but from now on I can't let you be alone with her if you're attracted to her. Tomorrow, if Jeanette feels better, then we can visit one last day and return your shirt. If not, I'll return it to you another day. Rudy, just know that I would never want anything to come between you and the love of your life. I think you found her. If that meant not letting her see me again, I can live with that, because I know it's taken you such a long time to find her, and that you let her even meet me shows how important to you she is. I don't want to jeopardize that. I know. But you do have a problem. I know you've come a long way, but at the same time, it was wrong of me to test you that way. I set you up for temptation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, Rudy. Rudy laughed. You didn't really do anything. True. Dad, you paused at that word. You know what? It's all right. I have to believe you. And most importantly, I have to believe Jeanette. I've not talked to her all day. Dane wanted to talk to me as soon as I got home. I'll let you talk to her now. Good night, son. Good night. Chapter 9. When Rudy stood up from the couch and turned around, Jeanette was right in front of him. He hugged her tightly. I'm so sorry I left you today. I should have realized my dad was the worst person to leave you alone with. Rudy, it's alright. I already feel a lot better than I was feeling. You were with Drake today. I think that sounds important. Rudy's fingers combed Jeanette's hair back over her shoulder. It was. How did you know? I just heard you telling Husky about it on the phone. Rudy's fingers stopped moving through Jeanette's hair, and when he said, "Oh," like he understood, his expression didn't match it. I was asleep until I heard you talking to Dane. Then I went downstairs and heard some of the conversation while Tessa was sleeping. She woke up, and when she saw me, I told her I was feeling much better. She hugged me and then left soon after Dane left. Will you tell me about your day? I'll tell you, but will you tell me about yours first? I'm just dying to know what happened. Rudy sat back down and Jeanette sat down next to him. Okay, but just know that for me, it's like a really strange dream. I don't remember everything very well. I'll tell you what I can remember. We were watching TV, and I wanted to ask where you were, but every time I wanted to bring it up, something would happen. He would get me a slice of cake or refill my glass. I didn't like the way the wine tasted. I didn't even know it was wine since I never had it before today. I feel a lot better right now, but I remember all the uncomfortable feelings I got from it. My vision was dimmer. Sound was also muffled. The room felt too hot. I felt like a deeper part of me took over, and I wasn't certain if I was awake or asleep. I didn't remember specific things that were said, but I remember feeling like you were there, even though you weren't. When I realized it wasn't you I was talking to, it turned from strange to feeling like I was in a nightmare. Your dad seemed kind about it, but then I felt like I was having a panic attack, and he was reaching for my shoulder or neck, but I couldn't tell which, and I got sick all over him. But even though it temporarily helped me, I still felt very unlike myself. Then I remember Jeanette started laughing. Dane's face as he was trying to help me get into his car and trying to support me while walking into my house. He looked terrified. I couldn't stop laughing, and it made him appear even more scared. At some point, he started giving me strong coffee, and then Tessa was over, and they took turns giving me food and coffee until I was feeling a little more normal. Jeanette had been sitting with her legs bent on the couch, and she stretched them out so she could put her head in Rudy's lap. How's your day been? I helped reunite Drake with his biological father, and then we picked up Lucille from a party she went to with a boy who might be Pat Pierce's son, and her car ran out of gas. Then I got text messages from Dane. All I could think about was getting back here to you. I'm glad you were able to reunite Drake with his father. All day you're the only one I wished to be with. Every word I said to him was meant for you. I'm so happy to be with. But Rudy bent down and kissed her before she could finish her sentence. I couldn't help it. Not only did you just ease my mind, but your eyes are looking at me like I'm the only one you want. She pulled his face down and kissed him. That's because you are. Just being with you. How relaxed I am already. It makes me aware of just how uneasy I felt all day. I could melt into a puddle of serenity just looking into your eyes, almost as if. Okay, I need to reread that. That's because you are. Just being with you, how relaxed I am already. It makes me aware of just how uneasy I felt all day. I could melt into a puddle of serenity just looking into your eyes. Almost as if Rudy kissed her twice before finishing his sentence. I forgot the power you have over me with just one glance. Jeanette took a deep breath. Then let me remind you. Let my eyes melt you until you seep into my skin. Jeanette sat up as she said this, and she lifted Rudy's hands. Rudy crouched above her, his face burning. He whispered, Husky was right. You say the most insane things sometimes. Jeanette kissed him. You inspire me in those moments. Do I make you feel inspired in this moment? Jeanette nodded quickly, untying the drawstring to her pajama pants. She stood up from the couch and lifted a finger to her lips. She turned and walked slowly into the direction of the guest room and opened the door. Rudy caught her arms before she turned around and said, Were you checking to see if it's clean in there, or? Jeanette laughed. I was checking to be sure we're truly the only ones here. She then noticed how warm Rudy felt with his arms wrapped around her, and she took a breath. Rudy, are you clothed? Want to see? Want to go to the guest room or my room? Lead the way. Anywhere is fine. Jeanette ran, holding his hand, but not looking backward. She waited until she was right about to let go and fall back onto her bed to finally glance at Rudy. All of him. The little amount of light hitting Rudy's eyes while they swept over Jeanette's fully clothed body. He tilted his head and sighed, his hair almost red-black in the dimness, as it fell back fell past his forehead on one side. Jeanette's heart pounded as she said, "Rudy, with you standing there just like that, the way you look at me, I feel like you're already deep within me without even touching. What are you feeling? Do you feel the same?" Rudy's head nodded fervently. While I smiled at him. "I'm deeply touched by just seeing you waiting for me," and a teardrop flashed as it fell from his chin, and he bent forward, his hair caressing her face as his eyes searched hers while he continued, "I'm moved to know you, given just how it might feel to have a child." As he closed his eyes to kiss her cheek, tears fell from them onto her. "Rudy, I want," Jeanette started to say softly. "I would do anything, Jeanette, for our future children." He kissed her earlobe and then reached one hand under her shirt, drawing random light circles around her skin. "I've thought about it before, but never said it until now. There's something I would. Ah, I've thought about it before, but never said it until now. There's something I would. There's nothing I would ever hide from you, Jeanette. I'll bare my heart for you." "Rudy," Jeanette sighed and said, "I want to do anything to make you happy. The thought of having kids right now makes me feel dizzy. Happy, but it spins me too fast." She touched his face. "But that doesn't mean no. It's the first time I ever thought about this, and I want us to take our time thinking about it before." She saw his smile flash again, and he kissed her lips ecstatically. "I know, but it feels so good just to know you've begun to consider it and consider me." Jeanette laughed. "Rudy, considering you would be an understatement." "I don't just want you, Rudy. I need you too." "I didn't mean to make you feel uneasy." "I don't feel uneasy thinking about it, but I did earlier. You took my uneasiness away." Rudy kissed her. "Then what about wine? Did it help with your uneasiness?" Jeanette laughed. "Not at all. It made me more uneasy." "And what about your clothes?" "Huh? I don't under. Oh. And what if I felt very comfortable in my clothes right now?" She smiled. "I don't know. What if I felt very uneasy seeing you in such a state of overdress on a warm night?" Jeanette sat up. "Then I'd have to say that with you around, warm is an understatement." She lifted her shirt up and he pulled her pajama bottoms down, which he kicked off the rest of the way when they got stuck near the knee. Jeanette climbed onto Rudy's lap and froze, watching him move his hair back with one hand. His other hand she couldn't see, but from his arm position she knew where it was. She tensed and sat further back. "Sometimes, Rudy, when I look at you, I can't believe you're looking at me." Rudy wrapped his legs around her, pulling her closer in. "And in every light, you're so sexy, even now with hardly any light." He kissed her and tipped her back until they both fell. She found his hand and squeezed it hard as he shifted his hips. "Does less light frighten you?" "It doesn't frighten me at all," Jeanette murmured, lost in the sensation of his skin. Pressed against hers, she squeezed his hand again. "But my attraction to you overwhelms me sometimes." Rudy laughed softly. "Think about who you're talking to, honey. My attraction for you takes control of me most of the time." He kissed her as he let go of her hand to squeeze her thigh before moving it. "Are you ready?" he asked her in an almost whisper. Jeanette nodded and reached for his hand. With the pressure of one push, the feeling was so intense Jeanette forgot to breathe and communicated through squeezing his hand tightly. He paused when he noticed, and her eyes flew open. She started coughing but said she was all right. "I'm sorry, I just got so lost in you. I didn't realize you were holding your breath." Sorry. "I'm sorry. I just got so lost in you, I didn't realize you were holding your breath," Rudy said, kissing her. "I didn't realize I was either, for the same reason," Jeanette said. "The feelings are just so strong." Rudy bit his lip, nodding. "I know," he said, quickening his pace until it was too much, and Rudy rolled over, still holding Jeanette's hand, and she rolled toward them. They both were too flushed and breathing too hard to even say anything for a little while, and they smiled at each other, and right as they were about to fall asleep, Rudy asked, "Do you feel uneasy at all now?" Jeanette breathed out, slowly smiling. "Not at all. Let's return my dad's shirt a different day. We can sleep in tomorrow." Jeanette nodded and fell asleep. Thank you for listening to the fourth book in the DizzGo's series, Uneasy. Now I can go get. I'll have to get some water. And then I'll read. Understatement. Chapter 1. It was 10 a.m. on a Tuesday when Husky walked into DizzGo's. Jeanette had just seen Rudy vacuuming the carpet, so she almost did a double take when she saw Husky. Then she reminded herself that Rudy's father looks just like him. Jeanette had gotten used to being around Husky yet, or Rudy and Husky at the same time. She had only met Husky 3 weeks ago. He had gotten her drunk by accident, not knowing she was 18. Then she said embarrassing things to him, mistaking him for her boyfriend, Rudy. She'd even ruined his shirt, which Rudy brought back to him just 2 weeks ago. "Hello, you doll. Come dance with me?" he asked her, already grabbing her hand as though to lead her away. Regardless of her answer, she turned back to a coworker, who nodded, saying, "Go ahead, Rudy won't mind." Husky laughed and said, "Unless I asked her to skate with me. He always assumes I'm drunk, so I'm not allowed." Jeanette momentarily questioned if that assumption could be correct, but Husky was already leading her to the DizzGo's dance room. "So, Jeanette started, as her eyes darted away, and Husky was already twirling her. "Did it come clean?" He smiled confusedly, like he was about to laugh. Then, "Oh, you mean that old thing? How if you knew how many dates I've ruined by doing the very same thing? Not on a lady's parents' blouse, mind you, so not in that way." He laughed and continued, "Believe me, I've been there again and again. Sooner or later it would happen to me." While they danced, Husky's light mood was mingled with a kind of dim glow radiating from some secret depths. The melancholy he'd seemed to have in his eyes from the last time had vanished, and Jeanette felt more at ease than she had back then. What could have frightened her before? "I like your dancing technique. It's a lot like Rudy's." "I taught him when he was really young, hoping he'd impress a lady one day. I'm glad to see he has." Husky said this with a smile and winked. Still smiling, Husky said, "I kind of lied to you and Rudy, so I came here to correct it." Jeanette froze, which wasn't too noticeable since the song had just ended. Maybe it was her imagination, but a spark of mischief began to burn wildly in his yellow-green eyes. He handed her a sealed envelope, and he asked, laughing, "Could you give this to Rudy for me, please?" "Okay," Jeanette said, watching him leave with a joyful rush. Rudy had just unplugged the vacuum cleaner and was rolling the cord out when Jeanette approached. He stopped to look at her and smiled. "You always look so cute with a letter in your hands." He laughed, seeing her blush. "It's from your dad." Rudy made a choking sound and laughed, saying, "Now that's kind of weird." "No, Rudy, it's not like he wanted you to know he lied to both of us. He seemed very happy, but then he left quickly." He laughed. "Well, that's just him being him." He took the letter and opened it, but when he started reading, his smile dropped and his eyes widened. Jeanette's throat tightened. "What is it?" Rudy tried to give her a smile, and didn't finish the rest, folding it back up again quickly. "Something I sort of guessed anyway." He laughed wryly. "It's not my business." Rudy took out his phone and dialed a number as he said, "You can read it if you want. It's addressed to both of us." Rudy's odd behavior over it left her curious, as she began to read it. "Dear Rudy and Jeanette, technically, I've never physically yielded to Violet, but her behavior is anything but frightening to me. I can explain why she was at my house when you came to give me back my shirt, and that I was not drunk, but I'm not sure you'd believe me. Let's just say her boyfriend, now her ex, cannot give her what she needs. I've always restrained myself because we had an agreement. Simply, I wanted you to find love, and I needed to be certain you'd be happy before I could start anything with her. Congratulations. Love you. Love, Dad." "Hi, Mag. Did Dad give you a weird letter today? If so, could you call me back, or is it okay if I come over and talk about it?" When Rudy put his phone away, he asked, "Maybe we could go there on the way back. Would you be all right with that?" Jeanette smiled. "Of course." Rudy walked up close to her and stroked her face. "You won't be bored?" Jeanette rolled her eyes, smiling. "I'm never bored with you, Rudy." Chapter 2. On the ride to Mag's house, Rudy was a little too quiet. Jeanette had noticed something seemed off lately, but she couldn't figure out why. He would stare off in deep thought, and she couldn't read his expression, but then he'd catch her staring, and he'd smile like nothing was bothering him, and any time she tried to pose the question, he'd distract her with affection. "Thank you again for the graduation party last weekend." They were stopped at a stoplight, and Rudy covered his eyes. The way he uttered Jeanette left her slightly startled. Was it a sob? Then he launched into a series of kisses on her neck that made her jump and laugh. "You don't have to thank me, love. My love." Rudy said this muffled into her collarbone, and Jeanette couldn't see his eyes, with his head buried against her skin, his breath floating down her skin, and she almost closed her eyes at the situation. But, Rudy, it's green. And he pulled away, and there was an amused smile, and she could tell from his expression he was imagining continuation or planning it, and she momentarily wished they'd gone to her house instead. The light from the setting sun settled on the very top of Rudy's head, and made the tips glow like silk wine red ribbon. It even caught his green eyes strong enough to create a golden green glint the way a cat's eyes reflected the dark. Jeanette followed the highlights and shadows down his jaw, creamy neck, and along the wrinkles of his navy blue linen button-down shirt. She counted the buttons going down, imagining undoing them. She'd almost gotten as far down as his belt mentally, and she watched the buttons freeze and then raggedly resume breathing. Jeanette's eyes jumped up to his. The car had stopped. Rudy's lips were parted and his eyebrow raised slowly. He undid his seatbelt with his eyes still on her. "Now who's the distracted one?" he phrased more like a statement than a question. "You're so breathtaking," Jeanette said, her ears on fire. Rudy kissed her so heavily that Jeanette wished once more that they were at her house. She was grasping tightly onto his shirt, then she felt his lips hesitantly back off. "So are you," he breathed. "Huh?" Jeanette murmured, as though coming out of a dream. Rudy smiled. "You are breathtaking, darling." He took her hand and squeezed it, saying, "We won't be here long. I promise. I'm aching for you." Jeanette smiled. "So am I." Rudy nodded. "I know." "Rudy," she said this laughing. Rudy smiled and said, "It's obvious. You can never hide it when you want me most. You know it's true." Rudy rang the doorbell, and Drake answered. "I'm surprised to see you two here," he said. "Is Mag home?" Drake nodded and called over his shoulder, "Mom, Rudy and Jeanette are here." Then to them, "I made plans with Lucille," Jeanette finished, smiling. Drake laughed, nodding. "You're more like him all the time," he said, giving a pointed nod to Rudy. Rudy smiled and ruffled Jeanette's hair lightly. She blushed, but she couldn't hide her smile. "Okay, before it gets weird, see you later," Drake said, stepping outside. They waved. "Hey, do you think he might be a little more accepting now?" Hey, do you think he might be a little more accepting now?" Rudy asked, finger combing Jeanette's hair. "Maybe a little, but it's at least a start." Rudy stopped momentarily to step even closer to Jeanette and whispered, "I want to kiss you so badly." Jeanette nodded, feeling hypnotized by his eyes. His hands glided up his shoulders, and she heard a cough. She turned even more red than she had minutes before, and she smiled. "Hi, Mag." "Hello, Jeanette." "Don't be embarrassed. I'm happy to see my brother so happy for once. Come sit down, both of you." After they sat down on Mag's couch, she turned her attention to Rudy. "I've been so busy today, but I just got your message before you got here, Rudy." "I didn't get any letter from Dad today. Why?" Rudy retrieved the letter from Husky and handed it to his sister. While she read it, Mag didn't seem surprised or confused in any way. "I wouldn't have thought very much of it, but a week ago I went over to give him back his shirt." Mag smiled, and without looking up from the letter, said, "I heard about that." Jeanette blushed again, realizing that it meant Mag knew about her accidentally getting sick all over Husky's shirt. "Here," Mag looked up at her. "It's okay, girl. Don't be embarrassed about that either." Looking back down at the letter, she said, "You were saying, Rudy?" Violet was there, and they were having some sort of argument. She was really dressed up. I asked her what she was doing there, and she said to Dad that he might as well tell me, and she left without saying any more. He was frowning at an unopened bottle of champagne when I turned back to look at him, but I startled him by accident and dropped it. I tried to help him clean it up, but he was stubborn about it and upset, so I just left. I didn't know what to make of it, but then that letter. I folded it up and looked up at him. It was a gift from her. Ruti tilted his head and looked at his sister, puzzled until she left. "The champagne Violet gave him. Before you ask me how I know that, don't worry about them." "Well, I'm just hoping he didn't harm her. Do you think—" "No, there was one night I thought something had happened, but she swore she was telling the truth, and really, I'd sort of rather not know, although I think I'd rather see her happy than how she's been with Pete." Rudy's eyes widened. "What was wrong with that relationship? I thought she was happy." Mag laughed, shaking her head. "When a guy respects you, he holds your hand, he kisses you, and the relationship grows. When it's been a year at least, and he's not ready to go any further than that, it stops looking like respect. It's either platonic, or he's scared, for whatever reason." "It did seem a little too good to be true. I don't know," Rudy finally said. "Husky didn't want to meet him. I think acting as her father is the last role Dad would want to play in her life. I'm guessing that must be what they were arguing about when you went to return their shirt." Rudy laughed. I don't want to judge them, but as long as he never did anything wrong to her, I think I'd rather not know. Mag smiled. Just don't let it make you think less of Violet. She's still our friend. Of course not, Rudy laughed. Come on, she's always been very obvious about him. None of this really surprises me. Good. It doesn't really surprise me either. Rudy looked over at Jeanette. For one thing, I know how it is to face judgment like that. Rudy stared at Jeanette so intently she felt like he'd forgotten his sister was even there. He sighed and said, I'd fight to keep you, softly. Suddenly Jeanette's heart jumped as she repeated the phrase in her head. No, she thought, couldn't that be what's making him so melancholy? She thought. You don't need to worry about that, she said, stroking his face, herself momentarily forgetting that Mag was there, with the thought that Rudy could be legitimately frightened that he was losing her. When it couldn't be further from the truth, what could she do to put his mind at ease? She felt her eyes tear up, and only then remembered she was at his sister's house. Looking down, Jeanette asked where the bathroom was. Mag looked at Rudy, tilting her head the way he had earlier. She's right, you know. You don't need to worry about that. So why would you be worrying? Rudy looked away and sighed. It's Dane. He wants to throw Jeanette a graduation party. Mag laughed, confused. But she just had one. Didn't you host it, in fact? Rudy nodded and raised his brows as though frightened. He wants to take her to the beach. Mag gawked. She loves you, Rudy. She chose you. Isn't that obvious? Rudy held his head in his hands. This isn't exactly jealousy. I don't like the things that could happen. I don't like the way he looks at her. He said it louder than he intended, and his eyes darted toward the bathroom door, hoping Jeanette didn't hear him and think he was arguing with his sister. I understand that, but did she look at him that way? Rudy shook his head, but his expression was pained. Just talk to him. He'll say that I'm overreacting. Mag rolled her eyes. Because maybe you are. But you're stressing your girlfriend out because she doesn't know what's bothering you. Suddenly, Rudy's face relaxed, and he took a slow breath. Thanks, Mag. You were right. Rudy sat back, and when Jeanette came into the room and saw him like that, she was so relieved she almost laughed. Rudy saw her, and his breath caught. Thank you, Mag, for everything, Rudy said. Standing up, I think it's time. Rudy trailed off, seeing Jeanette blush and smile. Good evening, Mag. Mag laughed and said, Good evening, you two, thinking, could he be more obvious? Okay. Chapter 3. Husky sped to his car like he was in a hurry, but laughed when he got in, as there was no one and nothing stopping him. He made his way to the grocery store, and as he got there, his mind was in such a state of reverie, his heart pounded with every flash of memory, standing in the produce aisle, feeling half asleep and light-footed. The sight and smell of such fresh fruit took his mind back to 17 years earlier. Husky's daughter Mag had been a very studious and quiet teen when she entered high school. She kept to herself, and Husky didn't want to cry, and he always tried to encourage her to make friends. In the middle of her senior year, however, Mag finally made a friend, but he was suspicious of his daughter's secretive behavior regarding the girl. In fact, the only thing he knew about her for a long while were the way her laughs sounded when they'd run off to Mag's room, and that her name was Violet. Violet approached Mag with a strong warning about her ex Landon, but she was kind about it, and they became friends instantly. Violet was daring, fearless, and Mag felt like Violet was wise yet rebellious. Still, to Mag, it was important to keep any of their conversation topics out of earshot from her father, and to warn Violet as soon as she could about him, because she had a weird feeling when Violet asked about him. Violet herself could be sometimes restless and guarded, and sometimes Mag wondered if she witnessed at times in her best friend's sudden radical changes in demeanor could really be from her experience with Landon or something darker. Either way, she feared that introducing them could be disastrous for their friendship, and maybe even dangerous for Violet. Violet had won a great friend in Mag, but no matter what she said, she wasn't getting through to her about Landon. Mag seemed like a very obedient good girl, so Violet thought there was always the chance that she might actually listen to her parents, and she knew that with as close as they'd become, meeting other family members would be inevitable. But when Mag tried to scare her, saying to be cautious with her father, that he was a sex addict, it was everything Violet could do to keep from laughing. But if she had, she'd have to explain everything she'd been through, and she didn't know if she'd ever be ready for that. But she felt more ready than ever to meet Husky. Chapter 4. One Monday at 5 p.m., Violet went to Mag's house, having already been told by Mag that she was going to take evening courses at a local college for extra credit and wouldn't be home until about 6:30. She smiled when Mag's little brother answered, looking confused, and then told her where his sister was and when she'd be back. "Thank you. Can I wait inside for her?" she asked, trying to sound like she hadn't known her friend wouldn't be home yet. Rudy shrugged, said, "Sure," and walked off. She heard a scratching sort of sound, and following it into the kitchen, she found him. His hair was dangling heavily into his face, and he was focusing on what he was cutting. She noticed the intensity of his focus before she noticed what he was cutting. Then she saw a large bowl, banana peels, orange peels, glistening grapes, cherries, strawberries, unpeeled kiwi on a glass plate, and before him a large orange mound. Cantaloupe. He abruptly stopped cutting into it and raised his eyes. It was the first glimpse she had of his face. She hadn't realized she was in a trance until then, and smiled, saying, "I can really see the resemblance. I thought maybe she got it from her mother." Husky laughed, his eyes sparkling the color of key limes. "You must be Violet." She walked further into the kitchen and smiled, saying, "Yes." She smiled brightly when getting closer to where he was at the counter. All this seemed normal, casual, but when Violet's eyes gleamed with excitement, she said, "I've heard a lot about you, Husky." His eyebrows jumped, and he almost dropped the knife. "What things has my daughter told you about me?" He asked it with a smile, but felt the words come out like a whimper. He tried to focus on cutting the fruit, but then noticed that the swaying movement of her walk had stopped, and she was then right in front of him. She smelled even better than the fruit. He found himself closing his eyes and then quickly reopened them, hoping she didn't take notice, but instead he saw that Violet was staring at his hands as they moved, when she finally said, "Nothing to be ashamed of." She watched fruit juice clear, glistening, and dropping off his long fingers, bringing to her mind something else entirely. The girl she'd been before all that she'd been through only months earlier would have quickly looked away if he'd caught her staring like that, but she looked up instead, seeing that he'd stopped cutting. After about a minute of him just staring at her, and Violet watching him stare, Violet said, "I just love the way you handle your knife." He emitted a sudden sharp exhalation as though her words had punched him. "I came here hoping I could speak to you. I knew Mag wouldn't be here." "Annie." Husky stopped and tried again because he heard it come out almost as a growl. "Anything, Lem." Violet smiled at this. I know someone with the same addiction. You don't have to be alone. Husky blinked at her, wondering if he misheard her momentarily. It's not Mag, is it? Violet's eyes widened. No, not at all, she said. An older sister? Husky asked this, looking down, and went back to chopping fruit. I don't have any siblings. Your mom? No, my mom hasn't been around for years. I'm sorry to hear that. My ex-wife hasn't been around Mag or Rudy in many years either. Husky looked up. Wouldn't be a boyfriend, I hope. I don't have one. Husky couldn't help but laugh at how strongly she objected to it. But I could tell you more if you'd like to. Yes, but not here. I drive myself here. But maybe next time I drop it off for repairs, could. Yes, I could pick you up and take you back here and spend time with Mag. Wait, I meant. She trailed off with a smile Husky gave her. I think I understood what you meant, and if you want confidentiality, you could pour your heart out if you need to, on the way. Except that a week or so later, Husky misunderstood on purpose. Chapter 5. Husky waited until he was driving Mag to the campus to mention Violet. So your friend Violet called while you were away yesterday and said she'd made plans with you about spending the night, but the car has to go into a repair shop. I've offered to pick her up this time. He was surprised to glance at his daughter and see that she had a secretive smile of her own on her face. All right, you don't have to worry about picking me up this time. I've got a ride home. Oh? He looked at her surprised. I'm happy to see you making friends. That's great. Mag blushed, and he realized it must be a boyfriend, but Mag was guarded enough as it was, and he thought if he pried, she'd close herself off further. Mag, in fact, was taking courses because secretly it was a way to get closer to Landon. Seeing him more and more, he would bound to eventually take notice, and he had. Despite the fact that she was warned by her best friend to forget about him, she was too excited that he'd asked her out after class to worry about anything else, even if that meant not worrying about her friend Violet being around her father. Violet had told her excitedly one day when she returned home that she'd met Husky and thought he was really cool, which seemed innocent enough, except that occasionally they exchanged glances when they passed each other or when Violet would eat with them. But it was always so brief, Mag always wondered if maybe she was just being paranoid. Husky didn't see Violet at first when he arrived at the car repair shop that Violet had specified. He heard the men catcalling before he caught sight of her, laughing behind one hand, strawberry curls pulled into a ponytail swishing over her black and white polka dot camisole, and the slightest movement in her black-heeled boots making her black ruffled miniskirt sway. He almost hesitated before stepping out so she could see him. In the 45 seconds that it took for her to see him, he'd already picked up on other details like her black stockings, a small denim purse. Was she going to let that pass for an overnight bag? He wondered. Her eyes sparkling amber in the evening sun with a momentary purple tinge which made Husky double-check that he was breathing. The look that registered on her face and in her smile as she quickly walked over to him was unlike the way anyone had in years. The women he'd pursued relationships with for the past 5 years at least lacked the luster, vibrancy, and joy of ever seeing him. There was a slight thirst of mischief within Violet's gaze that he recognized and made him step back. The only problem was that leaning against the car already, this step back resembled a sort of reverse trip. Still, the plan he'd intended to make clear to her, which was imperative for her to understand. When that was the first thing he uttered, Husky could hear for himself how unconvincing it sounded. We're going directly home, and you can tell me anything you need to on the way. We can't take any stops unless you need one. He watched her catching the fault in his words as Violet smiled, saying, In order to tell you all I need to tell you, I think I'll need to stop somewhere. He rationalized that maybe he could have been more convincing if they weren't already in the car where the air and space had limits. Husky cleared his throat and asked, Anything you have in mind? Violet tugged the hair elastic down her ponytail, and the curls bounced out as though rejoicing that they'd been let loose. Violet put the elastic away in her purse before saying, Anywhere quiet. When she looked at him, he was biting his lip, and then he smiled. I know a good place. On the way, neither knew what to say, and Husky did randomly tell her that Mag was getting a ride home, but he said it like he was just talking to distract himself. He could feel Violet's eyes swimming in long strokes all over him the entire way there. Only after Husky had shut off the car and unfastened his seatbelt did he dare look at her. She lifted the curls away from her neck with one hand, asking, Could you help me with my necklace? He nodded, but when he leaned forward, it was such a thin silver chain that he almost couldn't see it. Shifting closer, he felt with his fingers to find the chain, but it kept slipping out of his hands because it was so thin and difficult to see. Violet could tell how close he was, and the sun was bearing down through the window on her neck. She could feel a trickle of sweat making its way down her scalp, and that would make it even more difficult for Husky to unclasp the necklace. She wanted desperately to sneak a glance behind her to see if he was growing impatient, but if she turned her head at all, her hair would slip out of her hands and cover her neck along with the necklace. When she heard Husky take a deep breath, she was nervous, but then she felt the necklace shift, ever so slightly. She saw one of his hands move across in front of her to gather the chain. She heard Husky take another deep breath and sigh before she turned around, letting her hair fall down, thinking how messy it must look. When she dared look at him, he hadn't moved back at all. His lips were slightly parted, and without looking away, he grabbed her wrist gently. With the other hand, he pried her fingers off her palm in a way that sent involuntary impulses stirring so suddenly she was afraid of herself. When Violet realized that she was closing her eyes, she bent down to quickly put the necklace away in her purse to hide how overwhelmed she'd become after such a brief moment of physical contact. Husky still hadn't moved from where he was, and when Violet lifted her head back up, her nose accidentally hit his. Then she understood that he'd been sniffing her, even when he was taking off her necklace. She asked if his nose was okay, and he nodded, and out of her peripheral vision she saw his hand grab the furthest edge of her seat. Husky stared into her eyes. "I can see why you'd be named Violet," he said. Violet smiled and said, "My eyes aren't purple at all. Your scent is intoxicating like the most fragrant flowers." He was already leaning further in, and Violet was already closing her eyes, but she felt him practically bury his head in her hair. His face was so close that Violet found her voice coming out softer, not wanting to hurt his ears, as she said, "Do you mean my shampoo?" His voice came out muffled as he said, "So much more than that." His breath was hot, and though he wasn't touching her, she felt the heat with every word. As he pulled away, some of Husky's hair fell upon her face as she said, "Well, your hair feels softer than any dog I've ever touched." "I can't touch you," he said, sitting back in his seat. His expression was pained, but he looked away. "Why not?" Violet asked, confused by his sudden withdrawal. He tilted his head and gazed at her. He closed his eyes and swallowed before saying, "If I were to let more than a hair settle upon your velvet-smooth skin, you could get crushed or hurt." "I'm not going to get hurt. Something tells me you're more of a gentleman than that." "Oh, what a darling lamb you are." Husky smiled and then laughed when she rolled her eyes at him, calling her a lamb. "I wasn't being sarcastic. You're so sweet, and that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about." Violet met his gaze. "You are so inviting, and I don't see how a pile of filth like me could deserve anything." Exasperated, Violet said, "I know how you feel." Husky shook his head. "I'm hoping you don't. The last time I fell for a girl your age, I married her and we had 2 kids." Violet smiled, perplexed. "That's romantic. What's so bad about that?" "She divorced me because she fell for a younger man. I tried to replace her, but approached it the wrong way, and loneliness only led to actions which only created more loneliness. I stopped scrutinizing. I thought there no longer was a point in trying to find any woman as good as her." He trailed off. He looked in her eyes for a minute before saying, "You're not like that. I want for you to be able to confide in me, because I think if we do have the same problem, we could be the safest people for each other to confide in, but on the other hand, it could be harmful. Talking about it alone could be tempting, but you are already enticing without even having to say anything." Husky cringed, looking away. "Well, you're tempting to me, but I don't mind it at all," she said. Husky breathed deeply. "I would say I don't mind it either, but if I were to say it, I just know what might happen next." Husky had to look straight ahead to say it. Violet smiled. "Are you going to let me in on it? That might just put thoughts in your head. Would you—" He looked at her, thinking, "Come over closer." But that could be too tempting for him if she did, so he continued with, "Tell me your story." "I told you mine." "Yes, I just—" "Oh, you're shy about it." "Close your eyes. That way you can tell me." Husky said this half kidding, but Violet immediately obeyed. "There's a woman I was babysitting for. She started being there during the time I was supposed to be babysitting. She was having affairs with random men while her husband was away. She had some sort of power over me, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her husband what she was doing. She saw that I was afraid of her, and she started using that to manipulate me. You see, I was very lonely, and she was also offering to be like a mother to me, so I would go to her for relationship advice. I liked a boy at school, a boy who most of the girls at school said would only hurt me, which reminds me." Violet opened her eyes and was surprised to see Husky was lying across his seat. His legs were up near his window. His head was on the console. From the way he breathed from his nose, Violet could see he was still trying to smell her. I just wanted to get closer to you, he said with a smile when he saw she was speechless, scanning his body with her eyes. I forgot what I was going to tell you, Violet murmured. All the girls in school were warning you against letting him in, which reminded you of something. Mag has a crush on him, and I tried to warn her, and that's how we became friends, but I don't think she's listening to me. Husky smiled. I know, my daughter. She wants to be everything her parents were not at her age. Husky reached toward her to move a section of curls off of Violet's face, but he couldn't resist stroking her face. Violet's eyes closed, and she sighed. Don't worry about her, Yulin. I'd worry more for you right now. Husky's shift in tone made Violet's eyes open again. You only touched me a little, she said daringly. That's all it takes sometimes, Husky breathed, as Violet forgot to breathe, watching his hand slide down his body, his eyes shut tight, especially with skin that's even better than imagined. He said this in a moan, causing Violet to gasp from her own convulsing desire. Husky, you don't have to. Oh, I like the way you say my name, but I do have to. Husky said this looking at her pleadingly, one hand hidden in his jeans. His teeth were clenched when he said, Because I can already imagine just how you'd feel. Violet licked her lips. I meant you don't have to imagine because you could be feeling me. But midway through the sentence, her body unexpectedly convulsed, and she gasped again, closing her eyes. Yeah, I can spell that. Husky growled, his eyes tightly shut. Violet murmured, Have you been able to tell the whole time? Without opening his eyes at all, Husky bit his lip, nodding. Uh-huh. Could you tell me more? I just want to straddle you, Violet breathed, but her voice still cracked when she continued so badly right now. Husky tried to laugh, but it ended abruptly with a moan. You better not. Might end up eating you, darling. Violet laughed. I'd let you. Not today. You're in too much danger already. Please continue talking. What do you guess happened? Sabotage. Crazy woman like that would jaunt you for herself. Violet's throat felt like it was closing for a moment. Close, but how did you know that? First of all, I know the type, and second, because I do, I know. Husky panted. What if I'm the crazy type? Violet asked, half seriously. Husky attempted to laugh again and said, I wouldn't judge you, but you're more of a lamb. Well, whether or not it was sabotage, she left lipstick on my underwear, and the guy jumped my bones on the first date. Like she put a curse on my panties. Husky laughed. And you went running back to Shepherdess? Violet's face was red, but luckily Husky couldn't see her face because his eyes were closed. Yes, that same night. Husky looked confused. She seduced you the same night? No, that came later. How long ago was this? Earlier this year, but her husband found us, and he took me to a hospital for a rape kit, but I pretended I was already 18. I'm not pressing charges. Husky froze, his eyes open, and he bit his lip, but not the same way he had before. You're 17, then. Violet nodded, her face very red. Does that change anything, truly? Husky's eyes shifted away. Not really. I still feel so attracted to you, but frightened. Maybe deep down I already guessed. Come on, I won't be 17 forever. Husky smiled, sitting up. True, but I still haven't determined that it would be the right thing for either of us. Husky opened his car door, saying, Please don't follow me. She agreed, but she could hear him even with the car windows up, and she realized he was moaning and panting her name. He had said that it didn't change that he was attracted to her, she thought. Knowing she could do the same, she closed her eyes, imagining and letting her hands water. When he got back in the car, he looked guilty, but neither of them brought up anything sexual on the way back home, and instead, Violet asked him for the first time why he'd chosen a half-demolished old building in the middle of nowhere. It was going to be an art museum, but not enough people came to it, and then the people who tried to create it in the first place moved and were more successful. They sold the property. The entire area was going to be a shopping center, but the idea was given up on because this is sort of an out-of-the-way area where it's far from any of the closest neighborhoods, but it's private, secluded, and if you want to come back for anything else you need to get off your chest, let me know. I will, Violet said, feeling thrilled. Chapter 6. When they got back to his house, Mag was already home in her room, and it was later than Violet realized. She was so lost in thoughts of Husky that she didn't realize there would be anything suspicious to Mag. How was college? She asked Mag, looking down and away at something. Mag was careful what she told Violet about because she didn't want her to know that she'd invited Landon in, or anything that had happened between them. She didn't want to hear Violet ask, Didn't I warn you he was like that? Violet didn't smell the familiar cologne, but she didn't think much of it at the time. Months later, Violet thought back to that night, angry with herself that she hadn't realized it, and that she wasn't there to stop anything from happening to Mag. That night before they fell asleep, Mag asked, Did you sleep with my dad? Her question caught Violet off guard, and she laughed. No, why would you ask that? Well, for one thing, you were still gone 2 hours after I was brought home, and also he looked at you strangely. I saw through the window when you came back. He was staring at you. Violet tried to swallow the smile that she felt emerge on her face, and her eyes darted away. I see, she said, although she wasn't sure why she said it. Mag was unsettled, but she didn't want to ask any more questions because she could see Violet was already being guarded. That night, Violet dreamed that she glanced out of the same window Mag had mentioned, and that Husky was afraid to enter the house. She crept outside, and he was asleep in the grass, which was covered with dew, and when she bent over him, he seized her arms. He rolled her over until they were both covered in dew, but Violet wasn't frightened. Even if Husky had trapped her, the dew was warm from his body and the ground was warm where he'd been. Being surrounded in warmth, she felt as though they weren't wearing any clothes at all, and suddenly they were naked. Then Violet woke up. It felt so real, and she was afraid that she may have said his name in her sleep. Husky dreamed that Violet came into his room and got into bed with him. He asked her, why do you obey everything if you think you're such a bad girl? And she climbed onto him, saying, I'll let you decide whether or not I'm a bad girl, but I'll sacrifice myself to you if you want me to. But he called her to try and keep her from seducing him and said, You meant T-O, two? Or do you mean two with two O's? Here Violet rolled her eyes and tried again, If you want me in return. And then he slid his hands under her polka dot camisole and she lowered again on top of him. Except that he found out she wasn't wearing any underwear and suddenly realized he was naked. But the dream was so vivid to him, he wondered for weeks if she had actually snuck into his room last night. Chapter 7. About a month or so later, Violet started trying to get Rudy's help in dissuading Mag from going after Landon, but she didn't realize she was already too late. Because Rudy came to know Violet, he started to notice the odd glances between Violet and his father. It started to bother him, but Husky took notice of Rudy watching Violet intently when she was over. Instead of feeling threatened by this, Husky wondered if it was a possible solution when it came to Violet and what was the best for her romantically. One evening, Violet visited earlier than Mag would be home, which had become normal for Violet at that point. And she wore a strapless black satin dress that was slit at the side and went up almost to her hip bone. The rest of the dress was laced together on the side with navy blue ribbon. Her stilettos were jet black. Husky was the one who answered the door because Rudy was doing homework with the headphones on his head and couldn't hear the doorbell. Husky stepped out closer to Violet. Who are you here to visit looking so svelte? She smiled. Guess. Can you take me back to that place? Husky ran off and came back with his keys. He smiled. It goes without saying. As soon as she got into the car with him, Violet was afraid he'd change his mind, but she watched him closely. But then they were actually going there, and he asked, My guess is that you either want to coerce me into something, and you're using the most alluring dress you have to charm me, or it's your birthday. Violet laughed. How did you know? I've been hoping for a long time, then I thought, with how often I catch you staring, you'd find some very bold way to make it clear to me when the time came. When he parked there, Husky spoke, his voice calm, even though he was fueled with energy. That night after I brought you here, I had a dream about you, which felt very realistic, but I wasn't aware of it being a dream. I was trying to be cautious. I wasn't ready to believe in the dream. In real life, the way you offer yourself is so good, it's hard for me to let myself slip into this and believe it's okay for it to overtake me. For you to overtake me. Violet's eyes shifted away, uncertain of what he was trying to tell her. What can I do to help you believe in it? Husky smiled. For one thing, darling, you need to follow your own orders. You might not have to do anything to help me. I'm just going to try, but if I feel uncertain at all, or if you feel anything out of place, then we'll have to stop and do what we can to make it the right time. Violet smiled. That's reasonable. And she laughed. But what do you mean by following my own orders? You're so used to holding back until someone says you can. I want you to do whatever you want with me. You don't need to ask. I want you to be free-willed with me too, Husky. He nodded, his eyes gleaming in the evening light. Violet unbuckled her seatbelt. She bent down to unhook her heels and remove them. She could already feel Husky running his fingers through her curls and lifting her hair to his face. He sniffed deeply, and Violet rose. Her eyes closed, and she said, It turns me on when you do that. And then her eyes opened, and she quickly crept over into his lap before he could object. Except that Husky didn't object. He put his arms around her, kneading her back through her dress, and then with one hand he reached up and brought her hair forward, while he placed his hand on the leg where it came out of the slit. He caressed the back of her neck, and then bent forward, resting his chin on one of her shoulders, momentarily smelling so deeply he seemed out of breath. "You're so warm," he whispered. Violet's hands were against his chest, subconsciously, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Violet took a breath before placing her mouth on his jaw. A sudden pang of desire caused her mouth to open. She bit her lower lip before she could try again to kiss his jaw. Husky suddenly pushed her tighter against his chest with one hand and moved his other hand up her leg blindly. He froze. Violet blushed. When he looked at her, confused, then he smiled. He looked down where his hand had moved up underneath the slit and touched her hip bone. He stroked along the hip where there should have been some material of some kind, but there was just skin. I thought it didn't look right from the outside with my underwear. It was too thick. And the panty line. Husky's eyes rolled back momentarily, and he quickly reached under her leg and lifted it up his shoulder. Violet gasped. "Husky, I can feel the teeth of your zipper." Husky swallowed, reaching down, but he stopped his hand and said, "To unzip would maybe be too much for me." He looked away and lowered her leg back down from his shoulder. "I'm sorry, I don't feel ready. I feel like it's not the right time or place." Violet blinked back, tears she could feel building. "Why? What's wrong?" "We're meeting in secret. And actually, I think my son might never speak to me again if I were to." "Rudy? What does he have to do with this?" He pushed hair out of her face. "He has a crush on you, haven't you noticed?" Violet reluctantly went back to her seat. Without looking at him, she said, "He's too young." "You're closer in age. He already looks a little like me. Maybe he'd be better with you." She put her shoes back on, then wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry, but no, he isn't you. Besides, what's wrong with how you treat me?" "The secrecy. You deserve more. Not that I'd be wanting to hide our relationship, but until I know it wouldn't hurt Rudy." Violet looked up, tears rolling down her face. "What are we supposed to do about that?" "Wait until he's found the love of his life, or—" Violet shook her head. "No, I am not. I don't see him that way." "Or you could find the love of his life for him." She sort of scoffed and looked away. Husky started the car on the way back, and after a few minutes of horrible silence, Husky said, "I don't know if this will help at all, but this doesn't mean I'm giving up." Violet sniffled slightly, and she smiled. "Thank you." When they got to the driveway, though, Violet remembered that she had driven herself there, and if Mag had gotten home before they did, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Violet wasn't sure whether that would have been a good or bad thing. Over the next few months, they still met secretly, but they resisted touching each other and just talked. When Violet told him that her dad owned DizzGo's, they started meeting there just as often. Chapter 8. But all through high school, Rudy never had a girlfriend. So one week, while Violet and Husky were sitting outside the Crumble Museum, Husky dared her to go on a date with Rudy for his 18th birthday. "You're still so certain you have no feelings for him, but this could be a way to get him to see that you're not the one for him. Then he'll be more likely to let you set him up with someone." Violet didn't like the idea, but she obliged. When they came back, Rudy was happy but not love-struck. Violet closed the door so it would sound like she had left, and Rudy disappeared into his room. "Well?" Husky asked, walking in a slow circle around her. "Not a hair out of place," he whispered. "Of course not. I didn't let him touch me," she whispered to him when he had walked all the way around and was holding her hands. "He didn't even try?" he asked. Violet shook her head. "Not even a good night kiss?" Violet had to bite her lip to keep from laughing, and she shook her head again. "Well, you never kissed me either." "I would, but still, every time I think of them finding out right this second, and I see that younger mirror image, it's heartbroken." He whispered with a pained expression, "Could you find him a girl, please? I just don't want him hurting like that. I love my son." Violet's eyes started to fill with tears, but she did understand. She nodded. "I know. Okay, I'll do everything I can, Husky." But leaving that night, she felt like it would be almost impossible, knowing about Rudy's heartache over Dane and Tessa's intense reluctance. Rudy had told her everything. Months later, she got him a job working at DizzGo's, and he started attracting women all over the town. Violet thought, any day now. But the day never came, and Rudy's time as the DizzGo's cherry wasn't meant to last. He was back to being stubborn-hearted with the idea of finding a girlfriend. Violet set him up with girls. Years passed, and then the most unexpected thing that should never have happened did. Violet was at Pete's house one day when she was feeling her most discouraged, and he said something that made such a difference to her mood that she suddenly kissed him. They started dating. At first, Violet felt guilty, but when she told Husky, she found herself saying to him that, "It's not like I'm cheating on you, because we're not even together." She felt upset with him, as though she expected or wanted Husky to tell her not to be with Pete. The problem was that when Husky started pointing out why Violet shouldn't be with Pete, it's not good for either of you. You'll just remind each other of the abuse you suffered. Or, it's been half a year and you've only gotten to first base. That's hardly dating. Violet had fallen for Pete. One night, when she told Rudy she wouldn't set him up with anyone anymore and she pushed him to find someone, she didn't know he actually would that very night, but at the time, she felt like it was closure for her. But then Husky's words started to bother her. Pete never touched her at all, hardly ever kissed her, and she started to feel like they were in a father-daughter relationship. But when she tried to further the relationship, he got upset and ordered her to leave. He didn't apologize, and she told him they were over. They'd been dating for over a year. Then Mag told her that Rudy brought Jeanette with him to meet Husky and that he seemed serious about Jeanette. Violet went over to Husky's house with a bottle of champagne. She wanted to tell him that she and Pete were over, but Husky misunderstood her enthusiasm to see him. It hurt him to see that she was so happy with someone who didn't really love her, especially when everything was finally perfect for them to be together, except that she was with Pete. Husky started an argument with her, saying he didn't want to hear about Pete and didn't ever want to meet him. He wouldn't listen to her while she tried desperately to tell him that she broke up with Pete and that Husky was right about it not really ever being a true relationship. But Husky even thought that champagne was supposed to be a gift from Pete, and he wouldn't listen to Mag, so when Rudy came over to return Husky's shirt, what? It's supposed to be Violet. Anyway, Violet left in tears, and on the way out, she said that Husky might as well tell Rudy why she was there. But as upset as Husky was that night, he kept thinking about it and was confused by the last thing Violet had said before she left. Mag called him a few days later, telling him that Violet was trying to tell her, and she broke up with Pete. But then she saw that Mag had Landon over, and she awkwardly left without another word. Mag also made a point of telling her father that Landon has changed and he's a better man than he was in high school, but instead of commenting on that, he asked, "What day did she come over?" "A few days ago. She said she'd just come from your house and that you wouldn't hear her out." "Oh," Husky said, trying to contain the excitement he felt rising. "Thank you. I love you, Mag." "Love you too, Dad. Bye." Chapter 9. Everything flashed through Husky's mind while he energetically began picking various fruits. He'd almost left an hour before when he'd called the bookshop Violet worked at to ask when she'd be getting off work. He even went up to the checkout line, suppressing laughter. Violet's boss had told her a man called asking for her and asking when she'd be free. She considered the likeliness that it could be Pete, wishing to make it all up to her, but it wasn't. Furthermore, she planned to avoid him if he came in. But she never desired him the way she had wanted Husky, and maybe that was why it hadn't bothered her that the relationship she had with Pete had been at a standstill for so long. But if she didn't care whether or not Pete wanted her, why'd she ever tried? Well, she was sick of waiting. Sick of waiting for Rudy to find a girlfriend, sick of waiting for Husky to deem any momentary happiness his son might have with someone worthy of letting himself chase her. But everything Husky had said helped her to conclude that the love she shared with Pete wasn't romance at all. She never compared Pete or Husky, but she didn't really want anyone but Husky to be the way he was with her. It wouldn't be fair to have continued the same way with Pete, not when Violet would never let anyone take Husky's place and Pete couldn't let anyone take Pat's place. So when someone stepped up behind her and slid a hand under her hair, she wasn't alarmed. Without turning, she said, "I don't really want an apology from you, Pete." Husky was already inhaling her scent so deeply that he couldn't laugh, even though he felt like it. He let her continue. "I can't even make sense of what we had. What was I to you?" Husky exhaled and whispered, "Actually, Lamb, I owe you an apology." She lifted her head up and backwards to see it was Husky. In her surprise and joy, she accidentally fell backwards against him, but he caught her arms. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. However, I'm happy that you did listen to me." Violet was dumbfounded, and Husky turned her around by the elbows, so she was facing him. "Husky, I want so badly to kiss you right now," she whispered. Then she blushed. "But it would be unprofessional." Here, she stepped backwards. "But I already clocked out today. I'm supposed to be going," she said, smiling, and holding his hand. "Come on," she suddenly said, running out the door, holding his hand. When they got to her car, she said, "I hope that wasn't embarrassing for you. I just feel so overcome right now." Husky laughed and cornered her against her car door. I feel the same, he breathed. He leaned in, and he'd sniffed her so many times that Violet didn't expect him to actually kiss her. When he did, the feeling was so exciting, so intense, she moaned into his mouth. Before he could move away, she clutched at Husky's clothes and kissed him again. He pulled back and smiled. It's okay, Violet, we have time. He stroked her face, and she closed her eyes at the sensation. Where do you want to go? She asked, her eyes still closed. I have a surprise for you at my house. You can follow me. Actually, Violet looked down at her clothes. How about I go home first? Then I meet you at your house. Okay. I don't think the song starts with a crash. Let's see. Oh, it does. Okay, never mind. Let me just Chapter 10. Husky put away groceries he'd bought when he got home and fought the urge to call Violet. When the doorbell rang, Husky ran too quickly to the door and tripped trying to open it. He tried a second time and succeeded, staring motionless for a few seconds. Violet's dress was indigo violet with T-straps and a bow tied at the front, the hemline cut off right at mid-thigh. He led her into the house wordlessly. He pushed the door shut quite quickly. "I never seen you in that one," he said, walking in a slow circle around her. "It looks made for you." When he was facing her again, he walked the opposite direction around her. Hmm. Violet didn't expect him to suddenly wrap his arms around her waist while he was behind her, and she yelped slightly, then laughed. He nuzzled her neck, sniffing her hair. "I hope I'll never get used to your scent, my flower." "Your flower?" Husky turned her to face him in his arms. "Yes, disagree all you want, but you've belonged to me for years." He was about to kiss her, but she laughed. "No, Husky, I wasn't being sarcastic, but you never called me a flower before. That's new." Husky kissed her neck, and then brushed his lips against her neck. "You're more beautiful every year, but I was always afraid to call you a flower. I thought it would be just the thing to make me lose control." Violet nuzzled his cheek and whispered, "So then why lamb?" Husky ran his fingers through her hair. "Because the mental image of you offering yourself like a lamb reminds me that you're a gentle creature, and that I need to be careful with you." He started giving her kisses all over her face, and she closed her eyes. "Did you know," he breathed, "violets are edible?" Her eyes opened, and she laughed. "I almost told you that once. You can taste me whenever you want." He brought her hands to his lips and kissed them. "In due course. But first, can I feed you?" Violet arched her brow suggestively and nodded, her eyes traveling downward, back up. Violet Husky laughed. "I love the way you think, but I meant I want to make something for you." He started walking towards his kitchen, and she followed. A cutting board was laid out with a knife, 2 giant bowls, and 2 small bowls. She guessed before he even had to tell her. "Fruit salad?" Husky smiled at her. "How did you guess?" "Because I know you so well, Husky. That, and I was really hoping it would be." "It's hard to believe," Husky said, pulling all the fruit from the refrigerator. He started washing it. "We met 17 years ago." Violet nodded. "I'm the age you were when we met." Husky smiled, rinsing the fruit. "I still had some growing to do at 35. I was so skeptical and pessimistic due to my own romantic flops, and I used my doubt as an excuse to keep from accepting your affections. Sometimes I felt so frustrated that I almost told you I thought you were projecting your insecurities onto Rudy, but I thought you'd be too stubborn to listen. You know, we have that in common." Husky started cutting the fruit into cubes. "You don't say." He looked up at her. "You are persistent with me, but when I tried to point out to you time and time again that neither you nor Pete were persistent enough with each other to call that a relationship, you insisted that you liked him." Violet awkwardly looked away and back. "I did say that, but I never said I loved him." Husky laughed. "I know. And after all that time, what stopped you from loving him?" Violet blushed. "Why, you ask?" Husky smiled. "I ask because the answer is very clear to me, but I want to be sure that you are just aware of it, as I've been all this time." Violet shrugged. "We never really got very far." Husky tilted his head, still smiling. "And why would that be?" "Because everything you said was right, and because I've been in love with you all this time." Husky smiled broadly. "Exactly, and I have been too." He laughed. "That's why I couldn't stand the mention of him, but thought it was funny because there was hardly anything to be jealous of." Violet laughed. "I've been abstinent ever since, even before I met you." Husky's smile dropped. "Choose your last?" He didn't have to ask it or even say her name, because the honesty of the statement was clear, and the name of the woman who'd abused Violet horribly was so sickening for Husky to think of, let alone say. Looking down at the fruit while he was slicing, he said, "I really hate for you to think I'm saying this to try and compare myself, but neither of the people with whom you've had those experiences showed you how it's supposed to be. They cheated you out of that." He quickly looked up at her, and she could see his eyes starting to fill with tears. "You know it's not supposed to hurt, right?" Violet nodded, but she looked away. "It's all I've known." "Tonight, my lamb, I will change that for you." He said this, blinking away the tears and smiling. "Or sooner?" Violet asked, her eyes shining. Husky laughed, nodding. "Maybe." She watched Husky in silence for the next few minutes as he cleared the fruit into 1 giant bowl and began drizzling honey over it. He tossed it gently and then filled 2 small bowls. He picked them up and then nodded his head in a pointed direction. She followed him to his table. They were silent for a few minutes as they ate, watching each other eat. The only sound was the faint pelting of the rain against the windows, and it gradually grew louder, with some off-kilter swinging glass door sounds joining in, and random percussive tap-scratching of tree limbs against the windows. "That must be Rudy, with a broken heart. The date's off tonight," Husky said, laughing. "Tell me you're kidding," but Violet smiled, knowing it was a joke. "Speaking of whom, I did write him a short letter today before I went to the store and bought your groceries." Violet smiled. "By the way, this is amazing, Husky. You pick the best fruits, always." But what was the letter about? Husky smiled, tilting his head. I hoped you'd like it. The letter was my confession to him. I don't want to keep this a secret anymore. Violet quickly ate the rest of her fruit salad and stood up, saying, Then don't. She walked over to him, her hips swaying the way Husky could never forget, and he breathed, I wouldn't dream of it. He closed his eyes at the sensation of Violet's scent wafting over him, without seeing that she was lowering herself onto his lap. He went to stand. He sunk back down, opening his eyes. I didn't know you were there, but I do now. He placed his hands on her legs. You're not going to push me away this time, will you? He bit his lip and leaned forward, his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes. No, my lamb, I wouldn't dream of it. Realizing it was the second time in the past few minutes he'd said, I wouldn't dream of it, he opened his eyes, laughing. He stopped laughing when he saw Violet's hands gliding through his hair. He squeezed her thighs and moved his hands up under the hemline. He moved over her hip bone twice. He opened his eyes, tilting his head, confused. Unbelievable. Do you ever wear underwear? Violet laughed, nodding and blushing. I do, it's just, there's some dresses that... Why? Do you mind? Husky shook his head. Violet kissed him, catching him off guard, but he kissed back. The pelting sound on the window was getting louder. She broke away to say, You know, Husky, it does sound very ominous out there. It could even be dangerous to drive back in. She looked away, blushing, before she continued, Would you mind if I stayed over tonight? Husky breathed deeply, saying, Yes, please. Violet smiled quizzically. Yes, please stay. I don't mind. Violet energetically kissed and nuzzled his face. She whispered, You want me here? Violet bit his lip. I'm sorry, Violet, but if I were to say that right now, it would be a massive understatement. Violet caressed his lips with his finger. There's nothing to apologize about. She was going to kiss him when he said, Actually, there is. Violet brought her head back slightly. I'm sorry I made you wait for so long. Then you can make it up to me. Like you said, we have time. She leaned back in, kissing him. He murmured something, but it was muffled in the kiss, so she backed away again. I will. I said I will. Violet held his face for a few seconds, gazing intently. If only you knew. All that I've been dying to do for you, Husky. Husky suddenly kissed her. You can now. Anything. You can do anything you want, my lamb. They spent about 2 hours like that, kissing and touching each other, while the joy they shared only intensified with every kiss until they were so excited they almost pushed the chair over. Let's go somewhere where it's more safe and comfortable to celebrate. They were so exhilarated they sped to his bedroom, Husky accidentally knocking the chair he'd been in over, but he didn't look back. Violet had practiced the way she'd stripped before Husky for so long, but by the time she was at the right moment she wasn't sure how to transition into it smoothly. She stood facing him, just staring before she took a breath, and asked, Husky, could you get on the bed? Husky nodded, kissing her deeply before saying, Of course. He sank backwards onto the bed. Violet leaned in, kissed him, her hair falling into his face before she stood and turned around. She took a breath and closed her eyes and stripped for him. She was down to her bra when she turned around, looking deeply into his eyes. He started stripping for her before she knew what was happening. She found herself crumpling to the floor. Are you all right, darling? He asked from the bed. Yes, it's just... She looked up at him, only able to see his face, his legs, from where she was, at the foot of the bed. But his face was so open, so understanding that she decided it was okay to say it. I'm just a little overwhelmed. I know you are. You aren't used to, well, any of this. Let me help you. Violet nodded, standing up, her face completely red. Husky motioned with his hand for her to come closer. He kissed her, which took off the edge of the anxiety she was starting to feel. He hugged her, and they collapsed sideways onto the bed, kissing. Husky started kissing her neck, her chest, moving further down. He stopped when he felt her muscles tensing under the skin and looked up at her. It'll be all right. I won't hurt you, okay? Violet breathed a sigh of relief, and Husky smiled. That's my girl. He watched her face steadily as he motioned for her to roll over from side onto her back. She reached behind to get the bra off, but then saw before he kissed the abdomen again, said, It's okay to leave it out for now. I don't want you to feel like you have to yet. His kisses on her chest and caresses along her thighs did start to relax her. He moved her legs slightly before feeling her muscles tense again. He whispered against her thigh, It'll be okay, my lamb, until she opened her legs, relaxing them. She knew what to expect, but then she didn't. Or it was one of Pat's most frequent demands, but whenever Violet had received it from her, it always turned inevitably to torture. Pat would tease her with the lightest touches which left her with more agonizing lust than pleasure, but almost immediately she felt a strong difference between everything she'd gone through with Pat, the way Husky affectionately pleasured her. Sometimes it was slightly, and she would start laughing, and it would soon turn into a, and she found herself losing control in the feelings he was giving her. She was still in extreme pleasure when he stopped and began to climb out of the bed over her. He breathed deeply, and when Violet reached back to unclasp her bra, unhesitatingly he smiled. He positioned his hips momentarily before looking deeply into Violet's face, arching his brow in such a way she understood without him having to ask. Yes, Husky, she said, nodding. She felt the pressure beginning, and then something she had never felt before. Her body, welcoming, even surrounding with firm acceptance. She laughed with joy at how receptive her body was to his. The way he glided in was beyond her wildest dreams. He caught tears welling up in her eyes and stopped to wipe them. I'm not sad, Husky. I'm just so happy. I've loved you for so long, and this feels better than I ever knew it could feel. She felt herself blushing. Husky smiled and nodded. I feel the exact same. They kissed, feeling the love well up within every motion, and all the desire they'd ever felt for each other rushed between them ecstatically, until Violet cried out, Husky? Yes. Say on your lamb. Violet, you're my lamb, you're my sweet lamb, my greatest love, and all of the emotions surged so quickly together the feeling burst, and Violet felt it like a geyser. My greatest love too, Husky, Violet said, beaming. Husky kissed her all over her face. They took a shower together, and Husky gave her one of his shirts to wear to bed that night, and gave her a sealed toothbrush. After that, they stayed awake for a long time, talking. They even held on to each other until they fell asleep. Chapter 11. That evening, before Husky had bought groceries, and around the time Rudy and Jeanette had arrived at Mag's house, Dane was at Tessa's salon, getting a haircut. A few weeks before, Tessa had been so rattled by the conversation she'd had with him that she'd secretly vowed to plead with him the next time Dane would come in to not ask her for advice anymore. As much as she wanted to put the past behind her, everything that had happened put a giant strain on all three friendships. She was the one who left Rudy so he could be with Jeanette, but having had a relationship with Rudy was confusing, especially since now she no longer understood how she'd ever felt anything romantic for him. The problem was that Dane hadn't really been her friend before all of that, and his unhappiness that Jeanette was no longer with him just made Tessa feel guilty. Well, guilty, confused, sad, disheartened, though she could hardly comprehend why. What she did was right. She didn't have to remind herself that, but Dane tipped the balance. If she couldn't convince him that the solution of Rudy with Jeanette was right, she could ask that he not question it to her any more, in the hopes that he'd eventually arrive at the same conclusion himself. She'd been so tense when he walked through the door, bracing herself to formulate all she'd planned to say for weeks. I have a favor to ask of you. May I ask that you refrain from mentioning our friends, Jeanette and Rudy, for a little while? But before she could begin, he met her glance and said, I have a favor to ask of you. You do, Tessa said, laughing. Dane sat down, and she tied the salon apron around his neck. I need a date to take to my mom's and dad's wedding, and you're the best choice. Tessa's throat went dry. She swallowed. Why is that? In the mirror, Dane was looking at her and not his own reflection. I feel like I can tell you anything, and I feel closer to you than I have with anyone in a long time. I understand if you're not ready to enter into a relationship, but I wouldn't rule out that possibility, and one date couldn't hurt, right? Tessa tried to bite back her smile so he couldn't see how very open to the idea she was. You wouldn't just be trying to make someone jealous, would you? I wouldn't do that to anyone. I'm not like him. Tessa laughed. I know. I like that you're different from him. I'd like to go with you, depending on whether I can make it. Could you tell me a little more about it? While Tessa cut his hair, she could feel Dane watching her the entire time. My parents wanted to get married in an elaborate Gothic cathedral somewhere in Europe, and we're saving up for it, but Grandma's still very sick in the hospital. They don't want to be negative about it, but she's still in the hospital. She requested they get married in the hospital chapel. I hope she'll get better. Dane was hesitant to respond. I do too, but I don't really know. I don't want to be negative about it. Neither of them spoke for the last few minutes of the haircut. Then Tessa met his eyes in the mirror, saying, All finished, what do you think? Dane glanced briefly at his reflection before looking at her again. I think you did a great job, thank you. Tessa untied the apron. I hope it's all right I keep giving you shorter styles. It's just that with eyes like you've got, and the kind of hairline you have, it draws more attention to your eyes and really makes them pop. Dane stood up from the chair, smiling. Tessa started rambling about different hairline types and why she felt like this style suited him best, But she could tell Dane wasn't really interested in hearing all of that. I appreciate it every time, Dane said, and then laughed. You always make my day better, Tessa. I'm happy to hear that, she said, feeling less nervous than she had seconds before. I'll call you when I find out whether I can go. When is it? 2 Sundays from now. Tessa laughed unexpectedly and it startled Dane. I'm always free on Sunday, Dane smiled. He asked for her address so he could pick her up when the time came, and she wrote it down on a business card. It wasn't until he left Tessa realized why she was so upset about hearing things that had to do with Rudy or Jeanette. The subject itself didn't bother her. It was that she'd become so close to Dane that the thought of it mattering so much to Dane bothered her. She felt relieved that she didn't have to mention how it bothered her to hear about Rudy and Jeanette. She felt happy that for the first time in a long while, she felt hopeful. Chapter 12. Actually, I'm going to edit another video in chapter 12.
Setting up internet usually takes a few days, so I hired a new employee to help us get emails out. Hey, all set. AT&T Business Internet is ready to go. Wait, that's it? Sorry, I'm gonna have to let you go. It's not you, it's the super fast internet. My shopping cart smashed my headlight. We worried filing a claim would take forever. And life would revolve around the shopping cart.
Okay, this must be it. Mm, I'll put it here. Here we go. Chapter 12. As soon as Rudy and Jeanette got through her door, they were kissing heavily, and then they heard someone clear their throat. They automatically stopped and glanced over to Dane in his most predictable spot, the chair in the corner. He was smiling, which might have been a good sign, but it didn't do anything to put Rudy at ease. But both Jeanette and Rudy were speechless. Well, that's a first, Dane began. I've actually got your attention without any snide remarks this time. My parents are getting married 2 Sundays from now in the chapel at the hospital Jeanette's grandma is in. Rudy's jaw dropped. No, he suddenly said, so upset that it startled Jeanette and Dane. It's bad enough that you're asking Jeanette to go to the beach with you, but now you want her to be your date at a wedding? I don't care that you're family. Rudy, Dane said loudly. Then he laughed, surprising and confusing both Rudy and Jeanette. You couldn't be more wrong. The beach trip was supposed to be for the two of you to go, and I would bring Tessa. But I thought about it, and I think that's too much for a first date. Rudy laughed. And I would expect the two of you would be going together to the wedding. For one thing, Rudy, it would be a way for you to meet the family. Rudy was still laughing. I told you you'd end up together, didn't I? Huh? Dane said, and then remembered a night months before, on the night Rudy had started dating Jeanette seriously. Rudy had mockingly said that Dane and Tessa would be perfect together. Dane laughed humorlessly. Oh, that. Well, I'm taking her with me to the wedding. I came so I could invite you two on behalf of my parents. Dane stood up as he walked toward the door. He turned and said, And don't worry, Rudy, they want to meet you. As soon as Jeanette left, she felt relieved, but then she turned to Rudy. You didn't really think I'd go to the beach with him, did you? Rudy's eyes shifted to the floor. Jeanette stepped closer to him, and uncharacteristically of Rudy, he stepped back against the wall. Rudy, Jeanette began softly. That's what's been bothering you this entire time? I didn't want you to think it was about whether I trust you. Jeanette, I trust you. But I don't trust him with you. I've been trying to be friends with him, but when you told me how he behaved when you apologized that night, it deeply unsettles me to think of him taking you to the beach. And that's perfectly understandable, Rudy. I have nothing to worry about. Rudy smiled and caressed her face. I know, he said, a painful expression on his face. Are you sure nothing's bothering you right now? Jeanette asked. Jeanette, baby, I would use that word, but you got me pinned against the wall, and it's very distracting. It doesn't bother me. Jeanette stared for a moment into Rudy's green eyes, reminding her of fields of luscious grass she longed to fall into. His hair had become slightly messy at the hang in odd auburn angles. But Jeanette, what? His hair had become slightly messy, and the hang in odd auburn angles. But Jeanette was talking. What's supposed to be and hanging? I'm sorry, that was supposed to be and hanging, not okay. And the hang in odd auburn. But Jeanette was dying to feel the softness of it on her face. She pressed her body against his tightly, and the feeling was so strong it made her crave him even more. How about this, Rudy? She asked with such longing it turned into a cry. Rudy wrapped his arms around her waist. She could feel it throbbing even through his jeans. Rudy, how do you feel? Jeanette whispered. To say I feel good would be an understatement. Jeanette stepped backwards while hugging him. She kissed his neck. Are you sad at all right now? Rudy squeezed her, whispering, I feel far from sad. Jeanette smiled, looking at his eyes and then his mouth as she said, So do I. She held his face as she kissed him. Rudy fell back against the wall as he unbuttoned his shirt and took it off while kissing her. They kissed all the way to Jeanette's room, sometimes clumsily hitting a wall or tripping, until Rudy fell by accident on Jeanette's floor. Oh, are you all right? She asked. Rudy laughed, nodding, and took her hand. He sat up and hugged her backwards. Rudy held on to her for a few minutes while they were both catching their breaths. Jeanette lifted her arms up over her head, caressing his shoulders as he lifted her shirt up to her neck. Jeanette pulled her arms out of the sleeves, and Rudy moved her hair up over her shoulder. She let the shirt dangle like an infinity scarf, while Rudy gave her kisses all over her shoulders and the back of her neck. Jeanette closed her eyes at the sensation that he suddenly picked her up. Jeanette laughed. I never expect that. Rudy stopped momentarily, just gazing at Jeanette before he set her down onto the bed. Her hair was messy, and she sweated back off her face. She reached for his zipper at the same time he reached for her skirt. Jeanette laughed, and he looked so good with his auburn hair, even more tousled than it had been minutes before, and she was the first to get him undressed. but she was only faster by about 1/15 of a second. Rudy hovered over her, his hair starting to fall into Jeanette's face. Rudy smiled amusedly when he was about to kiss her. "What is it?" Jeanette asked. Rudy bit his smile back like it was nothing, and then, as he kissed her, he started tickling her, so Jeanette laughed into his mouth. "Rudy," Jeanette said, when he sat back on his knees and started laughing. When he leaned back in, Jeanette motioned like she was going to roll out of his arms. I won't," Rudy said, still laughing. "Do you promise?" "Yes, Jeanette, I promise." Rudy caressed her face with her hair before kissing her cheek. Then he swung his arm over again and kissed her lips, her neck, her clavicle, all over her chest as he lowered his hips down. He barely had to move his hips further when he cried out as though in pain. Rudy, are you all right?" Rudy caressed her face so much more than all right. Rudy kissed her lips, slid further, and Jeanette responded, "I'm so glad," so that it was broken up in disguise. Jeanette, so am I," Rudy said. Everything was so intense, and the pressure and the desire had built up so long that they were screaming each other's names at the top of their lungs before long. When they fell back, thoroughly high on each other, and laughing, they didn't intend to fall asleep so quickly, but they did. Chapter 13. There was no specific time set out for the wedding of Dane's parents. They didn't want the day to be stressful for Grandma, so they waited until she was awake to begin. Rudy and Jeanette got to the hospital about an hour before Dane and Tessa arrived, so Jeanette introduced Rudy to her Aunt Paula and her Uncle Dylan and her grandma, although her grandma was still asleep. So they walked around the halls and found some vending machines. Jeanette bought a muffin and a water bottle. Rudy bought gummy bears since there weren't any gummy worms, and lemon lime soda because the drink machine didn't have cream soda or root beer. They got lost on the way back to Jeanette's grandma's room. They found Dylan waiting outside of it along with some other people. They walked up to them and met some friends of Paula and Dylan. One of the women had made Paula and Dylan a wedding cake. Another couple brought balloons. Dane and Tessa showed up. They didn't get the chance to really speak to Rudy or Jeanette very much, especially since they were all being introduced to different people. They followed everyone to the church chapel, which was on another floor, but there was room for all of the guests. They waited for Paula, now changed into her wedding dress, to roll her stepmom through the doors. The service began. There were no kids in attendance, so nurses stepped in as flower girl and ring bearer. They went back to Jeanette's grandma's room to give her the balloons. The bouquet was put into a vase by her bedside. She fell asleep with a huge smile on her face, saying, how wonderful, how wonderful." They ate cake in the waiting room, leaving Grandma a big slice, and danced in the parking lot to music someone had on their cell phone. And when that cell phone ran dead, they danced to another person's cell phone until no one's cell phone had any battery power left in it, and their feet were sore from dancing. Before they all went home, Dane approached them. He handed them 2 sheets of paper. "What are these?" Rudy began to ask, the light too dim in the parking lot to make out a small print. "Hotel reservations for a hotel near the beach." "I wasn't making it up, but I can't bring Tessa with me because she works during the week. I hope you'll find a good couple who can go with you, a couple who wouldn't mind being in 2 separate rooms." Before Rudy could ask, Dane quickly added, "It's 3 rooms, one for the 2 of you, and then 2 other rooms, because I've been thinking of asking Tessa to come with me, but thought she'd only go if she had her own room." Rudy laughed, then covered his mouth and said, "You never know, but I think I know the perfect people to ask." "Thanks, Dane." Jeanette nodded. "Thank you." Dane smiled. "It's no problem. See you guys. I told Tessa I'd just talk to you both very quickly. Good night." Jeanette called out to Dane. Dane waved without turning around. As he ran off, Jeanette turned to Rudy. "Drake and Lucille, right?" Rudy laughed. "You don't want me inviting Violet and my dad." Jeanette laughed. "Maybe sometime. I've only met either of them once, so I'm not very comfortable with them yet." The next day, Jeanette's grandma had passed away. She had just been on the phone with Paula asking her if she was on their honeymoon. Paula and Dylan hadn't left for it yet, but they would the week after. Jeanette's grandma told Paula she was happy to hear that, and that she was so happy to see Paula marry after all those years, and that she loved her so much, and she had always been proud to raise her, and always felt like Paula was her biological daughter. And then she was sleepy and said good night to Paula. Within an hour, the hospital called Paula to tell her what had happened. Chapter 14. Jeanette's grandma's funeral was held exactly 1 week after Paula and Dylan's wedding. There was a lot more stunned silence than heavy tears, and Jeanette realized that as much as she'd always tried, she never felt like she got to know her grandma. Paula was the most devastated of anyone there. Her eyes were swollen, and she looked like she hadn't slept in a week. She wanted to speak to Jeanette privately, and when she did, her voice came out shaky. "Your grandma left your house in my name, but I have my own house, and though I feel like she should have left it to you, I don't think you can support yourself and live there just with the money you get at the roller rink." Jeanette, I know this is hard, but I think the best thing is for you to come live with me and Dylan. Dane isn't living with us, so you don't have to worry about any awkwardness like that. Although he does visit, of course, I think you should live with us, and I can get the house sold, and every bit of it I want to go toward your degree. Jeanette's heart began to pound because she ran out of the room into the parking lot. Rudy saw her and went after her. He held her and stroked her hair as she told him everything Paula had said to her. I don't feel ready for college yet. I don't want to go and pick the wrong subject and find out that I hate it because I feel rushed and I wasn't ready. She can't make you to go to college. I don't think that's what she means. I don't know, Rudy, and I don't want to move out. I would feel so uncomfortable there. Rudy stroked her back, saying, It'll be all right, again and again. I'll make sure of it, Jeanette. It'll be all right. Paula had also gone after Jeanette to console her, but she stopped when she saw that Rudy was already. She overheard her niece voice her fears about going to college, and she really didn't want Jeanette to feel forced into it or even have to live it with her if she didn't want to. But to leave the house to Jeanette would be impossible. She did see Jeanette as a girl who'd become more independent, but was not rich by any means. Paula tried to remember the name of the girl who was best friends with Jeanette. Could the two of them keep the house and split the rent? Or would that end in disaster? But then there was Jeanette's boyfriend, seemingly very supportive, but wouldn't that be too much to ask? Then Paula remembered that Dane knew Rudy well. So she walked away wondering if she could just ask Dane's opinion of it or convince Jeanette to live with her. A few days later, Jeanette told Lucille about it, and they decided to have a sleepover there for one last time. For one thing, we won't be 18 forever, and we both have boyfriends. You practically live with Rudy every weekend. We don't really get that much girl time like we used to. She hugged Lucille. Lucille, friendships fall apart when one of the people in the friendship lets go. I'm not going to let go. So that weekend, they baked cookies, they did a lot of talking and movie watching, and Lucille helped Jeanette decide what to bring with her and what she didn't want anymore. She also told Lucille that she and Drake had been invited to go with her and Rudy to the beach one weekend later. Lucille was thrilled. Rudy had found Paula's phone number in Jeanette's phone earlier that week and dialed. Hi, he started. Hello, this is Paula. Good, I got the right number then. This is Rudy, Jeanette's boyfriend. I know you're trying to do the right thing by inviting her to live with you. Don't discourage her from moving in with you, but if you've got a date planned, please make it before the 17th and 18th. Have you got something in mind on those days? Rudy glanced down at his agenda. Well, that weekend, Dane has given us hotel reservations at a beach hotel. But to say I've got something planned on the 18th would be an understatement. Coincidentally, that's a very special day for the two of us. It's the day we met last year. After that, let me take her off your hands. Are you suggesting Paula could feel the excitement in her voice? She's not too much for me to handle. I love her. Do you understand? Paula laughed. To say I understand would be an understatement. Paula laughed and wiped her eyes happily. Okay. Thank you for listening to Understatement, the fifth book in the DizzGo's series.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you. They get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence. Taxes with confidence.
It confuses me so much when a video has so much darkness in the frame that I cannot tell where the actual, like, I can tell what aspect ratio this is. So I don't know if I have to chop off any edges or not. So I'll just leave it there, that size, and hope it's fine. And yes, I did have to censor some parts of that. Okay. 6. Unveiled. Chapter 1. Jeanette speaking with Lucille was almost like any other sleep before it, living off of junk food. Sleep over before it, living off of junk food, binge watching classic films, except that this time, Jeanette let her smile drop when she thought of Lucille couldn't see. Jeanette couldn't hide her concerns forever from her friend. She could feel Lucille's asking what was wrong. By her expression alone, Jeanette looked away as Lucille spoke. I know, Jeanette. You've been here nearly your entire life, haven't you? Lucille grabbed Jeanette's hand. As Jeanette nodded, the tears cascaded to her lap. I'm scared. It isn't so much the idea of leaving this house even. I know I've only slightly been living independently, but soon I'm going to be thrust into living with Dane's parents. Yes, I know they're my family, but Lucille hugged her. Hey, it's completely understandable. As long as you bring it to their attention, the things about your routine that work for you, the transition to the new living space should be a lot smoother. Jeanette laughed despite her tears. It isn't even that which worries me. It's the feeling that I'm going backwards, and I'm trying to get used to saying Dane is part of my family, but I don't think it would be appropriate to spend too much time there. If I'm living with his parents, then I can't help but be worried about the likeliness of running into him. Lucille shrugged and carefully asked, You're not afraid you'd redevelop feelings for him? Jeanette laughed, shaking her head. That's not going to happen. Nope. The thing is, he makes me uncomfortable. I told you how he was when he temporarily hung around here again while my grandma was sick. Flirting with you. Infuriating Rudy, yeah. How does he feel about all this? Jeanette laughed, and rolling her eyes, she said, Confident, of course. On the other hand, he can get so sensitive and jealous of Dane, and then he gets arrogant. I just love it. Jeanette clutched her stomach, laughing. Lucille covered her own mouth, laughing, and said, I was about to say, you don't really mind his confidence. I just wish sometimes Drake were as confident. He actually gets jealous of his own uncle. Jeanette stopped laughing, tilting her head. Jealous of Rudy? Lucille waved her hands. I didn't mean it in that way. How embarrassing. He thought I had a crush on Rudy or something. Jeanette tried to stop her smile from forming. Actually, Lucille, you did seem a little impressed at first. Lucille hid her face, laughing as Jeanette continued. I was actually slightly jealous of you, the night I introduced you to. He was flirty. Jeanette smiled so her friend would know she meant well, but Lucille nervously looked away and said, Well, you met Drake first, so we're even, right? Jeanette wiped her eyes, and this time from tears of laughter, and said, There's no competition, Lucille. Lucille shook her head. There's no competition, they said at the same time. Lucille was silent for a moment, and then said, I think it just comes down to trust. Jeanette blew her nose, remembering for the first time in minutes as she cried, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Your fears versus Rudy's unshakable confidence. If he really thinks it'll be fine, well, what choice do you have but to trust him? For that matter, you'll have to trust Dane not to try anything and for his heart to be true when it comes to Tessa. Jeanette's eyes lit up. Oh, yeah, that's right, I completely forgot. Well, I didn't mean to forget about her. It's just kind of weird being around her, although I'm sure it's weird for her, too. Lucille looked at Jeanette skeptically. I thought you two were fine, since she approves now of your relationship with Rudy. With a completely serious expression, Jeanette said, But Tessa is still his ex. Well, she's never going to expect you to apologize that you're now dating her ex. You don't have anything to feel guilty about. Jeanette blushed, looking down. How do I say this? It's not that. It's knowing she was where I am, but now she is where I was, so. Jeanette laughed, despite how awkward it was to even think about. I see. I'll drop the subject. Jeanette mouthed the thank you with a smile, and that was the end of it, except that Jeanette's occasional doubts and paranoia floated out later, days after Lucille had left. One glance at her phone left yet another reminder that her Aunt Paula was ready when she was to come over and help with the packing of her belongings. She knew Paula was well-intentioned, but not only had Jeanette already finished packing, just one message from her aunt was all she needed for the anxieties to sink in once more. With time running out to live in her childhood home, Jeanette did the first two things she could think of to relax before she responded to Paula. She texted Rudy, I can't wait for our trip to the beach and to see you. I know it's been a little over a week, but I need you so much. Before she could see his reply, guess what today is? You didn't wait much longer. I'm on my way. Jeanette did the second thing she could think of to relax. She stepped into the steady, sudsy water of the tub, closing her eyes and letting her mind drift. Chapter 2. Jeanette was beginning to fall asleep in the bath when the door opened. When her eyes opened, she thought she was having a paranoia-induced nightmare at first, so she didn't say anything at first when Dane casually looked around the room. It could use some work in here. Have you already packed your soaps? He glanced at her. There you are. Soaps, shampoo. Dane! Jeanette was beginning to realize she wasn't asleep and her eyes widened. Get out, get out, get out. Dane left the bathroom, nonchalantly saying on his way out, Okay, but we need to discuss this. While Jeanette dried herself off, feeling mortified, she thought back to the first night they met. Of course. Dane doesn't think anything of nudity, that's right. However, with everything that had passed between them ever since that night, it felt violating for her. That's when she laughed to herself with the realization that for him to not react in any way, that was one way to kill the fear that she'd had that he'd make a pass at her. If anything, that was the antithesis of a pass. However, that didn't make her any less upset that he thought it was fine to barge in on her. She was still upset about it when she picked up her phone, and maybe due to that, she didn't immediately comprehend Rudy's hint about what day it was. She sent him a text. I'm so glad. I know I already said it, but I can't wait to see you. Dane startled me here. He walked in on me in the bath, and I don't know why he's here. When Jeanette was out of the bathroom, she saw Dane was standing outside the door, waiting. I don't get it. I've seen you before. You're going to be embarrassed now? Jeanette passed by him, pretending he wasn't there. The problem was he followed. This isn't any more comfortable for me either, but it's not like I thought you'd be bathing or anything. I'm helping you pack. Jeanette froze on the threshold of her door. She cringed. Maybe she shouldn't have ignored Paula's messages after all. Jeanette turned around. If that's all, you can see I've got my things packed up. There's still no reason you'd have to look for me in the bathroom. She closed her door. She heard him reply, Payback. As Jeanette got dressed, she hadn't heard Rudy greeted at the door by Dane. Dane cringed when he saw Rudy, thinking, I'm sure I'm in trouble, Jeanette probably told him. But the thought was stopped short by Rudy's demeanor. Rudy grinned ecstatically, putting a finger to his lips. Hi, I guess your mom didn't tell you, Rudy whispered. In lieu of a response, Dane furrowed his brows in silent confusion. You'll be moving Jeanette's belongings to my house. Mag will be there to assist you. When there was still no response and Dane's face was blank, Rudy whispered some more. What? You remember my sister, don't you? Is this some joke? Dane whispered back, feeling oddly immature for whispering. Rudy shook his head, exuberantly happy. I'm proposing this weekend. Dane didn't know what to feel. He didn't know what kind of face he made, but Rudy silently laughed at it. Dane thought, Rudy, capable of married life? Jeanette, linked to Rudy forever? You better not hurt her. Mess up in any way, he whispered, surprised at himself at the rage that only amplified by the whisper. He watched Rudy's smile drop momentarily, and he shrugged and whispered back, I know I gave you the same warning, but Rudy's smile returned. I've got to thank you for introducing us in the first place. Rudy placed a hand on Dane's arm in a friendly manner and was still smiling when he whispered, If I breathe a word to Tessa that you walked in on Jeanette in the bath, tell me how she judged the situation. All of Dane's color drained from his face, and Rudy stepped on his foot. He glared at Rudy, holding his foot, but when Rudy whispered in a serious tone, Don't really surprise, or there's more where that came from. Dane nodded. It was only as Dane watched Rudy happily bound away to greet Jeanette that he realized what enraged him so much. It wasn't that Rudy was proposing to Jeanette, or that Jeanette chose Rudy, or any of that. It was that Rudy caught the frightening truth. He'd momentarily forgotten that he was with Tessa now, In fact, he'd managed to forget he was over Jeanette. Sure, he wanted to play it off like seeing Jeanette naked for the first time since he'd broken up with her didn't have any effect on him, but seeing nothing different from what he remembered made him feel as though nothing had changed between them. He realized, examining his foot, that not only would he have done the same thing if he were in Rudy's position, but Rudy could have hurt him much worse. He shuddered, imagining Tessa stomping on his foot with her heels. As Dane began packing boxes into the trunk of his car, he wondered if he'd feel differently about Tessa, maybe less likely to forget they were dating, if they weren't going so steady. No, he thought to himself, this is the very reason she wants us to take our time before we go too far to regret it. She's already been hurt by being in a relationship with one man who had feelings for Jeanette. Nobody wants to cross the line with somebody who wants someone else. But I don't even want Jeanette. I'm not even jealous. The desire is purely physical, isn't it? Okay, so I'll always feel protective of her, too. But the way I loved her could never return. Not with everything that's transpired since the breakup, but then why did my hopes sink when Rudy told me to bring her stuff to his house? Some secret wish that she'd be living with my parents and I'd see her whether she liked it or not? This is ludicrous. Tessa and I haven't even said we loved each other yet. Shouldn't I give her an out now? Just in case it's doomed to fail? Dane was so distracted by his thoughts. While mindlessly moving boxes, he never saw Rudy and Jeanette pass by him. It wasn't until 4 a.m. the next day he'd finally decided on the right thing to say to Tessa. Chapter 3. When Rudy found Jeanette in her room, her hair still a little bit damp, her gaze woeful, it was all he could do not to reveal the surprise to her. Instead, he rushed forward, sweeping her into his arms, and he laughed gleefully. Ready for the beach, my love? Jeanette murmured something Rudy couldn't hear, as she snuggled further against his chest, her hand slipping under his shirt, desperately. He gasped, already envisioning how the next few minutes might play out. I didn't hear you. Jeanette looked up into his eyes longingly. I missed you so much. He kissed her, tucking one hand into her jeans before she could tell him. I forgot about the beach. He bit his lip with a smile. It's okay, I can help you into your swimsuit. Jeanette's eyebrow arched in imitation of the expression Rudy had made numerous times before, but instead of reacting the way she'd always reacted, weak in the knees, in desperation, Rudy laughed. Jeanette blushed. I've never seen you in yours. Would you show me? I would now, but you never know when Dane might poke his head in the door, right? Rudy asked with a wink. Rudy, what if he heard you? Jeanette's eyes got huge and she blushed a deep red. Rudy pointed at her teasingly. That's a good point. He might hear us. On second thought, maybe I should wait outside the door as you change. Jeanette gave him a confused smile of agreement, but as Rudy rested his back against the door, his own thundering heart and enthusiasm posed a crazy threat he'd never considered. As much as he reminded himself it would be only 1 day left, could he wait that long? In his mind he saw the surprise as a birthday present from him to them. Although it was, of course, far from either of their respective birthdays, to keep such a secret was much more difficult than he could have ever imagined, especially since they'd grown so close. It wouldn't be entirely unbelievable for him if she'd said she could read his mind. The first thing Jeanette asked when she got into the car was, Are we going to pick up Drake and Lucille, or are they riding together? Rudy laughed. I could just imagine the time passing under my nephew's scrutiny and how shy you'd be about making conversation. Nope, we're meeting at the hotel. Rudy touched her exposed knee, caressing it momentarily. He added, So you don't have to be shy about anything. Jeanette rolled her eyes but laughed as she said, How did you know? Well, you never text about Dane unless it's really getting under your skin. It's fine with me as long as he isn't. Rudy, of course not. It's just, I don't like how he acted it like it was fine to walk right in. No apology or anything. In fact, he said, I don't get it. I've seen you before. You're going to be embarrassed now. Jeanette turned to look, and Rudy was wiping his eyes. His face was flushed, but, Are you actually laughing, Rudy? Rudy nodded, laughing harder. The nerve of him, I know. He said this while thinking, He's about to lose forever and ever. Instead, Rudy continued, There's something delightful about me not being the only person infuriated by him, especially since there used to be a time you'd relish that kind of memory for weeks. Without turning his head, he could tell Jeanette was cringing when she said, I can't believe all that happened back then. It's okay, I'm not trying to embarrass you. After everything, look where you are now. Which was when Jeanette brought up her fears and concerns about moving in with Drake's parents, and it was all Rudy could do to fight the urge to smile as he said, We'll work it out, no matter what. Chapter 4. When Tessa went to work that day, Dane showed up minutes later. She was happy at first to see him, but after they hugged, he said, I know, but I've not made an appointment, and I'm not here for one. If it's okay, I'll just be here. He gestured to the chairs behind them, then took a seat before Tessa could object. Not that she would. Something about his demeanor kept Tessa from being all too happy that he was watching her, or apparently waiting for her. She began to avoid his gaze, but something gave her an ominous feeling. A feeling she never thought Dane would make her feel. She took her schedule to the bathroom with her, wondering, was this Dane's humor to pretend he's not made an appointment to test my memory? She flipped through the pages and he wasn't due for a haircut for at least a month. Is this because he want to take things slow? Is he trying to evaluate the way he might tell me he's ready for more? If so, intimidating me like this is disturbing me. Should I just tell him I feel uncomfortable and I'm afraid the nerves will cause me to mess up someone's hair? She stepped out of the bathroom clear headed and ready to tell him she was feeling nervous when she saw that he'd left. Things were almost back to normal, aside from her new worries about Dane's behavior. When Dane returned with takeout and texted her that one of the boxes was for her, she laughed. She mouthed, "Thank you," and she almost convinced herself her fears were imagined, irrational, and had no place in this new relationship. The problem was that she smiled at him. She saw his unwavering, solemn expression return. They noticed how nervous Tessa had been with him sitting and waiting for the end of the day, but he had to imagine the words to say to her about his mistake the day before, so he could eventually say it to her. On the other hand, he felt like it would be so difficult to face the wrong not to say in person. He also didn't want to say it while she had the whole work day ahead of her, or he thought she'd be unable to focus all day. The problem was that by being there, waiting, the anxieties grew among them both. This may have been why, when Tessa was about to close and they had the first chance to speak, Tessa turned, and at the same time they blurted, "I'm not ready yet to be." The food was not a bribe. They laughed at first. Dane said, "Yes, I know you're not ready for that yet. That's not the issue. I've made a mistake." Okay. I think this must be where the video starts. Yes. Chapter 5. When Rudy and Jeanette met with Drake and Lucille, Drake looked around awkwardly. Rudy noticed and pulled him aside. Are you afraid to swim? You never used to have a problem with it. Drake smiled slightly. No, it's just you said 3 rooms, didn't you? Rudy nodded, not sure what Drake was getting at. You wouldn't surprise me with another couple showing up, would you? Rudy laughed. Who? Drake's eyes widened and Rudy laughed harder. No, but who are you afraid to see today? It's not specific, Rudy smiled. Just to get you and Lucille in the same room? I see you still don't entirely trust me. I'm almost used to that by now. Drake's face reddened, and they rejoined their girlfriends. Jeanette was putting on sunscreen when Rudy walked up. I would have liked to apply sunscreen for you, but I see you beat me to it. Jeanette bit her lip and eyes shining excitedly. I'll let you clean it off me later. Is that a fair trade? Rudy nodded, and scooped her up, kissing her when she bent her neck back. While still holding on to him, she looked down over her shoulder. Looking for this? Rudy smiled, holding the bottle of sunscreen. Jeanette blushed. How is it you know me so well? Rudy sighed. I could ask you the same. He sat back on his knees, watching Jeanette apply the sunscreen. Before long, they were making out, and Jeanette was applying sunscreen blindly. She broke away, panting. If you end up with an uneven tan, it will be all my fault. If so, my love, I'd wear it proudly as proof of your touch. She sighed, leaning forward, resting her head against his shoulder. Just then, Lucille and Drake ran up towards them, holding hands, laughing and blushing. Forewarning, the waves will knock you around right now. Drake announced this without really making eye contact with either Rudy or Jeanette, and the pace of the couple never slowed, as they were soon too far to see. Where do you think they're headed? Rudy arched his brow. To check out their separate rooms together, I'd assume. Jeanette laughed. Well, I want to check the water myself, don't you? After you, Rudy said, winking. They raced each other, but soon realized Drake wasn't kidding. Jeanette yelped as she struggled to remain standing. After about 5 minutes of it, they agreed to go to the outdoor pool instead. While Jeanette would put away everything they'd set out, towels, sunglasses, water, clothes, and sunscreen, Rudy sent Drake a text they'd be at the outdoor swimming pool instead. As soon as they got there, they saw Lucille and Drake had found it first. Without saying a word, Jeanette and Rudy exchanged glances on the verge of laughter. They played Marco Polo, took turns racing each other. The hours drifted. Eventually, Drake and Lucille woke up. It was now dark, and there was no one else around. They hadn't remembered falling asleep, just holding each other on a chair. Lucille got up. What time is it? Drake asked her as she checked her phone. It's 8:23. There were some texts from Rudy and Jeanette, but it looks like everything's okay. Drake stretched, sitting up. I bet I have a sunburn with the outline of your hug. He said it laughing, but Lucille gazed at him deeply, saying in almost a whisper, You look immaculate to me. Drake laughed a little bit. Your mind is the most astonishing of anybody I've met. Lucille smiled. Thank you. Are you hungry? I don't even know. He kissed her, and the more they kissed, the faster his heart pounded. I'm terrified, he admitted softly. For what reason? Somehow I don't feel like we're safe out here like this. Lucille nodded, sitting up. Soundlessly, they packed up and supported each other on the way back to the hotel. In the elevator, they were both in danger of falling asleep, but they couldn't stop laughing. As they stepped out, Drake's fear returned. If you have to leave your room for anything, like the vending machine or something, I don't want you to be alone. Lucille smiled, half understanding him. She told him her room number. You're hungry, right? Drake said, remembering they hadn't eaten before they fell asleep. Sure. Lucille yawned. Just knock, okay? Every now and then a sound like the snacks dropping down in the vending machine or the sound of his own knock on Lucille's door startled Drake into being alert. Lucille answered in her nightgown. Drake blinked. Okay, he said without knowing what he was saying okay to. As he sat on a corner of the bed, he suddenly remembered he wasn't in his own room. In an apologetic tone, he said, I won't touch you or do anything, Lucille shrugged. Well, there is the TV. She pointed at it as though it was on and started laughing when she realized it wasn't. Her laughing was so funny, he started laughing with her. Soon they were clutching their stomachs, laughing, lying down beside each other. Drake's eyes were starting to close, even as he looked at her. The sound of Lucille's stomach growling startled him awake. Food, right, food. He opened a tube of trail mix, then poured some into her hand. He tripped, then he got up too fast to get a cup of water for her. At least it wasn't full yet, right? He laughed, and then they ate snacks, watching TV. They fell asleep again, and Lucille woke up hearing a knock on the door. It's Jeanette. Lucille. Lucille? Lucille grabbed her clean clothes for the day and glanced at Drake. He was still sound asleep. She got dressed as quickly as she could and answered the door. Jeanette hugged her. We didn't know what happened. It's 4 p.m. and we thought you might have gone off somewhere since Rudy and I couldn't find you. But that didn't really make sense. Then Lucille looked over at her shoulder and back at Jeanette. Could we talk about this in the hall? Jeanette nodded, smiling. Lucille was about to tell Jeanette everything. That they fell asleep at the pool. Drake got protective of her. They ate snacks and then fell asleep again, watching TV, but Jeanette got out her phone. 1 second, I have to tell Rudy. She caught a look of panic on Lucille's face, so she added, Not like that. I meant that you two are both okay. We've been looking for you. Jeanette smiled. Neither of us would judge you either way. I hope you know that. Lucille sighed. Okay, how have things been for you? Jeanette smiled sadly. So great. I don't want to leave. I don't want to be dropped off at Paula's house. I don't want anything to change. Whenever I bring it up with Rudy, though, he's so cheery, sweet, optimistic. It feels out of place, and I don't know how to react to it. Jeanette looked up in time to see Rudy walking toward them. I think it really only means well, Jeanette. Jeanette smiled. I know. How does everyone feel about checking out, meeting for supper, and wait, where's Drake? Lucille blushed. He's not up yet, but I can ask him. Rudy's eyebrows jumped as he exchanged glances with Jeanette. Jeanette shrugged, but before Lucille turned to step back into the room, she saw the sadness in Jeanette's eyes, and it bothered her. Chapter 6. Drake awoke to the sound of his phone ringing, but it stopped before he could pick up in time. Then Lucille came into the room, stuffing her swimsuit in her suitcase. She smiled. Good morning, and Drake laughed. What time is it really? 4:45. I tried to wake you before, but I wasn't able to. We're going to check out right now, and then we'll eat somewhere. Wait, let me carry that. Lucille demonstrated it had wheels, rolling it before she walked out. He ran out with another bag, but she was already nowhere in sight. He ran to his own room to start packing his things there. He wasn't sure what compelled him, but when he'd brought it out to the hallway, and then her own things from her own room, he turned to look out the window. Lucille was outside arguing with Rudy. He looked confused, then he told her something she was surprised by. Suddenly she was so giddy she was laughing and jumping up and down. What were they talking about? Where was Jeanette? Just then he heard Jeanette. Yeah, I don't know. He was there, but I think he's just blowing it up in his mind. No. Drake turned to look, and she was on her cell phone, and she grabbed a few bags. Drake carried the rest of the things, and they stepped into the elevator. I think you'll both be fine. It was nothing. He was just there asking if I wanted any soap, shampoo. If you think so, but he cares about you. He wouldn't be saying anything if he didn't. Okay, don't worry. Bye. Drake looked at her askance. It was Tessa. I think Dane broke up with her over something stupid. I think it's just overreacting and they'll be okay. Rudy's out there talking to Lucille. Jeanette stared at him. So what? Is she not allowed to talk to him? Drake's expression was pained. Sure, but it's intimidating. Jeanette suddenly felt angry. Well, you shouldn't be intimidated or threatened or anything. I know Rudy would never. Drake's phone made a sound, and he checked it. His demeanor instantly changed, and he smiled. You're right. No need to feel threatened. Sorry I doubted him. Drake quickly put the phone away, hoping Jeanette couldn't have possibly read Lucille's text to him in that moment. When the elevator door opened, they both appeared content. Rudy and Lucille were none the wiser that they'd almost gotten into a fight. Jeanette, before we leave, I have something for you. You can think of it as almost a housewarming present. Jeanette frowned as they walked to his car. Rudy, you know how I feel about moving out. I know you're scared. Yes, I'm terrified. There's so many things that will change so soon. That's exactly my point, Rudy. They were now at his trunk. Nothing is going to change between us, Jeanette. Before he opened the trunk, he said, Today is special. Do you remember what happened exactly 1 year ago? Jeanette smiled despite being on the verge of tears. It's the day we met 1 year ago. Yes. Violet predicted I'd find someone, and that night I found you. I wasn't ready then to understand how much you'd mean to me, and it took a while for us to begin properly, even if it was like resuming right where we left off. He opened the trunk and grabbed what appeared to be a giant shoebox, sat down on his knees, holding it in his lap. You've seen me in every emotional state, and you're still here. I've seen you in every emotional state, and I'm ready to be there for you whenever you need me. But I'm certain I will never be ready for either of us leaving. Opening the box, he asked, Will you be my Miss DizzGo's Cherry, Miss Rudy Romance King, Miss Rudy Dare? Nestled in the box was a pair of new cranberry red skates, and Jeanette could see a ribbon tied in a bow in the tongue loop on one side, with an engagement ring hanging from it. Jeanette speechlessly nodded, laughing and hugging him. Rudy more than anything. And you'll be moving in with me. Because her face was buried in his neck, Rudy couldn't tell if Jeanette was sobbing or laughing. He stroked her back. I told you we'd work it out, remember? I asked Dane to bring your things to my house already. Mag helped him. Unfortunately, I forgot the gear I bought you at my house. That's okay. Everything's okay. I love you so much. I love you too, Jeanette. His fingers fumbled with the knot of the bow, and Jeanette bent down. Seconds later, it was undone. They celebrated at supper with Drake and Lucille. Jeanette was on the verge of tears again, but for an altogether different reason. While they were waiting for the waiter to bring them the tab, Drake started laughing at something on his phone. Without a word, he passed it to Lucille, who grinned, and handed it to Rudy and Jeanette. Husky sent a picture of Violet's hand in his, with an engagement ring on her finger. Jeanette laughed. Like father, like son? Rudy pretended to despair. Can't I be original for once? Drake smiled. I'm sure he didn't have the same idea to use a pair of skates. He'd have no need. Violet's father owns the ring. Drake laughed. True. Jeanette asked, so does everyone approve now? Lucille grabbed Drake's hand and lifted it, saying, unanimous. Drake nodded. Undoubtedly, except for Husky. Want to find out his reaction? Drake held up his phone. Smile. Rudy and Jeanette smiled as Rudy held Jeanette's hand, lifting it so that their elbows rested on the table. Chapter 7. The first few weeks of Jeanette living with Rudy, they were unpacking their boxes and deciding where to put her things. Every now and then, they'd discuss who to invite to their wedding, or other details. They'd chosen October 4th, the day they'd first kissed for their wedding date, but when Husky called Rudy, telling him they'd decided the same date, because they met Violet that day, it was Rudy who suggested a double wedding. One thing Jeanette and I haven't decided on yet is location. Have you and Violet thought of anything? Well, the funny thing about that is that, I had to tell her father. Rudy laughed. I'd almost forgotten about that. He's your age, isn't he? He's a few years older. Not like that made it any easier. Before I said anything, he said he knew me, asked if I was still seeing his daughter. I bet you had something clever ready, though. You always do. Sorry to disappoint you, son, but even I'm not always immune to nerves. Not knowing what else to say, I said, Indeed, it's my greatest wish and intention to see her for the rest of her life. That's not so bad. He laughed for at least 5 minutes, and every time I thought he was done, I was about to continue speaking, he wouldn't let me get even one word in. He's got a terrifying laugh. He eventually wiped his eyes and said, Who am I to say no? She left a message just this morning with nearly the identical statement, only from her own lips. I know you've not planned that, or you wouldn't even bother seeing me. I was stunned silent, and he went on saying, How it's no surprise, really. She'd go for someone like me. He was not able to properly handle what happened between Violet's mother and him, so he shut down. But he said we could have the wedding for free, at DizzGo's, if we want to. I thought that was a wild idea at first, but now I'm starting to think that sounds pretty cool. About Mom, if we do a double ceremony, that would be nightmares for you, wouldn't it? No, son, you deserve your mother being there for you. I just can't speak for her and say whether she'll really come through. I'm sorry, Rudy. You know I tried. I know, Dad. You can try. Also, I love the idea of a DizzGo's wedding. I thought you would. In the weeks that followed, Rudy and Jeanette regularly met with Husky and Violet on double dates to plan the wedding together. Tessa was in the middle of trimming the hair of one of her regular customers. You don't mind if I take this really quick, do you? Not at all, said Case. Good, just don't move. Separate the strands or anything like that, okay? Case gave a thumbs up, and Tessa was late answering the phone. She checked, and there was a new voicemail, so she listened to it. Case noticed her smile drop, and tears began in her eyes. It's Dane, isn't it? Tessa nodded. I'm sorry to do this. I'll be right back, okay? No problem. He knew that she'd regain her composure. She'd come back, and there was a high likeliness that she'd tell him about the situation, even if he didn't ask. He never minded hearing her stories. In fact, it was his initial curiosity that led him to her salon. It had started about a year and a half before, when he'd accidentally seen Violet kiss his father. He'd snuck out, confused and upset, running until he'd made it downtown. When he stopped to catch his breath, he saw a woman in the salon across the street getting a trim, and even sitting still from a side angle. Her features and mannerisms were bizarrely familiar. He entered the salon, taking a seat and pretending to be absorbed in the latest hairstyle magazines. Nobody had to tell him the woman was his mother. The problem was, not only did he not know anything about his mother, but what if she expected something different from her son, and what if he let her down? His self-doubts led him to play a sort of game with chance. He would try to go to the salon on any of the days he'd ever heard that she'd be there, and if he happened to be there at the same time, and only if she could see the resemblance enough to say, You're my son, only then could he admit to her that he was her son. He soon saw that it wouldn't be too difficult to tell if she was in the salon for an appointment, because Tessa's salon was so small. But sometimes Tessa's salon would be empty when he'd arrive for an appointment, and he didn't really have much to say to Tessa. This was when Tessa asked if she could talk to him about the random things going on in her life. Her stories were pretty entertaining, but then he began to realize he knew some of the people she mentioned. He went to school with Jeanette, Drake, Lucille. In fact, he'd had a crush on Lucille for a while, so he was especially interested in hearing about her, but Tessa didn't really have much to say about her. Unfortunately, though he'd learned that Lucille was dating Drake, he found himself charmed even more by the things he'd come to learn about Lucille through Tessa's stories. When he invited Lucille to a party, he realized he had no chance with her, and no idea how to react. He remembered the story of Lucille trying to use love potion bears on Drake, and he drank for the first time that night. The more out of control he felt, the more he drank until he vaguely remembered Lucille jumping out of his car into Drake's arms, and then rushing into another car driven by someone older. It was only when he was fully sober that he realized the only guy that could have reasonably been Rudy. He thought back through the stories Tessa had told him, thinking about them through what Rudy's perspective might have been, and began to feel that even if Drake was Rudy's nephew, Rudy of all people could understand his jealousy of Drake. If only he could befriend Rudy, talk to him, which was when he faintly put together some of the details that Tessa had told him along with the things Violet had said. Rudy knew how to help his nephew rescue Lucille, not only because they knew Lucille shouldn't have been there. Sadly, he'd have to admit they were right, but because Violet knew him, which meant Violet knew Rudy, which meant Rudy knew something about his mother, right? If neither his father nor Violet would tell him anything about his mother, it was either to find some way to naturally befriend Rudy without it being suspicious or backfiring. After all, wouldn't Rudy be kind of against him since he was a threat to his nephew's relationship with Lucille? Or get the courage to ask his mother himself? Then a few odd things happened, back to back. First, the moment he finally accepted Violet's relationship with his dad. His dad stupidly dumped her. Second, she started seeing Rudy's own father. Who? Apparently, they've been secretly in love with each other for years. What? Thirdly, Dane broke up with Tessa for seemingly no reason, and then one day Case left the salon and... Hey, got any plans tonight? He turned, and there she was. His biological mother, like an aged photograph he'd recalled finding in a hidden album. He'd say something if he could think of anything, but 25 minutes into supper with her and his mind was blank. He almost laughed when she ate, smacking on steak with her mouth open, as he mentally compared it to his father's manners. However, instead of this making him uncomfortable, he felt like he could relax. She'd been ranting about her job and her life. Did she think he knew her before all this? He gulped. She couldn't possibly think she was catching up with his father. Don't get me wrong, she suddenly declared, looking at him with the first serious expression that evening. I know you're my Case. Well, sure, yes, Pat cackled. It's one or the other, shook. She gulped down her soda. I've always... Her sudden belch interrupted him. He laughed, trying again. I've always wanted to know you. What do you think? Without thinking, he said, I can die now? He bit his lip. Too late. Pat froze and swallowed. Her eyelid twitched even before she raised her fork, and in a growly whisper said, Don't ever say that again. You got me all wrong, he began, then stopped, as he asked himself, had she really? Did it really matter if he'd corrected it to, I can die happily now, knowing I finally met my mother? It still resulted in a death wish, even if it clarified that meeting her was a huge life goal for him. She picked up her fork, aiming at him, upside down, squinting with a smirk. You wouldn't feel so bad if you were helping somebody, you figure? She smiled, almost afraid not to. I could use some help. See, you're not the only person I hurt. Dad, he stated it seriously, but flinched as she smiled. The smile implied what he suddenly no longer wanted to know. Instead, he asked anyway, where have you been? To the lowest end, where nothing I say is ever going to fix what I've done. She gulped down more of her soda. Hey, but at least I can apologize, and I hope I'm not too late. Suddenly, Case felt his temper rising. How could you sit here and say that so casually? I'll help. When she looked at him, she suddenly had the look of an ancient woman, and again, what she didn't say weighed more heavily than what she told him. His mind briefly skimmed over to an image of the poor unfortunate souls in the animated Little Mermaid, which gave him the chills even as an adult. Despite shuddering and hoping his mother couldn't tell, he reiterated, I will help, not knowing which of the two he was trying to convince. The next week, Case found out that the help his mother wanted was in the form of delivering a letter to Violet on her behalf. Not knowing anything about the situation, he still didn't understand and said he was sure Violet would be fine without a letter until his mother broke down crying one evening on the phone. Case, you don't understand. I can't live with myself. Every time I think back to the things I did to her. This stunned Case. What are you talking about? And when she told him the story, everything that had happened, he felt sorrow, anger, and even guilt. Guilt that he'd misunderstood the situation for so long. Guilt that he'd resented Violet, not knowing that Violet hadn't been the one at fault. Chapter 8. One evening, right after Jeanette and Rudy had visited, someone knocked on Violet's door. Hey, Husky, could you get that? She couldn't see who it was when Husky opened the door and didn't recognize the voice speaking low to Husky. Wow, you must be Husky. I'm here to give Violet a letter. In fact, his voice was so low that Husky thought maybe Violet hadn't heard him, so he stepped aside and called out, Violet, there's a young man here hoping to give you a letter. Violet stepped forward and almost didn't recognize Case. The Case she knew never really looked at her anymore. He sulked around with a general bitterness. Case, hi, would you like anything? I'm okay, I'm just here because of this letter, but I want to talk to you about it too, unless you mind. Well, you can have a seat. Do you know what it pertains to, or more importantly, who it's from? I'm afraid I will have to decline if it's from your father because she smiled, holding up her hand so he could see she was engaged. Congratulations, no, it's not from him. Husky didn't know Case aside from what Violet had told him, but something about Case's relief seemed strange to him. Husky took a long sip of water. Do you know he was paying my mom not to contact you? Husky spit out his water by accident. Violet's eyes widened, and she jumped up to find a napkin or cloth for Husky. You're much better off, Case smiled. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how did you know who I was? Husky asked, more confused than ever. Case uncomfortably looked away. There's this salon I frequent, and I almost feel like it wouldn't be fair to consider her a gossip. After all, how would she know I went to school with your grandson and Lucille? Case ran his words together awkwardly. Tessa? Violet asked, and Case's face turned red. He hadn't realized she could hear him. She sat back on the couch, and she was about to dab at Husky, but Husky gently took the cloth himself. Suddenly, Violet's face lost color, and she looked at the envelope in Case's hand. If you don't mind, how did you know he was paying your mother not to? Wait. Is it from her? She asked, now sweating. Case nodded slowly. If you need to read it in private, that's understandable. Just please allow me to discuss something with you afterwards. Violet shakily stood, holding the letter, and hesitated before she walked to her bedroom with it. She closed the door carefully. While they waited, they could hear her high heels on the floor, pacing, pacing, pacing. Are you good friends with Drake? Husky asked, trying to break the ice somehow and get his mind off of anything that woman had written in a letter to Violet or any of the things she'd done to Violet. Case looked away, thinking before looking back, responding, No, but I respect him. I was jealous of him, actually. Have you met Lucille yet? Husky almost laughed, but contained it in time. I'm sorry, it's just if my grandson has a girlfriend, which I'm assuming is what you're saying, that's news to me. Good news, but humorous nonetheless. Case gave a confused expression. Husky explained. Drake aspired for many years to be just like Rudy, who aspired to be the antithesis of me, and look how that turned out. Husky laughed, but Case didn't follow. Husky smiled, trying again. I've had a lengthy relationship history. Rudy was afraid to turn out like me, and I'm almost positive I've overheard Drake call me Sir Pervy when he thinks I can't hear him, so if Drake allows himself to date, I'm glad to hear that. Case nodded, hoping Husky would continue. He did. Rudy had this entire campaign going when he first started at DizzGo's. He'd wear these t-shirts about how cool it was to be Cherry. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, Drake isn't too dissimilar then from what I know of him. It's not such a bad thing. He's not the type to play the field. You know, if he were, I'd be worried for Lucille. Well, while I would never wish that my children or grandchildren inherit my problems, I was just worried that my problems influence them in a negative way, so it's not a fear that they will remain pure forever, just a fear that they wouldn't allow themselves to try and find love. Case reddened. If you knew what my mom told me about the kinds of things she's done, you might better comprehend wanting to abstain your whole life so as not to ever hurt anybody. Husky's eyes widened. I'm aware of some of it. things Violet told me. I just hope one day you'll realize that love requires vulnerability, and non-reciprocation can hurt the one you love to. Case almost laughed. You know about my dad too, then, huh? Husky nodded seriously. I respect that to a certain point with my dad. He was afraid, and now I see why, although the extreme he went to. Let's just say he was so careful it begins to look like he doesn't care at all. Husky nodded. Exactly. And yes, that is why I mention it. It didn't occur to me that could have been the issue at hand. I thought he's not over your mom, or he's too traumatized, or even that he secretly resents Violet for. Husky looked away, ending what he thought was a happy marriage. Case laughed out of shock. Maybe any of it. I actually secretly resented Violet, but I didn't know anything about my mom. Nobody wanted to tell me. Oh, well, I could see how you would, then, when you haven't much to go by. Just then, Violet walked back into the room, and it was obvious she'd cried. She sat down carefully. I know this is going to be difficult for you, but even if it's just words, she doesn't need to reconnect with you. She just needs to read a response that you forgive her, even if you're lying, please. For the most part, it's forgotten. I forgave her. You don't see me trying to track her down for any reason anyway, do you? Well, write it then. She doesn't know any of that, but she's old. Husky laughed and covered his mouth. I'm so sorry, is she not my own age? I'm serious, and I'm not talking about physical age either. What she's done, everything, it's killing her. It scares me. Kay started shaking and crying. I can't take looking into her eyes and seeing the kind of torment she has, not because of what people have done to her, but what she's done. Please, Violet, if you've let go of it, then forgive her here on the back of her letter. Violet was beginning to cry again. She hugged him. Yes, okay, I'll do it. You truly are a sweet young man. Your parents can be proud of you. Husky smiled. She's right. As Case left Violet's house with Violet's reply to his mother's letter, the sorrow he'd had when he arrived was gone. When Husky turned to look at Violet, she was crying again. He held her. Are you afraid of her? I want you to know that I would never let her get to you. Violet laughed. It's not fear, it's just remembering everything. I'm happy Case wanted the letter back because it upsets me so much. Did she write anything threatening in her letter to you? It's not that. She was apologizing and going into great detail about the things she did to me. Things I'd forgotten about. It just hurts all over again when I think about it. Husky held her tighter. Is there anything I can do for you, my lamb? Stay with me. Don't leave me. I won't go anywhere. I'll do anything for you, lamb. Anything. Just being here with me helps me more than you could possibly know. Chapter 9. Tessa was almost closed for the day when Jeanette called her. She sipped coffee, hoping she could mentally prepare for the call, expecting bright optimism and enthusiasm in the call. After all, she just received the wedding invitation a day earlier. Tessa was prepared to tell her she didn't know if Dane would go with her or not. There was no coffee left in her cup, much sooner than she'd expected. She threw the cup away and called Jeanette back. Hi, Jeanette. Congratulations. I wanted you to know, is it too late? Notice to request you for hairstyling? Or would that be completely awkward for you? Tessa laughed, not having even thought of that. Of course not. It's not awkward. I'd be more than happy to help in any way. I'm not lying when I say I'm happy for you. Both of you. The four of you, counting Husky and Violet. I'm so thrilled. There was a pause, and Jeanette asked the question Tessa had been bracing herself for. How have things been going with you and Dane? Well, today was his next hair appointment, and his not showing up is a sign, right? No. It might not mean anything. Maybe he'll call you. I've looked for calls all day. Who am I kidding? All month. I know it was new, but I really wasn't expecting it to end like it did. Anticlimactic. But I don't know if I'd feel like this either. I can't help but wonder, did he feel like I was emotionally closed off? Could he have been pushed away by my choosing not to rush things? Did anything I do or anything I didn't do leave him feeling emasculated? Maybe you're overthinking it. I really can't answer for him. I wish somehow I could. Just then Tessa heard a knock on the glass door. When she turned around, it was like Jeanette's words had magically summoned him. You're a great help to me, Jeanette. I have to go. I'll explain later. Okay, bye. Bye. Tessa put the phone away and ran to the door, unlocking it. Hi, I'm so happy to see you. I thought maybe you'd forgotten about your appointment. Dane didn't say anything, but he stepped forward, his face full of despair. You can talk to me. Whatever's on your mind, okay? Instead of speaking, though, he stopped, looked at the floor, then slowly walked over to one of her chairs and sat automatically. Tessa didn't know how to react to this, and she got ready to cut his hair. Maybe he wanted quiet for a little while, so she focused on just his hair. The problem was the silence allowed for questions to build in her mind. Was this the way he wanted their friendship to be from now on? Like he was just another customer? Why would he choose that if it caused him such despair? Or was that the cause of his despair? Had the wedding invitation come to him, and was that the source of his anguish? As Tessa looked at his face in the mirror, she realized he was watching her, but not in the mirror. How had she not seen the way he was looking at her? Was he crying? She put the scissors away. Dane? He swallowed, tears still ready. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let you go. I began to feel like I wasn't worthy. But you didn't do anything wrong. If you're talking about accidentally seeing Jeanette like that, I already let that go. Well, if you've forgiven me, that's enough. But if you still want to give this a chance, I won't blow it. I already know how cliche this is going to sound, but I've been missing your voice and everything I was beginning to learn about you, and I kept thinking, I'm too late. Tessa smiled. No, you're not too late. I opened the door for you anyway because I would cut your hair any time. Tessa waited a second and laughed. I knew what you meant. No, you're not at all too late. I've missed you. Case and his mother were walking along mostly silently as his mother was reading Violet's reply over and over. Case caught movement in the darkened window of Tessa's salon, and he almost laughed when he saw it was Tessa making out with Dane. Chapter 10. The day of the wedding was surreal. The bachelor/bachelorette parties took place inside DizzGo's in a non-traditional way, where each woman aside from Jeanette could skate with Rudy if they wished, and any woman but Violet could dance with Husky if they wished in the disco section. Then any guy could skate with Jeanette and Violet if they wished before the wedding. Jeanette and Violet had looked around in bridal shops, trying to find bridal gowns short enough to skate in. Inevitably, they found fancy party dresses that would work. While they weren't solid white, they were infused with touches of color that were their favorite. White with cranberry ribbon for Jeanette and red rhinestones, white with violet ribbon and indigo rhinestones for Violet. Rudy's tuxedo was white with red tie and handkerchief. Husky's was black with violet tie and handkerchief. The pastor couldn't skate, so they all took off their skates and walked to the center of the floor in socks. Dane walked Jeanette up to the center. After. The rink was open for all the guests to keep skating, or they could help themselves to food in the snack bar area. Then the DJ stopped the music and offered his mic to anyone who wanted to share stories about the married couples. The stories were mostly nice or funny, but then Husky walked up. Even before his dad said anything, Rudy was already cringing. Husky wiped his eye. I always hoped this day would come for Rudy, but right now I feel prompted to shed light on something I feel is significant. It isn't thanks to me or Violet that Rudy found the love of his life. You see, we were well-intentioned. Not only did Violet try and set Rudy up with women carefully, Jeanette whispered to Rudy, "Is he drunk?" Rudy turned to her, looking nervous and confused, carefully trying to find someone well-suited for him. I came here one day, and who here remembers my boy's alter ego? DizzGo's Cherry. Hands flew up everywhere. There was a few cheers. Rudy laughed. I guess I'll never live that down. Well, there were lots of fans, and I thought eventually one of them will win his heart. I had only heard from Violet that she told me about his popularity, and I wanted to see it for myself. Back to what I was saying, so I came here one day, and I noticed him noticing one of fans in particular. I approached her outside, insisted I saw a glimmer in his eye when he looked at her. This put a glimmer in her own eyes, and I asked her to go out with him, at least for one date, and to call me later about it, just to know if it went well. Rudy was now angry, but Husky couldn't tell, and he went on. It did not. The girl called me up, and she was not the romantic I thought she was. She'd gotten him drunk, and now she wanted me to pick him up, take him back home. She swore they hadn't done anything, but she was embarrassed and annoyed. She put him in her car, so his car was left at the cafe. I called Violet, explaining to her on the way we'd switch cars, and I'd drive Rudy's car back to his house. She'd drive my car back to her house. Drive my car back to my house. While we both agreed I shouldn't be the one to set him up with girls from that point on, neither of us realized then that we were wrong to force it at all. Maybe it's not ironic that the moment after she gave up on finding his match, Rudy found her himself. I'm proud of you two. I wish you endless romance. Jeanette looked at Rudy again, and he still looked upset, but not as much. Then Dane walked up and held the mic. That thing he said, about not forcing it, he's not only right, but it brings to mind another story involving this place, and that same aforementioned alter ego. This goes Cherry. We used to go here all the time when we were in high school. and we'd drink cream soda when we'd skated too long and were dying for something cold. That changed a few years later, not because Rudy got a job here or because he'd become something of a celebrity here. It's due to something that happened to a cream soda during a bet, which was made here. Rudy suddenly laughed, turning to Jeanette. That's right, I never told you this story. I met with him here during winter break at college and had no clue that Rudy had become popular overnight. The funny thing was, he wanted to claim it wasn't about him, or even that his shirts said. He believed there was a magic in wearing shirts that boasted anything, and that women love a man who's sure of himself. Not stuck up, just knowing who he is. To prove it, he asked me to try and get someone to skate with me without buying one of his shirts. The deal was, if I succeeded in having a girl skate with me in 1 hour, in the shirt I'd arrived in, he'd have to drink cream soda that had a gummy worm soaking in it for the entire hour. One gummy worm for each woman who wouldn't skate with me. If I lost, I'd have to drink it, but he'd give me one of his cherry shirts for free to see if I could get a girl to skate with me. Notice how I said earlier that our ritual of drinking cream soda changed. Well, if you know anything about Rudy, that didn't change for him. He drinks it with popcorn at a movie. He drinks it with pizza. He drinks it with cake. I'm sure he'd even request it at a fancy restaurant. And when they don't have it, he'll settle for root beer. Not me, because I lost, and it was gross. And Rudy laughed the entire time watching me guzzle it down. I wore that shirt, hoping this time to prove him wrong, but I didn't. He was right for another reason, too. With the mindset of winning, I was forcing the idea of getting a woman to skate with me. Women aren't points to collect, and I'm sorry about our rivalry, but I now see what it comes down to is that you're the guy who is going to understand where she's coming from because you understand yourself and can focus entirely on the two of you and not what everybody else thinks. But you know what? You want her without having to wear one of those shirts because it trains you to wear your heart on your sleeve. She never has to question anything. I know you're probably thinking, where are the threats to my safety if I ever break Jeanette's heart? Dane paused to laugh, seeing Rudy shift uncomfortably in his seat. The answer is, what threat? There's no questioning you adore her. It took a lot of getting used to for me, but now I'm just truly happy for you. He stepped down, smiling. Before they left, Rudy went up to Husky. Hey, Dad. Rudy, I hope I didn't embarrass you up there. Violet thinks I went a little too far. Rudy shrugged. That's okay, it's just... I know we had the double ceremony, but can we have a honeymoon separately? This was funnier to Husky than Rudy had thought it would be. That would be crazy. You think I'm loony? I guess I deserve that. Go ahead, have your honeymoon. I promise we're not going to bother you. Rudy smiled. Dad, I don't think you're loony. We just keep picking the same things with our wives. He stopped smiling, whispering it back to himself. And anyway, I've always wanted to know how I got home. That always bothered me. The truth was been unveiled. Husky tilted his head. I guess that's one way to see it. As I got into Rudy's car, Jeanette asked, Where was it again? We were going for our honeymoon? We have time to figure it out. Do you have anything in mind? Just me and you, our house, no planning anything out, freedom to go wild with you. Rudy closed his eyes. You can do anything with me, he sighed. Jeanette beamed at him as he opened his eyes and then heard a car horn beep behind him. He laughed. The light was green. Jeanette blushed. I was just looking at you. Minutes later they passed an old museum out of business long ago, and a familiar car was pulling in. If I'm not mistaken, that's my dad's car. Maybe they're just turning around. Rudy laughed. Or maybe that's how they're spending their honeymoon. Jeanette thought he was just kidding, but then the car drove further, behind the museum, and out of sight from the road. Rudy arched his eyebrow. All couples have their own rituals. As long as there are no unforeseen consequences, I'm happy for them. Rudy laughed, looking confused. They can do whatever they want. Jeanette blushed, saying, I didn't mean it like that. I meant police. Rudy's smile changed to amused. In all honesty, it might be cool to have a little brother. Or a sister. I almost felt like that with Drake. But I mean, like, someone even closer related. Jeanette smiled. Or we could have a child of our own. No pressure. Whenever you're ready. Rudy smiled. No rush. We still have time, my love. That night, as Case visited his mother, he said, Now that you've helped me, how do you feel about life? More alive than ever, honestly. She hugged him. Oh, sorry. She said, Now that you've helped me, how do you feel about life? More alive than ever, honestly. She hugged him. I knew you would. And I want to understand people more, and to help them out of that darkness. At this, his mother laughed. You know, there's a degree for that, but I'm not going to insist. Case took a breath. Actually, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm seriously considering. I'm ready to support you in any way I can, and I know your dad will be so thrilled. Case looked at her skeptically. Are you on speaking terms? Well, I wouldn't say we're friends, or that we could ever be friends with each other, but you're the best thing we have in common. And as I walked on in contented silence, Case knew that even if the future was unforeseeable, he felt stronger than he'd ever had, and remembered what Husky'd said. I just hope one day you'll realize that love requires vulnerability, and non reciprocation can hurt the one you love too. He smiled, having found new understanding in it. I love you, Mom. She looked surprised and hugged him for a long time. I love you too, Case. I never thought I'd hear those words again spoken for me. One day, he knew he'd find the girl of his dreams, even though he was still slightly heartbroken that it wasn't Lucille. But would it have ever worked in a relationship if he never felt the familial love he'd missed his entire life? Suddenly he knew that this love was where his future could begin. Thank you for listening to Unveiled. Two books left.
With the new IHOP value menu, all your breakfast faves like pancakes, eggs, and bacon are just $6 every day. Cheesy scrambles, French toast, and omelets with pancakes, all $6 each. The new value menu every day at IHOP. Life's great stories are built on one simple principle: yes and. Yes to continue.
Oh! Okay. I know what was wrong. There's one video that was in my list that I actually didn't end up keeping my reaction. I actually didn't even react to it fully and then I deleted because it was using artificial music. And I just didn't really want to react to it when I realized that. I mean, that's understandable, right? I hope. I'm just sitting here for a few minutes because I'm not ready to just pick up the next book yet. But I will. I just need to give it a few minutes. Maybe I'll get something to drink. Not more green tea, but like something warm still. And I'll come back. go ahead and edit another video before before I before I start reading the next book. So let me check when I actually hit. Looks like I clicked play there. Unforeseen. Chapter 1. Tessa looked out at the billowing yellow pollen headed towards her salon window. She was so content, smiling at Dame. He was sweeping hair almost in slow motion while she trimmed the hair of today's youth. This heat and cloud of rising yellow was a signal marking the warm welcome of hot months. Sun season, drawing in more customers than she could count on her fingers this early morning. It's like I've got a blanket wrapped around me in a sauna, they would say. Here she would reply, I understand. Any particular style you have in mind? But this was the year 2032, and the hottest dew was newborn. Tessa had been a firm believer that short styles could be flattering to both men and women, but when a customer said, I want it all off, naked as a newborn, Tessa couldn't help but question her career choice. Not that some people weren't stunning bald, and not that going bald was the end of the world, but for women and men with gorgeous locks in perfect health, paying gobs of money to have it excised? For love, for fashion, or was it in hopes of keeping friends? She'd never know, but every day Tessa would awake in the hopes that this trend would die so she didn't have to go home at night feeling like a murderer. Yes, I know, Dane would coo to her when they got back home. Look at it this way. Have you ever had a more successful year in the salon? Crying, Tessa shook her head and buried her face against Dane's chest. I just wish somewhere along the way she'd said, Who cares if it's the cool look right now? I've changed my mind. Soon we'll have our vacation. Tessa sighed, one day closer to their vacation. Miss, I have a song request. She stopped clipping, looking down at a beautifully innocent face, some of the girl's shoulder length hair still cascading in the back. Another wisps, like she was going prematurely bald as she asked, "Can I hear that Blaney Belair, Blaney Belair song?" Sorry, I forgot about doing that. She mentally corrected it somewhere between laughing and crying as she thought, there couldn't be a depressing song more fitting. As she called out to Dane, whispering the request correctly so as not to embarrass the girl, losing hair before her eyes. She was too concerned with whether her parents, that is, customers, would endure the process better with dark sunglasses to notice that Dane was stifling laughter. Even with her concern, she noticed where the girl's eyes lingered as Dane walked off. She whispered as good naturedly as she could, "Oh, by the way, that's my husband. I'm a miss." When the girl cried on her way out, Tessa didn't know if it was due to that revelation that Dane was taken or sudden regret from adopting newborn status. Maybe with her new eyes, the girl would see the great deception. The newborn trend began with the epitome of unrealistic standards. Dolls made of rosin, bearing more resemblance to aliens than to people. One striking feature was that they had bald heads with the option of wigs. Tessa had seen some women walk around going against the flow. She was one of them. Their locks swishing proudly in the wind as if to say, my human head grows all natural hair, and I wouldn't change it for the world. That is, unless those were wigs. Fully customizable doll people. Tessa shuddered at the thought. She'd noticed that the trend was so extreme that it even created a divide among stylists. Some salons charged less for the look to encourage customers to stay loyal. After all, they could just go to a barbershop for the same thing. Or the price was raised super high by those like Tessa who kept their fingers crossed that the young women would change their minds, deterred by the price. The flaw in this was that it was mostly the girls who could afford such high-end shaving who were most enamored by the trend. In the middle of the day, Jeanette called. "Jeanette, oh, you don't know how happy I am to hear from you right now. One young woman who just left, she was sitting there, and midway through the birthing process, not to offend you, this stupid fat has the stylist coming up with odd slang." She could hear Jeanette laugh dryly. "It's fine with me. That's partly what I'm calling you about. But you can finish." Well, midway through it, she says, "Don't mind the bees." Then I'm sitting there looking at her in the eyes. "What bees?" I almost asked her. And then she lowered her head back down for me to continue, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. She had bees tattooed right onto her scalp. Photorealistic looking bees. And it just makes me think, what sick person agreed to subjecting her to that? Maybe even encouraged it. What if somebody looks at her head and they run away? Like, what if she goes on a date and it goes really well, and then her date goes in for the kiss and, well, doesn't because he doesn't want a mouthful of bees? "Tessa, it's okay, they're not real. Take a deep breath, she's already gone." After a few seconds without Jeanette hearing anything, she asked, "Tessa, are you still there?" "Yes, I'm still here," Tessa responded, her voice much calmer. "I don't know if I told you, but I was stung by one in my mouth when I was 11 years old. I was drinking a syrupy red soda that was so fruity you couldn't pick out any one flavor. The flavor was sugar. I used to drink them too." Jeanette laughed. "That's true. While this bee was attracted to the drink, I stepped away. It not only ignored me, but dove straight into my soda. I was going to try and suck the bee up halfway, but let it just fall out gracefully, and it would have a nice permanent pink tint, which would be a source of great coveting among the other bees in the hive for months on end. But no, I didn't take into account how lightweight they are. After all, they're aerodynamic. I didn't even feel it in my mouth. I only felt the nearly instant pain like a needle in my uvula." "Wow, I can see how bees on a head in front of you would freak you out then. You seem to have relaxed considerably. You were helpful. Since you became a mother, you've really harnessed the power to comfort people." "Is Dane holding your hand?" Tessa laughed without answering it. "I knew it," Jeanette said, laughing to herself. "Speaking of motherhood, Sage wanted to ask your permission to stage a peaceful demonstration at your salon." "Oh, of course. He's such a sweet young man." "Thank you so much. Can I ask, though, what you mean by peaceful demonstration?" "It's not much different than Sage, me, and Rudy sitting in your salon, pretending to be in a shampoo commercial. Swishing our hair, wearing shirts that say we're proud to have hair. Rudy's idea is an attempt to remind the soon-to-be newborns that it's not too late to keep their hair intact. I love it. I love you." Jeanette laughed. "I take it you're all right with it, then? Please, come visit the salon as soon as possible. I just had a thought of glorious hair and shampoo commercials becoming a thing of the past." About 20 minutes later, Jeanette, Rudy, and Sage arrived. They sat in chairs as they said they would, and the hesitant looks from the customers fueled a hope that maybe if the pressure to go bald was peer-induced, they'd rethink it. With tiny steps, they forced out the words anyway. "I'd like to try the newborn style." most of them wording it so casually you'd think they believed they could grow it all back next week. But the music requests were almost always slightly refreshing, with such accidental mix ups and confusion among the young people that their favorite artists to listen to were 5 Seconds to Venus and the Chum Scrubbers of on Panleukopenia Radio. Tessa had stopped collecting them long ago. It wasn't really worth it, and it humiliated her customers. They noted her age and wanted to prove that they enjoyed the music of her generation enough to know they liked the music, even if they didn't become fans of it enough to get the names right. At one point, a customer left, and she saw Jeanette and Rudy collectively start laughing. Hey, at least they've got a broad range of music tastes, and how many young people of our generation even knew the word panleukopenia? Here Sage smiled bashfully. He had his father's green eyes and his mother's dark blonde hair as well as her sensitivity. He had been keeping his hair mostly long for a while, shaggy like his father's hair, but today he had woven the ends into the back into a loose, short braid. What grade are you in now, Sage? Tessa asked this mentally, trying to do the math, but after such a long day. 17 years old? That couldn't be right, could it? Sage blushed, looking away and back. I'm almost through with senior year. Whoa, forgive me, it feels like only a week ago your parents got married. It's just yesterday you and your uncle, Sage said politely, but with slight sadness. You and your Uncle Darius would come in here for your first haircuts. Do you remember that? You two always got along, though you always wanted the opposite things. Here Sage's eyes appeared to mist as he nodded. It all went by so fast, Sage smiled. By the way, I love your braid. Are you growing your hair out? He blushed, looking quickly at his parents, who couldn't be more proud of him, before he said, I don't know, I forgot to undo it before we got here. I braided it to keep my hair out of my cat Dolly's face. Tessa laughed. Send me pictures of her, okay? Sage smiled, nodding. Jeanette spoke up, beaming with pride. He wants to become a vet tech. That's so wonderful. After a few seconds, Tessa noticed how the dimness outside the window. I'd hate to say this, but I might have to close up. I was so happy to see you all, and I don't think your work here today was for nothing. You could practically see them, thinking twice about their decision. I think Dave might be hiding around here somewhere. Rudy laughed. Isn't he always? He'd probably be okay to talk if I weren't here. Tessa tilted her head. It's been nearly 2 decades. You're still not friends? Jeanette shrugged. They've tried, but things are always strained or awkward. Okay, as long as we're still friends, right? Jeanette smiled. Of course. Not long after they said their goodbyes, Tessa saw she had 5 missed calls from Lucille. Chapter 2. Rudy could see that there was something troubling his son, but he too had noticed a shift in Darius's behavior overall. On the ride home, Rudy quietly thought out how to carefully address the topic. So as not to communicate that he was pushing his son to reconcile with his uncle. Maybe he was just guessing, but if it had been his son's choice not to spend time with Darius anymore, he'd hear him out. He'd hear him out regardless. When they walked in, Rudy stroked Jeanette's arm. She paused, looking up into his eyes, still awestruck, even after all these years. He smiled, though he felt worried over their son. He kissed her cheek and whispered, May I talk to Sage one-on-one for a while? Jeanette smiled, nodding. You know you're the best father I've ever seen, right? Rudy kissed her, laughing when he caught Sage walk past them, rolling his eyes. Ignoring it, Rudy said, You're the best mother I've ever seen. It will be just a short while. I love you. Jeanette blushed. Take all the time you need, she winked. You know where to find me. Rudy knocked on Sage's door. Sage answered with a sigh, not disguising his sullen expression. He'd already combed out the braid. Do you mind if I come in? Sage stepped aside. Rudy sat in a desk chair as Sage closed the door. Did I ever tell you how we named you Sage? Sage laughed. Only a triple million times. Well, can you blame me? I love you. Before you, your mom was my world. And then she grew an island. You. An extension of the most amazing woman in the universe. And me. I'm pretty cool, right? Sage laughed, rolling his eyes. Dad, of course you are. Together with her, son, you are my world. Sage smiled, but rolled his eyes much like Jeanette when she was embarrassed. My father had us over for dinner one night when she was carrying you, and he loaded her plate with shepherd's pie. This is not the first time she'd eaten shepherd's pie, but the nutrients of it had everything she needed in pregnancy. It was soon her biggest addiction, as Violet was pregnant as well. With your uncle, they had something of a competition going. Who could eat the most shepherd's pie? When she got home, I helped her try to make it ourselves. While I was still excellent, we both agreed that something was missing. If only we knew what that something was. Sage. For the next few months leading up to your birth, as soon as she'd discovered Sage, she'd found a way to add it to everything. We'd looked up everything we could about Sage, discovered different definitions of it as a word, and like magic, we instantly knew the name you'd have. You, my son, live up to your name. You possess wisdom those around you will covet in college if they don't already. If anyone ever tries to say a bad thing about me, gets jealous or untoward in any way, they only wish they could be so Sage. Sage finished, sighing. As you've told me countless times. The thing that gets me, though, is how. How can Darius be so close by blood, even by age, yet so opposite? Rudy shrugged. That I can't answer. But I have a question for you. Sage blinked. Oh, here it comes. He thought, my dad the mind reader. I thought I was hiding it well enough this time. But he saw through it. What am I going to say? Okay, yes, Darius and I are not on speaking terms for now. His ego is once more impinged on our brotherish bond. Rudy took a breath. Did I ever tell you I was once where you are, and at another time right where he is? Sage's eyebrows jumped. How so? I'm not sure I follow. In my teenhood, I was friends to few, like you. It was due to their jealousy. We've got style and intellect, son, and they don't know how to take that. Sage laughed and rolled his eyes. Well, you sure, but me. Hands down, Sage, that braid today, even Tessa Stylista Supreme highly praised your sense of fashion. That was for convenience, Dad. I don't really follow trends, you know that. Only because you're ahead of your time. Just wait, you'll see for yourself. Sage shrugged, asking himself if it was a pointless argument. He bit his tongue. I had difficulty with making friends, almost entirely unless they were women. Rudy paused. Sage nodded slowly, his eyes registering. You know the story of Mag's teen pregnancy. Sage laughed, nodding. How could I forget? That's how you segued into having the talk with me. That and Violet's story. I almost got myself killed by Drake's father. I could not stand men like that. Later, though I formed a friendship at one point with with Dane, it went out the window too, because I couldn't stand men like that either. Further self-analysis, and I'm guilty as well of going too far, once with Jeanette, and of leading women on, only to have to tell a woman we weren't a match. Here Sage's jaw clenched. You did that? Uh-huh, Reedy said, thinking, aha. But before you vow never to speak to Darius again, let me tell you where my mind was. Sage nodded. I'm listening. Violet was setting me up with her co-workers, friends, anyone she could think of, a scheme to distract me so she could begin a relationship with Grandpa Husky. Sage laughed. I know, Dad. Well, they wanted affection. They wanted a kiss at the end, and I didn't know what it would feel like when I found the girl in my dreams, but the reason I waited until the end of the date and didn't kiss them was not that I was intentionally being a jerk. I had hoped I would feel that moment of revelation washing over me at some point during the date and just know. Then I would be certain the date was really meant to be. Instead, I was wasting their time and not even giving them their goodnight kiss at the end. So yes, such a jerk. But you do see where I was coming from. He waited, watching Sage's mouth drop open, eyes dart, mouth close, until his features relaxed and he nodded. Well, say Darius will date a girl. Take the time to really know her. They kiss, but he won't go further than that. But girls these days don't take it as respect. Not like they once did. Now it's a huge insult to a woman's sensuality and attractiveness. They come to me crying because they're not attractive enough for him. But when I say he said no to every girl before him, they think I'm lying to make them feel better. He's setting them up to go for much worse men out there. Rudy shook his head. He's not. He can't control what happens to an ex-girlfriend, nor should he. He's only being one less jerk to fool around with her and become the very kind of man you're afraid she'll end up with. Sage's eyes widened. After about a minute of silence, Sage nodded. You're right. He whispered, Dad, you're right. Rudy left. Now, can you envision hanging out together again? Sage smiled. Maybe. Rudy smiled, knowing that was the closest his son would come to admitting that he would. After all, he'd have been the same way. We got pizza, they heard Jeanette call out, ready to eat more than ever. Chapter 3. Tessa waited until she got back home to dial Lucille's number. Hi, I saw where you called. Does this mean you and Drake are finally expecting? Hi. Lucille paused a minute too long for Tessa to hold on to her rising excitement. It had dropped seconds ago, and Lucille finally said something else. I'm afraid we separated 6 months today. Oh my. Tessa wasn't expecting it, and her mind raced, thinking, it's not my business. My only business is to be a support network. It's not my... We had gone to a marriage counselor after all these years of trying to get pregnant, and well, Lucille's voice was so calm it was alarming. Case turned out to be our counselor. What are the odds, you know? Case. I know that name. Oh, that's right. I never mentioned all that to you. We weren't as close back then. Should Tessa be worried that only since Lucille mentioned this case fellow her voice regained its familiar lilt? Or concerned that her mention of separating from Drake was so lifeless? Maybe that's the only way she could address the topic. Right then Tessa suddenly remembered that she knew how she knew the name Case, as Lucille went on happily. Before Jeanette and Rudy got married, before we'd even graduated, there was this guy a little older than us. He'd been held back a few times, and he'd watched me for a while before finally approaching him, despite the fact that I'd already started dating Drake. I let him ask me to attend a house party with him. Afterwards, I felt guilty because I'd admitted that I was with Drake. But then tensions had built so terribly between us with arguments, we broke up. So I went to the party with Case after all, and he was immature and wild, getting drunk. He drove me around in a car, speeding through yards, and just in time. Lucille trailed off, but Tessa heard a sniffle, and her voice sounded almost broken as she said, Drake arrived and rescued me, just in time. This may come as a shock, and I'm so sorry, but I know Case. Tessa heard Lucille laugh. Silly, why would that bother me? Because you see, somewhere near that very time frame, maybe slightly after, maybe even before, I don't know, he was visiting the salon to get to know his long lost mother. He was super shy about it though, and I thought if he felt comfortable speaking to me first, he could approach his mother and introduce himself. Of course, she knew all along. That's not a problem. Well, that's not the end of it. In order to get him comfortable with conversation, I tell him all about my life, my friends, friends of friends, including you and Drake. Ah, I see. That does kind of change things. Yeah, I'm sorry. I never meant to gossip. Really, I thought he wouldn't know anybody. I can tell you that he knew me, Drake, and Jeanette. We went to school together. He probably has seen Rudy briefly because it was Rudy who drove up with Drake at the party. He knows me. He knows Dang too. That's not all. I just remembered. See, his mother showed me this letter once, and she'd written to apologize for things she'd done to Violet. She didn't know I knew Violet. Violet babysat him, and he helped his mother apologize by handing her the letter. He begged Violet to write a message for her. Violet forgave her, but that was right before the double wedding, so he knows Husky undoubtedly too. Wow, who hasn't he met? Lucille laughed. At least she was taking this well. I don't know. I'm so sorry again, my big mouth. It's completely fine. After all, now if we become an item, everyone would have at least met him by now. That is, he know everybody already. I'm sorry? What exactly? Just what happened with counseling? Nothing. I'm not saying it to be secretive. I wish. We sat there and it was the same as every day in, day out. Silence so painful I could hardly look at Drake. I felt embarrassed and ashamed, and he didn't know how to help, so he was feeling the same way, I guess. The problem is when you have two people together who react to this struggle by shutting down, what's the answer? What's there to say? Well, a lot, but we just couldn't. Case tried to help as much as he could sweetly, but he was a nervous wreck. He'd recognized us, and his anxiety of talking to us when we both knew him made it more difficult for us. Drake wasn't too thrilled. He suggested distance first, but I thought maybe it was just the pressure of having to sit there with Case looking back at us. Just to be clear, you didn't give him the impression that you were checking him out, did you? Which one? Drake? Why would that bother Drake, unless you think that's why Case was so nervous? No, I mean you didn't give Drake the impression you were checking Case out. There was a disconcerting pause. I may have looked his way a little too long, but I wanted to know what to do. He didn't have the answers. That, and it's a shock to see someone you went to high school with now matured into Case, the man. Okay, I'm going to ask you something. It's really not my business to, so take it as you will. I've known you now for so long, Drake too, and seen the way you flourished with each other. Dane and I were the last of us to get married, celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary this year, while you would be celebrating your 16th anniversary. It's no understatement to say that your marriage was inspiring to us. I'd hate to say it, but as close as we try to be with Jeanette and Rudy, there may always be a few sour edges for us, due to our respective pasts. That's understandable. What did you add to ask? I want to ask you, please, to take your choices right now as seriously as you would before the separation, with communication being a giant issue at the core. Can you just ask yourself if that's enough to lose an otherwise idyll, which you have had together for 20 years now? I don't want to be the one to say it, but the shortest fling with Case and you may permanently lose your last shot with Drake. Has he moved on? No, he hasn't. You've got his number? Yes, I've got his number. I'd advise you not to lose it, although I know it's not even my place to say it. I knew what it was to be the purest love as I fell in love with Dane, but I first coveted the sweetness between you two at the very night you met. Do you remember that? At DizzGo's, yes, and you went after Rudy, kissed him the second time that night. That is, he kissed me back for the first time, but it was a huge mistake. Our hearts weren't in the right places. I'm sorry I mentioned it. I kind of thought Rudy was hot back then. Tessa laughed despite serious tone in Lucille's voice. I actually really do accept Rudy and Jeanette's relationship. I know I've said like I'm trying to convince everybody. Remember how against it I was once? Oh yeah, you and Dana in fact. Stole their clothes, left weird notes, no offense. None taken, we had some growing up to do. Lucille laughed. Falling in love to do. Yeah, funny how that works. Uh-huh. Look, don't beat yourself up over being cut and dry with me. It's one of the things I love most about you. I need that, in fact. To think here I was about to repeat the very same mistake I made as a teenager with the same boy. If we weren't a fit then, we're not meant to be. Truthfully, my thinking process is so messed up since the separation. I don't want it to be so difficult to talk. I want it to be easy like it was in the beginning. I want to look at him, clean slate between us, and say I love him without the fear of bursting into tears over all the times we lost the race. Oh, Lucille, you don't lose the race if you're together. It's humiliating. It was humiliation after humiliation, and I just wanted to stop letting him down. I don't think he wanted you to feel that way, and I highly doubt that's what he felt about it. I could probably send him a message right now to ask how he felt about it, and I have the highest doubts he'd blame you for anything. In fact, it sounds to me like you love each other so much you couldn't take each other's pain. That's a good point. Yeah, you're probably right. Are you going to talk to him? Yes, when I have the words ready. I'm still at the bawling my eyes out stage. What if you stay in that phase with it so raw because you aren't solving it with the healing potion of communication and love? Good point. All good points. Thank you for all this. I'll set to work soon, writing a first draft before I call him. I don't want to talk until I'm ready with the right words ready. Or you could try spontaneity. Just a suggestion. I'm sure when you get the chance to hear his voice after all this time, the words will soon come forth. It was like that when Dane and I broke up the first time. He couldn't hardly speak for a while, and I couldn't shut up. I should probably let you go. I've got a frozen dinner in the microwave, probably destroying the cardboard by now. She laughed. Oops. Yeah. Oh, I hope you can save the food itself, and that it won't have any paper sprinkles mixed in. Thanks, it actually looks fine. I only need to move it to a new bowl. Good. Thank you for talking tonight and for all you've said. No problem. I would want someone to say it to me. Good night. Good night, Lucille. I have to check to see what song this is.
Collagen lifting extend cream. Tighten skin plus 57% in 4 hours. No cool.
This one. Chapter 4. Drake was staring off at Husky's carpet for longer than he meant to. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's alright, I was just going through the list of things that you might need to do for Darius while I'm away. He's nearly 17. Husky laughed. Yes, and your house sitting upon his request because he hired a tutor for spring break. He'll be busy mostly every day. Drake raised his hand. Remind me why he requested me. Husky laughed again. First, no need to raise your hand, I'm not a professor. Second, you've got Lucille on your mind, don't you? Why, yes. She had called just that morning, and he was going to play it cool. But he was so thrilled she called, he answered right away. Hi, Drake, I want to talk to you about so many things, she'd said. Hi, okay, but first, how have you been? She'd stuttered, suddenly said she wasn't feeling so well. Something about a sore throat, but her voice sounded normal. She said her goodbye less than a minute later. All day he'd been trying to make sense of it. He felt like there was no use in telling his grandpa about it. You do. You don't even have to say anything, Husky said, and it wasn't that he was ever against Lucille, but whatever had happened of the marriage between Lucille and Drake, he could see the damage inflicted on his grandson. Drake deserves to be happy once more, Husky thought, even if that meant finding someone new. 21-year-old Maven, he announced like he was announcing a celebrity. Maven of what? Husky smiled. Not sure. It's just a name. Or is it? Drake rolled his eyes. Does this Maven pose any sort of threat to Uncle Darius the Great? You really shouldn't tease him like that. Drake laughed. Why? He eats it up. Husky scoffed. Maybe when he was 10. Want to bet? I'm too old for that. Now that's something I never thought I'd hear you say. Try me, I'm full of surprises. Drake laughed. If you weren't, you wouldn't be you. So which is it? Does my little Uncle Darius have a fear that Maven will be dangerous, or is he afraid of the family curse? Family curse? The tendency to be over the top with women. Husky tossed his hair. What can you say? The Darren men are a collective of romantics. Drake laughed until his stomach hurt. If you want to call it romantic, I don't know. It's extreme. You've all gone to outlandish extremes in various ways when it came down to love and sensuality. True, you were always the tamest child in the family. I'm not a child. Yet you think passionate, sensual romance is outlandish and extreme. Maybe you could use a little bit of that family curse. It's an eye-opening experience. No details, please, Sir Ruby. For your information, he is much more like you than you think. He doesn't want anything appropriate to happen because he, like Rudy, like you, sees purity as special and doesn't want to risk wasting the experience with the one who isn't the one. I don't know if having me for a father is a natural breeding ground for that mentality, or if it's coincidence, or if it's from Violet's story. Yes, that, hands down. Tell me she didn't talk about that when he was 12 or younger. 16, actually. Good. It's traumatizing just hearing it. Just thinking about it gives me the worst feelings. Husky swallowed. And how do you think I feel when I think about it? Remember, that story is true. And who it happened to. Drake went pale and nodded seriously. Then, furrowing his brows, he asked, should Darius even be concerned about this Maven? Husky shrugged. Better safe then? Okay, true. Just in case you forget any instructions, I wrote them all out for you. You mean to tell me that all this time, this conversation was just going to be repeated on paper? Just kidding. I hope you know I love you. All my weird jokes aside, Husky smiled. I've known that forever. You don't admit your admiration easily. It's your pattern. I do not need it acknowledged by you to know that for an almost 70-year-old, I've still got everything together. Oh, that's right. Remind me of your birthday. You're so Rudy. I was the original prototype. Don't forget that. Rudy came from my blood. You idolize him to this day, I know it. So to point out a similarity, wow, I'm flabbergasted. I'm flattered. I'm full of pride. Drake laughed. Violet just then walked up to Husky, startling him. Hey, Hottie, ready for the beach? Drake started rubbing his eyes. Husky squinted. What are you doing? Violet mock whispered. Maybe he's having a flashback to sand in his eyes from a past trip. Come on, come with me, love. I'm trying to erase the image of Grandpa on the beach in trunks. Ignore him, darling. To not recognize what great genes lay in store for him when he's your age and appreciate it, the boy must be blind. My body's not one to throw up on, unless it's Jeanette and she's drunk, but you know what I mean. They laughed, saying their goodbyes, and Husky mock whispered dramatically, Family curse, sexy, fun, full life of romance, outlandish romance, on his way out. Chapter 5. Case was in a habit since the beginning of that spring of leaving work early to get home as soon as possible, not because he had someone there, but because every day was more draining than the last. It had been this way ever since seeing Lucille and Drake enter his office, a bad sign already that something was wrong and that it was happening to his old classmates. He'd read, even told people countless times about how damaging it could be when you idealize a person. It could be your significant other, your boss, your family member, or even a friend. Somehow the fact that he'd always idealized Lucille and Drake's relationship, their marriage in particular, had eluded him. Only now that he saw their relationship contained a flaw, a little flaw, their marriages have ended over this for countless years. He'd set his standards for the romance he longed to have based on what he thought he saw in their relationship. Now he'd have to question, was that ever there to begin with? Were there simply a crutch to hold him back from trying to meet someone and fall in love? He thought back to that thing Husky had told him, as he always did when he doubted love was worth the effort to find. I just hope one day you'll realize that love requires vulnerability and non-reciprocation can hurt the one you love too. He took a deep breath, writing on a sticky note, She's out there, you'll have to work to find her. He posted it right to his lamp, on his bed's side table. Who was going to see it? No one. Just for him to see, and repeat back until he believed it. If only the glue were strong enough. It continued to peel and fade slightly, the sun that came through the blinds. Over the course of 2 weeks, he felt as though he'd had to replace it, rewritten until half the pack of notes. He took this as a sign not to wait. After all, what's the point of encouraging himself to do something by words only? It just encourages me to write it, again and again, he thought, but the next morning his boss gently coaxed him into quitting. It didn't take much convincing, but in his sterile apartment alone, all he could think about was the sickened edge to his boss's voice, as he'd used the word colorless to describe him. Surely he wasn't imagining it, but he couldn't sue the man for firing for discrimination of depression, since he'd been the one to quit. He looked over at his sticky notes, contemplating writing a new one, about not being such a pushover. Just as he picked it up, he hesitated, seeing the already written, She's out there, you'll have to work to find her, and he laughed, getting ready to tear it up and trash it. What work? He'd lost his work. Who was he going to find through his work anyway? After a deep breath, he put the stack of sticky notes back down, remembering the work he'd originally intended by his statement. And it was funny. He hadn't even remembered writing it for himself directly on the pad for the next time it would peel. It had become yet another of his routines now. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad. It was his boss's opinion that he needed to take time for himself before he got back into the depressing world of helping couples who are depressed. Not only did Case disagree with that statement, but he felt the life being vacuumed right out of him when he wasn't interacting in a positive way with people. Although maybe working on it full time would be too much for him, at least for a little while. He gazed at his phone, wondering which parent he could call, when the answer came to him in a flash. After heavily researching the advertising that exists for free phone counseling, he made a virtual business card himself on an app, and within hours he'd purchased a marketing campaign for his ad. He kept his phone charged, checking it nearly 10 times an hour. By the second week mark, he considered calling off the ad campaign, although he knew they'd probably sneak in some finder for counseling before completion. His thumb was poised over the cancel button in the app, the moment it finally rang. He was so startled he nearly dropped it. Hello? Hello, is this Kale? The girl's voice sounded 16 at the most. Kale? He repeated this, assuming maybe it was a wrong number. Yeah, like the edible sea plant, Kale. You give free counsel for getting married? He thought to himself, this must have been autocorrect. That explains why nobody was calling. They must have thought it was a joke. How embarrassing. If that marketing service is advertising to teens, though, maybe it's for the best they don't know my real name. Still, he almost laughed when he replied, yes, thinking she couldn't have really said counsel for getting married, could she? He spoke of his credentials. While it was so silent on the other end, he wondered if the girl had hung up on him. So you can provide counseling for relationships? Yes. Could you help someone who isn't yet in a relationship? He swallowed again when he thought maybe she'd heard that. He had heard her correctly the first time. Why close the door now and go with what I'm accustomed to if that's not working for me? This could be a refreshing change of pace, he thought before responding. I'll do my best to provide helpful advice if you request it. However, I'm not a matchmaker. I'm here any time, so you can take as much time as you need to discuss what's on your mind. I'm not going anywhere. Thanks, I'm not really sure if this would count as me seeking matchmaker help, but I've got my eye on someone. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Have you met before? We met today, this morning, really. Oh, he said, hoping it sounded neutral enough for her not to know he was already worrying. This wasn't what he was used to. I'm Maven, by the way. Nice to meet you, Maven. Likewise, although it's through a phone. Funny, huh? Anyway, so I'm a tutor, and I'm 21. I've been hired over spring break to tutor their son before he graduates, but his parents are on a trip, so his nephew is there to keep a close eye. It always makes me happy seeing parents take these precautions. Or, happy's the wrong word. I have utmost respect for parents who do. Okay. Kay said, thinking, nephew, where is this headed? But his nephew's so distracting. Is he getting into things, making messes, or... Oh, right, the family dynamics here are a little bit eccentric. See, this boy's parents are in this huge age gap, which is fine, but his dad had 2 kids who were already adults when he was born, but not before his older sister had gotten pregnant as a teen and had his nephew. To top it all off, his older brother got married and had a child the same year he was born, so he got one nephew old enough to be his dad, and one who was almost like a twin. Case's head was spinning, trying to catch up with what the girl was saying, but he couldn't help but think something about it was vaguely familiar. This world couldn't possibly be that small, could it? As Maven discussed this man she wouldn't say the name of, even describing him as having black hair, green eyes, Case tried to rid his mind of the question, could she be talking about Drake? If you don't mind me asking, Maven, how old is this man? He's 35. He doesn't talk very much. He was checking his phone a lot today. Case repeated in his mind, it has to be a coincidence. It's got to be a coincidence. I see. Have you spoken to him yet? No, not yet, but I'm going to tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions? Be yourself. I know how corny that sounds, but from what I've seen, the strongest relationships are built on the strongest friendships. It sounds like this might be hard because it sounds like you're pretty smitten already, but I think the best thing you could do is keep the conversation jovial and friendly. I'd advise you not to make a pass at him just yet. It may not be the most appropriate time or place for that, and after all, he may be married. Case felt panic. Had he really said married? That is, you never know. I understand. I wondered about that too. Case breathed a sigh of relief he hoped only he could hear. Good. She couldn't have detected Case's suspicions that he may have known the very person she was crushing on. Well, thank you for listening and for your advice, Kale. He choked. He tried to cover it, hoping she couldn't hear it. Not a problem. Thank you for calling. I'll call tomorrow, okay? I'll be here. At 6. Yes. He heard the phone click. How unexpected. He waited for her to call back, apologize, say she meant to say goodbye. Even hours after midnight, nothing, leaving him to wonder 2 things. 1. Do young women in this new generation not say goodbye when people talk to people on the phone? 2. Why was her conversation all he could think about? But if he were honest with himself, he was loaded with numerous other questions like, should it really be Drake she's talking about? What would this mean for all parties involved? This girl Maven had no problems with talking. She was a highly entertaining conversationalist as well, and the thing Drake needed to heal the relationship between him and Lucille was communication. Could this young woman successfully compete with the love of Drake's life, whose bond was formed nearly the number of years Maven had lived so far? Or was he just a little too concerned still with the details of the day Drake and Lucille sat down in his office? There are millions of men who could fit the description of a man with black hair, green eyes, quiet, age 35. But even with trying to convince himself of this, he couldn't sleep until 8 a.m. and awoke the next day at 5 p.m. Chapter 6. Maven got back home from work a little bit earlier than she'd intended, but she wasn't ready to call Cale back yet. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but he reacted to his own name oddly, like he wasn't used to being called by it. Was he protecting his identity somehow? Who was Cale, really? She laughed to herself, thinking of how clear his surprised reactions were over the phone. Maybe he didn't know how crisp the sound was anymore on phones, or maybe he had an old one. She heard every suppressed laughter yesterday, and yet it didn't offend her. Something about it was charming to her. She popped open a can of kombucha and guzzled it down. Most people reacted strongly to the taste, but she always felt like if she were to be any beverage, she'd be kombucha. She had a tart and shocking aftertaste that most people didn't know how to take. She sighed. Maybe the problem was that she didn't really belong in this generation. She was sure of it. She'd always clicked right away with her best friend's parents, where her own friends would be left scratching their heads. She'd cringed a little bit when she thought back to just that evening, when she had attempted conversation with Drake. Maybe it would just be a steady process. She dials Cale's number. Hi, Cale? Case was in the midst of a yawn when he picked up, and that name was one he'd have to get used to, except that he hadn't yet, and he laughed slightly in the middle, which turned into a coughing fit. Long day? No, not at all, really. The night was a little troubling. Broken heart? Case laughed. No, don't laugh, but I can't remember the last time I even went on a date. Guess what? What? I've never even been married. Well, neither have I. I want to. Do you think maybe they judge your name? How so? Fishy man? Maven held her breath. She hoped he understood it was a joke. She smiled when he laughed much harder than she thought he would. Evidently, that couldn't possibly be his real name. How did the conversation go? Oh, that. When she paused, he reminded her, I'm here. I don't know what I was thinking, and I should say right now, you could almost guess this with the name I've got, but I'm not normal. Not that my parents even knew I'd turn out this way. Before I called you, I was just thinking about how I don't fit in with my generation. I've always had a more relaxed and all around easier time hanging out with my best friend's parents as a kid and in my teens. So it's near the end of the day, and I walk up to the guy and decide to open with a topic I really enjoy. You really don't come across as abnormal to me, but go on. I said, you are a 90s child. I was born in 2011, but when I was around 5, 6, 7, many of the people your age were celebrating nostalgia for your 90s childhoods. I grew up learning memes, falling in love with the 90s. Thankfully, my parents didn't mind me hunting through their VHS and DVD stash, and I preferred those to all the 3D animated shows and movies geared at my age group at the time. He then listed off a few movies from his childhood that had used 3D animation, but he agreed that it blew up bigger than ever in the years that I was referring to. I asked if he was a hipster, as most of the people I befriended, their parents were. He blushed and shook his head. I thought maybe it would help to talk about the 90s, but he hardly said anything. Do I have to interrogate him to find the common thread? You're a 90s maven. Yes. Is that awkward? If you said awesome, I'd have to agree. I'm 37 now, and I never got over the 90s. Oh, I'm so. Well, obviously, I'm pleased to hear that. I'm not all too thrilled that this guy gives me the blankest stare. I can't read it, and believe me, I smiled a dozen times. He didn't follow suit. Case laughed. Maybe he's super interested and doesn't know how to express it properly. However, you know that if the runs dry, you'll have to accept it, to find a replenishing source of love elsewhere. That's beautiful. Thank you. I don't intend to discourage you, but it may be too soon for him to form a clear opinion of you. Maybe keep trying to engage him in conversation, and if he never really says anything to you, or if he makes no conscious effort to communicate, he might not be the one. Thank you, that makes perfect sense. I was so close to just giving up altogether. So how many days do you have left to try? I have exactly 6 days left from today. I know, not much time, but it's all day, each day. Surely by the end he'll have a clear idea of what he thinks of me. Okay, Kay said, hoping he could disguise a sinking feeling that accompanied realizing that no matter who this man was she spoke of, if he didn't agree with her on something or want to talk to her, the chances were it wasn't meant to be. There was always room for the possibility that maybe the quiet, elusive man was simply shy or intimidated, From what Case gathered of Maven's personality alone, she didn't come across as intimidating. Then again, maybe the man was Drake, whose heart and soul belongs to Lucille. It got really quiet. I guess I'm just still really sleepy. Oh, sorry. It got really quiet. I guess I'm just still really sleepy, he said after a while. I feel the same exact way right now. Before I go, I want to thank you again, okay? I'm so glad I found you. You really get it. Thank you. By the way, if you ever need somebody to vent to about the amazingness that was the 90s, hit me up. From now on, yes. Good night. Good night. It was only as Maven was falling asleep she realized with embarrassment that it's probably abnormal to say good night at the end of the call with your counselor. But this guy is different. He speaks my language. She laughed to herself. Now, if only she could learn Drake's language. Just a reminder, this book is set in 2032. Chapter 7. It was the 5th day of spring break, and Maven had just gone home. The 5th day since Maven had been over to tutor Darius, Drake realized. Darius and Sage were making plans to go to DizzGo's soon that very weekend at the end of the break. Maven would be paid for her tutoring on Sunday. Hey, Darius, can you see if Rudy's there? Drake whispered, but Darius put his hand up to his ear to signal not hearing him correctly. Is Rudy there? Drake asked softly. Darius almost laughed, having heard the stories multiple times of Drake's trust in Rudy as it pertained to Jeanette going back and forth when he was young adult because of the significant age gap. Now it appeared to Darius that Drake was possibly considering dating a much younger woman himself and about to ask Rudy for advice. I don't know if you heard that. Drake wants to speak to Rudy. There were a few seconds where he looked up at Drake about to laugh. It's for you. Drake walked off to the guest room, what was once his mother's room. Hi, Rudy. Hi, it's been a while. Are you and Lucille on speaking terms yet? Well, I wish. Almost. Almost? How is it almost? She called on the first day here, saying how she wanted to talk to me, but then when she realized I was there, she made an excuse to go. Rudy laughed. That means she wanted to speak to your voicemail. Has she left one yet? No. That's even more strange. She must miss you, or she wouldn't have called. You wouldn't have picked up so fast if you didn't miss her. Of course well, what an uncharacteristic trailing off, Rudy said, sounding like he was about to laugh. Did Darius tell you everything? Drake heard laughter from over the phone. Just some key details, here and there. I'm sure you're eating this up. Don't tell me you're on speakerphone. He heard Jeanette's laughter ringing clear and as recognizable as ever. Drake had to forgive it, though. After all, Jeanette couldn't help that she couldn't keep a secret. Agreed. I won't say anything about it. Rudy, you just did. Drake laughed, despite how infuriating his uncle could be. Would you forgive him if I told you whose idea it was really to hire Maven? Maybe not if it was you. Rudy laughed harder. Husky. Ah, I knew it. That Do not disrespect your elder. That's my dad you're talking about. Yeah, and he never stopped being so pervy. How should I put this? Looked through an available options and picked the one he thought might pique your interest. Does Darius even need to tutor them? Yes, he does. Husky is of the opinion, which I don't share, that you could use somebody new in your life. I want to be with Lucille. But you never really know if you don't make the most of this opportunity. I dare you to go on one date. It can't hurt. You can say you tried and burn. I don't want to burn. I mean with Maven, just don't go too far. I don't need to warn you of that, do I? You see, there was this creepy thing though before Husky left. We were talking, and I was saying how I feel like you all sort of inherited a wildness that lends itself to Husky's kind of behavior. I referred to it as the family curse, and he was mocking it as he walked away like he wanted me to inherit it. It's not a crime to be attracted to her. I don't want to be. It's that thing that reminds me of Lucille. It drives me insane. You haven't met her yet, but I can't talk this way. It's not a curse either. So, you miss Lucille. I dare you to give this girl one date. See for yourself if she compares. Unlike Husky, I'm in the camp that she won't ultimately win your affections. Lucille has already won my affections time and time again in leaps and bounds. Please, for me, win the argument. Is there some bet I'm not aware of? If so, that's so low of you. Absolutely not. I'd never do that, but prove me right, okay? I know you won't let me down. What do you have to gain from it? I just really liked you two together. I set you up initially, remember? That's true, and I guess I'll ask her out. You guess? Good enough. Thanks for the advice, Rudy. Any time, Jake. It was an honor. I'll go see if Darius has anything else he wants to say before I say goodbye. Okay. Even as he felt that Rudy's words were sincere, Drake couldn't help but be suspicious. Why encourage him to ask Maven out when he hoped he'd go back to Lucille? Rudy gave the advice in a serious tone, though, so surely he trusted Drake. The problem was that Drake doubted he could trust himself for the first time. When he found Darius, he asked. Darius shook his head. Well, it looks like that, and it's a no. Bye, Rudy. Bye. Chapter 8. Case didn't want to say it, but when Maven called again after 3 days of no calls, he was relieved. The time without hearing anything new left him to wonder what had happened, and his mind didn't fill in the blanks in the most positive way all of the time. He had to quickly gain composure as he answered. She must never know if he's worried, sad, or okay. How have things been with Drake? Maven paused before answering. She hadn't remembered ever telling Cale that the man's name was Drake. Case didn't even realize he'd said Drake until minutes later as she'd spoken, but he wondered why she'd hesitated. Yeah, well, I know how little sense this is going to make. Even before I say it, something stops me from speaking to him. I thought somehow I'd be letting you down if I didn't have any good news to tell you, and while he does stare at me, there's this feeling that I'm here. The feeling? As much as I want him, I don't. Then today he spoke to me after all this time, apologizing that he stares down at his phone all the time, when I look like I'm going to say something. Maybe I did want to speak, but I didn't know what to say. He's waiting for a call from the wife he separated from. Oh, man. Oh, no, Case said before he could stop himself. The feeling was like hitting the bottom of a well. That sinking feeling he'd had about this was not only justified, but a premonition of this very thing, unless she had corrected him when he slipped up and said Drake. Had she? He couldn't remember. Yes, I know, but he says he's been expecting her to send divorce papers for some time now. If only she'd speak to him, he said. Maybe it's a positive sign, though, that he's speaking to me now. I don't know. I'm not sure I feel right. On the one hand, you probably still like him, too, or am I wrong? At this point, I wish I didn't. Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasted so long to talk to you. You owe me no apologies, dear. Dear, where did that come from? He wondered. Why did he feel more upset with Drake now that he had when he was jealous of Drake for being with Lucille? There was absolutely nothing stale about Drake and Lucille's relationship, and here Drake was, sapped without her. The conversation didn't get very far from there, and when he got off the phone with Maven, he took a deep breath. The thought occurred to him that at least Drake hadn't made a move on Maven yet. To love Lucille and use a new relationship to cure the heartbreak was one of the lowest things he could think of that a man could do. He detested it originally when he believed that was what his father was doing back when he started dating Violet, who was most likely the mother of the young man Maven was tutoring, if that was indeed Drake hanging around. Case barely slept that night, deciding to ask once and for all tomorrow what was the name of the man Maven was so nuts about, and why. What did the two of them have in common? Most importantly, why did it bother him so much who Maven liked? The next day he awoke around 7 and missed Maven's call, but he found a voicemail on his phone that told him all he needed to know and what he needed to do. Hi, so he asked me out for this Sunday. We're going to a movie, which isn't really the most romantic thing, and his delivery of it was slightly off, but maybe I just have nervousness suspicion. By the way, how did you know his name was Drake? He checked the calendar. By morning, there would be only 3 days until Sunday. He knew he wasn't feeling his best, and waking up in the evening or later was an alarming sign. Maybe the plans stirring in his mind were all lunacy, and if he got a good night's rest, he'd change his mind. Maybe he'd even relax. He knew he shouldn't get involved, but what was he supposed to do? Ignore everything he knew? He hit the pillow harder than he intended, but when he awoke, he did feel much better. His plans for the day still fresh on his mind, and surprisingly, he felt even more sure about them than he had before he'd fallen asleep. It was morning this time, which was ideal. Tessa's salon would open soon. Before he'd have to leave, he took the time to relax and have breakfast. What he planned to do was too important to him for him to waste it by not having the energy. Chapter 9. As Tessa was getting the store ready for the day, she was on the phone with Jeanette. Now they're putting bows in their hair, and I'm not talking about the glamorous kind. Not even the Japanese Sweet Lolita bow, which had bordered on creepy that year already. I'm talking fine wisps of hair with literal baby bows clipped to tufts. When everyone was going green down to the roots of their hair, I was with them, standing in line in hopes of becoming a human succulent, provided it was cruelty free. This is de intellectualizing. I didn't want to think we'd ever go that backwards, and yet here we are, waiting in line to become little babes. I don't even know what to think any. I don't even want to know anymore because I don't want the horrors of the abuse they must have suffered to flash before my eyes, as I'm afraid this level of self-deprecation is some radical movement based on the desire to feel innocent again. I'm this close to begging them, regain your adulthood. I want to shout, have some pride in the privileges you've attained. Don't swig at baby bottle and boast it's got suspicious liquids inside. Alcohol isn't the most wonderful privilege to be proud of. Please stride high on your feet and reclaim your womanhood. Then she turned to the glass door, seeing Case on the outside. Hang on, Jeanette. Case is here. It's not even his appointment today, but he arrives early sometimes. You know Case? I went to school with him. Oh. Then the conversation Tessa had just weeks before, Lucille came back to her. Oh, that's right. Of course. She knows Case. Well, I'm sorry, Jeanette. I have to go. Thank you for hearing me out. I'm sorry I get so mad about these fashions these days. I understand wholeheartedly. I feel the same way about it. I'll let you go, Trim. I'll talk to you later, Tessa. Bye. Almost as soon as Tessa unlocked the door for Case to walk in, he said, Do you have any way I could contact Rudy, maybe send him a letter? It's important. He stated this as though he knew Rudy personally and had business with him. He smiled. Tessa didn't catch the worry Case had. She'd either have to be an empath or a mind reader to know what was actually going on. Sure thing, just a sec. She ran to the back to find a pen and blank paper. Dane looked at him. He didn't know Case aside from when he'd seen him come in for a cut, but why did he look so familiar? Have we met? Case smiled. Not officially, but you may have seen me a handful of times when you used to pick Jeanette up from school. Dane furrowed his brows, not expecting that response and trying to place him. Case shrugged. I was a classmate of hers. Drake and Lucille, in fact. Dane nodded, not wanting to ask any more, and Case secretly hoped he wouldn't have to volunteer any more about himself to Dane. Here you go, Case, Tesla said, running up with the paper. I greatly appreciate it. He slightly bowed his head to them both before he left the salon. He says he went to school with Jeanette, Drake, and Lucille, but I've seen that face before. He's nearly the spitting image of his mother. She comes in here a lot. She, hired Violet to babysit Case when he was 2 years old. Dane's jaw dropped. Oh, so he knows everybody then. Tessa shifted uncomfortably. Yep. Okay, what's wrong? Part of how he knows everybody is that I sort of had a big mouth on me when he came in here for haircuts in his young adulthood. I can't explain it, but I have a very weird feeling about him having Rudy's address. But when I spoke of him, Case always had great respect for you two. Dane laughed. That explains why Case didn't ask his name. He wasn't being rude after all. He just guessed that Dane knew of him by now. Tessa sent Jeanette a text. You know how we were just talking about how Case knows you? He wanted Rudy's address for some reason. About a minute later, Jeanette responded, We're opening a second DizzGo's location soon. Maybe he's just looking for a job. Chapter 10. Jeanette had spent the past 20 minutes or so wondering about all the possible reasons Case might want to contact Rudy. When she heard the doorbell and answered it, she almost shrieked. Not that the sight alone of Case was frightening to her, but did she need to fear for her life and maybe for Rudy's? Who asks a friend for a friend of a friend's address so they can show up unannounced completely? The sorrow in his eyes worked to tone down the panic brewing in her stomach, and against her previous judgment, she stepped aside. Case, what a surprise! Rudy walked into the room, hearing the confusion in her voice, and witnessed a vaguely familiar stranger walk into his house. Rudy! Hello? Rudy asked, looking from this stranger to Jeanette, every bit as confused as him, saying, Rudy, I used to go to school with him. This is Case. Rudy's jaw dropped. I know you. Well, I don't exactly. As do I. Huh. Have a seat. Rudy blinked for a few minutes before taking a breath to speak. Violet told me she babysat you. Jeanette's eyes widened. Then she tried to look away so as not to offend Case. Case himself grimaced. Yes, I'm sure she told you all about that messed up family dynamics of the household, in particular how my mother took advantage of her in every sense of the word. Case looked like he was about to cry. Not only did it damage Violet, but my mother was left with horrible nightmares of the things she'd done. I reconnected with her about 20 years ago, and she'd requested me that I deliver her a letter of apology to Violet. Rudy's eyes showed clarity. Aha, and you took that letter to Violet just before the double wedding. So you met Husky, whom you knew things about, because? Tessa spoke of just about everyone. For you in particular, I have high respect. Rudy looked confused again. Was there something he was missing in what Case was saying? Thank you, Rudy said slowly. Case smiled, then frowned. The other connection I have to all of you, Jeanette mentioned. I went to high school with Drake and Lucille as well. He gave Rudy a few minutes to process. You were the daredevil in the car speeding around. You liked Lucille, but you could have killed her. Jeanette was shocked. What? Is this the first time I'm hearing this story? Rudy laughed, apologizing. I'm sorry, darling, if I left you out of the loop. It's just the second day after visiting Husky. You had met him the day before. You were drunk. Case shrugged. I was drunk too. Jeanette smiled. I really didn't intend to be. I didn't know it was alcohol. See, I wanted a little buzz, but not like that. Would you believe it, Rudy, if I said that was the first time I'd ever had alcohol? Rudy nodded. Yeah, it tends to be that way. Younger people not knowing their limits yet. I never drank again. Jeanette gave Case a side glance as she said, You did like Lucille. Are you aware she separated from Drake? Case cringed, nodding. Unfortunately, yes. I was working as a marriage counselor, and currently I'm a phone counselor. He trailed off, his ears blazing red. That sounds so much more depressing when I say it aloud. Rudy laughed. No, it's pretty awesome, actually, especially with your background. Case smiled, raising his hands. Precisely, that's the very reason I wanted to help others like me, but then I thought that in order to do that, I needed to help the married couples raising those like me. That's fantastic, Jeanette exclaimed, then wondered how his counseling fit in with, Oh, so did they go to your office? The pained look on Case's face made it clear to both Rudy and Jeanette he wasn't out to win Lucille. They were so tense, so twisted in pain. They couldn't look at each other, let alone speak to each other. If only they had, they could relax and rekindle their compassion. Rudy tilted his head. Did you mean to say compassion and not passion? Case nodded. Absolutely. So many people think they need the physical love to sustain their relationship, but when that's all that's left of it, they've got everything at stake. It could lead to them taking each other for granted, disappointing each other when things don't always turn out perfectly, an intense shame that can drive them apart. In the moments they don't meet the standards they set for themselves in the relationship, not to say that's what was going on in their case. I'm really not supposed to disclose what they even saw me. We won't tell them. But even if we did, Rudy trailed off. Jeanette added, You really didn't say anything they'd be upset about. They're just busy not getting along right now. I see. Well, here's my dilemma. I want a second go at counseling Drake because there's this young woman. I won't disclose her name. I believe she may be tutoring your little brother. Rudy laughed. I know just one. Ah, how did I know you'd say that? Jeanette asked amusedly. Is he referring to Maven? Rudy smiled, nodding. Let's just see if he says. Case felt his entire face go red, even his neck as he attempted to avoid their eyes. She's got a bit of a crush on Drake. Just then Darius, who happened to be visiting Sage, walked by. Hearing the last sentence, It just so happened his tutor was on the phone telling him about how Drake had asked her out. He motioned for Sage to hold the phone up, mouthing the words, "I just put it on speakerphone." Sage agreed, knowing some of the basics of what was going on. He'd heard about Maven already, and now some absolute stranger happened to know about Maven and Drake. Surely this would be significant to her. Darius ran to his tablet where he sent her a message. "Hey, I'm sorry I put it on speakerphone. You'll see why. Please stay on the line. Tell me about this case fellow later, okay? Who is this man who materialized out of nowhere and knows everything about your interest in Drake?" Oblivious to to this commotion, Case poured his heart out more than he meant to, getting slightly louder by the minute, until he was crying and very loudly saying, "Can't we all agree now that they need to talk? They need to sort their differences out?" I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but this incredible young woman, she's just going to get strung along. Drake has been the most supportive husband Lucille could ask for, and he's just going to come along and ruin it? Don't we all know he's going to ruin Maven's life as well? This is Maven. Maven, she's a bright and clever individual who deserves the very best, and yet he's going to ruin her, without a second thought. Jeanette had walked off to find him tissues because he was sobbing at this point. It was Rudy who spoke again after a minute of quiet. "Sure, I agree, and I feel like he should see that for himself because she's never going to really compare to the love of his life because she just isn't the one for him. We all agree on that. From the tears you shed already, and even being here to discuss it with us, it appears you may have found the love of your own life." Case was shaking. He didn't want to say no. She was already special to him, even without having seen her yet. The sad part is, I've only been acquainted with her voice. That must be one seriously enchanting voice. And her wit, and her intellect. Sage stood there still frozen. Case was still as oblivious as he could be about it. Darius motioned to Sage to hand the phone back to him. Darius took the phone off speakerphone. "Hey, did you catch all that?" She sniffled. "Yes, yeah, I did." "Are you crying?" "Can you blame me? Nobody's ever said such beautiful things about me, and I know his voice." "Case?" Maven laughed for almost 3 minutes nonstop. "That I can't wait to tease him about," she responded finally. "Why? Did you not know his name?" "He's been going by Kale." "There are people who have the name Kyle. I don't think it sounds much different." "No, I mean kale, as in like dehydrated seaweed chips. You're making me sick. Who would eat that?" After about 40 seconds of silence, Maven replied, "They're better than they sound." "I'll take your word for it." That evening, while Case called Drake's number using Rudy's phone, they all agreed he'd be more likely to respond and far more open to the conversation if other members of Drake's family gave their approval of what Case would be communicating to him. While he spoke, by the way, I know that kale is not seaweed, but in order to give the proper perspective that she's supposed to be like a younger generation, she doesn't know. Anyway, sorry. Um, they all agreed he'd be more likely to respond and far more open to the conversation if other members of Drake's family gave their approval of what Case would be communicating to him. While he spoke, Rudy whispered to Jeanette, "This reminds me a bit of the apology letters, when I asked Lucille to help because I wanted to communicate how sorry I was." Jeanette held his hand, leaning on his arm, and she whispered back, "You know, the fact that Husky and Violet know Case as well gives me an idea." Rudy showed her some of the messages on his phone that he'd already sent Husky. "One step ahead of you, but it's a tie because it was the exact same thought." Jeanette laughed delightedly. Chapter 11. Before Case left that night, he turned to Rudy. "I don't know what this will mean to you, but I'm happy to have finally met you. When I heard the stories about you and Jeanette, how you lost her through envy, I could relate to that envy, but I learned from your mistake. I was rooting for you secretly when Tessa would say how worried she was about Jeanette deciding you were the one for her. As I grew older, I came to see my initial jealousy of them as something else entirely. I was envious of the relationship, for how glorious it was. I wanted a perfect relationship like that, but look how far it got me, thinking a relationship has to be perfect. You'd think me, of all people, would know that's not true. I hadn't intended to get all caught up in all this or develop feelings, but ironically, I had this sticky note I kept writing to myself to memorize it. She's out there and you'll have to work to find her. I wasn't trying to find her through my work. Well, he shrugged, laughing. Rudy laughed. I'm flattered by my hits and misses inspired you, I think. Case gave him a thumbs up. Well, you inevitably succeeded together. I wish you all the best, and for you and for your family. Thank you for all of this, for listening to me. I'm a total stranger. and giving me a chance to try and help Lucille and Drake. It haunted me that I felt like I'd failed them. You didn't fail them. Maybe they needed the time away to see how much they need each other, Jeanette said. Kay smiled. Funny you should say that because Drake said nearly the same thing. He had told me he'd planned to let Maven down gently, but I reminded him how miserable a person would feel going on a date only for it to result that way. How miserable you'd feel, no doubt, Rudy commented. Kay smiled in. I hope it all works out Sunday. Case laughed. So do I. Well, see you guys. The next evening, Maven called early. Hi, Maven. How was your last day? Aw, you kept up with the dates? Case blushed, thankful they were just talking through the phone. What if he embarrassed himself in front of her? It would be tomorrow. Sunday was tomorrow. Well, Drake called off the date. She said this so exuberantly, Case almost laughed. You sound a lot more relieved. I am. You just don't know. That sick feeling I had, remember I told you about it? Yes. It's gone now. I'm free. She squealed. Case laughed. That's so great. Oh, and I wanted to mention, when it comes to audio format, what's your favorite kind? CDs, but then I grew up with that, so. Mine too. You know the best part? The booklet, for one thing. The images printed in beautiful detail, the design of the CD label itself, the slimness of the disc, the rainbow. Lucille giggled. Oops. Maven giggled. All of those things, but I especially love the case. She had slowed down on the word case. Yeah? And my favorite thing about a veggie quesadilla is the queso. He laughed when he noticed she slowed down on the first part of the word queso. I wondered, if you had to choose, would you prefer to eat seaweed or queso? He laughed harder. Okay, how did you find my name? Top secret, Case. Okay, so I really like your name. It's perfect for you. As is yours, Maven. Or that is, I like it too. As long as you don't remind me being one. We could be Mavens together over the same Mavenosity. Well, I just made that word up. Maven laughed. I love it that you get my humor. I love it that you get mine too. They spent the rest of the evening and into the night talking ecstatically about anything that came to their minds. That is, except for the surprise for tomorrow. Eventually, Maven said goodnight. She could sleep in late. She'd be going to pick up her check from tutoring Darius at some point. Chapter 12. When Case arrived at Husky and Violet's home, he feared that with all the prepping he'd done, maybe he'd missed her. It was only 6 a.m. Husky yawned before he said anything, mentioning for Case to walk in. You look sharp. You'll blow her away. Case always took that phrase literally at first, so his eyes widened. Relax. I'm just saying she'll be astonished by you. I'd hate to say this in a reference to my own grandson, but one look at you, she'll forget him. Thanks. Violet came into the room. She hugged Case. How you been? I will not ask how she's doing, if you know whom I refer, as I'd hate for her to think the wrong thing, but how are things between you and my mother? Splendidly, really. She had to move further away for financial reasons, but we arranged to meet for dinner somewhere about once every other month. That's great. How are things with you and your dad? Much easier than they ever were. He was extremely supportive of me pursuing my dreams and endeavors to become a counselor. He's always been a strong advocate for therapy, for as long as I can remember. Violet nodded. Of course she remembered that. He tried to get her to go to counselors and even support groups. He even tried to get her self-help books. In her younger days, this had been slightly offensive, but she eventually came to see that healing herself wasn't enough. She needed to get help with the PTSD and with all the associated damaging responses she'd had from it. You've grown up so much, Case, she said. Thank you. You're very welcome. She'll be impressed by your sound wisdom, if she isn't already. Well, somehow she found out my true name and said how much she loved it. That's a positive sign, I think. Husky laughed. I'd hate to break this to you, but you can thank my son for that. He's not here right now, so you can guess where he is. Where he always goes on the weekend, just like his brother. DizzGo's. By the way, I saw that ad of yours, Kale, Husky said. Case blushed. Tell me you're joking. I'm not. Are you really charging nothing? Correct me if I'm mistaken, but if you're not working full-time, would you be interested in applying for the second DizzGo's? It hasn't opened yet, and Rudy and I came to an understanding that it would be a great way to help provide an income for Sage and Darius, but aside from that, we haven't hired anyone else. Case thought about it. A non-depressing atmosphere that shouldn't leave him emotionally drained by the end of the day, fun music playing all day versus zero music playing in the office, the feeling of flying just from being on skates, gliding around and encouraging others to experience this joy. I don't know about the long term. I'll probably need to be looking for a new behavioral health care practice to apply for, but I'd love to. It would certainly be refreshing, Violet piped in. It's not for everyone, though. I had to step away from it at times. All the people. I get introverted at times and have to seek refuge. That's why I work primarily at bookshops instead. The quiet and not having to project your voice to be heard over the music. But you come across to me as a people person. I think you'll be fine. Kay smiled. I need social interaction. It's when I don't get to talk to anybody I'm at my most depleted of energy. Oh, Case, I forgot to ask, but did you eat breakfast already? I ate a bar, but I think it may have been long before breakfast time. Violet smiled. You wanted to look your best for her, I get it. Case blushed. Well, if you're hungry at all, please join us for breakfast. Thank you. You're very welcome. Eating with Husky and Violet was so relaxing and his nerves had calmed considerably. Husky received a text from Drake halfway through breakfast that he'd met Lucille, and they'd already started arranging to move her things back into his house and in the separation. Case was so happy he laughed. His joy about it and about meeting Maven so soon. Case felt like time dragged on until the doorbell rang. He hesitated, considering answering it himself, but would that make any sense at all to meet her that way? Instead, he watched frozen in place as Violet went to the door. Hi, come right in, Maven. Okay, thank you. Just hearing her voice in real life, not that the phone wasn't real. His heart pounded. To think she was so close already. He watched as Husky walked down the hallway, giving him a thumbs up as he passed. This is your check, but before we leave, we wanted to thank you for tutoring our son, Violet said. Oh, wow, this. Are you sure? Anyway, it was fun. Sorry, not Violet. Um, Maven said, Oh, wow, this, are you sure? Anyway, it was fun. He's a kind young man. You can be proud of him, Husky nodded. Yes, we're sure. Also, there's someone here we think you might like to meet. She slowly stepped into view and stopped, locking eyes with him for a full minute. Did she know it was him? Would she have guessed? Probably not, but still the first thing he could think of to say was, You're positively enchanting. Case! The way she said it, so small with a puff of breath, he let his smile answer for him. She walked over, faster up to him, until she was standing directly in front of him. Look at you, she said, her voice fluttering out, examining him with her eyes, the same way he was with her. Unsure what to do, he did the first thing he could think of, taking her light hand in his and lifting it to kiss. He watched tears well up in her giant gaze. She hugged him suddenly, and they held each other soundlessly for a little while. Husky whispered so as not to disturb them. Violet and himself would be going on a walk. Case blushed, still holding Maven. That's all right. We'll likely be going soon anyway. I wouldn't want to make you too uncomfortable. Not at all, Husky called out. He heard Maven's laughter muffled against his chest, so he felt the laughter as well. You've got the cutest laugh I think I've ever heard. Oh, really? She looked up at him. She was crying. He wiped her face. Why are you crying, dear? I don't know, to think you could care this much about the voice on the end of some line. And the voice is mine. It belongs to a really abnormal girl. Normalcy doesn't apply to me, so it's okay. If normalcy means you're not yourself with me, then it doesn't appeal to me. Maven smiled. Don't waste another tear worrying about that, okay? Maven laughed again. Okay. Maven, there's something I need to tell you. Maven looked up, nodding, blushing. I don't know how you'll take this, and the only way to find out is to just say it. Your personality is the most beautiful I've ever encountered. I know it soon, but I feel a connectedness with you. I think I've fallen in love with you, and I hadn't meant to. It was unforeseen, and I never even saw you before this. She looked up, blushing even redder, but she winked. So I was unforeseen, too. Yes, you were. Wait, so you don't mind? Her eyes scanned his with a dreamy look. Not at all. Who would I be kidding? I feel the same way about you. I can't stop holding you. I can't either, have you noticed? What they didn't notice was that Darius had walked through the door, and when he saw them like that, he couldn't help but think, that's the kind of bond I want with the right one. An unshakable one. He disappeared as soon as quietly as he could, so as not to disturb them. Case finally asked, Would you like to go somewhere? Anywhere, sure. Oh, I know a place you'll love. Okay, Maven said, stepping back reluctantly. Will you follow my car? All right. I want it to be a surprise. Maven laughed. I love surprises. There are always people who hate them, and somehow those are always the people I met. I love them too. That's so good to hear. Case smiled, opening the front door to Maven. As he said, It's so good to hear your voice. Maven followed his car to an antique shop. It was perfect. While they were there, Maven asked him several questions since she didn't know how he knew Husky and Violet. How had he known Drake? They spent the day together. He told her all of the stories of how he knew the family and the stories surrounding those stories, as well as the stories he knew from what Tessa had told him. They ate out together, and Maven said how she'd love to meet Tessa. You know, I think the two of you would have a blast talking about the generational changes. Tessa is especially concerned with the fashion side of it, but I think you still have plenty to discuss. I can't wait to meet her. Follow my car. When Tessa had returned to work for lunch break, and Case had returned, this time his smile was huge and holding hands with a radiant young woman, and she couldn't help but wonder if this had anything to do with how he needed Rudy's address days ago. Maybe he was hoping to find a good job for his girlfriend. He came in, quickly explaining that he wasn't there for a haircut. He introduced Tessa to Maven, then carefully he told her why he'd asked for Rudy's address to communicate with Drake. Case and Maven took turns telling Tessa how they'd first spoken on the phone, how they'd not expected to fall in love with each other, but they wouldn't change anything. Maven assured Tessa she'd keep her locks long, and she was a long-time devotee to individualism and would prefer to reflect her passion for the 90s than go with what everyone else was doing. There's still about 2 hours or so before I close today, if you want to stick around and see what zany things people are requesting to stay in style today. They also say some pretty funny things about past tense pop culture, which I'm sure as a 90s buff as well as having lived around the time of the mid-twin teens, you'll laugh about privately for weeks to come if you're like me. On purpose, like bashing it, or not at all, they can't get the names of celebrities 20 years older than them right. They get the plots to movies of my time hilariously wrong, but when it comes to what's modern culture, they're fluent. Maven looked at Case. He smiled. I don't mind at all. We can sit down in those chairs and pretend we're customers waiting for our own appointments. Okay. As I sat down, he whispered, and if at any time you want to go somewhere new, tell me. She won't be offended, I promise. Thank you. Tessa noticed them exchanging glances a lot and sneaking glances at each other. Eventually, they had to leave to find food for supper, but before they left, Tessa told them she was happy they'd found each other. So are we, Case said, smiling. After they ate, Maven said, I'm not sure how this works with two vehicles. Do you follow me back to my house and kiss me at the door? Case laughed delightedly. I get to kiss you? Maven blushed, smiling. Yes, this is a date, isn't it? Case grinned, nodding. I've never dated anyone whose company I've enjoyed more, he said. Maven squealed, Nor have I. At Maven's doorstep, they made arrangements for their next date before they kissed. The kiss was warm, soft, not too long, not too short, just right for them both. I'm so glad I found you, Maven. So am I. I can't wait until next time. Nor can I. They kissed again before they left and beamed at each other until Maven went inside. Thank you for listening to Unforeseen. I'll read the last book soon. I just, I've got to start uploading the stuff I. I'm going to start uploading stuff now. Which I intended to do anyway. Um, oh. Oh. Mm. So that would be March 30. It says it'll be 10 minutes of uploading time. Which means in the meantime, I can get some water. Okay, now I can upload the next thing. Unshakable. I think this is 5 chapters. Chapter 1, July 17th, 2032. This was the day the Yodarans had chosen to open the second DizzGo's. For those who knew both Sage and Darius, it doubled as a graduation party. For those who knew Sage well, it tripled as his 18th birthday party. The reason they didn't want to make it public was that Rudy feared for his son's safety should someone recognize the similar features he shared with the once famed DizzGo's Cherry, Rudy himself, when he was around 18. Sage always shied away from public attention, the opposite of Darius, Rudy's much younger brother, born a month after Sage, whose dream job as a child was selfie specialist. At family gatherings, he'd made everyone laugh until they cried as he described his business. People love seeing how their friends like themselves so much because they like them too. They love subscribing to me, and I'll show them how to show how much they like themselves every day, so they make new friends who they like when they'll see how much they like themselves. How is he going to show them how to demonstrate how much they like themselves? They'll look at all my selfies. My selfies will be their teachers. When Rudy tried to discourage his father from letting Darius on social media, Husky laughed. He's smart. He watched us and got his own accounts. He'll only get a new one. Anyway, how can I ask him to take it down when he looked up at one of Darius's accounts and handed Rudy the phone? Rudy laughed, scrolling through it. This is gold. Where did he learn this? I don't know. He's not following anybody, so he hasn't learned that yet. You do monitor everything he does online, don't you? Yes, of course. Violet thinks he picked it up from watching Funny Face. Aha, so that wasn't your movie, was it? Was it hers? Husky nodded. That night I mentioned at your wedding when we arranged to take you back home. Well, then we were alone with each other. We were afraid that, well, we distracted ourselves from our uncomfortableness by going to a thrift shop. That's where he found that VHS tape. Rudy smiled, amused. Which one of you hadn't seen it before? Husky raised his hand. But I do have to admit, I enjoyed it. At DizzGo's, Rudy ran up to his father when he spotted him. Husky wiped a tear before turning his head. Rudy followed his father's line of vision where Darius was, holding up a phone and making faces. He certainly pursued that passion, didn't he, Dad? Husky smiled. He's not sure what he wants to be yet. I hope all this, Husky moved his arm in a sweeping gesture, is really the right thing to motivate him, if this isn't what he loves after all. Well, he'll be there to support him and teach him everything we know. He's already as passionate about this place as I've been for decades, and am to this day. As for Sage, he loves it, but I understand this is just temporary for him so he can have extra spending money while he pursues his education to become a vet tech. Husky smiled. He's like you in that respect. I could always see you doing that. The problem being that I was graduating so young, and by the end, I wasn't ready for more school. Who knows what would have happened if Mag hadn't met Violet and invited her over, whose father managed DizzGo's. Maybe I wouldn't have fallen in love with this place and set my sights here for work. Husky's eyes widened. Can you imagine? What would have happened if Mag hadn't met Violet and invited her over? Rudy's jaw dropped. That's right. You wouldn't have opened your heart again, learned to break the damaging cycle of meaningless encounters with women, and Sage wouldn't have had such a tried and true friend to play with all throughout his childhood, Darius. What about awesome little brother? Darius said, walking up. Rudy and Husky laughed. We didn't mean to be talking about you, son. Husky said. We haven't even seen you approach. Darius shrugged. Honestly, guys, do you think I mind being the source of gossip? Rudy laughed, shaking his head. But do you know who is? Darius's eyes lit up. Rudy laughed. For a guy who says he's waiting for the right girl, you fall in love all the time. Husky coughed. As did I until Violet. I'm not in love. I haven't once spoken to her. I wouldn't dare just look at her. Darius stared out at the rink, but there was such a large crowd. Rudy laughed. Is this a joke? I certainly don't see. Darius rolled his eyes so seriously, Rudy trailed off. In almost a whisper, like he was afraid she might hear him, Darius said, Look for the girl with the glow-in-the-dark lace silhouette on her skates. Then watch her magic. Rudy and Husky exchanged glances after about 5 minutes, trying to visually search the crowd with the description of skates Darius had mentioned. I'd hate to say this, son, but I think you may be seeing things. Darius blushed. She's incredible. Just then Sage walked out. I've skated around the rink for a good hour trying to pick out your hallucination. I'll prove to you she's real. Rudy laughed. Husky nudged him, whispering, Don't. You'll only embarrass him. Darius sighed, looking up at his father. My hearing is sharper than you may realize, Dad. I'm not embarrassed in the least. I've never even seen this girl before, and I can't understand why. Sage shrugged. Either your optimistic mind has created a vision of love at first sight, or she skates during our school hours. You described her skating as magical and above normal. Likely she skates at DizzGo's a lot, just not when you'd be able to see her. That, or she's from out of town. Not to distress you. However, you're the only one of us who even sees her, which means you should be the one to talk to her. Darius briefly looked nervous, a look none of them had ever seen on his face, and he rolled onto the floor without a glance behind. He returned about 10 minutes later. They stood watching his motionlessness. Well, Rudy spoke. Does she exist? Sage asked, to which Darius silently nodded before saying, She was right beside me, and then she was skating backwards, and as soon as she made eye contact with me, my wheel stopped, the wheels on my other skate, and I fell right in front of her. I fell. Son, it's okay, we've all fallen on skates before, even the pros fall. Rudy bit his lip, exchanging glances with Sage. As they both knew, Darius had a record of not falling. It was a source of pride for him. So did you introduce yourself to her? Sage asked. Darius smiled, shaking his head. All I could manage was a thumbs up when she asked if I was okay. Are you? Husky asked. It wasn't normal for Darius to be embarrassed, or not be able to talk to a girl. Yeah, just a little bewildered. When I stood, she'd already zipped around so swiftly to follow would be dangerous. She's magical. On the way back home, Darius suddenly spoke, startling Violet and Husky. I almost would rather she not be real. Well, you had your chance to talk to her, son. I don't know, Husky said. Violet looked at her husband, confused. He whispered, I'll tell you later. Darius continued as though he hadn't heard his father. To think such a fairy tale creature could exist among such scumbags troubles me. You know, maybe Sage was right. You might just see her again if she's at DizzGo's when you would have been at school. How old did she look? I don't want to put an age on her. That would be limiting. Violet gave Husky another confused glance. He shrugged. Chapter 2. Darius worked at the new DizzGo's for the rest of the month that he called to Rudy. I love the new DizzGo's. It's incredible and I'm so honored to have been given such an opportunity, but Rudy laughed. You've not seen her there since that one night? Well, no. You're hoping I can put you on the schedule here? Is there any way you could? Of course, and don't be ashamed of it. I'm starting to think I was just seeing things. In all seriousness, if that was a vision, maybe it can serve as a guide to help you find her. Within the first week, Darius worked diligently at the old DizzGo's, thinking back to what Rudy had said to motivate him. He was about to give up the search when he happened to be walking past the concession counter and watched her glide effortlessly up to the counter. He froze watching her, and Jeanette broke him from his trance, handing him a mop and bucket. She smiled. You want me to mop the floor right now? Are you witnessing her too? Darius whispered. Jeanette didn't know anything about Darius having seen the mysterious girl that only he had seen at the grand opening of the second DizzGo's. There was no time to explain it to her then. As she smiled confusedly, I meant when she sits down, of course. Unfortunately, the girl had overheard Jeanette's response to him and smiled amusedly. A second later, she side-glanced him, then turned her head the other way so fast Darius wondered if he'd only imagined she'd seen him. She sat down to a basket of fries and pretended not to see him. While he mopped the floor, he tried not to look at her, but when he did, she was immersed in something she was reading on her e-reader. What books do you like? He whispered to himself, preparing to ask her as soon as he'd sit down across from her. First, of course, he'd have to see. He looked under the table at her custom skates, the same as before. Yes. He covered his mouth when she looked up, surprised. She didn't blink, waiting. I've seen your skates at the grand opening of the new DizzGo's. She smiled at him like he was crazy as she sipped her drink. She gestured to the empty seat across from her. Darius sat down, still holding onto the mop, and it fell against his shoulder. The girl laughed so hard she hiccuped. Darius blushed and held up a finger. He walked carefully to put away the mop and bucket. The girl went back to her e-reader, holding it up so high it obstructed the sight of her lips, but Darius could tell she was still laughing. When he came back, he sat down, and she smiled, still looking at her e-reader. I know it was your skates because I've never seen them and I thought I'd never see them again. She squinted at him. Most boys just ask my number. Not that I have a phone, but no boys ever approach me about my skates. with such close attention paid. Should I be impressed or scared? She said this smiling. Darius didn't know what to say. I'm that boy who fell down that night, right in front of you, the girl laughed. That's a first. No boy tried to impress me with that approach. Darius blushed. I'm just being honest. If you don't think it was you that night, prove me wrong. That girl was the best skater I've ever seen. Darius watched her face. Her eyes darted away. Her face had become unreadable. You're asking me to skate with you? She asked this almost in a whisper. You stole my words. Wait, no, I mean, I wasn't going to ask if you'd ask me to skate. The girl's smile returned. She took a breath and in a rush she said, Look, I'm going home. As you can see from the floor, it's a bit empty right now. Find me tomorrow and skate. Darius hadn't quite processed it, even though he was nodding when she stood up and put her skates in a backpack. Mind if I ask what book you were reading? She smiled. I wasn't reading anything. She smiled, seeing Darius look confused. You? Darius thought for a few minutes. Who's it by? She was already walking away and turned. Your parents. Darius laughed. Oh, right, of course. He'd had relationships before and flirted, but this was different. Somehow it was unthinkable that she would flirt with him. Ecstatically, said slightly loudly, as she was rapidly walking away, See you tomorrow. She laughed and without turning her head yelled, If you can find me. Only as she was leaving did he remember his initial plan was to prove she was real by asking her to be in a selfie with him. He had three options. A. Run up and discreetly as possible ask for one. B. Stay where he was and just call out. C. Stay where he was and trust that he would really find her the next day. Knowing that with the first two he'd risk her being so appalled he wouldn't find her the next day or possibly ever again, he remained where he was in a daze. Chapter 3. Darius was so thrilled about the next day. Thinking about how he'd skate with her, he forgot to tell anyone he'd finally met her. The problem was, if they'd asked her name, he'd forgotten to ask, would anybody believe him? A picture would have possibly been proof enough, but at no point had it seemed appropriate to take one. This time he'd get a second chance, and wouldn't fall or do anything embarrassing. He was so caught up in his thoughts skating when he caught her staring. She pretended not to have seen him, but he couldn't help but laugh as he carefully made his way over to her. When he was suddenly before her, it was almost like it was the first time he'd found her and skated. She locked eyes with him, and everything and everyone else in the building was instantly obliterated, or at least it was in his mind. As they skated and swayed wordlessly to the rhythm of the songs, he found himself following her pattern until she let him get close enough to hear her say, You're refreshing. You're the first boy to not try and touch me or get in my space. Darius felt his entire body engulfed in flame. He felt embarrassed, but also like she was a snake tamer, coaxing him out of his comfort zone. But as soon as he breathed, he knew it was wordless. Been with any girls? He nodded his head in a pointed direction towards the carpet. He slowed down long enough to pause and whisper in her ear, Can we talk about that out there? Seconds later, they were already sitting down across from each other at a table, just like the day before, except she was staring so inquisitively into his eyes. He was pouring with sweat. She didn't seem to mind, but every time he was about to talk, nothing came out. She smiled and held up a finger. What do you like to drink? She asked, and he blinked incredulously. Water? No ice? He was about to thank her when she winked. Don't mention it. It took him a few long swallows of water before he felt like he could speak. First, what's your name? I've been dying to know. I almost thought you were a figment of my imagination. The girl smiled like she was about to comment but said nothing. Laughing a little, she finally said, I asked you first. Darius blushed. I have dated, but I don't think that's what you're asking. She arched her eyebrow with a secretive smile, answering for her, No, that's not what she was asking. My parents didn't say don't, or no dating. It wasn't like that for me. They're an unusual couple with unusual experiences, and all it took was for them to tell me of the events before they found each other, which even then was kind of weird. And every time a girl wants me that way, I say no, because I don't want to get it wrong. The girl nodded slowly. Chloe. Darius sat for a few seconds, just blinking as he wondered what had just happened. He never was this candid or expressive with girls he just met. Chloe, he repeated softly to himself. She laughed briefly and he realized she'd heard him. He pointed at himself. His words were frozen again. He took out his wallet and slid his ID card to her. Smiling, looking at it carefully, she said, Darius, Dan U.B. O'Darren? Darius, Dan U.B. Darren? And I thought my parents were hipster. But hey, at least your middle name isn't a hashtag, right? He laughed as she handed it back to him. That was a little bit after my time. As you can see from my card, my 18th is nearly here. Chloe smiled silently. Oh, wait. Is yours a hashtag? Chloe shrugged. Well, since you shared your ID with me, I suppose it's only fair. She slid hers to him. I'll assume the hashtag is silent. Chloe Worm. It sounds familiar. I know someone I could ask. He handed it back, realizing she was 4 years older. She knew he knew. Darius said, I apologize for saying that was after my time. Well, you know hipster parents. They wouldn't be hipster if they didn't claim they were ahead of the game, would they? Darius laughed. I guess not, but mine were before them, and both in two different generations. Chloe's eyes lit up, but she smiled a secret smile and told him she'd have to go, but find her tomorrow. Chapter 4. Okay, this will only be 2 minutes, so I'm just going to wait until it's done uploading before I add the next video. This is also almost finished uploading, so It's just about like less than a minute left. Okay, I'll go back to reading. Chapter 4. As the days passed on, Darius and Chloe met each other every day, and she was so heavily on his mind that he would tell his mom about her when he came home. Hey, you know how you used to put on gothic lipsticks and laugh about how they looked on your face? Violet nodded. Chloe really cares about animals and plants, and she said when she found out her mother's favorite lip color was coral, she cried because she thought it meant it was made from coral. Violet smiled, trying not to laugh. When are you going to bring your girlfriend home to meet us? Darius's eyes widened. He'd never had a relationship move so swiftly or comfortably. He swallowed hard. He hadn't even realized it was basically a relationship. But was it a relationship for Chloe? I don't know, he finally answered. The very next day, he talked to the only female friend who could possibly be able to determine by observation how Chloe felt about him, Maven. Not a problem. Besides, Case is working at DizzGo's now. I can surprise him at work. The next day, Chloe slid her ID across the table to Maven, who made a point of saying she was just friends with Darius. No way, your parents gave you the cutest name ever, Chloe sat in puzzlement. Cute. Not some business strategy for a worm farm? Maven smiled, looking at something up on her phone. When she found it, she handed the phone to Chloe, saying, No, look, glowworm. Chloe blushed, laughing, and handed it to Darius. A few hours after Maven had left, she sent an audio clip from the conversation to Tessa, explaining first that she met Darius's new girlfriend. The furthest into the future look and sound we ever got was the 80s. Then we just went backwards and collected all from the centuries of fashion history, mixed it up, and here we are. I'll have to agree with you then that it's not the fads and it's not the trends that define today. It's our time because we make it so, with our choices. No, my look may not be original, maybe not even my thoughts, but I can choose how I make use of my time. Minutes later, Tessa sent a reply. I've not met her. Can I? Raven sent a reply. You most likely will, since Dane is Jeanette's family and Darius is direct family to Rudy. Am I getting that right? Yes, Rudy's little brother. Case and I aren't part of that, but he's close to Violet because she was his babysitter. Yes, in a way, we all connect. I'm happy to hear you speaking that way of you and Case. Yeah, I know it's soon to be talking like we're married, but I believe in us. I do too. I've never seemed so happy before. Tessa sent Darius a message. Hi, if it's okay, Maven told me about your new girlfriend. She sounds awesome. You've not introduced her to your family yet, but your birthday will be here in just a little longer than a week. You should invite her to the celebration. Darius's heart pounded, realizing if his mother Maven and Tessa all believed Chloe was his girlfriend, there was only one person left whose opinion he needed to confirm it, Chloe. The next day, however, when he saw Chloe walk in with a nostalgic DizzGo's cherry shirt, his jaw dropped. What is it? Chloe asked, never having seen Darius so bewildered. Did you read my mind, girl, or have you researched my family? Chloe laughed, confused. My brother made that shirt. Chloe rolled her eyes. No, my mother did. I can prove it. And you're wearing it. Darius laughed. You know, don't you? But Chloe looked more confused than ever. Look, I know as someone who works here, he's probably something of a legend for you also. After all, you have the same set of values. Was it his imagination, or did Chloe blush when she looked away? A legend, he breathed, thinking, my brother, this is the key. Being that she couldn't read his mind, she took his surprised silence as shared enthusiasm and gushed about all she'd heard and read about Rudy the infamous DizzGo's Jerry, who of course looked like Darius when he was about 18. In the middle of Chloe's sentence, he grabbed her hand. I've got a surprise for you. Chloe smiled warmly and oblivious. Is this about your birthday? Chloe blushed for certain that time. I wanted to ask, but then I wouldn't want to impose. I'd love for you to go, but that's not all. He paused, seeing how gleeful Chloe looked, and yet she appeared to be trying to restrain it. I can arrange a meeting with you. Chloe blinked. You want to meet with me? We already do. Darius laughed. I mean with him. DizzGo's Cherry. This time Chloe's jaw dropped. I had to stop because there's another video I've got to upload. Chapter 5. Darius waited at the rink with Rudy and Jeanette nervously. Did she know to meet you at this location? Rudy asked, Darius's anxiousness beginning to worry him. Darius nodded, saying, Yeah, I think she might just be getting ready. While internally he kept replaying her confused expression when he tried to explain that Rudy was his much older brother. You know, in all this time, you could have sent us a picture. Darius smiled. Well, Jeanette saw it once, but it wouldn't do her justice. Besides, Jeanette smiled, nodding her head in a pointed direction. Special, he whispered, turning around. Chloe wore a red sequined dress, fancier than anything he'd seen her wear before. Hi, his lips smiled soundlessly. She beamed at him. Rudy, this is Chloe. Chloe shook hands with Rudy calmly. Had Darius only misinterpreted Chloe's expression as confusion the day before? Chloe then turned to see Jeanette, and before Jeanette introduced herself, Chloe grinned. You taught me how to skate, she exclaimed, laughing. You may not remember me. I wanted to be like you. It's an honor to meet you, as it is to meet your husband. Jeanette smiled. It's an honor for us, too. Darius has told us a lot about you. They walked into DizzGo's. After a few minutes of silence, Chloe turned to Darius. What do we do now? Darius shrugged. Would you mind talking for a little while before we start skating? Chloe laughed. Not at all. I'm just still surprised. Jeanette and Rudy sat next to each other, so Darius and Chloe sat across from them. After a few seconds of everyone silently blinking and not knowing what to say, Darius went first. I know you're probably wondering how I can have such an older brother. Rudy smiled, shaking his head. Hey, I'm not old. I won't be old until the moment this goddess, he put his arm around Jeanette, leaves my side. Jeanette gazed at him seriously. Never. Rudy continued, staring deeply into her eyes. Or until the second I die. No, Rudy, not even then. You'll remain young in my heart, your memory living on and coursing through to my brain. After a few seconds, with their noses practically touching and blinking, Darius coughed. Impending make-out session I do not want to witness. He turned to look at Chloe, who was watching with a look of awe and fascination. Darius smiled when Chloe caught him staring. You got something all over your face. Chloe blinked and whispered, I do? Darius nodded. Yeah, just a little. He paused to brush her cheeks gently. Blush, only it's everywhere. As Chloe scowled, Rudy nudged Jeanette. I'll remind you of anyone, dear? Jeanette smiled. I still blush at the sight of you. Chloe snuck a glance at Darius. Were you going to tell me how you were related? Darius smiled. Our dad wasn't serious about women or relationships for many years before he met his daughter's best friend Violet when he was in his 30s. Rudy laughed. He's downplaying it. I mean, I understand he doesn't want you to be uncomfortable, but our dad was a player. He met Violet when she was 17, and they were undoubtedly interested in each other, but they didn't want to date until I found the love of my life because they were afraid I wouldn't be understanding of it, least of all my sister, but mainly I think they were afraid to. Guess how long it took? Darius studied Chloe's expression. She didn't appear freaked out. 2 years? 5 years? Rudy smiled. 17. Chloe smiled, and she looked like she was going to say something but didn't. Rudy tilted his head. He looked confused. This is impossible, but I recognize you. Darius spoke up. The shirt she was wearing the other day? She said her mother made it. Rudy's eyes widened, looking back and forth between Darius and Chloe, slowly, and said, would it happen to read, fan of DizzGo's cherry? Chloe smiled, nodding. Jeanette's jaw dropped. She blushed while Rudy's face went pale. Not to understate this, Darius, but I think I've had an awkward encounter with her mother. He paused when Chloe nodded and said, 31 years ago. Darius spoke, about to laugh. I'm not sure I follow. Instead of explaining to him, Chloe spoke directly to Rudy. That's partly why I don't trust most men. With women out there like my mom, there are men like her out there. Believe me, she told me that story. It was really humiliating for her, but it didn't stop her hunting for a man. She had me before my father married her, but luckily he's the opposite of the person she used to be. I guess kind of like what you said about yours and Darius's father. She found the one she'd be loyal to, and never looked back. Rudy laughed incredulously. I was about to say, not another brush with almost incest. At the same time, Darius and Chloe said, I'm sorry? Rudy looked at Darius. I'm sorry to leave you in the dark about it. Her mother was a huge fan and made an attempt to seduce me, unsuccessfully in her words. Chloe interjected, blushing. Darius laughed, not sure what to say. Chloe said softly, Did he really say not another brush with almost... Jeanette was blushing and covering her face, saying, Not to discuss yet another unusual romance story while you're just getting acquainted with Darius's family, but before I met Rudy, I met Dane, who introduced me to Rudy as his old classmate. Jeanette dropped her hands and she was still blushing, but she continued. I was 17, and there was speculation that Dane might have been my long-lost cousin. Rudy sensed something between us when we met and doubted we were related. In fact, he tried to set me up with Dane. Were you, related? Rudy shook his head as Jeanette continued. We weren't, but it wasn't meant to be. She smiled at Rudy. Darius rolled his eyes. Please don't kiss. Chloe shrugged. Why can't they? They came to dinner once at my house and started kissing, and I'm positive it lasted an hour. Jeanette laughed. Oops. Rudy shook his head. Do you really expect us to be sorry for that? Darius got up from the table. I'll be right back, okay? When he was gone, Chloe said, Are you starting later in the day than normal? I'm confused. Rudy's eyebrows jumped. You didn't know he rented it for today for you? Chloe's jaw dropped. Wow. Okay. Jeanette handed Chloe her own phone with the official website brought up. See, we updated it last night. The month showed every day it was open, and then under the current day it said, closed. She laughed behind her hand and then handed it back to Jeanette. Thank you, Chloe said gleefully. Rudy exchanged glances with Jeanette before saying, This is special, him introducing us to you. No pressure, and it's got some creepy nostalgia for me hearing myself say it. Us Darrens having the father we grew up with, not to frighten you, we shied away from intimate encounters for some time. It sounds like you may be able to relate to that. Then the partnership of Violet and our father for Darius to grow up and come to understand all of that only exemplified his own fears of losing it to someone who wasn't the one. I can understand you saying you don't trust most men, but although he has dated plenty of women, his intentions are pure. He has never touched a woman in an untoward manner. There's no amount of money he could pay me for me to vouch for him here and now, if it were untrue. His heart is in the right place when he looks into your eyes. This is me vouching for him. Really. He's like me. I dated and almost gave up, thinking there's no right fit, until I found her. Rudy nodded in a pointed direction at Jeanette. And I wish every day that she'd been the first, but what matters is that when we got it right, we really got it right, like his parents. I'm happy for you, and I do trust him. It means a lot to me that he'd want me to meet his family. Darius walked up, smiling. Do you have your skates on, glowworm? Chloe laughed. I will soon, so you don't mind me calling you that? Chloe was already lacing up one of her skates when she looked up and said, It would be the first thing out of my mouth if I minded. As I headed up to the floor, Rudy called out, Do you want me to DJ, or? Darius smiled. Unless Chloe minds, I'll set it up for a playlist I made. I didn't hit play yet because I wanted it to be her choice. Chloe smiled. Well, I've never heard what you listened to before, so I'm curious. Rudy grinned. Well, being that I don't have my skates on yet, you two can go ahead. I'll hit play for you. After about a minute of skating, watching each other, Darius said, I didn't only invite you here to prove I'm related to Rudy. I wanted to rent it out because I wanted you to know how I felt when I first skated with you, before I fell. It's like everything has cleared, and everyone else was only a haze when I found you shining beyond them. You're real, and the feeling of this reality is fantastical. Chloe laughed and covered her mouth. You might not believe this, but you know how some people don't put their past fascinations behind them? That's how I found things about DizzGo's cherry initially. My mom was trying to hide it, but it was in the garage. A full box, and I would look at everything there pictures, advertisements, a few magazine articles. I was around 14. It was a while before I had to ask my mom about it. Darius smiled, looking slightly scared. Please don't tell me you've been holding out for my older brother. He's married. Chloe laughed, shaking her head. No, and my mom told me anyway. But when I first saw you, it's like you described. There you were, nearly the spitting image of DizzGo's Cherry, but closer in age, and close and real. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to help you up when you fell, but all I could manage was to ask if you were all right. And then I was embarrassed and felt like I missed my chance. And then, as much as I wanted to skate with you, I felt like I needed to process it. Darius's eyes widened with surprise. I felt the exact same way. That's why I left the floor soon after, even though I wanted to skate with you. When I met you, I actually wasn't kidding when I said I wasn't reading an ebook. I had to play it off like I wasn't some creepy girl staring at you, and that's why I sort of turned it into a joke when I told you. I didn't know. And I'll admit I was interested in hearing about your values because it matters to me, but also since you look so much like him. Then I felt kind of bad about it because you seemed so nervous telling me. Darius laughed. I was, but I'll never regret telling you. Also, when I wore that shirt, I wondered how you might react. I thought maybe you might know about that. Maybe someone had told you looked like him. Darius nodded. Plenty of times, yes, it's inevitable. I had no idea you were actually not only related, but you're his brother. Darius laughed. Is it bad that I feel happy that you feel that way and jealous of Rudy at the same time? Chloe shrugged. You're much sexier, and anyway, I'm in love with you. Darius blushed and tripped on his skates. Chloe caught him. He was breathing hard, as much from panic as from joy. He grabbed her hand. I'm in love with you too. Chloe smiled. I overheard you calling me special before Jeanette told me I was behind you. Darius blushed. What else did you hear? You didn't feel the need to prove my existence to your family and friends, something like that, which actually means a lot to me because guys in my past have always treated me like something on the show. I'm not against being in a picture with you, but it would without question be different. Darius nodded. You know, people would also believe we're dating if you were in a picture with me. Chloe nodded and shrugged. For a while now, I've had an unshakable feeling we were. As have I. They skated and talked a few hours more until they stopped to rest. Darius called out to Rudy and Jeanette, we're going to a restaurant. You'll have DizzGo's to yourselves now. Still skating, Rudy cheered. You hear that, my love? She took his hand. Yay, have fun, you two. Right as they were at the door, Chloe looked over her shoulder and called out, nice to meet you both. Rudy and Jeanette were already kissing. Darius cringed, and Chloe tried to hide her laughter. As they stood looking into each other's eyes, Darius softly asked, do you want to ride there in my car? Chloe shrugged and stepped forward. She grabbed his arm, but her kiss almost knocked him over. It wasn't forceful, just unlike any he'd ever experienced. Chloe giggled and asked in a hushed voice, did I scare you? Darius shook his head. A little shocked. It's hard to believe such a magical being would grace me this way. Chloe smiled. My thoughts exactly. At the restaurant, while they were waiting for their food, Darius's phone went off. He checked it, then laughed. He handed the phone to Chloe. There was a picture of them having kissed outside of DizzGo's shared by Rudy. Chloe smiled, and Darius said, I didn't put them out to that, if you mind. Tell me I can get them to take it down. Chloe laughed. It would be the first thing out of my mouth if I minded. I'm starting to think their kiss was staged, so we wouldn't catch them following us to get a picture. There's no way they could have known I'd kiss you. Darius smiled. Did you see the caption? Chloe smiled. Yes, I'm real. At the same time they said, hard to believe you are. They laughed, and as Darius gazed into her eyes, he imagined a day when he could make her his queen, the way Jeanette was Rudy's queen of DizzGo's. Maybe we can rule the second DizzGo's. Chloe tilted her head, smiling. Darius laughed. I didn't mean today. You probably had enough skating for today. But for my 18th, maybe then? Chloe smiled. Okay. Thank you for listening to Unshakable, the last book in the DizzGo series, which I'm sure now that you probably understand why I wouldn't have wanted to write further books, because it felt like a suitable end to the whole series. And I just felt I was sad at first because it was years of writing it, but then it also gave me peace that I wouldn't have to write about um, like eventually, like I wouldn't have to write about any other character deaths or anything like that. So and I was already animating it around the time that I was already animating it when I was writing the series. Um, so eventually it had to come into an end for that reason too. Because I was getting concerned about how difficult it would be, like keeping it up. Um, and anyway, so now I can start playing the animated series behind me. I don't have to read any more of the DizzGo's series since that's the last book in the DizzGo series. So now I'm going to turn it down so it's not too loud. And to try and encourage anyone to if they want to see the animated adaptation, it's there on its own channel. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, my eyes are now like so tired. Also, it's not over weird to read the things I've written because I wrote it in the first place. And I've gone over the DizzGo's series so many times. Like as I would read, like as I would be writing one of the books sometimes, like because the book series took me several years, I would be going back over previous material to look for things that I might add. Um, like if I had any sort of questions or anything that was like, it just made me reevaluate certain things, um, then it would give me ideas and then it would make it feel more closely connected. And it would help me tie the books together more the more familiar I was with the books. So I mean, I read the books editing them. I read the books as I was writing them. I read the books while I was writing new books in the series. I read the books when I was animating. I read the books again while I was coming up with songs for the Juice Jar tie-in project. Um, Obviously, I read the books when I was um, voice acting for the animated series as well, which is separate from me reading it just to create outline notes for animation, like this is how this scene should look, or that scene, or this is what they wear here, or anything like that. Um, I read them again, like off and on here and there. That's partly why I say, like, I feel like I I feel like of my things I've written, I feel like I spent the most time and the most effort on that series. Because by the time you've read and reread and reread and reread, you can't deny that you know it. Because it becomes something you know very well. And the animated series takes about 12 hours of watching. So it's shorter than reading it. Because even reading it, um, I read it took almost 12 hours for me to read books 3 through 8. So about 18 hours total is how long it took me to read the series aloud. But I read Underline and Unfinished 2 days ago. I didn't um, I didn't read yesterday because I was resting my voice. I had to. Mm. Hmm. Something seems wrong. So I need to check that everything's okay.